started with a dog that had a huge behaviour struggle where she was stealing things off people, and she was stealing things around the house. We would like gather her, take it off her, and we didn't really know what we were doing at that point. And it got to a point where actually she started resource guarding. And at one point she tried to bite us. And it was getting more and more frustrated. We were frustrated with her, she was frustrated with us, and we found Absolute Dogs. We were at our wits' end. We were at a point where actually we were thinking that we were going to need to get rid of her. All right, we were going to have to give her to a shelter or something like that because we couldn't cope. We could not cope anymore. And it's that feeling of this creature that you love with all of your heart and all of your body and your soul, and you just want the best for them, and you don't want this horrible relationship that it's developing into. That can be really, really difficult. It's such a conflict of emotion. And when you don't have the tools and you don't have the knowledge to know what to do in that moment, sometimes actually it can just get much, much worse. And that's basically what was happening to us. So we found Absolute Dogs. We found them on, at the time, Facebook. We found it, and it was DVDs. That shows you how long ago it was. But we found Absolute Dogs, and we started implementing these games-based training. It was a whole new world. It was complete new learning to us. It was completely different from so many other training platforms that I'd seen and tried already that had not worked. And the results in this were so quick. The results, we started seeing small little changes in the way that she interacted with us and in the strategies that we had to cope in these situations. We started to see those within 3 weeks. All right, and it was so quick. I was so surprised by that. And beyond that, our relationship with my dog started to change, you know. We were having so much fun with her. So no longer was it just about taking her on walks and having her have a cuddle at home. Actually, like, seeing her light up whenever we sort of started playing these games is a special kind of relationship that I wasn't expecting to come out of the back of it. And that actually then further led me into a passion for learning more about dog training, particularly games-based training and behaviour in dogs. And then I started working in person at Devon Dogs, which is Absolute Dogs HQ. I started working in person with people and their dogs and helping them through the same struggles that I had been through myself. So all of the trainers here have such a huge, huge passion. Everybody that works at Absolute Dogs, more often than not, have come from a place where they've had a dog with a struggle, and they've come across Absolute Dogs, and it's changed their life completely in their dogs' lives. And they've got to a point where they're like, I want to pass this on to more people. I want to help more people with these struggles that they've got with their dogs, where they're thinking about potentially giving their dogs to shelters. We don't want that. That's not what we want for you. We want to give you the strategies. We want to give you the knowledge to be able to help yourself. And that's the key thing here. We're going to make you a trainer in your own home. All right, so we love sharing. We want to give all of this joy to as many people as we can. So if you've got any friends or you've got family or anybody like that you think, do you know what, actually, I think that they really struggle with this sort of thing. I think this would really be helpful for them as well as me. Then share it. Please share it. Share the Facebook link. Share it. Share the links in Instagram. Share it. Just send it to your friends in chat. Whatever you can do to pass on this. There's so much value that you're going to get from here today. Not only have we got in dog, real life training, we've also got lots of giveaways for you. We've got lots of giveaways. We've got a fantastic deal coming your way where you can actually experience living the life of Games Club for your own home for a very £1 for 7 days for a trial. So we've got a lot coming your way. We've got some exciting stuff happening. And I think what I really want you to think of is what is it that you want out of this today? You know, what are you hoping for? And let us know. Let us know in the comments, because we'd really like to hear, what is it you're trying to get out of today? Why have you shown up here today to watch this in-person dog training? Are you here for the first time? Tell us where you're from. Are you here for the first time? Are you here for your own dog? Are you here to help a friend's dog? Are you here because it's your first time and you didn't really know what we're about and you thought, you know, I kind of like their energy. I'm going to see what's going on here. What is it that you're here for today? Let us know, because we've got a lot of stuff coming your way. It's going to be so exciting. And very, very soon, I'm going to be introducing you to the lovely Lauren Langman. I'm being told that I can do that right now, which is amazing. So we're ready for you. We're ready to go. We've got a dog and a person, and then we've got Lauren Langman coming your way right now.
Hello, hi game changers. Hello all around the world. Tell us in the comments where you're from. Tell us who you are. Tell us a little bit about your dog and maybe some of the things that you're struggling with. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We've got an action-packed day full of games, and we're going to start straight away really with a game. I've got the lovely Mandy with me, and Mandy, tell us a little bit about your dog.
Yes, this is Rain. She's a 3-year-old border collie. She's a little rescue. She's fast and fun. She does tricks.
And what might she do when she's naughty?
So she gets a little bit excited and she can't think, and then she tends to jump off the floor and nips.
So jumping, nipping. What could she do out and about that might be a bit naughty? Maybe dogs or people or bicycles, or what other things she might do?
Or she'll decide I'm not the most exciting thing, and that she might go off and have a sniff, but usually it is a bit of border collie nipping, and then she can't listen.
Now, right now she looks super focused, so you can carry on playing a game that we call middle. Show us just the basics of middle, so actually just getting her into position. So Mandy's not brand new at training. She's been here lots of times before, and this is all something she's rehearsed and she's played. Now, here she's playing, well, she's actually playing a very special middle. At the same time, and you can get back into that one again, nice, and straight back into middle. Good girl. So there, I wouldn't throw into her, Mandy. So you can see that you're teaching her to stay off you. I wouldn't. So if she was out there, I would throw that piece of food through here, because you can see that you're almost teaching her to stay off you. I don't teach my dogs that unless I want them to stay off me, which would be a great thing for a Cocker Spaniel. Yeah, but for a Border Collie, don't teach them to be out there, because Border Collies like to be out there already. So this time what you can do is just turn her straight back into your middle. You can release her forwards, so turn her back, so you can release her forwards, step over your line, so let her go into the middle again. Release her forwards, so she can release forwards, and then throw straight back through middle. Straight back through middle. So you can see how, because you've done so much middle, you haven't necessarily kept her flexible through it. So this time, throw a piece of food out, and then I want you to throw a piece straight back through as if it's thunder. Ready? Steady. Straight through. That's better. So a little bit more of that for her, I think, might be nice. Now, you can see with her, she's sniffy. Don't do anything for now. Just stand on that line. Go back into her a little bit tighter. So go in a little bit tighter. Now, what I'd be looking at now, when she re-engages with you, I want you to do something you know she really likes. Now, good, really nice. Now, good, really nice. Now, good, really nice. And then back into middle again. I don't want pixel middle, I want straight round into middle. And I would be doing more of this middle. Now you can feed her here for a second. I'd be doing more of this middle than that middle, because that middle allows her to carry on focusing on things you don't want her to focus on. The other is more disengaging, and I think she needs more disengagement, because when she gets really aroused, she doesn't disengage. Yeah, so that's what I'd be doing, thinking actually how can we break it up, how can we mix it up, and how can we take her out of this forward focus brain, because Border Collies very much have that forward focus brain. So when you put her into this side middle, or when you put her into that side middle, or when you throw her back that way when she's facing out that way, that's better. You can still do that backwards and into you. However, when you do it, know that you're allowing her to carry on facing forwards, which I wouldn't, a lot at least. I would minimise how much I do that. So little throw out, and as you throw out, ready, set, throw out, actually turn straight back into thunder. Make sure, just stand on the line there a minute, nice, but you can reward that, do a couple of catches. Make sure before you throw backwards, nice, now middle and under, get it, ready, middle, straight forwards, that way, and then back that way, under, ready, wait, good. So, and then back to middle again, hold there. So when she's out there, I wouldn't try and coax her off that food. I would let her have a second. The second she turns and looks, bang, that's when your stuff comes in. Because at the minute you're in the place of almost, what would I say? Verbal diarrhea. Yeah, so you're in the space where you're like continuing to talk all through this, but actually a lot of the time when she's out there, she's not doing what you want her to do. And that's when you'll lose her on a walk. She might be sniffing, she might be looking at a bike, she might be looking at a person, she might be looking at a jogger, she might be looking at another dog. But all of that moment is where she's making her own decisions. Let her do that for a second, because in here you're very safe and sane. As soon as she picks her head up, then you're going to mark reward, so that you don't end up almost cheerleading her through this stage. Does that make sense? Yeah? Now we're going to do a couple more goes before we get our next dog in. We're going to do a couple more goes of that, but that's the first game you're going to go away and work on. Yeah, so that's the first game you're going to go away and work on. It's about the moment she lifts her head up. It's about the moment she starts to consider coming sort of back into you. That's what I'm really, really looking for. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay, so this time you're going to go, she leg weaves?
She does.
So let's go into leg weave, leg weave, leg weave, and then hold into a middle. Yeah. So I think you can unclip that line for a minute. So unclip the line. She's like, oh, do I? Now she's wearing a puppy line. We often use. So when you go to do it, do you see? Stop there. Do you see how you got disengagement straight away? As in, she disengaged from you. Yeah. She engaged with me. I wouldn't allow that, and I'd be quite strict on that. And that's my mechanics. So I'd actually, when she went to sort of interact with me, it's not that I don't want to say hi to her, it's that you want to sort of say when she should and shouldn't leave you to go greet people. Because obviously, especially in the way that we are in the world, people don't all like dogs. People don't all want a dog on their lap. People don't all have the capacity for understanding what a dog is doing, and neither should they. It's for us to control that moment. So when you go to undo the lead, that's a transition. Yeah. So be really careful in that moment when you go to undo that lead that you are quite smart at how you do it. Now, hold her in middle for a second. I just must say, if you haven't already, we were playing a game called Funder. I know that Sam up top's going to be ready for Funder, and she's got a cool way you can connect with us if you haven't already, and you can get a games card, which is effectively a free games card. Sam will be ready upstairs with this one, so she's going to show you this one. But I'm pretty sure if you type in the word connect, we will send you a free games card. And our free games card will show you one of the games that Mandy was playing. So she was playing the basics of a game we call Funder, and it's really, really important in terms of getting the dog to engage with you. I think that's a really, really good game. So have a look. It's type in connect. Sam will be ready upstairs for you with the games card or talking you through how to get it. But I know if you type in connect, you will get that games card. Okay, so we're going to go again. When we do this, you've got to be, is the line on or off right now? It's good. So you're going to be really ready for that transition. It might be unclip the lead, feed forwards, feed backwards. You've got to be a little bit smart about it, because what happened was you touched the clip and she went, hi, Lauren. Now, whilst I'm fine with that, we need to manage those transitions. Ready? So straight in there, nice. Unclip. Good. Straight into again, drop your lead, good. Good. And into your leg weaves. She says, not from here, not from here. Good, that's fine. Hold her there in middle for a minute. So I would actually say straight in middle again. Good. So hold her there in middle, don't feed on the floor, feed into mouth. The reason I wouldn't feed into the floor is that she's already engaging with the floor, so I wouldn't feed the floor. I think as soon as you took that lead off, you and her dynamically changed. Feed again. What happens when you take the lead off to you? What do you think? And I think she read that. So immediately, when you let the lead go, and that happens to lots of people when you're walking your dog, when you're out and about. So actually, that's a moment to work on. So let's just work on that for a second. So you're going to feed her there, and you're going to have that lead. And also, mechanics, right now you've got your hand that's sore. So whilst your hand is sore, it makes your mechanics a bit slower. You can keep rewarding this middle. So if you pick up your lead, you're going to have to get good at your other hand, potentially. And you're going to feed and put the lead on. So feed and put the lead on at the same time. It's like rubbing your belly and patting your head and all those things, yeah? And then you're going to do the same, have her in middle, and you're going to feed and take the lead off. Now, this is another game that we play. All of these games are part of something we call Games Club, so you carry on playing. So it's going to be lead on, lead off. Lead on, lead off, and we feed for it. And where you can, feed to mouth and put the clip on. But only because that way, nice, that's lovely. That's a lovely one. That's a good one. So your lead transitions and your lead mechanics matter. And that is how you put your dog on and how you let your dog off. Now, 10 years ago, you carry on playing, Mandy. 10 years ago, I'm thinking 10 years ago, it's probably about 30 years ago. 30 years ago, I was about 10. And my first dog, she would run away when she saw her lead. So when she saw her lead, she would run away. Why in a park? Because she thought she was going to be put back on lead. I didn't know about this game back then. I hadn't played it yet. I want you to try and feed to the mouth, because every time you drop forwards, you lose her, Mandy. So this is about not losing her. So you're going to try, I don't mind if you deliver to her mouth or if you drop to her mouth, but what I wouldn't do is let her go forwards, which has happening more on your drops. So lead on, lead lead off. There you go. So just feed to the mouth. So feed to the mouth is fine. So what I would say is, because you don't really want them leaving and coming back yet. The other thing is I don't like her backwards as much as I like her around here, because I think that allows too much out there for me at the moment with her. So I would be feeding in the mouth, unclipping the lead. Now, if I'd known about this game, I'm thinking 10 years ago, but more like 30. If I'd known about this game 30 years ago, I would have had a dog who came back, you carry on playing, feed to mouth, no going forwards. And so I didn't know about this game. And so actually I had a dog who was quite difficult to walk, and that actually ruined a lot of our walks. So it made a lot of our walks difficult. This is a game I think everybody should play. So lead on, lead off. Now, if you want some of our games, carry on playing. If you want some of our games, like I said, type in Connect. We'll send you a Games Club card. So it's a games card you can play at home. And also, if you haven't already, know about our Games Club. It's a really cool place where we play games just like this. Now, Sam's going to recap. She's going to tell you about it. She's going to tell you what we've been doing. And I'm going to get our next student for you. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Rain. We've got lead on, lead off. We've got lots of cool thinking about how we're doing things, where we're doing things, mechanics, what we're training and why. And all of this is for real life. Is she an easier dog in real life now? You've started playing games.
Absolutely.
In what way?
She's engaged most of the time. She listens. She's really nice walking on lead. Nice loose lead walking. Yep, she gets time off lead as well and is really good. Yeah, she's a pleasure.
Superstar. Okay, we're going to head to Sam before we've got our next student in here for you.
Who wants the game card? Who wants the game card? This is what the game card looks like, but you will get a digital version, and it essentially explains how that game works. So you can actually get that game right now. You can understand how to play it right this second, and all you need to do is type in Connect or Funder, that's with an F, F-U-N-D-E-R, or you can find it in the link. If you're on YouTube, you can scan the code, or you can type in the link absolutedogs.me/Funder card, because I couldn't read it from there. We are live. Now let's talk a little bit about Middle, because it's a really, really cool game. And I absolutely love it. Now, first and foremost, which is the most important thing, it looks so cool, right? It looks amazing. All right, so when you are out and about, or you're with your family or anything like that, it looks really cool. It looks like you've got a really well-trained, cool dog, yeah? And then not only that, but actually we get some really cool real-life results from that, all right? So we get a dog that is able to recall off anything really, because actually they love being in this position. You've got a dog that you can get your hands on if you need to. So if you need to grab or put a lead on or anything like that, you've got this position where they've got a huge amount of value in being there, and they want to come to you. They want to be around you. Now, how many people can say, how many of you, and even myself at some points, can say, actually, you know, does my dog actually want to be around me? You know, I'm out and about. They just want the environment. And we are competing with the environment all the time. We are trying to tell our dogs that we are more exciting the environment, that we want them to choose us over all of the smells, new smells that they've never smelled before, all the doggy language that they're getting from those smells, all of the food that might be out there, all of the exciting critters that they might be able to chase, all of the people and the dogs that they might be able to say hello to, all of this novelty that they don't see every day, and then they've got us. All right, and so we really need to work a little bit harder to be able to compete with that, and that is what Middle gets you. That is just one of those games. And then Funder is so much fun, right? I mean, the word is in the name. Funder is so much fun. You can have so much engagement with your dog. You've got a dog that is just like lit up, excited to be around you, super excited to just run through your legs, run up and down. It is the sort of thing that is going to get your dog coming back to you. And that's what everybody wants. Now, we're ready with our next dog. We're down in the arena. We're ready to go. It's exciting to see what your next game is.
So I'm joined by the lovely Ellen. Ellen, tell us a little bit about him. Who is he? What's he about? What are the struggles you're having currently?
Yeah, so this is Arlo's 4. The main struggle that I've got with him is...
I need the cameraman to see his face. He's got the cutest face. Without him being too distracted by it. So let's see, we can turn him around so everyone can see him, because he's got the most awesome hair. So if you like his hair, and you sit there, that's it. That's cool. That's cool. So tell us a little bit about him.
So the main struggle with him is distraction. He's distracted by the environment. So
give me an example And you can, where he is now, just let's play mouse on the bed with him. So he doesn't have to come on and off unless he needs to. So just play mouse on the bed with him, that's fine. So what would, in his environment, sort of distract him?
Birds mostly, squirrels. He's quite aware of the environment generally, and he is a chaser.
And if he was to see the bird or the squirrel, what would he do?
Chase.
And how far would he go?
He would go far.
And does it stress you out?
Very much, yeah.
And does it limit his off-lead time because of that?
100%.
And in terms of him as a dog, confident, lacking confidence, how would you describe him?
He is more confident than my other dog, but definitely lacking confidence. He's not overly optimistic.
So you've got two dogs. Tell us a little bit about their relationship.
Their relationship is good. My other dog is older. He is very anxious, and Arlo picks things up a lot quicker. So he's easier for me, I would say.
Easier for you. And he has got a nice optimistic way about him, but still lacks confidence. Okay, so in terms of environment, we are going to play a game. We're going to build on middle. So we saw Mandy, who you and Mandy, you know each other from dog training and coming to classes together. Let's pop him into middle, which he already knows, and then you're going to go straight into middle toes. Try and face Kev for us, just so it makes it easier for everyone to see him, because they're going to love his little face. So straight into middle. He says, really? There, good boy. So he's into middle, and then he's going to do toes. Now, I love this game. You can carry on playing this game, Ellen, and carry on moving around in this game, because obviously Arlo's played this game before. Now, if you want to get the middle games card, again, you can type in to the comments, and hopefully we'll get you a games card pretty soon. Well, I'm going to play middle games card right now. So if you type in connect, we will make sure we get you a games card pretty soon, or the middle games card is really what I want. And when he's doing this game, go again and just get him back into middle, back onto toes. I love this game because he can't really engage with the environment when he's doing this. So when he's doing this, it makes it very easy for Ellen to know where he is. Now, when he's doing it, Ellen, you can feel how much pressure he's giving you, can't you? And you can feel where he is. So I really enjoy this. Now, also having a sniffy dog, actually, when you've got a sniffy dog, and let me know in the comments if you guys have sniffy dogs, you can feed this as often or as little as you like. So to suit you, to maintain it, Ellen. So because he already knows this game and he's already done this game, again, Arlo's part of Games Club. He's learnt lots of our games through Games Club. But in a difficult environment, this is such a nice game, such a good game. Now, one thing to be aware of, Ellen, in here, for whatever reason, they find it hard to catch. Yeah. So my dogs do too. So sometimes you've got to make the catch really easy. It's probably the lighting. So it's probably to do with the lighting. But Katie, even, who's brilliant at catching, finds it harder in here. So if you need to, you feed in the mouth. But I love, love, love what he does here. And it means you can move him around. Now, say, for example, there's a distraction going behind you, you move him forwards to me. So start moving forwards, a distraction behind you. So you can actually move him this way, nice. And now let's say there's someone coming up this way, you can pivot him. So pivot him as if you're facing Brave. Lovely. And now there's a distraction coming from your right-hand side, you can pivot him back towards me. So distraction over there, and then bring him back in, don't worry too much. If he goes to, good, nice, really good nice. Boy. So that's a super nice game for him. I love that game. Okay, pop him back to the boundary. So back onto his boundary, don't worry. And when he goes off, don't make too big a deal of it. Nicely done, just pick up your line and move, or, good boy. Or the other thing you can do is leave him. There's nothing bad he can do. There is no other dog in here. There is no bird in here. There are some days, but most days there are no birds in here. Okay, so another game that I know you and him have been working on is Magic Hand. Now, Magic Hand I really, really love. Again, that's a games card hopefully Sam will have for you. So the Magic Hand games card. And what I'd love you to do is show where you are with Magic Hand in a second, not just yet. Now with Magic Hand, I think you just need to type magic into the comments, guys. You just need to type magic. Hopefully I'll have a screen in a minute with all of the games cards on it so I know the words. But at the moment I am guessing, but we are doing well guessing. So what I'd love to do is when you're here playing Magic Hand, what we might do is there might be a noise or there might be a distraction or there might be something happening. In that moment, that is when you would feed. So in that moment, that is when you feed. I've also noticed something, that when he goes to do something that you don't want, you immediately sort of fluster a little. I want you to kind of let him do what he wants to do for a second, and then I'll tell you what to do. So if he goes to do anything else, don't panic. Yeah, don't panic. I'll either tell you to pick up his line, but what I wouldn't do when he leaves is go into like extra attention, because sometimes that almost encourages them to leave, if that makes sense. So we don't want to do that. So Magic Hand, why does Magic Hand help you when you're playing this game? So type in the word magic if you want the games card. It's a really cool game.
But it's keeping his focus directly on me and my hand. I can move him by he's looking at my hand, so that's his target.
So when there's a bird, when there's a squirrel, when there's a jogger, when there's a cyclist, any of those things that he might be engaging in, you can do that. Now, for those people worrying, maybe Arlo's had too many treats. What is this?
This is his breakfast.
That's his breakfast. So it's just his breakfast. So he was going to get it anyway in a bowl. You've just got him to do something for it because he's got things he wants to work through, so struggles that he's working through. And again, if your dog has any struggles, please let us know in the comments. Sam will want to help you. I want to help you. Our students here today will want to help you. So do let us know in the comments what your struggles are. Let's have a go at Magic Hand. So Magic Hand, remember to face Kev, just because then Kev is our super cool cameraman. So face Kev, because that way he gets to see how cute Arlo is playing it. Super nice. And again, straight under you. Again, it's hard catching in here sometimes on the light, so just put him in a nice light patch. So bring him into a light patch, that's better. Good. Really nice. Now he's doing it walking. When we first start this, and you can keep walking, you're fine, absolutely fine. You carry on, Ellen, because he's doing this really nicely. Again, you can get a games card. It's called Magic, the games card, in the comments. That's what you need to type. And what I'd say, come this way a little, Ellen, just away from Karen and the board. That's awesome. And so what I'd love you to do when you're playing this game is we start static, good, and you're going to feed for the other dog barking. So if there's another dog making a noise or anything like that, you're going to feed for those. Really nice. Come towards us. So come this way towards us when you're ready. And when he's playing this game, he's so engaged with Ellen that he doesn't really have time to look at the bird or the squirrel or anything else, because he's got a job. He's got something to do. So when you've got a worky dog or a busy dog or a dog like Arlo who has an opinion about the world, what I'd like you to do is have a game to match that opinion. So a game to match that opinion. So this way, throw a piece of food forwards towards me, nice and close, and then run back to bed. So run straight back to bed. You run. You don't have to look at him. Nice. So I want you to almost be less bothered about what he's doing and more intentional about what you're doing. Yeah, so you're very busy watching what he's doing, and I'd actually be more intentional about what you're doing. So throw the piece of food towards us again, and you just race back to the bed. So throw the bowl of the food towards us. Nice. Run back to the bed yourself. Good. And I don't want you to be running backwards looking at him and thinking, is Arlo coming with me? I want you to run back to bed and think, I have got this. Yeah, Arlo is coming with me because I'm the coolest cat around. Yeah, throw back to me again. So really throw, nice. Run to your bed, good. And dogs like it, Ellen, when you are intentional, and dogs like it where, to a degree, you do tell them how it goes. They don't really like ambiguity. So they do enjoy you to tell them this is how it is. He's playing a game called Boundary Games. I'm not sure if we've got a card for this or not. However, Sam in the upstairs will know, and I'll know in a minute because it'll be on my board. And throw it towards me, really fast. And you can run towards me as well. So when you throw it, to give you a bit of space, you should run too, Ellen. Show him where those are, good, nice. And then throw another one this way. No, wait for the instructions. And throw again to me. Now run back to your bed, now run. Run, good, reward there, good. So that kind of charges up your boundary game. I'm going to walk back in again. So I'm walking back in. I'm picking these up because I actually want to show them to the camera. So I'm going to show these to the camera. You carry on rewarding him, but mouse game, so he's not too muggy. So this is, someone will put a comment in the comments, I'm sure, how you can get one of our recipe books, the AOK9 one or the Devon Dogs one. These are home-baked treats. They are amazing. They are absolutely fantastic. So good to handle. So nice to handle, clean, easy. Ellen, you made these? Yeah? And so Ellen's, what's in them?
Tuna, banana, buckwheat flour, a coconut oil, spinach,
They're
turmeric.
super healthy, and he loves them, and they're just part of his dinner. So these are just part of his dinner. So super healthy, super lovely, really nice blend. 100% love it. Absolutely love it. Like really nice job. So Ellen, you've been amazing. Any questions?
No, I don't think so. It's
My
been
biggest
helpful.
takeaway for you is more intentional, less panic, more breathing, more like, Arlo, I got this. Yeah, because when you've got it, he will have more confidence in you. So you kind of need to be like, oh, we're going this way. Or as he goes out, run back this way, and just intentional, really intentional. If he does leave you, I don't think he's got anything bad in his head here. I mean, he's not outside with the chickens. So that's when it's harder for him, right? But the good thing is, this is where you build that confidence so that when you do get back out into those scenarios, it's not summer yet, and when we do get back out into those scenarios, you actually have a lot more intentional sort of strength with him. And I think that's really important. He does want to mug you. He is pushy. He's actually stronger than we think. So I think teach him with that level of intentionality. Yeah? Is that all right? Yeah. Good job. Okay, we're heading back up to Sam, Green Eggs and Ham. She's hopefully got a games card ready for you, or she's going to be talking to you about a couple of games cards. 3, 2, 1. Green Eggs and Ham.
I've got lots of game cards for you, actually. Lots and lots of game cards. Boundary, if you want the boundary game card, if you want to learn how to get really cool rock star boundaries, that's a bed. Teaching your dogs how to stay on a bed, really, really cool. And they choose that. Type in BC card. That's boundary, BG card. Or you can scan the code if you're on YouTube, or you can type in absoluteddogs.me/boundaries card. So you've got lots of ways to get it there. Middle, for the middle game, all right, the one where you've got the dog that goes into the middle of your legs. You've got that really cool rockstar recall, essentially, and you know it looks really cool. Let's be fair. Just type in middle. Type in middle. Type in middle. And if you want magic hand, that's where you're dropping the food to your dog. You've got a dog that just wants to be with you and follow you around. Type in magic. Type in magic. So lots of different cards that you can get there. They're popping up on the screen as we talk about them, as we say them. So make sure you look out for them. Particularly as Lauren is teaching and she's saying that she can give you the game card, it will pop up down the bottom of your screen there. Make sure that you grab them whilst you can, because they're free. They're free for you, and you get the games right now. You can look at them, learn them. You can even play them today with your dogs. You know, really, really, really cool games. And a few points there that I kind of really want to hit on, because I think that they were really, really kind of light bulb moments for me when I was learning about this, is thinking about using your dog's just normal food to train with, all right? Because when you've got a dog that's hungry and wants to be with you, and then they start learning these games, you're talking like a powerhouse of value here. So then not only are they having fun with you, they're getting really cool treats and rewards, but actually for you, it's just their normal food. So you don't have to worry about their weight, which means you can feed them loads for the good stuff that they're doing. Because the more you can reward them, the more that they're going to do the things that you want them to do. So you want to be able to have loads of food to do that. So think about using just your normal daily food to train with your dogs. Even if you only let's just use half of it for now. All right. If you're worried about like, oh, I can't possibly use that much food, trust me, you will. You will go through it a lot quicker than you think if you're rewarding the things that your dog is doing well. And the thing that I really loved about that section that I just saw as well is actually the mixing of these games. So as you become better at playing some of these games, the more games that you learn, that you add to your little tool belt, what you end up having is this like medley of games that you can take out into the world, all right, which your dog loves. Your dog loves engaging with you and being around you. And you've got this incredible skill to be able to bring your dog back to you in any given situation. All right, and where we mix the games, we add variety to our dog's life. And when you think about the environment that we're competing with, that is what the environment gives them. It gives them variety, it gives them novelty, it gives them things that they don't get in their normal life other than when they go out for that little walk or that few walks a day that you do with them. Those are the things that we need to give them to want our dogs to come and be around us, to want our dogs to come back. If we want them to do that, we need to be competing with that environment. We need to be able to give them that variety and that excitement and that fun. All right, so when you're learning these games, make sure you get those game cards, because you can start mixing them together. So you saw middle, we added middle toes. So we've got these layers to these games that are starting to happen now. You've got magic hand. You can do magic where you're dropping food into middle. So you're mixing those two. You had thunder, which is throwing food through the legs and back and forth if you've got a massive dog. Mixing that with middle as well, like you're really challenging your dog to think outside the box, like, do I want to go that way? Do I need to go around the back of the legs? Do I need to go through the legs? How fun, how exciting. Your energy is up. It's exciting and fun. And suddenly you've got this dog that is seeing you in this whole new way that you didn't really think was possible. Because rather than just going, oh, well done, here's a piece of food, thank you for doing that. Actually, you're giving them such an experience of joy and fun. That is what is going to get a dog coming back to you. Because if you think about your own life, just think about how you learn best. I learn if I'm having a lot of fun and I really love the subject. And if I'm having a lot of fun and I really love the subject, it sticks in my brain. And that is because I have a genuine interest in what I'm doing. If it's something really boring, if I'm honest, I really struggle. I really struggle to keep my attention and focus on that thing. I really struggle to actually really want to be there. All right, and that's kind of what we need to think about when we're training our dogs, is do we actually want our dogs to have fun, enjoy what they're doing, so that they're learning in the best possible way and we're going to get the best results. Now we're ready with another dog for you. Here we go.
So we are going to be working with lovely Anna, and tell us a little bit about Luna.
She is a 13-month-old border collie. She's from working lines, and I got her to work sheep. But we haven't started that yet because I've had a few problems with her, which you've helped me sort.
I love that. I've had a few problems, you've helped me sort them. So tell us about some of the problems that you've been having.
So when she came for me, she really wasn't bothered by humans at all. She didn't need to be around us. She didn't want to be around us. She would just run off from me. She would just do her own. She was so independent. So I've had to teach her that I'm the best thing ever.
And how is that going?
It's going really well. She's suddenly had a big maturity lately, and she's kind of almost glued herself to my leg now.
Which is absolutely
I
unheard
wanted.
of, considering where she was, right? Now, one of the games I know you've played is Catch. And guys at home, you can get the games card. You type in Catch in the comments. You type in Catch, we'll get you the games card, so you can have that one. Hopefully, loads of you already are seeing massive value in the fact that we're sending you loads of free games cards. You're seeing real life dogs work. Anna's telling you that, God, she's been a struggle. She's been a struggle, but she's learning really nicely. Let's see how Catch looks for you guys. And she said it's hard at first, right? It's hard. And she's been working on it, but please don't assume your dog knows it. So even when they're in here, and don't panic if she does go sniffing for a minute, let her re-engage with you. So let's try again. And Catch can be hard in here because the lighting's different. So Catch, and that was fine because that was Anna's throwing. And it does take you to throw it well too. Don't worry, and don't rush, and don't panic. And guys, give a shout out to all of the people that come in here to work with you and to be on camera, because actually that in itself is a bit of pressure. So let's see that one. Good, really nice. Good, and feed again there, because you can see she's noticed Kev the cameraman. So she's spotted Kev the cameraman. So that's nice. So that's lovely. Keep feeding. Keep feeding. So just feed for a minute, and then we'll go into a catch. So what Anna's done is she's put her into middle catch, and the reason, so don't worry about that at all. Feed again, but be quick with the food. So feed, and then immediately on that food, then see if she'll catch one. Nice. And then see if she'll catch one from there. She says, no, I'm looking at the cameraman. That's okay, and that's real life. Okay, bring her back onto the bed for me. So bring her onto the bed, nice. Turn around to you again. Get the lead out the way, because that lead is kind of, it doesn't help you. There you go, from there. So lead's out the way. Now try again. So try again, because when she's got that eye, which is going to hopefully make her a great sheepdog, at the same time, when she's in that eye, she gets what we would call stuck. So she's stuck there. And Kev, don't move, you stay where you are. So she's stuck there. Now let's go over here. Let's play something different for a minute when she's in that stuck space. Let's actually, get her moving. So you could go into paint the town red. Good, paint the town red. Nice. Now, because I think there's a sensitivity there around the person, I actually don't want you to kind of change your energy too much, Anna. So I think that you almost back up that energy. So I want you to almost do a little bit fast, but then do a little bit again where you are feeding something that might be a hand touch, might be a chin target, might be 2 paws on you. You can do it. So don't, nice. Feed there, feed there, feed there, feed there. Okay, now go into a little bit more thoughtfulness. So that might be a catch. Catch. Good girl, really nice. And again, good. So one thing I want you to be careful of is when something happens in the environment, pop her into middle there for me, but middle where she's not facing Kev, There you go, like that's fine. What I want you to be really careful of, and tell me in the comments, guys, if you have a reactive dog. So if you have a reactive dog, tell me in the comments if you've got a reactive dog. When you have a dog that's a little bit like Luna, you can see that there's potential reactivity here. So there's potential reactivity. And Anna, I don't know if you could agree with me or not there. You can see that she's got that look around or that awareness. Yes. Now, reactivity isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I want a dog that's reactive. I do dog sports with my dogs. I want a reactive dog. However, Anna, when she's like that, can you lose her sometimes?
Every time almost.
Yeah. So what might you lose her to?
When we're out, she gets distracted by smells, she'll get distracted by a rabbit, she'll get distracted by sheep.
Okay, so when she is like that, and feed again here, nice. When she checks back in on you, or when you've got a duration of time, this is going to be something that Anna probably works on, and I think this is important to note, for a while. Yeah, I probably need to work on fitness for a while. It's not something you just stop one day, yeah, if you have those sort of good habits. It's going to be for her a good habit for life, to pay attention and to reward good things. One thing I'd say, Anna, that I want you to be really careful not to do is when she goes into being potentially reactive or noticing environment or looking at a person or anything like that, is you going into always like fast speed movement and a little bit almost nervous energy with it. I actually sometimes want you to have something that's cool, calm and collected. And I think that's really important because if you don't ground that energy, sometimes with these dogs, as they sort of get to adolescent and then sort of teenager age and then sort of like a little bit more difficult, actually that can turn into reactivity with it. Yeah, so reactive doesn't necessarily mean reactivity issues. Right now she's paying attention. Sometimes when you then get your energy into this sort of different space, what can happen is the dog sort of loses it. I want you to keep this quite grounded. So it might be middle toes, it might be catch, it might be an instant down, it might be, and that would be really helpful anyway. How is her down going?
It's really good.
Okay, let's have a look at it.
Instant.
Show me where you are with your downs. Nice, reward.
Good girl.
Now I know she also likes a toy. So have you got a toy with you? Good, look at you. Pop your chicken away and let's just try that with a toy. So now we're going arousal up, arousal down. So this is an arousal up, arousal down. I'm pretty sure we've got a games card for this. Sam will tell you in a minute. So there's arousal up, arousal down. Nice. So you're going to play. When you're playing, take the toy away and then you're going to ask her for a behaviour. Nice, play. I want you to let the lead go, I think, or off. So I don't mind either. I think take it off. Let's get rid of it. And the reason I'm going to take the lead off is it's a bit cumbersome. If it's a puppy line, I don't mind it so much, but the big lead I think is too cumbersome. Play. Really play. Toy out the mouth. Ask her for a behaviour, and it's going to be a down. So I want you down, and we're going instant downs, Anna. So instant down, so we're going to get nice and excited. This is like an arousal up, arousal down. Great dog game for reactive dogs, so brilliant game for reactive dogs. And we are going to show you how you teach some more of these behaviours in some of our tracks later. You'll get to see some of our tracks. Nice, reward. So I like that you've got the down, you're helping a little. I want you to help less because once she's on sheep, which is your goal for her, once on sheep, you won't be in that picture. You'll be miles out of that picture. You'll be sat on a quad bike having a cup of tea. Yeah, so you're not going to be anywhere near her. So what I want you to do is I want you to do that same behaviour, but without sort of showing her too much with your hands. Ready? Steady. 3, 2, 1. Play. Yes, good girl. And when you reward it, you might release it, get it, go, okay, some cue. Yeah, so you play, toy out the mouth, down, get it, or down, go. Now. Get it! So I want you to stop doing this down finger. She's got this down finger going on. Down finger, no down finger. Yeah, and again, run around with it. Get it running, run first. I play. Good. Go for a little run around here, Anna. So a little run around here. Good. Keep her playing, keep her moving. Toy out the mouth. Ask. Get it! Good girl! Super. So try really hard to always be in different positions. Try really hard sometimes to be facing her, sometimes be away from her, sometimes have her ahead of you. We're really going to play on this instant down. So this is a real big one for her. So a really good one for her. And again.
Drop.
Good. 3, 2, 1.
Down.
Get it!
Get it,
Good
yes.
girl. And you can build the duration, but I wouldn't do both today. Do either fast behaviour or duration. Don't. Yeah, go again. Now, if you're watching this and you're thinking, I want to play games like this, or I want to do this for my dog, it's all possible. So all of this is possible. We'll tell you how, but all of this is possible. And the best part is it's all in our games club. You can get it for £1. So right now it's got a £1 offer, and it's 7-day trial. You get a chance to have a look at everything we do and all of the courses that we have. It's all there for £1. Go on a couple more, Anna, a couple more. Keep it running, keep it moving. Nice. Reward. Good. And run with it. I want you to add some running in there. And the best part about Games Club is there's a game for that. There really is a game for that. That no dog is ever lost in Games Club. Whether it's a difficult dog, whether it's a reactive dog, reward. Whether it's a dog who's maybe had history of not liking people or not liking dogs or running off. One thing I would say, Anna, there, you mustn't keep cueing. If she doesn't do it, stand still, stand neutral. If she redoes it, great. If she doesn't, reset her. run around again, reset her. They're often better with a down, collies, going from movement. So you might get them to do a left spin or a right spin or a run, and then ask them down. The more you move, the harder it is for her. So the more you move, the harder that gets, yeah? So you don't want to, I do want you to move, because that's what your sheep are going to do, but that's not maybe today's stage. That's maybe another stage as you progress. Go on, one more. Quick, so drop, a run, go slower, and then ask for a down.
Spin on, spin, clear. Hey, listen. Good girl.
I really want to. Good, stop there. Ask for a down.
Down.
Reward.
Good girl.
Now, you can see there, let's take it back to the bed. You can see there that the nip comes in, yeah? So she's a border collie, she might want to sort of think about nipping. That's, at the moment, largely Anna's mechanics, and Anna won't mind me saying that. It's largely just how Anna's managing it. In fact, you can pop her into play with her again, so tug with her, so you haven't got to hold your lead. Good, get it, move with it. Pop her on your lead, so keep her playing. This is another lead transition. See if you, so this is a homework, don't panic. Stop, don't put your lead on for a minute. Play again, run away, good. Move, good. Keep her playing, good. And tugging. Back to your lead, pick up your lead, put the lead down. And play. So this is another lead game. So playing another lead game. So I noticed when Anna picks the lead up and keep playing, that she's less playful. So you've got to put loads of energy when you pick your lead up, Anna, because she loves her toy, but she doesn't want to go back on lead. Yeah, so loads of energy. And if you can, clip it on. And if you can't, you're just going to build the play up as a homework to the point that you can. And it's hard. Playing with the dog and putting a lead on is hard. Yeah, and you have to have really good play to do that. The other thing you could do is at least have a good, there you go, play, a really good transition back to play. And that really, for Luna, makes it a good deal. So that makes it a good deal to go back on lead. Run around. Go on, Anna. I'm going to tire you out before the end of the morning. So Anna's running with her. She's playing with her. She's making it a good deal to have her lead back on, because she's a dog who doesn't want to come in. She doesn't want to be close. She doesn't want to be near Anna. Now, like we saw, the nipping came in, and it's a border collie. What do you expect? If they don't do something like that, you didn't get a good one. Like, they are border collies. They're bred to herd, to nip, to grab, bite. Not to kill, but to grab, bite. So with that, what I'm going to say is, if you think there's a chance she's getting up too close to you to nip, actually put the distance in before then. So you probably needed to have either asked for the behaviour before then, thrown a piece of food out to reset the behaviour, had two equal value toys that you throw one out and throw one in. Lots of things we could do like that I think would help her. Remind me as well, I've got a toy to show you later that I think would be quite good for you, better for you to use, easier mechanically, a little bit lighter. It's an air, like a holy roller ball on a simple handle. I really like them for my collies, and it just makes it lighter in movement, and that's what I use for mine. So I can show you those as well. Yeah, really, really cool stuff. You guys go and chat to Sam. She's going to give you the games cards.
I am going to give you the game cards. The first one I'm going to give you is arousal up and arousal down. Let's talk a little bit about why we might want that. Let's think about what happens when our dog sees a squirrel or sees another person or another dog. What do you see in your dog? Do you see that their energy levels and their kind of the way that their body is and like the excitement levels go up? That is what we're talking about when we talk about arousal. So we're talking about their fizziness that happens. You know, that might be zoomies, that might be running off and not listening to you, where they get that red mist comes down and they can't hear you anymore. And that selective deafness is actually just high arousal. All right, so what we can do, the really cool thing, is we can use the games to train this skill. We can help them understand how to go up and down, maybe up high, maybe just up a little bit. But really the important thing is down. Or can you think in that moment? You're in high arousal, you're super excited, can you still listen to me? You can teach that, right? And that's what these games are amazing at doing, teaching those skills. So if you want to learn a little bit more about arousal up, arousal down, get that game card right now. Type in arousal, or if you're on YouTube, make sure that you type in absolutedogs.me/arousal card. So type that into a browser or something like that so that you can grab that, or you can just scan the QR code. All right, so type in arousal if you want the game card, if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, scan that card, scan the QR code, or type into the browser. Lots of ways to get cards, and we've got so many more cards coming your way. There's so many, so make sure you stay tuned. If you want that boundary card as well, thinking about boundaries is a really cool way to reset your dog. So you saw down in the arena there where we were fizzy, we were training, we were having loads of fun, and then actually we just used that to bring the dog down a little bit, energy down. Because where we train it lots and we're like, hey, this is what this boundary means, then we know that I'm going to say that actually I've just been asked something, I don't know what that was. The really cool thing about the boundary game is it brings the energy down. So it brings the energy down and your dog knows that it's the cool way to it's the cool way to make sure that they know what they're doing. You've trained it lots, they understand what's happening in that moment. They understand that that's what they should do on that piece of equipment, and that just helps them transition into that. It's also a really great reset for you. So you know when you're sort of like fumbling, and you're really struggling, you know, I'm about to run out of food and I'm trying to train this game, or there's a dog over there, you can use a boundary, all right, as a bit of a reset for you. And now a boundary can be anything. It doesn't have to necessarily be a bed. I've used a boundary out and about on a rock, all right. I've even taken my coat off at one point and put it on the floor so my dog could get on it, because my dog understands what to do in that situation. I'm giving my dog a job to do. So if you would like the boundary card, then what you can do is type in BG card. So that's BG card. Or if you're on YouTube, you can scan the QR code, or you can type in absolutedogs.me. You can type that slogan into your browser and you can grab that. So lots of ways to get lots of cards and lots more coming your way. What we played early on is we played catch. So we played a little bit of catch, and it's the precursor to learning how to do magic hand. So magic hand is the one where you're walking along, your dog's looking up at your hand, all right, and you've got a dog that is focused on you, that wants to be with you, that is able to catch the food as you're walking, all right, and again, it looks really cool. You know, it looks Gucci, I think, anyway. You've got a dog as well that can like go backwards and forwards with it and everything. You can do it, you can use it in middle. So catch is the precursor for that. And if you want to learn magic hand, then you can type in magic. So you can type in magic. Magic is what you're going to use to find magic hand. Type in magic if you're on Facebook, or scan the QR code. So you've got some really cool games to get you started there. And again, you know, I'm going to say it again because I think it's just incredible, is what you've got this mixture of games happening, which is where the magic really starts to happen, is when you start building this tool belt of your own. This is how we're going to get to a place where you've got a dog that absolutely wants to be around you. So we've got another dog coming your way. Let's go to Lauren.
Amber, tell us a little bit about him. Like, how did he arrive with you, your experience with dogs, and maybe your experiences with him?
He's a rescue. I got him when he was about 16 months old. His previous owner just couldn't cope with him. He's particularly tricky in terms of managing his arousal.
I like the fact you're breaking his breakfast up nice and small, because he can quite quickly switch off, can't he? Now he's switched on at the moment, but don't overfeed it. Yeah. Now he was difficult. His owner had to give him up. He's been effectively rescued, rehomed. And what problems did he come with?
Just wanting to be involved with everybody else and not me. He will leave me to go and say hello to another dog. He's very friendly, always wants to play with everybody, can't switch off.
How big is he?
Large.
He's large, right? He's Hungarian Vizsla. And when he goes up to greet other dogs or see other dogs, or people, does everyone want to see him?
No, he's very over the top. He's very jumpy. Nobody loves the energy.
He's a typical Hungarian Vizsla, but he's a lot. He's a lot. Tell me in the comments, guys, if you've got a dog who is a lot. Now, we're going to be playing a couple of games. So Sam will tell you about the games cards in a minute, but we're going to do some 2 paws up. We're going to do some wrapping. We're going to do maybe some paint the town red. We're going to see how we get on. But we're definitely going to start with whichever one is your favourite out of 2 paws or wrapping. And I'm going to give Amber the choice here because, like I said, rehome, rescue, a heck of a lot of history, quite a difficult dog in lots of ways. Probably if Amber wasn't so persistent, would possibly have been moved on or even not kept in any way. Like, he's hard and he gets himself in trouble. Yeah, let me know if your dog gets himself in trouble. He gets himself in trouble. Show us what he's got. You can pick 2 paws or you can pick wrapping. And when we're playing games like this, I'm going to explain why Amber's doing it. Amber will show you what she's doing. For me, what I like about this game is that he actually has to engage his brain. He actually has to ground himself. He actually gets something to do. We give him a job. And effectively, what I like about this job is we anchor him. He doesn't mind you at all, Kev, so you can go as close as you like. You can go head, you can go in front, you can go face, you can go wherever you want to. But what I really like is, the only thing he might do is want to snog you, but he's not going to think it's too bad. You can do whatever you like in terms of what you need to do, but your dog is grounded, your dog is anchored, your dog is in the right space. Now, a game like this, what I like as well for Amber is she can play this out and about. So Amber, you can do this on tree stumps, you can do this on logs, you can do this anywhere you need to. Kev, I want you to see the angle I've got ideally. What I would say 100% when you're playing is that I want you to know how long to keep him here. I want you to know how long to play the game. I want you to know how long to work with him. And then when you feel ready, you run him back to his boundary. So when you feel ready, you run him back to his boundary. What I like is Amber sometimes keeps him in position, and I think he needs more of that. But Amber also breaks him off with a little bit of sort of pressure release, so he gets to release and move effectively, so he gets something else to do. And I think that's really important for a dog like him, who actually finds sort of static pointing okay for a bit and then will lose it and want to run. Now, Amber, do you play this game out and about?
All the time. Literally anything we can put him on, it just anchors it. I can turn him away from other dogs. He loves it so much that he then will ignore other people and other dogs to do it. So we use it all the time.
So you use the game a lot. You use it out and about?
Yeah.
And where might you use it? Give an example.
Literally anywhere we go outside of our house, there's varying bits of fence. Lucky that he's bigger, he can do fences, walls, tree stumps.
And
trees.
does it make managing him easier?
So much easier.
And
it just makes it, I just have a thing that he can do that isn't bark at someone else.
Yeah. So not bark, not get frustrated, not get a little bit irritated by the scenario. Okay, he's also been working on wrapping. Now, mechanically, what I want you to do is think about this one slightly differently. That one, you were fun, you threw it out and off he went. I want you to think mechanics on this one. So mechanics is how you set up your session. So before he gets to do it, you're going to make sure that wrap is where you want it before he gets involved.
Yeah.
Is that all right? Yeah. Is he going to be on lead or off lead for your wrapping?
I tend to leave the puppy line on.
And you're going to manage the mechanics around it. Yeah. So wrapping, he's done before. It's something he knows. You guys again at home can play along and can have a go with your dogs. Show us what you got. Nice mechanics. Calmly done. Now, before you move that, I'm going to put this one away. And the reason I'm going to do that is it takes the ambiguity out of the picture. So that is not what we're asking. We're asking for that instead. You get your food ready, and again, he's just getting some of his dinner. This is just his breakfast or his lunch or his dinner, and that can be the same for your dog. So he's earning some of his food. So this is really looking good now, and this is something he really didn't want to do when we started. So this is something that was absolutely not looking amazing. Absolutely amazing. Like really, really cool. And your mechanics are looking really good at that too, Amber. And this is something, again, he didn't know beforehand. Make sure you set him off. Well done. Good. Now, I want you to try and start feeding him away from you, not into you, better, like there. So you're going to feed away from you, nice. So when you feed him, nice. And when you're doing this at home, Amber, you can do one or two more and then pop him back on his bed. When you're doing this one at home, I'm going to show you a little trick for you as well. And the reason I'm going to say at home is because at home, Amber knows she's got very little distractions, because a lot of Amber's training will be done in the house. So she'll be training him at home for this situation, or she'll be training ready for his agility class or his obedience class or his flyball class or his dog diving class or whatever class that your dog might and scenario dog might do. He's doing agility, and that's what his new game is going to be. But at the same time, all your dogs can play their own sports. Now, you train a lot of these games at home. Yeah. Why do you play games like this at home, and why do you train it at home?
Because I can get more out of him, because he's not great when we've got lots of distractions, and he can't learn new things in difficult environments, and actually it just gives us an alternative for going for a walk, which often isn't fun. He gets a lot more out of the brain work and the games at home than he does about going for a walk.
So sometimes you might play games with them at home and do other scenarios. Say it's a really miserable evening, you've just got back from work or rugby or whatever you've been doing, which is where you're going later, I think, isn't it?
I am, yeah.
So you've just got back from work, you've had a late day, you work day-to-day physio, so pretty busy, pretty intense job. And so you've come home, and what might you do instead? Give us a scenario that he might do for some of his dinner instead.
So we just tend to, I've got 2 dogs, so they both will be on a boundary, and then each of them will just get turns at playing games. So we do things like wrapping indoors, lots of different 2 paws up. He's been learning hold, different fitness work depending on what we're doing.
That looked really, really, really good. Did it start like that?
No. Absolutely not.
And it looks really cool here now, but if you tried to start it here and just do it out and about, would it have worked?
No, absolutely not. He has to learn the new thing at home first.
And I also love that you said when you take him and do a training session like this, sometimes you get more out of it than a walk, because actually he's happier when he's done things like this than he has been yanking you around the lanes trying to see dogs and people and all the other things he likes to see. Is that a typical thing? He actually is happier playing games than going out and about at times.
Yeah, and he's definitely a lot more tired from playing games. Like, he sleeps better, he's much more rested rather than go for a walk. He comes back from a walk really high and wired.
Yeah, wired. Yeah, so Hungarian Bruisers typically like this, one of the first dogs I trained, one of the first breeds I trained, that you see a lot of that in them. They are working, they're high drive working. Amber's rehomed him. She's a success story, he's a success story. Amazing stuff. We're going to be heading back up to Sam. Sam will talk you through the 2 paws up card, and most importantly, she's going to run you through what we just covered. Well done, Amber. Amazing.
Really, really, really cool to watch that. It's the sort of dog, like I know them both, and I know that he can be so fizzy and so bubbly and so bouncy and so like, rah! Just to see him like that, where actually he's really, really cool and calm and collected, is incredible. And that kind of shows you the power of boundary games, for example, and the power of games just generally, all right? So he really just wants to be there, be with Amber. He wants to engage with her. He wants to have fun with her, and that's what these games get you. And another thing I was thinking about boundary games that I actually really want to share with you is we talked there a little bit of using sort of, she talked about using it in the house, thinking about food management. So thinking about dogs that like to jump on counters and like to steal things, right? That a boundary game, right? Be the ability for your dog to know that being on their bed is a really cool thing, to stay on there without you having to ask them to stay there. That is powerful, all right? And you can use that in so many scenarios. You can use that when you have guests around, when you've got other dogs, you've got multi-dogs, particularly if you've got children in the house, or just when you're trying to cook and you need to not have a dog under your feet, when you're opening hot ovens and moving hot water around and stuff like that. So a really cool skill that you can use anywhere. So don't forget that you can get your boundary card, all right? And all you have to type in is BG card, that's BG card. Or you can scan the code, or you can type in absolutedogs.me/boundaries card into a browser, and you can find it that way. So lots of different ways you can find it. Make sure you get that. The other one that we talked about was 2 paws. Again, a really cool skill. It's so, so cool. Imagine a dog that wants to come to you and place their paws on, and you've got them anchored in place, and they love being there. And the thing that I really wanted you to note watching that, okay, when you get a chance to watch this back, do. Not once did we say pause, not once did we ask him to put his paws onto that object. All right, so we're teaching our dogs to make choices. And when they can make better choices in life, they're going to make those choices over and over again without us having to ask them. That is where you've got this powerhouse of a dog that absolutely just loves being around you, and it doesn't have to be asked all the time, because that can be absolutely exhausting. So if you want the 2 paws games card, type in the number 2 and then pause. The number 2 and then pause. Or you can scan the QR code if you're on YouTube, or you can type in absolutedogs.me/2 paws card with the name 2, the word 2, not the number 2. That's 2 paws card. Or you can type in the comments, number 2, pause, and you can get that game card right now. Now, what I want to ask you is, do you ever have those days when you kind of like, you know, I just really don't want to make a choice today. I'm at my wit's end. I've had a really long day at work, and I've come home and I know that I need to do something with my dog. I want to move forward in my training and want to help my dog grow in their training and want to be around me and have better behaviors, but I just don't really know where to start. I don't know where to start. I don't know what to train. I don't know what games to choose. Well, we've absolutely got the solution for you. Let's have a look.
It was bigger than I thought. and it should be.
Have you met Blink? She's your pocket-sized dog trainer with a big personality. Blink is on pool 24/7, 365 days a year, and she's exclusively available to our Games Club members. Say you want some tips on building your dog's confidence. She's going to give you some suggestions and link you to the amazing learning available inside Games Club. Need something in a different language? Oui bien. Blink can speak your lingo. So whether you need some ideas for those rainy days, allowing you to ditch the muddy walk, or taking the guesswork out of a training plan for any problem, Blink has you covered. Just send her a message at any time in the learning community. With Blink and the power of Games Club, you'll be a superhero in no time. Start your 7-day trial for just £1 at absolutedogs.me/7-day trial, or by scanning the QR code, and join us inside Games Club today.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I own one of the largest training facilities in the whole of the UK. I'm an agility champion, and I've trained dogs and their owners for over 20 years now with incredible success and results. I know all too well how overwhelming sharing your life with a dog can sometimes be. You bring a new puppy or a new dog into your household, and the stark reality of where you are and your dog owning dream, well, it's not quite how you envisioned it. It isn't what you signed up for. It isn't what you thought it was going to be. Come on, let's go. You know, I've been there and I've held owners in tears as they've really struggled through this. They've dealt with every pet professional, every trainer. They've been on YouTube, they've been on Google, they've been in every single pet forum, but with little to no results. See, I've worked with and consulted on hundreds of cases, if not thousands. You know what? Biting, barking, lunging, reactivity to people, reactivity to dogs, and huge separation struggles. The thing is that so many of these struggles look like actually normal life is seriously beyond their grasp. As much as I've seen that relationships can be damaged almost irreparably, I've also been able to guide, facilitate and support and help the transformation behaviourally of thousands and thousands of dogs worldwide through the power of games and games-based training using concepts at the very core of our training plans. You're here because you're facing a challenge with your dog and you need a solution. I'm here to tell you that hope is not lost, that your dog's behaviour today is not forever, it's just right now, and that we, myself and my team at Absolute Dogs, we're here to help. Inspired to share games and to transform the lives of even more dogs and their owners, I knew we had the opportunity to create something really special. What we wanted was a one-stop destination that was easily affordable and accessible for every dog and their owner. And that's why Games Club, the dog training academy of games and dog behaviour transformation, was born. You'll be empowered to change your dog's behaviour and to get the results that you have struggled to achieve. Games Club is a one-stop hub featuring everything you and your dog could need. And the cool thing is there's exclusive membership content that is literally going to blow your mind. You get comprehensive access to all of our most popular 10 days to stop training courses that focus on separation anxiety, barking, jumping, pulling on lead, dogs that steal, reactivity and so much more. The cool thing is all of these are included in your Games Club membership. What's more, you get immediate access to video resources, and even better, you also get written instructions to your lessons, step-by-step guides that are going to catapult you to dog training success. All you need to do is watch the video, play the game and unleash the real life results with your dog. With all of the content in the Games Club, it's easily valued at well over £3,000. And yet the library is just the very beginning, the tip of the iceberg of all of the things that you're going to get as a Games Club member. a private community, a safe space of brilliant experts and students and trainers where we all come together and we align. You also get, in addition to this, live training weekly. That's with myself, and that is also with my team of experts. It's insane, it's immense. I want you to come and join us. In addition to that, if that wasn't enough, then you also get access to struggle-specific collection. We've got you covered. You get our tracks. They're a series of videos in a linear progression fashion where you're going to be able to see exactly how we do it, where we do it, when we do it, and how it builds. It builds for you and it builds for your dog. And there's so much more. I literally could go on forever. All of the training at your fingertips in an easily accessible place. Here at Absolute Dogs, we love to over-deliver. All of those benefits would be yours and they'd be easily valued at over another £700. And yet for a very limited time, you have the opportunity to jump into Games Club. Come and join me for so much less. We recognise that when we developed the Games Club, it really needed to be financially accessible to all. We want to make sure that this is sustainable and it's sustainable for you. Literally zero obligations. Cancel at any time. We're offering an immediate, unrestricted access to all of our content. So all you need to do is take action right now. Hit the link below or scan the QR code with your camera, and I want you to come and join me. What on earth are you waiting for? Come and join me in the Games Club right now. Your dog's behaviour transformation starts today. Wow, 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 wow. We are doing the instant down track. Anybody who knows wow, 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 you're going to know more about it soon. But anyway, this is the instant down track. And I've got a couple of different tools here. I've got my dog, I've got my board, I've got my cone. But actually, you can do it without any tools. Well, you're going to need your dog. But other than that, I would say the most important part is the dog. If I use any extra tools, if you've got them, fantastic. If you haven't got them, we've got so many different alternative ways of doing it. The saying goes, I think, that there are many ways to skin a cat. We're not skinning any cats, but there are many ways to teach this, and the outcome is always going to be the same. It's a really brilliant instant down. Now, why do you want a brilliant instant down? I'm going to give you a few examples where I've needed to use it. I've been walking on the moor, I've seen no stock, I've seen no sheep, I've seen no anything, and then pops out a sheep. Now, I get that we should have our dogs on lead at times or in places where we know there are things going to be happening, but actually you could be walking hours and hours and hours and hours and see no sheep or see no livestock or see nothing. And so in those moments, it's kind of handy to have an instant stop. I've instant downed my dog. I said down, they've hit the floor, they've hit instantly, and then I've been able to either pop the lead back on, call them back, or switch it up. Why do I like it? It kind of just jumps in the brain as a reflex. So for me, that reflex moment where I can stop them dead is really, really impactful to give them the next cue or to give them the next thing to do. So often when my dog's in the middle of about to do something, that cue kicks in, and then I can ask them another cue or I can ask them something else. But it's a real quick interrupter. If your dog doesn't like a down, and I'm thinking my very first dog, Lucy, she was a lurcher, she hated a lie down. You could use a stand, you could use a sit, you could use a bow, or you could even use a spin or a twist or something else. So anything we teach you could replace it with your other behaviour or another behaviour if that's better for your dog and your dog's type or breed, or maybe their physical ability, because they've maybe had rehab in certain places. Like Brave, my dog with a spinal injury, I would actually use some level of stand or instant freeze. Why? Because I think a down would be very hard for her to do at speed. So that's the instant down. Like I said, we have got so many future purposes for this. I love it as impulse control. I love it as sports dog training. I love it when I need to stop my dog for maybe chasing something or going after something, so enhancing the impulse control skills. And most of all, it's the most fantastic way to assess where your dog's learning is in that moment. Brilliant physically, brilliant fun, and the most amazing party trick, not that you're going to use it for that. Okay, there are many ways that you can start to teach a down. I've got my dog, I've got my food, and hopefully my dog's operant and basically keen to earn that food. If the dog's not hungry or my dog's not interested in earning that food, then I'm probably going to need some other form of reinforcement. But food's going to be your easiest here because you've got lots of opportunities to continue to build the behaviour over and over again. This one is going to need repetition. Now, when I think about how my down is used, typically I want my dogs to be able to go forwards into a down. I don't tend tend to get them to go backwards into a down, and that's because I'm largely using it for off-leash control and impulse control. My dogs love this game, and I allow them to sort of skid forwards into it or move forwards into it. Now, one of my favourite ways to teach this with my dogs is I'll have my knee here and I'll allow them to come under and effectively lie down. His lie down's not so good, but we're going to show you the real dog in a minute. So I allow him to go under my knee. However, for some of you, that's not so physically possible. And so if it's not so easy for you, you can pop yourself on a platform or a chair or something that's going to allow you to do that. And then obviously just lower your leg appropriately. If not, you've got opportunities to have them under a pole or have them under some level of, same thing I could do here with cones. So I could have 2 cones and a pole, and I get the dog to come under it into a lie down. So my dogs can move under the cone into a lie down. So that can be another really nice way to get the dog into a lie down. One of my personal favourite ways to teach a lie down is actually shaping. So shaping the behaviour, so having great food in my hand, asking the dog, what can you do for me? Or showing the dog, look, I've got great food. Are you going to offer something? And in that moment, most dogs will offer a down. Now I'm going to put a little warning here, and I think this is really important. Please don't make down the first thing you teach your dog. Why? Because it's a stillness behaviour and it doesn't really go anywhere from that. So for my dogs, when they're babies, if you're coming here and this is your first lesson today and you've got an 8-week-old puppy, this is not your lesson. As much as I'd love you to have an instant down, leave it a couple of weeks, leave it a few more weeks and then a few more weeks again. Teach some tricks, teach some movement games, teach some wrapping, teach some spinning, teach some general fun activity games, not down first. And that's because once you've got the instant down, often that's all they'll want to do. If you've only ever taught that, they won't then want to offer you movement behaviours, and movement behaviours are so gorgeous and so useful and so future useful. Down's only one of those, and so like I said, I'd teach that later. But for me, shaping is one of my favourite ways to do it. Have great food on you. The second they offer it, mark it, feed, mark it, feed, mark it, feed. When they're offering the down and you've marked it and you've fed it, you're going to throw away and let them come back in and see what they'll offer again. Throw away, see what they'll offer again. It's not dissimilar to our middle track, where in the middle track, you play a level of round the clock. So effectively, the dog is able to do it from anywhere. You're going to do exactly the same. You're going to throw one way, you're going to throw the other way, you're going to throw that way. Often what the dog will want to do is come 12 o'clock to you. What I'd like to see is, can they do it side to side, or can they do it in front of me, or can they do it on an angle? The reason I do this is because ultimately they're going to be doing it away from you in the long run, because often you use it when they're going out to something. So you test to see whether they can lie down going out to something. So for me, for the future purpose, I'd like to see that they can do it away from me as well. Another tool that can be quite nice is a level of platform. Now, you don't need a platform like this. You can use any form of platform. So any platform that you want to use, like to use, can use, that's available. It could be like a level of a pallet. It could be a box. It could be an old box that you have in a storage cupboard. This is anything that's around that's useful to you. So I'd love you to use some level of pallet or raised platform. Why am I going to use this one? Because I can ask them to do the behaviour no matter what angle I'm at. So I might be behind them, I might be in front of them, I might be to the side of them, but actually the dog's still able to do that down. So I really like that the dog can do the down on the platform as well. So the platform might be something you add in at the early stage, at the shaping stage with your dog. We've got so many options there. We've got under the leg, we've got on the platform. We absolutely could make little cones. We've got lots of different choices. What we should do now is see it with a real dog. Okay, so building this down, we're going to show just the down on the platform, and you can see how he's going to come into the platform and he's going to down. Karen's going to throw the food somewhere else and he's going to get it. And then when he comes back in again, he says, I didn't find it. And then straight back in once he gets out. Where is it? Bring him back in. He said, oh, now I found it. Yes, good boy. And then waiting for that behaviour. She's not going to cue it, nice, and then she's going to feed it and then throw behind, not too far. So you definitely want to keep fast transitions, nice, straight back in, and let him work out the behaviour, nice, and then feed. Try not to do it with you lower the hand if you can help it, and again throw away just a little bit. Good, straight back in. Nice feed. Ooh. And you should be careful on the came in very early, didn't it? Throw back again, just throw back, because you marked him, so he can have it. And then straight back in and just wait to see that he'll offer. Nice feed, good, and then throw back. The other thing you can start to do is actually, when you're feeding, reset feed. So don't feed that nice, and then throw back to reset, because with him, you know you get to a fill point quickly. So if you've got a dog that fills quickly, it's better actually to only feed the reset. So mark it, now reset.
Go.
Good boy. Mark it, then reset. Nice.
Break.
Good boy. And notice that Karen is using her release cue. So that's a really nice way of working on a down. So effectively using your place board. Second one, when you're trying to get them into the down, I know he's a slightly pessimistic dog at times. You're going to just try and take him around this and under and feed. And then once he's under, then you're going to release him through. So he doesn't need to be there for too long. It's really just an under, so straight under, mechanics carefully. Nice, really nice. And then straight through. Nice. And then back.
He wants to jump it.
It's fine. Nice. And also really great physical exercise when you watch this.
Nice.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant physically for him. So really nice little exercise straight down. Super dog. So one thing I might change mechanically is when you go to do it, rather than go straight from one without the other, I've got food in this hand and then I transition to that hand. So when you start him on one hand and then you transition to the other, so you basically got food in both hands.
Okay.
So have food in both hands. So lower, 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 because you want to start him low. So then he goes straight into it like that. That's better. And I would wait for him to go down before I moved him. So there, I would wait for him to go lower before I fed him.
Okay.
And so I wouldn't feed until he was down, but equally nice, two hands, lower, lower, lower. So you're not feeding high at all, because with a down behaviour, you're going to feed low, and then get the other hands in, so the other hands in, and start to move him forward. And I might also have multi-pieces of food in my hand if I need to. That's nicer, that's better. But try not to move it forward until he's in the down if you can help it. But it's just transitions mechanics. So you're playing transitions mechanics. Withhold it a little until his bum goes down. Close the hand more. Nice, now move it forward. And then bring him forwards on that. So effectively he's commando crawling. So again, really nice little confidence exercise, but also getting him used to the behaviour or the movement or the position of a down. Okay, try your knee now, Karen. So just a quick demo on leg. So he's just going to go under your leg into a down. He says, yep, I'm going to go this way.
Oh my
he says, oh, I got
goodness.
all of those treats. They were really delicious. Really delicious. I got every single one of them in my pouch. Round that way. Straight round.
Ready?
Good boy. And don't make it too hard, make it a little bit easier. Good boy. Remember, everyone when they first start, you want to make it a little bit easier at first. And again. Really nice. And again. And you don't have to do Pilates. If your Pilates is not an option, then a little bit lower. A little bit lower. Nice. And then hold there. So this time he's going to hold in the down underneath the legs as you come back through. That's it. And then throw forward. So then throw so he releases out. Get it, get it, get it. And the same in. And then you're going to throw forwards on the way out. So he comes in.
I'm confusing it. Is this hand?
And then throw.
Break.
Good dog. Comes forwards and then throw.
I know, you know which hand I've got food in. Sorry, I'm not very good, am I?
Nice, and then throw out. So good lad. So those are just a couple of the ways you can play on your teach and your down. You can also do the shaped version where you just wait it out. All are good options. You start to play with this and put lots of money in the down bank. Okay, adding a cue, it's a really exciting stage. When are we putting the word down in? So he already knows the platform is conditioning come into you, and when you're kneeling down, so if you kneel down for me, Karen, you're gonna throw the food out. As he comes in, you're gonna say the word, and then you're gonna feed him. So throw out.
Break.
Good. Now say the word.
Down.
Here, and a little bit closer. Yeah, so I want you to say the word as he comes in a little bit closer, because, no, you were brilliant. You said it the second I said it, but I want you to say the word as he's coming into it. Now throw away, release again.
Break.
And then as he comes into it, you're going to say the word. He was great because he did down. Nice boy, feeding. And then throw away again.
Break.
Keep it nice and animated. So I want you a little bit more animated. Straight in, say the word.
Down.
Good boy, really nice. As he comes in again, say the word. So as he comes in, he says, I'm just going to find it. It's just under my toes. There it is. You would not make a search dog. Very good. There you got it. Now.
Down.
Good boy.
Nice.
So I think you've just got to time it quickly enough. Because the instant down needs to be quite exciting.
Yeah, he doesn't find it down exciting.
But I don't think you're exciting enough here. So I think that's just mechanics and transitions and handler. So you're going to release out, and the second he comes back in, it's almost like, and then say the word, yeah? So throw it away. Get it, good boy. And then 3, 2, 1. Now. Good boy, feed. Yes. Good boy. And then throw away again. Ready. Wait for him to find it. Good boy. And then as he comes in. Now. Good boy. Yes. Good boy. And I would stop feeding in here now, I think. And I would only feed him out again. So ready to reset. Hold your harness on this one if you can, as a bit of an excitement or a bit of a ready. And then throw across this way. 3, 2, 1. Get it, get it, get it, get it. As he comes in. down, down. Good boy, throw.
Sorry.
Yeah, so and that's okay. So what we're starting to do is put the cue in a space he knows it. Now I'm going to take the board away now, so the board's going to go away. So as you throw it out, throw it a bit further, just because I'm going to take the board out. You ready? Are you ready? Steady, get it. Good boy. As he comes back in, you're going to say the cue now. Down. Good boy, and throw away and feed. Good. The way you're going to get him away from you, don't worry that he didn't find it. I'm going to do a bit of your throwing as well. The way you're going to get it away from you is when you say it down. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Good boy. Down. Get it. Good boy. Let's have some more food. 3, 2, 1. Down. Get it. Good boy. Down. Good boy. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. He said I didn't find it. Get it. Yay. Down. Nice. Good boy. Good boy. 3, 2, 1. Down. Nice, good boy. So I'm using my food almost as my mark and my release at the same time. But what you could see there is he did start to find it more exciting.
He did.
And I think that's partly your animation. And I also think that's partly the reason that they're going to do, and this is really important, the reason that they're going to do the down at a distance is because you don't wait till they get here to almost show that you're going to throw. Because if you show that you're going to throw, they'll almost hold back a little bit because they're waiting. They're anticipatory of the throw. Ready, steady, down. Get it, good boy. Very nice. Down. Get it, good boy. Super dog. Down. Get it, good boy. And I'm not even worried that he didn't fully go down, just acknowledge it. So let him find that, let him sniff that out because it's behind him. Down. Get it, good boy. Super dog. Down. Get it, good boy. Down. Get it, good boy. So you can play around with that. Yeah. So I would ping pong with that arousal level. I would definitely, I mean, on cue, that's coming really, really nicely. So he's getting it on cue really nicely. The thing that I know we're going to play with is how we get it to a distance.
Yes.
But that's a really nice stage. So putting it on cue, when we're looking to put something on cue, it's old cue is kind of the visual. So for him, it might be the platform or it might be just being in front of you. So get it, and he comes back to you. And when he comes back to you, he's going to do that level of lying down when he sees that happening. But you can see that this will be quite slow. Get it? This will be quite slow and quite static and quite around you. What we need to do is then build up those next stages. But putting the verbal cue on is always the old cue, which is what he's doing now, and then the new cue, old cue. So the new cue, exciting verbal cue. And you don't have to use down, you can use anything you like, but I think you want to add a level of, you can see the energy in the voice.
Yes. Yeah, he was way more energetic with you than me. So.
Yeah. And I think that's partly, well, it's partly relationship because you've got that slowing him down because of arousal. Yeah. And I think that's partly the way that you've been playing it. But I think that if we look at it as to how to increase his want to do it, we're going to add a bit of arousal to it. But that is adding the cue. I think it's really important we add a cue. I think it's really important we add a reliable cue. And I think that's a really nice way forward there.
Welcome back, welcome back. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what you were just watching then. It's called a track, all right? And what it is that it's the way that we layer up the games into nice little manageable chunks so that you can learn the foundations and then build upon it and then have this amazing kind of repertoire of layers within that one single game that you can use in lots and lots of different ways. So it's a really great way to learn, and you can find those tracks in Games Club. And remember, right now you can get a £1 trial for 7 days. And within Games Club, you've got all of the game cards. So all of the game cards that we're talking about and more are all in Games Club for £1, one single pound. And you can give that a go today. And you are not locked in if you do that. So you could try it for 7 days, and if it's not for you, which I know it will be, then it's not for you, then that's okay, you can leave. But you can get loads of value from it just for that 7 days. You'll get loads and loads of value just in those 7 days, even if you just get the game cards. So what have you got to lose? £1, and you can do that right now. Now, I want to have a bit of a celebration because we've actually had some people already join. We've had Lauren Norton, Ali Elizabeth, Fiona May, and so many more that I actually don't have time to talk about it because we're about to go to a student soon. We've got so many more people that have already joined for that £1 trial, and I know that they're there to stay because I know the value that they're going to get from Games Club because it is a phenomenal, phenomenal place. For those of you that have not yet joined and you'd like to know how to get the game cards that we are giving out for free as part of this dog training event, you've got several options. If you're on Facebook, you can type the code that we say to you. So for example, Boundary Games was BG card. And if you type that in the DMs, it will send you a DM back to ask for your email. And then once you give your email, it then sends the game card to your email. So it won't give you it within the DMs, it'll send it straight to your individual email address once you give that. So that's Facebook. If you're on YouTube, then you either need to scan the QR code, or you can go into your browser, so Google, Microsoft Edge, whatever it is that you work with, and you need to type in the little tag at the bottom of the screen. So for example, absolutedogs.me/boundaries card. So don't write that in the DMs, write that into a browser, because that is a different way to access it. So QR code in a browser, or type the word into the DMs if you're on Facebook, and it'll ask for your email, and then you'll get it to your email. We're having so many of you want these cards that you're actually breaking the system. So give it a moment. It is catching up. They are coming to you. They will come to you. And so just kind of be patient. And I know you're really excited, and we're really excited for you, but they're absolutely coming your way. So just keep typing in the codes that you want, in whichever way that you're going to do it, and you will get those game cards. Within Games Club, you get all of the tracks. You get all of the games cards. You also get 10 days, our 10-day badges, which are, for example, one is like separation, or one is jumping up on, stop jumping up. One is stop stealing. All right, you've got loads of kind of little, we've brought all the games together into one place and said, these games will help you with that struggle. All right, so you've got lots and lots of value there. You've got boundary games badge. All right, you've got a track that is literally just for boundary games, so that you can learn that amazing skill that we've been playing down there. So you've got lots of things there where you can get loads and loads of value just for £1 for 7 days. And we've had some questions. So if I sign up, how long am I tied in for? You can cancel at any time. Okay, you can do it within your account, or you can reach out to our super ask team at absolutedogs.me/help. So if you're struggling with coming out of that, or you don't know how, you can actually just email our wizards in the ask team, and they will help you. absolutedogs.me/help. Now, I'm going to say it again. You're not going to want to leave. I know you're not, because it's a ridiculously cool place to be. How much time do I need to commit to training? We know that you all have busy lives, and we have busy lives too. We know that that is a difficult thing to try and fit in big chunks of training into one day. And more often than not, actually, what we end up doing is setting ourselves up for failure, because we're saying, we can do this hour-long training every single day to make sure that our dog has consistency, to make sure that they move on in their training journey. It's just not realistic. Right? It's just not achievable. So what we've done is created lots of small little games that you can play throughout the day. All right, and you can fit them in your day. Sometimes I do it when I'm boiling a kettle, because I have a lot of tea. Sometimes before I go to the loo, I might play a quick game with my dog, because I'm getting up anyway. So you just fit them in your day, and then they might be 2 to 3 minute games. You've played a little bit of a game, you've grabbed a handful of their normal daily food, and you've done a bit of training for the day. You might do that 5, 6, 7 times a day, but it still only amounts to a really small chunk of your day, and you're able to fit it in where it works for you, rather than having to set aside a huge chunk of time. That is the beauty of Games Club. That is the beauty of games-based training, because really it fits around you, rather than you having to fit it around everything else that is going on in your life. In this busy day, it's also a really great way for your dog to learn, because when you're trying to do an hour-long training session, that is exhausting. All right, especially when you're training like new things. You're training like new skills, new behaviors, new games, new ways to think, new ways to act. Think about yourself when you're in a lesson environment. When you go to a lesson and it's an hour long and it's something completely new, how tiring that can be, and how exhausting that can be, especially if you've got loads of other stuff going on. You've got loads of other distractions, loads of other things to kind of compete with your attention, and you've got to concentrate on this one single thing that you need to learn. That can be really, really difficult, and we know that that's the same for our dogs. All right, we see it in our students here every day. It can be a really challenging thing to move forward with our dogs in terms of their learning, when actually they've gotten to the point where they can't really take any more information in. It's not doable anymore. It's not possible. So we're kind of it's a losing battle at that point. We're fighting a losing battle, because we're trying to teach them all these things, and we're only doing it in this small portion of the day. They've got no more capacity to learn. But if we spread it out throughout the day, and it's fun and it's engaging and they're enjoying it, then this is the way that we're going to get our dogs in a place where actually, the learning is going to go tenfold, and it's going to grow so much quicker, and it's got longevity because we're building skills. We're building things for your dog where actually they understand how to cope in life. So we're not just training behaviours or obedience and having a dog that, you know, knows to look at you or anything like that. Not that there's anything wrong with those things, they are fantastic. But we want to teach our dogs the skills to cope. These are the things that are going to get us longevity in our training journey. These are the things that are going to make sure that our dogs are with us all the time. They know what to do in those situations, and that's how we can move forward. So get yourself in Games Club, because this is where all of this happens. This is where you can learn all of these things, where you can get all of that value. There's a link below. You can scan the QR code, or you can type in a browser, absolutedogs.me//7-day trial. Now we're ready. We're ready for another student, and I'm going to pass over to Lauren now.
I couldn't decide whether we were here whether the thumbs up was for me or the thumbs up was for Sam or the thumbs up was for Kev or the thumbs up was for someone. Anyway, I took it as my thumbs up. I've got a congratulations list to read out. So I've got a congratulations for a Lauren. I have to say that's a cool name. So Lauren Norton, Ali Elizabeth, Fiona May. These are all students who've jumped in at the £1 7-day trial. So you've got a 7-day trial, £1 Games Club trial. I should say you get all of the access to all of our courses: stop reactivity, stop barking, stop jumping. You literally get access, stop stealing. You get access to everything that we have in the Games Club, and you get that all as a part of the 7-day trial. You also get all of the games cards, not just the ones we're talking about today, a whole library of games cards. So you've got all of our games cards. We've got Fiona May to celebrate. I should also say I've got a dog ready to train with you in like 1 second. She's actually a little bit annoyed. She's a senior dog, so loads of hearts for the senior dogs. So she's a senior dog. How old is she? 11. She's an 11-year-old Border Collie. So hearts for all of the senior dogs in the group who are here today, and loads of love for all the senior dogs. And so I'm just going to run through the congratulations list, and then we're going to be training Cass, or Amber is going to be trained by Cass. That typically is the way it goes with senior dogs. So we've got Suzanne Dixon, we've got Marie Tracy, we've got Ashley Carter, we've got Joe, we've got Wendy, we've got Sharon, we've got Carla, we've got Julie Thompson, we've got Jessica French, we've got Mark from Germany. So we really do have loads of people who've jumped in that £1 trial. Congratulations, well done you. It's a great decision. You can try it, you can see how you get on. If you don't like it, you don't stay. There's no sort of minimum stay. You can literally come in and come out. You do not have to stay in there. I think you're going to love it. In fact, I know you're going to love it. Blinkbot that you saw earlier, you saw that super cool opportunity for you to understand Blinkbot. It's basically our games retriever. You're going to say, I'm struggling with this, and she's going to say, here, I've got it, fetched it, it's there for you. She's already pre-trained, so she's ready, and she's going to give you lesson plans and games plan galore, and it's all there for you. And every week we go live, we teach you live, we answer your questions live, and you've got a whole community, even if you're in France, Germany, New Zealand, Australia, America, maybe you're just in Swindon and you're not in Devon. Wherever you are in the world, we will be able to help you. So we've got lovely Cass here. Amber, tell us a little bit about Cass.
So Cass,
Again, I got as a rescue when she was about 2, so I've had her for a long time now.
So rescue Border Collie.
Rescue Border Collie, very, very reactive. We can walk 100 metres away from another dog when we first got her without her losing her mind. So she's essentially how we found Absolute Dogs and everything. But she's amazing now, to the point, obviously, we've got a second dog. She tolerates
So
him.
you're telling me she was
him.
very reactive.
Yeah.
You're telling me she was a rehome because she was difficult.
Yeah.
And how is she to live with and to own and to love now?
Just so easy compared to him. So easy.
Now she's a dog who is senior, but that doesn't mean she can't train. And there's a lot she does in Games Club.
Yeah, so she loves games, and actually she doesn't really enjoy going for walks anymore now that she's older. So we do games. That's everything that she
Like
does.
going for walks now she's older. She's actually in that sort of senile, sort of senior space where actually she can find things a little bit stressful, a little bit more anxiety can kick in. She is a Border Collie. She has got history. She's a rehome. So actually walks can be quite a lot of pressure for her. What do you do instead of a walk? Maybe you should show us.
Tricks.
Show us some tricks. Show us some tricks. So some of the things that Cass likes to do, you can have her off lead, or you can have her on lead to suit you. So show us some of the things that Cass likes to do. Good girl. And again.
This one. Thank you.
Good girl. Good dog. She said, I've just got to think about it. And guys, hearts at home for the senior dogs, because the senior dogs really, really, really are a big part of what we do. They are not forgotten in the sense that they still love doing all of the training, all of the tricks, all of the fun. My senior dog, Blink, was swimming last night like a trooper. So definitely send her out this way, Amber, and then send her back into camera. That's it, like, lovely.
That was too far.
She said, I didn't see it. And again, just one more. Good, and then back to the camera there so they can see you do that. She said, and now I found it.
You did get it.
Nice. And then into your tell me a secret at that angle. There we go. She says, I didn't see it. And again, just set it up. There you go. That's lovely. Nice. So that's a trick that she's been playing. Again, throw the food out and throw it back and do it back to the camera so she can tell you a secret back to the camera. And this is a game, a trick. So she's just got to see the transition, Amber. So do it again, but show the transition better for her. So as she comes around, then show her almost you're going into that cue. There you go, now. Much better, much better. Nice. So just think about how you transition it, not because you can't do it at home, but actually the whole scenario, the lighting, the people, the boundary, the setup is different. Nice, really
Thank you.
She told
not
you,
very secret.
She told it out loud, didn't she?
She
She was not keeping her dreams a secret at all. She likes doing stuff like that. Pop her back on her bed there. She likes doing stuff like that. It is her dinner, right? Because one of the questions I had, in fact, it was a great question. And the lady said, I haven't got my phone, so I'll find the question later. She basically said, my dog has dinner in the evenings and she doesn't always want her food. Now, interestingly, we've got a mutual friend, her little dog, she's called Badger. She's always told me she's quite fussy, and I've never really realised quite how fussy. Unless she's earning it, she's really not interested. And Cass likes to earn her food too, doesn't she? She likes to earn it. So that's one of the things you might earn at home with her, or do at home with her. What else might you do?
Magic hand she particularly likes.
Should we have a look?
If she can catch today.
Well, the lighting's hard in here to catch, but we'll try. It's fine. And remember, it is always, when things change for them, I mean, she's a really good dog being in this environment anyway, because these environments can be so hard for them. Good girl. Good girl. And I promise you the lighting's hard. Katie's a master catcher and she always struggles inside here. Good. Lighter food's easier for her.
Yeah.
Good girl. She says it's also higher value. Nice. So again, really good game. Why did it help when she was a reactive dog to play games like this one?
Just to keep her attention away from other dogs, so she's very engaged with where the food is. So I could turn her around, get her away from other dogs, keep her attention. We can essentially walk past other dogs like that now, and she doesn't then look at what else is going on.
And because you've got multi-dogs, can that be hard if you've got, say, 2 reactive dogs? Like, is that going to be...
So particularly if, because Sergey will be overexcited about another dog, he tends to set her off because she's not overly reactive anymore, but if he decides he's going to bark, she's going to join in. I can do this and then do something else with him because he won't really play this in that situation anymore. But it stops her responding to what he's doing.
Yeah, which I think is a really big part of it. Guys, again, in the comments, tell us if you've got multi-dogs, because if you've got multi-dogs, often that's when it can get really tricksy. So when you've got multi-dogs, one kicks off and then the other kicks off and then another kicks off and then you're in trouble. I've got a multi-dog household, so I definitely don't need to be walking 5 or 6 dogs and one of them is going to kick off. I need the strategy. So this for us is a reactive dog strategy. She's an 11-year-old dog, reactive dog, a dog who's effectively been rehomed and rescued and now with Amber and actually able to manage day-to-day life. Okay, she also plays a cone game. Should we have a look at the cone game? So the cone game is a game for a dog who might need a muzzle on. So a cone game is a muzzle game effectively, and again a really nice game. And lots of the games have games cards. Sam's going to be ready. I think we've got the orientation game for you, maybe the magic hand game for you, maybe the boundary game for you in a minute. So Sam's going to be ready with those for you. But for now, let's have a look at the cone game. So she's popping her head into that cone, and does she have to be fairly optimistic, Amber, to do that?
Yeah. It took us a long time to get her confident enough.
And was she already optimistic? Did she arrive optimistic?
No, not at all.
And has this helped with her confidence?
So much. Yeah, she's so much more confident now. As you say, now she's getting older, we're losing it a little bit again, so we're revisiting a lot of these games that we haven't played for a while.
I think that's a really important piece of information to address. As she gets older, she is losing some of her confidence. Now, I know you work in, without sharing too much of your life with everybody, you work in sort of physio and care. Yeah. Does that happen with people too?
Oh, yeah. All the
and
time.
Is that something you see in your role?
Yeah, we constantly, older people just lose their confidence in everything they're doing, and it's the same.
So as we age, we lose our confidence. As maybe you have a rehab or an injury or something where you go wrong with your dog effectively, something happens. People lose their confidence, dogs lose their confidence. So these games help for confidence. Yeah. So on a daily basis, she can play games like this. You can see she's played this lots and she likes it. Let's just turn it around. Let's go back to the boundary here for a minute. So what you're going to do is just reset and pop yourself in the other direction. Again, just to keep her flexible. I love that in here we start to work on our knees and our hands. So we're just going to keep it flexible there. You can throw away and then back in again. She says, yeah, I'm off. Here I go. Nice. Really nice. Super. It's all right, it's a food firework. It's a food firework. Nice. There we go. She says, I might find. Nice. Good girl. Might find the second and the third. Yeah, ready? Straight in. Super. What I love most, you see how joyful she is when she's going in. So do you see how joyful that movement is? So that is real, joyful, lovely movement, like really nice. Okay, let's spin her back to the boundary. So let's spin her back over to the boundary. So she's on the boundary. Now this is a day-to-day exercise for her, but it's also really helpful out and about. It's also really helpful in managing multi-dogs. Explain why.
Boundaries. So it means I can train them both, so they both understand enough of like, no, you're staying on your boundary while I'm working with him, and it just means I can keep them far enough apart that they're not annoying each other. Particularly, she finds his movement quite annoying.
So having a Hungarian Bulldozer in the house is like having a 3-year-old, but for the rest of her life, basically playing energetically everywhere. Yeah, and he doesn't understand personal space particularly well, does he?
Not at all.
Not at all, to put it bluntly. And so it makes a happier household.
Yeah, definitely, because she knows that she's got her space in that corner. He won't go and bother her while she's there, and she's then not constantly trying to herd and deal with his movement all the time. So it makes it much easier.
And in terms of boundaries, where else might you play them in your day-to-day world?
So I quite often with her take them just outside the front of the house, because she can be particularly reactive with other people walking past when it's busy. So we've taken it out the front of the house to just be like, no, actually you still settle, these people can be here, it's okay. We use them here a lot in between different games, and we do, like, it's a very common thing that we've used with her is just like when dealing with her reactivity of just sit and watch. She's not very good at just sitting and watching the world, so we've used the boundaries to help with that, to anchor her and be like, it's okay.
And one thing I really like here is you're not at the stage now where you have to constantly feed, and that's something we've worked through, and I'm like, right, let's stop constantly feeding. And I know you've worked through with the trainers here and everybody else, and what we do at Absolute Dogs Games Club. There is a whole badge on boundaries in Games Club. So there's a whole badge on top of all the cards and everything else. If you type in the comments right now, BG card, snappy and short, BG card. So BG card, you will get BG card, you will get the Boundary Games card, which will basically hit your inbox, and you will be able to play along with us. But would you recommend Boundary Games to people with dogs like her? Because you can see, and look how easily Amber manages her and says, no, you're supposed to be on there. Yeah, and she's like, oh, okay. Even as an older lady, I'm still pushing. Yeah, because effectively she's like 77. So she's 77, so she's off on her merry way, and you go, no, you're back over here.
Yeah, and like it's useful things, just pub dog. Like being able to go out, like she's a lovely pub dog, but she knows that she's got to stay where I put her.
Yeah, and you hear it, don't you? Yeah, so she does that fine. So she's a lovely pub dog, makes her an easy pub dog, and yet she was reactive, rescue, difficult, hard work. And then managing multi-dogs, I think we should just recap on that. Boundaries, so what she is doing is advanced boundaries. Your dog will start at the beginning. We've got all of the process for you. We do everything with you. We hold your hand and your paw. But they've all worked through it. Is it worth it?
Oh, so worth it. Like, it just makes the house so much easier.
So visitor barking, jumping all over the sofas, looking out the window, barking at people on the road, basically chaos before walks. It solves so much of that, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah, so Amber and Cass, amazing stuff. Some really, really, really lovely learning. We're going to head back upstairs. Sam is going to talk to you about it, and you get to know about the games cards.
We've got more games cards for you. More games cards. Can you believe it? Like, they just keep on coming. We've got so many games cards. What did we play? We played boundary games. All right, so make sure that you type in BG card. If you're on Facebook, type that into the DMs. They will send you a DM back asking for your email. then you'll get the card in your email. If you're on YouTube, you can scan the QR code. I'm pointing at it like you can see my screen. If you scan the QR code, or if you type into a browser like Google or Microsoft Edge or something like that, absolutedogs.me/boundaries card, that will come through as well. It's another way to access it, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook. We had catch. So we had a bit of catch. We played a bit of catch. If you type in catch into the comments, then you will get a DM. You can pop in your email and it will send off the games cards to your email, or you can scan the QR code, or you can type in absolutedogs.me/catch card into a browser. And then we had orientation game. So that's the one where you throw food back and forth and the dog goes and gets it. Okay, really, really cool energy up game, really cool focus, a game where you get a dog that really wants to kind of focus on you and be around you and have fun with you. Great game for recall, great game. For that, you need to type in orient. So ORIENT, type in orient, or you can scan a QR code, or you can type into a browser, absolutedogs.me/orientation card. Orientation card. So that's lots of different ways that you can get those cards. Be patient, everyone, be patient. They are coming through. You guys are so enthusiastic that you're breaking our internet. So they are coming your way. They definitely are coming your way. Just be patient and just give it a moment. But keep asking for those cards in the DMs and in your browsers and with your QR codes, because they definitely are coming your way. Really cool value. Or you could just join Games Club for £1 for 7 days. That's, and then you get it all there and it's easy peasy, and you get all of the other stuff that you get as well. So lots of options there. I want to talk a little bit about the magic of like a boundary game. And I keep harping on about it, but it's, for me, it's like a real bread and butter game. All right, it's one of those games that we teach our students a lot, and it's usually a foundation game that we teach very, very, very early on, because it gives you so many different skills, so many different ways that you can use it in so many different situations. It's so versatile in that way that the value of it is forever ongoing, forever. So we talked a little bit there about having a multi-dog household. Dogs don't always get on. So as much as we kind of have this vision sometimes of getting a second dog in our lives, and they're going to be best friends, and it's that kind of Instagram moment where they're lying on each other and they love each other and they have lovely playtime, sometimes that's not reality. Sometimes you've got dogs that do not get on, all right? And I myself have got 2 dogs, and they don't like each other. They tolerate each other at best. Our lives would be unmanageable if we didn't have some way of kind of keeping our dogs separate and giving them their own spaces. So without boundaries, without the ability for my dogs to understand where they need to be and how to stay on there and be happy to stay on there and kind of know their job, that would be a really difficult time. Or if you've got multi-dogs and you're trying to train, you're trying to train one dog, but you've only got so many hands, you've only got so much amount of attention that you can give each one. So one needs to be doing something that doesn't really need your interaction whilst you train the other one. It's another great skill that you can use it for. Not to mention the ones that we've already mentioned, using it in your kitchen, using it out and about on walks. You can use it for a recall. There's so many different ways. And remember, if you join Games Club, you get the boundaries badge, like a whole course dedicated to boundaries to teach you that amazing skill, where you're not asking your dog to stay there, they're staying there because they want to stay there. And when we think of choice with our dogs, if we can get our dogs to make those choices themselves, they're going to make that choice again and again. And I know that sounds like, well, yeah, obviously, but if we constantly have to ask them to do something, then we're going to constantly have to ask them to do something. If they see something and they go, hey, actually, that's a really cool thing to do, I'm going to do it again and again and again, then we don't need to think about it anymore. And that's when you can train your dog whilst your dog is on a boundary and not have to think about it. That's a dog that is choosing that space because they find safety in it. That is a dog that's really reactive, that's struggling with the fact that you've brought some guests in the house, but they're like, actually, I'm okay because I'm on my boundary and I really like it. So it's a really cool game. And if you haven't got the card already, why not? All right, if you want the card and you don't know how to get it, type in BG card into the DM comments on Facebook and you'll get an email prompt. Type in the email, it'll send it to your email. Or if you're on YouTube, you can scan a QR code, or you can type into a browser absolutedogs.me/boundaries card. So lots of different ways that you can get the cards there. Make sure you get them, particularly boundaries, because I love it. One thing I want to mention as well, which I think is probably for me is the most rewarding part of being part of Games Club and being part of like the games-based training community is the community. Owning a dog that is reactive, owning a dog that has got those struggles in life can be really lonely and sometimes very isolating, and you kind of feel like you're a bit of a failure, and it can be really embarrassing, and I've been there myself. The community in Games Club is incredible. So type in the comments, guys, type in what your struggle is. Talk to each other. Talk about what you're dealing with your dog right now. What brought you here? Why are you here? Because I think you'd find that actually there's a lot of people that are in the same situation as you, and this is an incredible space where you can share that community, share those games, and be in a really cool space. Now we're ready to go to our next dog. Let's go over there right now.
That was seamless. So I know Karen, that she's an amazing dog.
Yes.
And she can sometimes notice things in the environment. So you're just going to feed at the moment. And we're playing a game that we effectively call distraction, mark, treat. So we want to value her for actually acknowledging things in the environment, but not reacting to them. Because we've got a dog who pays attention to things. That's normal. She's a dog, yeah? So she's going to notice things in her environment. However, what we don't want her to do is leave us, to disengage, to go over and greet that dog, to bark at that dog, to lunge at that dog, to potentially even bite that dog, depending on what her temperament is. Now, she's a Labrador. Love for the Labrador. So in the comments, if you've got a Labrador, if you know a Labrador, if you love a Labrador, I love a Labrador. And for me, she's a gorgeous Labrador. At the same time, a lot of the working Labradors, which she is, and you can feed on the bed, and you can also mark it with like a nice, they notice things in their environment, and so they should. They are dogs. They are vigilant, so they're watching for things. And depending on their history and their learning is what they then pair that thing with. So they might say this is a good thing or this is a bad thing, and also depending on their level of optimism. So some of us are very optimistic. Something happens and we think, oh, that's cool, well, this means this. Others of us are much more pessimistic. I'll give you an example. A letter arrived here the other day and it was from the NHS. And I might be thinking, oh, they're giving me an update on something good, and someone else might be thinking they're giving me an appointment and it's something bad. Yeah, it depends on how you perceive that event and how you perceive that moment. It actually was just a bill, so I probably shouldn't have been so optimistic about it. I'd had an appointment, and that's okay, right? It is what it is. What we're saying is how they perceive an event is important. So someone walks in the door and how she perceives that matters. Now, Karen's played a few games with her here. They're seamless. The best thing about the games that are in the Games Club, that actually they're just daily life with your dog. So they're ways of you having daily life with your dog. Now, Karen, she's earning some food, and a lot of people in the comments have been worried about maybe how much feeding our dogs get. Now, for me, I love it because my dogs just earn their food. So it's just a normal day for my dogs, and they find it much more fun than getting a bowl. In fact, some of our dogs don't even eat out of bowls because they're like, well, that's boring. What's she eating?
She has a mixture of just plain venison meat cut up and some venison and blueberry treats that I made.
Very nice. Now that is like, Karen is proper like connoisseur and chef here. So you can feed and you can reward and you can do your eye contact game. Lots of options for you. I know that one of the other things Karen uses quite frequently are the pâtés. So if you haven't got time, you'd use a pâté.
Yeah,
so
we
sometimes
use that a
she's
lot.
a guru goddess, and other times you don't have time, right? So you'll use the pâté. Do the eye focus game with her and feed. This is a really nice game. It's one of our newer games and more recent games. And you can really up the rate of reward as needed with everything going on around her. So the pâtés, someone will pop a link in the comments for the pâtés. You can get them on the Absolute Dog store, you can get them on the AO Canine store, and sometimes you can get them from in here. Yeah, I've got one to show you. And you can feed people coming over, and you can feed people moving across. So these are on the AO Canine store. That's our sister company. You can go and have a look, and they're on there. You chop them up. They last like for ages. I have them ready in the freezer, ready to go, all pre-chopped, and I have them ready in the fridge, all pre-chopped. Just makes my day easy, and it just replaces some of my dog's food. So that just replaces some of their food. A bit like yesterday, I had lunch out, but I had dinner at home, and dinner was obviously very healthy last night, wasn't it, team? So lunch out, dinner at home. This is lunch out or walking food. And you chop those up really quite small, don't you, Karen? And you'll use that out and about. Or sometimes you might have bigger bits that you throw.
Yes.
It's still part of her dinner,
Yeah,
correct?
and it's great because it's part, because I've got the German Shepherd as well. she has it really small and Maisie has it really big.
Yeah.
And it's great, yeah, and it is part of their dinner.
It makes it easy, doesn't it? And when you look at her, she's really nice weight, she's really nice size, she's in lovely condition. That's our goal in a dog. Weight, size, health, condition, that all makes for a more trainable dog. So various flavours, don't use the chicken, the beef would be my advice. We don't sell those. Whatever you use the variety, so goat, ostrich, venison, use some of the different protein sources, really healthy. Okay. We're talking some of the struggles that she's had. Now, she's actually a very focused dog in lots of ways, but when the environment gets tough, what happens in here, Karen?
Crazy.
Yeah, and you can lose it, can't you? Like, if she sees other dogs working or she wants to be involved. So let's just play that eye focus game again. So she looks up to your eyes, yeah, and then you make it a little bit, and that's fine. No, we're fine. We can drop things. We are human. So it looks up to yours. Now take the food away, and you see how she maintains that focus? Reward. Now this game, and you carry on playing that, what it really teaches, and Rue and Karen are showing it at a really nice level. So this is a very good level. Even when there's a distraction, Rue can stay focused where she needs to be. So her focus should be with Karen, and it stays with Karen, even though Karen is taking venison chunks to the left. To the left, no, we're not going to do that. So literally Karen is taking those chunks away and Rue still stays where she should. Yeah, so this would be bird flying ahead. This would be jogger running past. This would be cyclist making fun sounds and noises, singing songs in the morning. Yeah, this could be screaming toddler. Yeah, so all of these things could be out there as distractions for Rue. Now, Rue's would typically, well, one of my dogs did something really horrible this week. They decided that there was something on the floor. I don't really want to know what it was. I think it was actually sick. And one of my dogs decided that would be a really nice thing to do. This is the same stuff. It's this game. It's pay attention to me, even though there is something disgusting on the floor. Yeah, and dogs are dogs, and as much as you might not want to acknowledge that dogs do things like that, dogs do. They will eat poo, they'll roll in it, they'll cover themselves in it, they will bark at strangers, they will run off and chase dogs. These are the games that help solve it. Yeah, they don't solve it without work, but they're not hard work, right, Karen? How often do you play games like this with her?
All the time. All the time.
Do you quite enjoy it now?
Yes.
Have you become a bit addicted?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Yes. So Karen loves playing games like this, but look how brilliant she is at it. Now, we're going to go into a middle game, so you can have her into middle. And I know you've been working in middle at getting her to stay in a stand. Is that correct?
Yes. Now she's going to do it.
Good. That's good. So you rewarded initially her sitting, which was because and feed there again, because you can see she notices people move around. She's at an adolescent age, so she's a young lab, and she's at an adolescent age, and people and stuff is interesting around her. The goal is that she stays in with Karen and she connects with Karen. Feed there. And what she used to do, Karen said, was sit. This is looking really good. She's not sitting. We teach, and you carry on playing, that's lovely. We teach dogs to stand in middle, and the reason we do that is because it then allows us to move later on. So we can then move with this, which means that when there's a reactivity issue or when there's an opportunity for that dog to go chase a dog or anything else, we can move them in middle and keep them in middle. If they're sitting on their bum, they can't move, or not so easily, and it looks a bit awkward. In fact, it looks like a walking poo, but we're not going to go there. No poo conversations needed, unless you're teenage. Well, not teenage, the youngsters. I've got a friend right now, she's got a 5-year-old, and he doesn't stop talking about poo. Anyway, let's go again. Let's pop her into middle, and then you're going to go toes this time. So she's going to do middle toes. And if you want to play middle, I know Sam's got a games card for you. I'm pretty sure you type in middle. So if you want to play middle, type in middle and we will send you the games card. If you want all of the games cards, all you need to do is the £1 trial. So you can do the £1 trial, get all of the games cards, even if you're only there for a week. You can do it and you can leave again. It's completely up to you. I think you'll love it. In fact, I know you'll love it. So she's now doing middle toes. How does this help you, Karen?
It's a good anchor.
And when you say an anchor, what does it anchor her from doing when you're walking or at training classes or around other dogs? What does it anchor?
Keeps her with me more.
Good.
It's not foolproof, but it keeps her with me.
It keeps her with me more. A bit like you and I in Prosecco last night. Yes. So it keeps us in the space more. Yeah, there's something good in it for her. Is that right? Like there's something good in it for her. She likes it. It's a good deal. And you're rewarding her for being there. Those people that are worried about her getting lots of food, what is this food? As in, is it her dinner?
Yes. Yeah. Very much so. She does. So she's. I know exactly what's in it because I've made it, or it's just meat.
Yeah.
And it's part of her daily allowance.
Part of what she gets, and she looks amazing. She looks absolutely amazing. So bring her back round, straight round. She can go either round either leg, back into middle, and then middle toes. So back into middle, middle toes. Keeps her anchored. Keeps her there. Okay. Another thing she does, and I think we should probably go over here for this, just so I don't anchor you into one space and then need to move you over here. You're going to play a few of the weather games. Yes. So you're going to play some weather games, and you can play them as fast as you like. You carry on playing them. People at home that want the weather games, you type in Thunder. Yeah, so we've got a games card for you on Thunder. You, Karen, you can play, take it off and play all of them as you like. So Karen's been very sensible, health and safety. As soon as you take off, I want you to go into a transition. So before you do it, don't panic on this. I want you to go straight back in, go back into the lead again for me, Karen. So this is something that's important, I think, for all of us to know. When you take the dog's lead off, think transition. So you can do it again, and you're going to think transition. So it could be that you put it into middle, and then you ask you bring the lead off, or you could do it there and then go right into a game. But what I want you to do is think and just drop the lead. I'll take it, so you don't need to worry about it being on the floor. And then keep the transition. And I know and there you go. Now feed again. Now don't worry about the lead. Feed her. Good. And then feed her up for you. So looking at you. So she's fed for you. I'm looking at Lauren. Yeah, good, good. Now go into your weather games. So transitions are really important. So how you go into that game, don't nag there. Just let her think that through a minute. She's not going anywhere. She's just going to check out the environment. Now, good. So what Karen's doing, she's playing games to effectively get her dog engaged. If you want games like this, wait for it. Good. Don't say anything for a minute here. Let her figure that out. Now, good. That was lovely. That was, she said, middle. Good. Really nice. So what Karen's doing, she's playing a series of games that effectively get Rue to want to work with Karen and see Karen as a good deal. Nice, there. And what Karen's doing is she's effectively working in a new environment. Really nice. Rue would like to see all of you. Good. You can cue it there. Nice. Good. Nice. That was a lovely one. If you want to play games like this, type Thunder in the comments. Don't say anything. Good. Now, you can just see the moment where she just comes. Good. 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 Really nice. And then through middle, Thunder. Good. And then Thunder on this one. Let her find that. She's just going to find that other piece of pate there. Wait, good. There you go. And another. And another. Good. And you can mark those. Nice. Good. Nice. And then hold her there into middle again. So I'm going to give you one little bit of feedback before you go again, Karen. So, two actually. When she goes to lift her head, you can mark it. Okay. Nice, good, yes, whatever you want to use it, mark it, and then mark it with energy. So you're going to mark with an intention. So you're marking with energy and intention. Two is, if she's looking really motivated, you can slow her down and turn her into you, or you can ask her to come in and come back into middle. If she's looking like you need more motivation, throw through Thunder or do something faster moving. Okay. You'll know where they are. So if they've just gone from sniffing, I'll often go bowl it through fast. If they've come straight up, then I could ask them for something harder. Yeah, so it depends on how their energy is before I decide what my game is. Does that make sense? But you've got to be quick with it. The other thing you did really well was she went to go think about sniffing and then she lifted her head. That's the moment you want to catch. The minute the head comes off the ground, catch it. If you need to interrupt them, something like an attention noise, something like that. But unless you need to interrupt her, I'd almost let her start to make better decisions and realise she's missing a good deal. If that makes sense. Yeah. She's very attentive. And I should say, guys, Rue's at a very good level. I'm fine-tuning a good dog here, yeah? If your dog's not at this level, don't panic. Karen's played some of these games before. It's not her first time. When you're ready. Really nice. Really nice. That's lovely. Good. Let that happen for a minute. Just give her a second. Second she lifts her head up, I want you to mark it. So second she lifts her head up and just let her take that. There, now, good. Go, straight through. Nice, really nice. Now she can go into another, good. And then back into middle. Good girl, and reward there. So that was really nice. And do you see how those moments I almost let her find the information because I think you have a better deal. Yes. In fact, I know you have a better deal. And I think her level of training is good. I'm not worried about her running off and barking at someone or biting someone or doing anything. She's got nothing horrible in her. And you've got very, very good relationship with her. So I almost think she's at the stage where it's not like she goes off and does zoomies or picks up something or does anything bad. I think she information finds and then you can bring it back in without I think you almost the less you do there, I almost think the less she will do it. Yes. I almost think that's the right thing. So Karen, she looks amazing. She looks absolutely fantastic. I love her condition. I love her energy. You can see she's grown up through games. You can see she's got a great relationship. You can see how you've built not barking at people, because you can see it's in there to look and bark, but she's not. And stuff like this, almost nice, really nice. And then bring her back around into good. That stand, you changed it before I even got to it. So the stand is there for the moving around. I think keep rewarding when new things happen. So when someone moves in the background, Ellen, if you could walk that way for me a minute, notice, my feed there. Do you see how she notices? Like, she's always vigilant. So because she's always noticing, you want to be rewarding that, because the more that happens is, I had a young border collie and he would growl at things when that happened. But by a year old, he didn't do anything because I'd rewarded so much of it. He just thought when people moved, it was a great deal. Yeah, so he just didn't take it as his information. He just took it as a relationship thing. So I would do more of that for sure. Might she do good under the nose? Good, that's lovely. That's really lovely, really nice. Karen, Rue, she's amazing. We're heading back up to Sam. Green eggs and ham. 3, 2, 1, it's you.
It's me. What I really like about the Funder games actually is what we start to get from a lot of our students, and I know Karen will laugh at this, is that they start to make these fun little noises. They start to go shoo, like it's like a tornado or like wind is blowing, and they're called the weather games, so why not, right? Now, if you want that game card, type in Funder into the comments on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, type in Funder, that's with an F, not with a TH, so Funder. And if you're on YouTube, or if you want to try and find it in another way, you can scan the QR code, or you can type into a browser absolutedogs.me/Funder card. That's Funder card. Such a cool game. Not only is it just amazingly fun to play with your dog, and you just see them light up, but that's where we start to use those choice moments with our dog, all right? We want to try and find moments where our dogs do something well and reward it, rather than having to nag them all the time. And you saw Lauren kind of constantly say like that. You don't need to talk to her, let her do what she wants to do for a moment. It's a safe space. So when you're thinking about going out and playing these games, start at home. Start at home, take it out into the garden, maybe take it out on your front street if it's, it's safe to do so. Take it to like an enclosed field, all right, where there's lots of smells. Maybe that's a good starting point. But let's start with low-level distractions and build upon it. Let's not go straight into level 100 where you're in the middle of a dog field, there's dogs running everywhere, and play these games for the first time. That's like going and doing a maths exam and you've never done maths in your life. That's going to be really hard. So let's set our dogs up for success in that. But you don't need to nag them. Give them a moment to make that choice. And what you'll get is them learning that making that choice is a good deal. Making that choice got them fun with you, got them some really cool, tasty treats. That's where you're going to get that dog making that choice over and over and over again for the rest of their lives. This is where those games come into play and you have a really, really cool time. So don't forget that game card. The other game card that we had to play with is middle. Okay, so if you want the middle game card, type middle into Facebook. Make sure you type middle into Facebook, or you can scan the QR code for middle, or you can type into a browser, absolutedogs.me/middle card. So that's middle. We've played that quite a few times today. It's a really, really, again, it's one of those bread and butter games. It's really cool. It looks amazing anyway, but it's really good fun to have your dog come into that position, and as Karen was saying, it kind of gives them this anchor where they kind of know their job, they're in close to us, so it gives us lots of options, lots of versatility there to kind of do things that we need to do. Like we could move them away from the situation that we're recalling them from. That might be a dog that's barking at them and running at them. That might be just a person. It could be any of those things really. It might just be that you want them to recall to you and then you're going to send them back out to have a bit of fun, and it's just, you're just training. Out and about. So really, really cool game. Make sure you get that game card. And we are ready with another dog for you. Exciting. Here we go.
So, Anna, tell us a little bit about who we have next up here, because I know she's not your dog.
No, this is Star. She's my mum's dog, and she started playing games after she saw me with Luna.
Love
since
that.
then, she's just kind of got so much more confidence.
So she started playing games after
I got my puppy.
You basically were getting some success with games.
Yes.
And so tell us where she came from in terms of, did you have her as a puppy or how did that work?
No, she came to us at about a year of age as a rescue.
So rescue dog.
She had just been tied up outside all her life and never seen the world. just kind of ignored.
So she was a bit of a sad dog.
She was a sad dog.
And confident or lacking confidence?
Lacking in confidence, hugely. Everything scared her. She took a long time to kind of start coming out of her shell.
So a very scared dog, fearful dog, lacking confidence. Yes. What did that look like for her?
She didn't like the world. She just didn't want to know the world. She just wanted to hide away in her little area. She is very clingy to begin with and wouldn't leave us alone because she knew that we were safe. But now she's happy with the tail out, going for walks.
So
now.
A much happier dog,
yes.
Day to day now. Now, like we said, she's your mum's dog. And how was that for your mum, having a very sad dog?
It wasn't what Mum wanted, in honesty. She wanted a dog that she could take to the beach and take to the moor and go for walks with, and she found that she couldn't for like at least a year, if not longer.
And so actually for your mum it was very hard as well, wasn't
it? You know, when she got a dog that she didn't really want, but we've worked, and found ways to make her confident so she can do the stuff that she wanted to.
And actually she has a nicer life through that confidence, right? So show us a couple of the games that you've been playing for her confidence. She looks very, very happy to be here. So this is Star. Give Star some hearts, some love. She's called Star. She might need an emoji of a star, because actually she's a rescue, she's a rehome. Lacked confidence, lacked liking the world, actually very fearful of the world. And the thing I'm going to say whilst Anna works on some games with her is a lot of dogs lack confidence, but the way they show it or the way they bring it to the world is different. So some dogs might bark at the world, some dogs might lunge at the world, some dogs might bite the world. They have big emotions and big feelings. What Star did was she hid away, so she would be the type of dog that would run away and hide away and want to be in her own little room and space and with her own family, but she didn't want to see the world. And by the sounds of it, I would say that is her way of dealing with it, but actually for Anna and Anna's mum, that's just so hard to see. Now when you see her like this, you can see a really happy little dog. Anna's told me she's terrier cross. Terriers can be certainly of a whole new nature to work with, can't they?
They are.
So she's super cute though, look at her. So show us your 2 feet on game, because she likes that as well, I think. Nice. And if you want to play this game, guys, the 2 feet, you need to put in the number 2 and then feet. So number 2 and then feet. So that's the game you want to put in. No, that is not the one. That is a different one. 2 paws. It's 2 paws. Yeah, so that's 2 paws. So number 2 and paws, if you want the 2 paws up game. And she loves games like this. And Anna, how does that help her confidence when you're playing things like this with her?
It takes her mind off her worries.
Now, everyone in the comments watching, does she look worried right now? She's in a new arena, she's with lots of new people, she's in a big space, she's got cameramen around, she's got all of our team here. Does she look like a worried dog?
Yes, good girl.
And in terms of how she is as a dog now, is this a happier dog?
Oh yes, this is a million times better than what she used to be. So yeah, it's definitely helped us at no end.
Now, I know she also does a game that we call Mousetrap. This helps with understanding sort of manners and boundaries, really. Now, she looks like a dog who doesn't need too many rules, but at the same time, when you're playing a game like this, you can see that she wants the chicken, she wants this game. Mousetrap is the game.
Yes.
Really nice. Again, really nice game. We've got a whole track on this in Games Club. So one of the things you saw earlier was one of our instant down tracks. You're going to see a whole track on this later, or a good few videos of a track. And all of this is in Games Club. Now, what we teach with this game is actually impulse control. So we actually teach a dog to hold its impulses. So say a dog that wants to chase squirrels, or say a dog that wants to chase bikes, or say a dog that wants to run up and jump at people. This is a game that really helps with that. And what Anna's showing you is the basics of those games. She's also just read, don't do it again necessarily, you can do some middle, or you can do some other things, because she also just read that actually you can see Star notice the camera. And Anna spotted it really well. So you play something movement-wise. So you can do something movement-wise that you think she will enjoy. I'm very happy for you to do those. She's got Paint the Town Red. So this is a game called Paint the Town Red. Again, it's in Games Club, so it's one of our games in Games Club. She can do leg weaves, so she can do some cone wraps, she can do some sides, she can do some spins. The best part is all of these things. She reminds me of one of our good friends and team members, Shelley. She reminds me of her little dog, Em, in terms of she's just cute and nice, and she's a sweet little dog. But actually, without games, how do you think her world would look, Anna?
It would be quite fearful. She'd be quite shut down and withdrawn.
It's a poorer place, isn't it, right? Like, it's a sadder place. So she could be fearful, she could be shut down, but actually with games, it's like you have a different conversation with her, Anna.
It is. She comes alive when we do games. When we start trying to do anything, she's just really, her eyes just get so bright. She wants to do everything.
And
she's just so lovely.
Are
to
you
see
working
her.
with a happier dog today?
Yes.
And is your mum happier because of it?
Oh yes. Yes, she absolutely adores her now. Well, more than she did.
Yeah, and I think it's hard when you have a sad dog or a dog who's looking effectively fearful, shut down, worried, anxious. It's actually quite sad to live with. Look at her trotty feet. Yeah, she's got the super cute trotty feet going on. She could probably do some sort of competitive obedience trot there when you look at that. She's super nice. So this is Star, this is Anna. Anna and Star have had an amazing journey. Rehome, rescue, shut down, fearful, very nervous of the world. And as you can see, this is a happy dog playing games from the Games Club. Sam, what do you think?
I mean, I've got a soft spot for terriers because I've got 2 Jack Russell Terriers myself. So to see, I can imagine, I can feel how that would be as an owner to see your dog in such distress. You know, this dog that you've brought into your home in the hopes that you can help them have a better life. And I'm sure many of you are in that situation, or maybe it's even just a puppy that you've had that is just really struggling with life, you know, and that's okay. That's not your fault. Sometimes, you know, dogs struggle, and we don't have the information at that time to be able to help them. But actually bringing games into that dog's life, you can see that dog just light up. Right, I mean, how lovely was that? That little waggy tail and the little bouncy pretty thing. It just kind of touches you a little bit, doesn't it? And this is what we love bringing to our students, to the community, to anybody that we can possibly reach out to. Make sure that you share this. Make sure that you share the link of this. Make sure that you tell them about Games Club. Tell them how to watch this so that they can get some of the game cards, so that they can get help with their dog struggles. Make sure that you share this with your friends, your family, anybody really that you can reach, because they might be in the same situation that you are, where they've really struggled and they don't know what to do, you know, and they're at wit's end, and actually they need help. And that's what we're here for, and we love bringing help, but also joy. All right, we want to bring joy back to that dog owning journey, and it's a really special place in our heart to be able to do that, and I mean that sincerely. When we were talking about 2 paws, think about a dog that wants to come to you from any given situation, and then they know that when they come in, because when I go on a walk, I do this on logs, I do it on the wall, sometimes I do it on my leg, sometimes I do it like on a chair out and about, or a bench or anything like that, and it just gives our dogs a job to do. So if you want that game card and you want that skill to learn with your dog, and plus it's really cool and it's fun, and it's great fitness for their back ends as well, you know, make sure that you type in the number 2, pause, and the number 2, pause, into the Facebook comments, and you will get a prompt to put in an email address, and then it will send it to your email. That's how you can get the game card. Or you can scan the QR code, or you can type into a browser absolutedogs.me/2paws card. That's 2paws card. Now, something that we were talking about earlier that I really want to touch on is, we were talking about how we earn our food with our dogs. And Karen was talking about, you know, pate, and we also sometimes make our own treats. Whatever food that you choose to give your dog, where that's just their main food, if you can use that for your training, right, it means that you can give lots. You can give them lots, you can reward them lots, reward them appropriately, right? Because how would you feel, right, if you did a whole day's work and then somebody gave you £1 or $1 or wherever you're from, whatever your currency is? Can you imagine how, would it make you want to do that again? Would you want to continue to do that? Maybe you would, maybe you're an optimist, and the next day you're like, you know, I think they're gonna reward me appropriately next time. I'll do it again, that's fine, I'll do it again. They've recalled me, I'll come in, okay, no, they've still only given me 1 piece of food. I mean, yes, it's cheese and it's chicken, it's tasty, but it's not as exciting as the environment. It is not as exciting as the squirrel I was chasing. It definitely wasn't worth coming back for. That's like someone trying to give me broccoli instead of cake, I think. There's absolutely no way. No, I'll stay with the cake, thank you very much. But if we can give this experience, and we can reward appropriately, where we can give them lots, like, oh my God, you did such a good job. That is where earning our food, our dogs earning food in just their normal daily food, that's where that can really kind of powerhouse your training journey. Now, when I came to this, my original, the original OG dog that I started this with, Luna, she didn't kind of train this way. We just gave her treats, and then she'd have her dinner. And actually, she didn't really usually eat much of her dinner. It wasn't something that she was really that interested in. And she didn't really want to play the games to begin with. She was a bit like, oh, you've thrown my food. All right, I'll go and get it then, shall I? As we played them, as we kind of grew our tool belt of games, as she started to see the fun in this and the engagement with me, and when she was getting lots of rewards, what I saw change in her was her want for food. So I was no longer having to use cheese and chicken and really, really super, super duper high value food anymore. Actually, I was sometimes just using her kibble, literally just her normal daily food. To the point where she no longer eats out of a bowl. She just doesn't. And the reason for that is actually she doesn't really like it anymore. And also, I don't have enough food to be able to put in a bowl, because even though I'm only doing these small little chunks throughout the day, 2 to 3 minutes max, various times throughout the day, because I'm able to reward lots, it's very, very easy to give her food. So give it a try. You start using just your dog's normal daily food as part of your training and watch them transform and see how their relationship with food and their relationship with you changes, because honestly, it's an incredible thing to see. I never believed it when I first started, and I saw it for myself. It was my own results, and it is an incredible journey to watch. Remember your game cards, guys. Remember that we've got Games Club at the moment for £1 7-day trial. £1. £1. Why wouldn't you do it? And we're ready for some more dog training. Back to Lauren.
So there are quite a few questions, I've saved them on my phone. There are quite a few questions about food motivation, how you can use food, what you should use, when you should use. You can't use food, you can only use certain proteins. The best thing is, in Games Club, it's £1. It really isn't a big sort of commitment. You just need to jump in and see what it's like for 7 days. You can cancel at any time. The best thing is there's a whole badge in there on food motivation. So actually you can follow a course, and Sam will tell you about it, I'll tell you about it. You can follow a course basically that tells you exactly how you get food motivation in your dog. So if your dog's not food motivated, don't panic. We've had dogs like that too. One of the dogs you're going to see me with in the Games Club, Katie, she was not food motivated. Classic, she was not food motivated. My spaniels are always food motivated. So it depends on the dog, but we have dogs that aren't food motivated. So that badge is in there alongside stop barking, stop literally anything, reactivity, stop pulling, stop jumping. There are so many courses in there, and they're all mini courses, very, very easy to achieve. We had a lovely, lovely, lovely question from Jodie Ferguson. Jodie Ferguson, if someone can tag her and let her know we're going to answer a question. She said, are there any games for bringing them down and switching them off? If you have a quick look at Sky over here, Sky is doing some boundary games. Do they make her excited or calmer? And does she need that sometimes?
Absolutely.
Why does she need it, Mandy?
She is pretty reactive, worried, nervous about the world. So actually her having a calm, safe space is really good for her, and it's good for me as well.
I love it. It's good for Mandy, it's good for Sky. So that was a question from lovely Jodie Ferguson, and she said my dog would love it, but then would get mouthy if I then tried to stop. That's how we transition. So we might go from an exciting game to a boundary game, to an exciting game, back to a boundary game. So the boundary game is effectively your arousal down. I'm pretty sure there's an arousal down games card as well. I would imagine the words arousal. That's good, I've guessed it right. Arousal doesn't always have to be a sexy word. It can actually be a dog training word, I've learned. So if you put in the comments arousal, it is safe to put that in the comments at Absolute Dogs, maybe not in all other places, but here you can put the word arousal in the comments. We'll send you a games card, all entirely appropriate. The other thing I'd say is we like to have fun with dog training. I think so many people make dog training very, very serious. And sometimes when we're dealing with difficult times, your dogs have been difficult, Mandy, at times, right? Like tell everybody about it, because I think as much as we get really good results, actually it can sometimes be stressful. So actually we've also tried to have fun with it. Yeah. How has it been stressful? How's it been difficult? Why? Where did you start?
I started with Sky. She was a rescue. She was a year old when she came to me, and very quickly I realised that I had way more on my hands than I could deal with.
Now just turn her a little way that way, just so I know that the cameras and everybody can see her as well. Nice, you can feed her there, feed her there. Carry on talking there and carry on.
She was so reactive and so nervous. I had every window of my house blacked out.
Yeah.
Couldn't get outside, couldn't go in the garden. She left me frequently in tears. I had advice to walk her 20 miles a day. I got to the point where I just didn't think I'd ever be able to live with her. Excuse you. And that's how we found Absolute Dogs and Games. And she's just now...
How is owning her today?
You've got to say, oh, she's amazing. She's my heart dog. She makes me so happy. I walk with her. We play games. She was the reason I got Rain. And I watch her do something like this, and it's like, wow.
This is a dog that couldn't even come in the building.
In the building,
Couldn't be
get out
around
of the
people,
car.
couldn't be out of the car. Like, was a very difficult scenario dog. Now, I know there's a couple of games that she really quite likes to play. So all you're going to do for a second is play a couple of the games that you know she likes to play. And let's start her there.
Cool. Break.
And I think this is really important, guys, with Games Club and with what you do in games. For her, there's a lot going on at the moment, and you can see there's a lot going on in here. So actually, what we might need to do is just see where she's comfortable. So play with what she's comfortable. So she's going to do 2 paws up. Now, you carry on with that for a minute, Mandy. So you carry on with your 2 paws up, because she can notice things are going on in the background. So I would do a couple more 2 paws up. Don't try and go into a figure of 8 yet or anything else, just 2 paws up. And the reason that a lot of people will play games like I don't know, Middle, Thunder, Tornado, Typhoon, all of the games that we have at Games Club. But for her, 2 paws up would be the most appropriate game. She says, I must shake and I must scratch. Know that that's information. So know that she's given us information. She's actually finding it a lot just watching what's going on around her. So let her have that scratch and let her have that moment to think it through. And then you can ask her to see if she can do a 2 paws up again. So you can see if she can go into a 2 paws up again. Nice. Good, straight in. Just to note, on her collar, it's a tracker, nothing else. So those of you wondering, it's a tracker. You carry on feeding.
Tracker.
You're good. You stay with her. You're good. You're good.
Good.
Really nice. Really nice. And then take her back to the floor again. And then ask her to come back up again, just to add a little bit of movement in, but don't feed too much for the floor, feed more for the up.
Ready?
Because you can see for her, the stuff that's going on in here says it's enough, it's a lot, don't overface her. So that's important that you don't overface her. And she says, I've got so much harness and collar and everything else on. Right, 3, 2, ready, Missy?
Ready.
Let her have that. She says, no, I'm just gonna think about scratching.
Goodness.
And then see if she can get good, nice, and then straight up onto you.
And 2.
Good.
Thank you.
Now whiz her back to a boundary, so straight back to a boundary. Good, so those are here. And she can notice there are people in there that she's not used to, there are cameras in it that she's not used to, and there are things that are going on. Kev, I don't know if you want to take this side for me. That would be really, really cool. So we're going to go there, that's really nice. So you can see her in here. Now, I know for her that one of her biggest moments of reactivity was dogs in distances.
Absolutely.
And at what sort of distance, Mandy, couldn't she handle them?
I was sat at the top of a mountain, 3,000 feet, and I heard a dog bark that most people wouldn't hear, and she was barking and lunging. So
And how is that today?
I rarely hear her bark. We can handle other dogs. Yeah, I mean, it's night and day. She chills in the garden by her just
And the fact
sitting
that she's
there.
able to sit on her boundary here, noticing there's other people and there's other things going on in the environment, there's a lot going on. Now, I'm not going to push her in the scenarios there because I think the camera's enough for her, and you can see the camera's enough for her. And I think it's really important we acknowledge their information. She's telling us the camera's enough, and that's different. They don't typically train with a camera watching them, you guys watching them. Give her a blue heart, she's got a blue eye. Like, you need to hearts, give her some blue hearts, guys, in the comments. We're going to head back up to Sam. She's going to be telling you a little bit about reactive dogs and some of the courses that are in Absolute Dogs, Stop Reactivity and other things. And if you guys have questions, we're certainly ready to answer them. Make sure the questions keep coming in. We'll answer them. Mandy and lovely Sky, we're heading back to Sam.
We love Mandy and Sky. And I remember her as a student when she first came here way back when, and it really is night and day. It really, really is night and day. The fact that she was able to be so vulnerable and bring Sky in there in an environment, you know, where there is lots and lots and lots going on, it says a lot, because once upon a time that would not have been possible. Absolutely would not have been possible. And yes, you know, there was a lot going on and she was getting distracted. That is really normal. And what was really important there is that we worked the dog in front of us. And when you hear us say that, when we say we're going to work the dog in front of us, it's not always the same in any given situation. And that might be, it might be the same situation, but it might just be a different day. And our dogs are like, actually today, I can't do that. Today is too hard. I'm having a day. I need to go and sit on the couch with a hot water bottle and a hot chocolate, just like we do, and just chill out. And I need to not have all of this stimulus and all this stuff going on today. I can't handle it. So we see where they are, and we meet them at that level. And sometimes that is the best thing that we can do for our dog in that situation. And then what we do is we think, okay, well, what can we change? Or what happened in that we might do differently? Are there some games or skills that might be helpful in that? That's what we can find in the Games Club. That might be what you ask Blinkbot. You know, that's what BlinkBot's there for. So there's lots of solutions there, and we give you those skills in Games Club to know how to look at that, to know how to go, okay, I think actually, you know, what I could do, that didn't work. You can shake it off. You can be like, all right, that's okay. You know, I've got this. It doesn't mean that I've like failed or anything like that. All we need to think of there is, okay, how can we move forward next time, set ourselves, dogs up and ourselves up for better success next time, and we can, that's how we grow. And that's how we get to the place where we've got a dog that actually is done pretty damn incredibly in a situation that was completely novel and unique for them, you know. And if you want that game card, arousal up, arousal down, so that's teaching your dog the ability to go up in that kind of fizzy energy level zoominess, be able to think, and also that's where a dog can get on a boundary and chill out, can walk loosely on a lead and not have to pull all the time. That's a dog that's not going to bark and lunge and try and pull you over to see the dogs or the people. That's a calm dog. That's a calm dog that's got the skill to work and be in all of those arousal energy levels. Then you need to type arousal into the comments, and that will get you the game card that will teach you a game that will help you grow that skill in your dog's brain. We're going to reshape your dog's brain. So type arousal into the Facebook comments, or you can scan the QR code if you're on YouTube, not in YouTube. You could be in YouTube, I'm not sure. If you're on YouTube, scan the QR code, or you can go into a browser and you can type absolutedogs.me/arousal card. Now we've got an amazing track for you. Now what a track is, this is something that you can get in Games Club. So for £1 right now, for 7 days, you can go and have a look at this and see the whole thing. So we're going to show you a little bit. We want to give you a taste, but if you want the whole thing, then you need to join Games Club for £1. Just £1, what have you got to lose? Go and do it right now. Now a track is, we've played a lot of middle. We're going to teach you some of those layers of middle, where you start it from the beginning and all the little things that you can do, where you do it on the move maybe, or you have middle toes, or you're doing catch in middle. There's lots of layers there where you can bring this game into this like powerhouse amazing place. And we've got these tracks for lots of different games, but we're going to show you middle right now.
Have you ever wondered what kind of training your dog would choose? They choose games. They choose training that really truly sees them and understands them, that celebrates their strengths, supports their struggles and helps them shine. They choose training that doesn't overwhelm them or push them into situations that they're simply not ready for, but instead builds their confidence and skills in a way that feels safe, comfortable and most importantly fun. The kind where they're too busy training, having a blast to even realise they're learning. Games Club is exactly that, training that your dog would choose. Packed with expert video lessons, fun games and resources, live expert coaching and an incredibly supportive community too. Let's face it, Games Club isn't just the training your dog would choose, you're going to love it too. And right now you can try it for just £1. Come and join us in Games Club today and discover the training that your dog really would pick. Middle, it's mega. It's one of my favourite games. It's so adaptable. It's so opportunistic. It's brilliant for dogs. It's brilliant for owners. If you're a Pro Dog Trainer Clubber, you're going to get the Pro Dog Trainer Clubber cut, or effectively the boost in this that is really going to give you that expert insight into what else we can do here. And at the same time, as a Games Clubber, you're going to have achievable step-by-step to how you can take Middle right from 0 to hero. Now, the cool thing is with Middle, you know what? You can use it in so many spaces, so many varieties. There are so many opportunities here. Whatever stage your dog's at, whether you've got an 8-week-old or an 18-year-old, your dog is going to have mega success here. Now, what I love with Middle is that it's very, very versatile as a conversation starter. That means you can take it out and about and your dog has the opportunity to learn with it and grow with it and also feel very, very secure and safe with it. We're going to take you right the way through step-by-step levels. And what I'm going to ask you is that you try really, really hard to master each step before you push it on too far. That doesn't mean you can't flex ahead, but what it does mean is I would try to instill layer by layer success at every opportunity so that what we know is that the foundational sort of games are there before we extend it right the way through to some pretty tough proofing. Now we've got you covered if you've got some level of disability that makes it hard for you. Watch for the later stages because we are going to adapt for you. And like I said, if you're a pro dog trainer clubber, we've also got a little enhancement, a little special for you. If you're not a pro dog trainer clubber and you want to be, touch base with the Ask team. They're going to help you elevate to the next status. So before we jump ahead, are you ready for this? You might think you already have middle, but this is going to change your whole picture. Middle, let's go. Okay, level one. Level one is actually something that so many people want to skip, miss, or jump ahead of, but it's really important that your dog can follow the food law. And when I say the food law, actually, let's see if they can just do it on the ground. It's a basic space of paint the town red if you haven't already had a look at that. And what I want to see is how comfortable is the dog before I actually look to lure them into any position. I'm going to recall my dog. You're going to be surprised. He's a different one. MJ, come. So MJ's going to run in straight to lure and straight to hand. And what I want to see, and I'm feeding him all the time. Are you getting your food there? Yes, MJ's getting his food. He's got a different voice to what I expected. So he's following along. Now, I want to see that he's happy, maybe switching hand to hand before I even go into a space of middle. Because if he's not happy following me here, he's not going to be happy going into a position. Thank you, MJ. You did a great job. So off he goes. What I want to see is the dog's happy following the lure, and eventually I want to maybe be turning that lure around. Think of Paint the Town Red. If you haven't already looked at that track, go and have a look because there's lots in there. It sounds really, really easy. It sounds really, really basic. And when I first started dog training, lots of trainers said, don't lure, it's a bad space to be. For me, luring is really, really, really clever with your dog because it's an easy win. It's an easy opportunity for you to improve your dog trainer mechanics, as in how you do that and how you go through that. And also, and I would say this to each and every one of you, I think that you get better and better the more you rehearse this. If your dog nibbles your hands, put some gloves on. If your dog's too, maybe back off, feed better food from that hand. If your dog's maybe worried about approaching, make it an easy, easy win for them. And maybe even drop the food at first from the hand and then gradually build them to take food from the hand at that level. Now, it sounds simple, but it's really important you've got this before we move to the next stage. Level 2, we are leveling up and we're actually going to be bringing our little dog into that position. MJ, come. Off he comes. There he goes. Okay, so MJ obviously is going to take it a little slower than some. Off you go, MJ. And what I want to know, you can do it in your middle, don't worry. You don't have to worry about my middle. You can do your middle. It's all good. And what I would say is this one is really interesting because as the dog goes round, so many people don't quite understand that you need that dog in stand. And you're going to feed that dog in stand, release, that's nice, and then back round. And you're going to do a little duration in stand. So that dog is luring, basically food there, keep there for a minute, Izzy, and you're going to feed there, and you're going to feed just for being here, and then you're going to throw forward, and actually all we're doing is luring into that position, feeding, and then out again. The dog's not got any cues here other than our visual cue of following the hand, nice, and then take around the other side again, so you can take around that side, nicely done. And notice that sometimes Izzy's going to throw forward, and other times what Izzy's going to do is she's going to feed in position and then throw again. I would just vary this, and there's no rules here and there's nothing too sort of rigid. Just play around with it. If the dog wants to move quickly, let them move quickly. If the dog's happy and content in position, let them stay in position. Play around with it a little. Ultimately, what we're looking for is the dog's flexible and adaptable and happy to go into position from both sides. Stay in the stand. Why? Because later on, keep your dog in the stand. Later on, you're going to do middle on the move. So you're going to move that dog a tiny bit now for me, Izzy. Tiny bit, that's lovely. And that's really helpful. Now, let's say a dog is coming in from the distance. So I'm a dog coming in from the distance. You've got your dog in middle on the move. So you put your dog in middle on the move. I've got a dog here, but Izzy's able to just move out of the way, and she's also able to barrier her dog. So for me, that makes complete sense in dog training, that the dog's able to move. If you had them in a sit or a down, then actually that's not so appropriate. And this dog's great. He stays in the stand really well, is he? Really high five for that. He is perfect, and she can stay here. This is some of the later levels, but he's doing great. So he's doing great for today. So Goal at this stage, you can lure them into position. Sometimes you might keep them there a second, sometimes you might throw straight out. It's flexible. There's no strict instruction other than get them in position from your left, get them in position from your right, get them in position, throw them forwards. No middle cue, no any cue other than your visual of taking them there. Please, 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 please play at both sides, because so many people, myself included, have a stronger one side than the other. I know if I ask mine to go middle, I'll recall them and I'll put them in from this hand. How about you, Izzy? Have you got a middle stronger side?
Always goes left side.
She goes on her left side. So you know what, as a pair, we'd be fine, but most people I'd say the same. So please, please try to do both sides right from day one. Thank you, MJ, you're good. Off you go. You did a great job. And I would know in my own dogs that this is a stage that, again, so many people skip. Don't skip it. Let's lure that dog into middle position. Level 3, we're going to be adding a cue. Now we've got a double lead here that's nice and thin, and we've also got a puppy line, which is really handy to train on. Because we're in a space where we don't necessarily want our dog off lead without knowing what they're going to do, the puppy line can be a really nice addition to what you're doing. You can get them on the Absolute Dog store as long as they're in stock. Most of our PDTs, they end up buying 5, 10, 15, 20. They buy them for their students as well. They're a really lovely opportunity. They've got nothing on the end. They're completely cut. Great for training. Secondly, you could be using your double lead, and again, it's what's most appropriate for you. So for when you're training in a minute, you can add puppy line or lead to see what's appropriate. Now, level 3 is adding a cue. At the moment, you've got a visual cue. It's a lure. We're going to do new cue. It's going to be your word. You can call it pink, blue, banana, avocado, what you like. I'm going to use middle. Seems more familiar to me. And you're going to bring the dog in. You're going to say middle, and then you're going to bring the dog in, and you're going to lure them into position. With lures, some people use both hands, some people use one hand. It really is mostly up to you and what you're comfortable doing. We had that question in our community this week. And community space-wise, please, 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 please make sure you're interacting with us. We love to see you in the community space. Get involved in the lives, get involved in the teaching. We really enjoy seeing you in there. Okay, so we're going to bring our little dog in. I think we'll unclip his lead and then he can come back in and he can clip this lead in if he wants to. He's going to whiz in here like a roly teddy bear. Can you guess who it is? It's his appearance. Here he comes. There he is. So I think for him, he's looking quite cool. Let's clip that lead on. It's puppy line. It gives him a bit of responsibility, but not so much responsibility that he gets all of it. And you're just going to lure him in just to make sure he's comfortable at first, Karen. So luring in. On the nose, he's like, oh, luring, fun, super nice, and throw him out. Good, and then lure him back in again. Notice how Karen steps over the puppy line. That's fine, throw away again. Don't panic. No, you can't have the bit of fluffery. Ready, throw him out or in, that's fine. Lure him in as soon as he comes in, so throw in, that's it, really nice. And then throw out, but not too far, not too far. That's better. That's fine, you're fine. Really nice. So luring into position, really nice. So he's happy with the luring into position. Karen's still got work to do, but that's okay. And what I'd love to see you do now is as he's in here, and obviously Rupert's taking this all the way. So when you get to work with your dog won't be at all of these stages. You're going to get to see a pro here, but at the same time, he's going to talk you through all the stages. This time we're going to add the cue. So you're going to throw a little piece of food out, and you're throwing it out literally a couple of foot or half a meter, not far. And then you're going to say the word and then show him the hand cue, the visual cue. So it's new cue, old cue. Ready?
Ready.
Bit of food.
Break.
Nice. Verbal?
Middle.
It's okay. It's fine to go. It's all good. It's all good. And that's exactly what these guys at home will be doing too. Throw a little piece of food out. Say the word. It's okay. Remember with your lure, you're going to show him really obviously. Remember it's a new space. Remember it's a different training space. Remember he's also gone on stages, so this is different for him. So, and this is great for people at home to learn from too. So throw a piece of food out and that under the hand and say the word. Good. Nice. And straight in. Really nice. Say the word. Nice. Really lovely. And then on the other side, I can tell you've got a comfortable side. On the other side, middle. Good. Really nice. Mechanics are testing Karen today. Feeding him again. Feeding him again. Good boy. And then say the word. I particularly like it when it's chaos because again, it does show you, even when you're experienced at doing this, it shows you that it can, and that's everybody, that's me as well. Okay, throw out again. So we're going to throw we're going to say the verbal cue and then we're going to show the visual cue. And as soon as we throw, we also need to move our leg around the long line. I know the long line's a pain, but it's really, really good in a training space like this. Let's go again. Word. Good boy, really good boy. And he did a lot of the middle there. So what I want you to do is try and get him on the hand lure, only because I know you at home are probably going to be using your hand lure as well. And again, throwing out, getting off the lead. Good. Say the word. Nice. On the lure. And bringing back round. Gorgeous, perfect, leave him there. Keep rewarding. Now, I think it's really important here that we realise that the verbal cue is one thing, the visual cue is another thing. And they are both definitely something that your dog's going to need to grow in. I continue to use my visual even once my dog's got their verbal, because sometimes I want to do it without really adding any arousal, excitement, or even anticipated behaviour. So I don't want it to be too quick. I don't want it to escalate too quick into anything. So I play around with it. And again, depends on the space that you're at. So that's our verbal cue. You do not need to use the word middle. You can use the words potato, carrot, swede, yellow, red, pepper, whatever. You get to choose the word. We're going to use middle. And as you saw with Karen, there's mechanics to work through. Please don't panic if your mechanics are something to work on. This is simply us learning and growing with our dogs. Okay, there comes a stage where we need to fade the lure. So our next level, we're going to fade the lure. Now, obviously, Rupert knows the faded lure, but we're going to show it where Karen almost just backs the hand out once he knows what he's doing. So what you're going to do, Karen, you're going to throw the food a short distance forward. As he comes back, you're going to say the word, you're going to give him a slight visual cue, and then you're going to let him finish it. So he gets the opportunity to finish it. Now, we know he knows it, but we don't have a dog that doesn't know it at the stage that will take it all the way through for you. So I think it's really important we see what we're doing and we give you the best picture we can, but ultimately, you've got to fade how much you're using the hand. So you might start the hand gesture, but you won't finish the hand gesture. And the amount of hand gesture you use really does depend on your dog. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Nice, so he's out, verbal. Wrong key. And again, throw the food out. Good, verbal. Good boy, feed. Now, I think you just removed all of the lure there. So, and I know that's because the lure for him is meaning different things. For you guys at home, you're not going to remove all of the lure. Karen's going to have a go once more. It's very good for Karen's flexibility. So you're not going to remove all of the lure. You're going to do a little bit of the lure. And again, throw the food out. Verbal cue. And hand cue. He said, I found the food, that's fine. And just pop the hand in now, so let him finish it. So that's it, good. And feed. So I want you to do a fraction more still with that hand. So still a little bit more with the hand. And that's the perfect opportunity for a dog who doesn't quite know it. So just show it when that happens. So that's a really good opportunity moment. Okay, throw away again. Get it. And then verbal. Hand. Now stop, hey. And that was just a bit too quick. So it was a little bit too quick. So as he was here, you completely disengaged, and actually he needed just a little bit smoother movement. Think about like mixing a cake rather than dipping. Yeah, so you're not dipping, you're sort of nice stirring. It's a stirring motion. So effectively you're stirring them into position and then you're feeding in this one. Off you go again. Good. Verbal. Hand. Good, really nice. But you still, Karen, you move your hand out of the pot too quickly. Keep it there a little longer. And I know he's further on, but we've got to remember everyone at home is not. So you guys are going to need to be a little bit more close proximity until they're through to the end stage there. I'll give you one more chance, and if not, I'm going to explain it. So you're going to send forward, let him go forward, good dog. As he comes back, now verbal. Nice, hand, now feed there, good boy. And remember, we're not at the stage here where we can't, they're not dogs, your dogs are not going to come straight in and then just look up at you, they're going to leave again. So as soon as you've got them into lure position, you're probably still feeding here. Go on, one more shot. One more shot. Ready, Rupert, bear. Good, verbal. Good. Follow, feed. That's better, much, much better. Now, what you might have noticed is Karen's also picking to do it largely on the same side I picked to do it. And that's because Karen and I both have a preferred side. Try really hard not to have a preferred side. We do have preferred sides, and our dogs have done this lots and lots and lots and lots. That stage, really, really, really key, fading the lure. So we're looking at duration now. You're going to throw him forward. He's going to come to position. You're going to feed, release. He's going to come to position, feed, release. And if you want to feed a bit less because we want to keep all his food, that's fine by me. But I do want to show that he comes in and we make sure that there is a level of duration there. You can obviously see Rupert has what we call duration. What is duration? Well, duration is his ability to stay in that position no matter what is happening. That for me, he says, look, just at cue, I'm off. And that for me is really key with this behaviour for later on. And obviously he's quite advanced in this. He's done lots of this. However, your dog is not going to know to stay in that position. But if you keep paying them to be in position, we're going to get that. And remember, we're looking for stand. So throw a piece of food out, not too far. He comes straight back into middle on verbal cue. Yes, good boy. Now feed, and then release. Get it, get it, get it. And don't worry if it's a natural release, so we can release clearly. Good. Middle cue. Good boy, feed. Good. And then release. Ready. Get it. Good boy. This time, because I sometimes want to charge up the release a little because he likes the middle a lot, you're going to hold the lead and put a little bit of lead pressure on to release him. So feed there and feed again. Just a tiny bit of lead pressure, and then when you release, you're going to throw a piece of food forward and then let him go with a little bit of pressure. 3, 2, 1. Get it. Good boy, whatever your release cue is. So you're going to say your verbal release cue. Good boy. Just to push up that, I like them quite punchy with it. So I look for the arousal up and arousal down. So those of you that like teaching some dimmer switch stuff, we're doing a little bit of arousal up on this. Throw the piece of food out. Ready, get it. Good boy, or whatever the release cue is. One more of those, straight into middle, feed. And you guys are going to have to bang the food in quicker than Karen is, but she obviously knows he knows the middle cue, so he knows it pretty well. Feed there, and then charge the release cue, 3, 2, 1, get it. Good boy. Now, when you're doing this, you might need to work harder on duration, you might need to work harder on release. Typically at the beginning, you need to work harder on the duration, and as you extend it and as you get better at it, you'll actually have to charge the release. He knows that staying here is a good deal. He gets paid pound after pound after pound after pound, or £10, £15, £20. He's like, this is a great place. I was eating last night peanut butter fudge. It was delicious. Karen didn't like it because Karen doesn't like peanut butter. I loved it. If I sat down and someone kept bringing me chai latte and peanut butter fudge, I wouldn't get up either because I'd be in a happy space. That's what your duration middle is going to look like. We are going to add distance, we're going to send our dog out and they're going to re-find the position. Now, why is that a good level to add in? Well, when I'm out and about with my dogs, I really like to use my middle as an opportunity to recall. And I'm going to give you a little story here. So easy, very, very, very makes no sense calling your dog easy is what I've learned. Whatever you name your dog, they're often the opposite. So blink never blinks, and easy was certainly not easy. Her recall was like out in the distance, and would she come near you? Absolutely not. She was not coming near you, she was not coming back. And so middle for me at a distance is a nice game to play. Now, how do I do it? Well, I recreate it naturally by sending my dog out as far as the food goes. Here's the cool thing. When you throw your food out, your food is effectively your reset. So when you throw the food out, the dog goes out to the food and then flies back to position, goes out to the food. So if you want your dog to go a little distance, throw your food a little distance. If you want your dog to go a big distance, throw your food a big distance. If you're not able to use food, then please refer to anything we teach here on ditch the bowl and ditch the routine. My dogs always want to work for their food. Why? Because it's valuable to them, because they earn their food on a daily basis. And for me, this is vital. So to think about this and just to strip it back a little, when we think about the reasons that we want to add distance, we actually need our dogs to do this out and about and later on for environmental training. I want you to skill up here, level up here and take it up a notch by ping-ponging this in your own home so that you know how far you throw it out is going to basically have a direct impact on how far the dog's got to come back. You're also testing how focused are they? Are they able to stay engaged with you, even though effectively when you've thrown the food, you've disengaged them. You've said, go and do that task or stay engaged on that task, but disengage them from you. So they've disengaged and then you're going to re-engage, or they're engaging on the food away from you and they're engaging back into you, depending on how you look at it. For me, when I do this and when I work with my dog in this way, you control it through where your food is. Does that make sense? I hope so. Remember, you can always talk to us in the community spaces. You can always ask questions. You can always post videos. And you can also join us live and ask your questions directly live, where I'm going to really try very hard to answer them. Middle, it's mega. It's one of my favorite.
Have you met Blink? She's your pocket-sized dog trainer with a big personality. Blink is on pool 24/7, 365 days a year, and she's exclusively available to our Games Club members. Say you want some tips on building your dog's confidence. She's going to give you some suggestions and link you to the amazing learning available inside Games Club. Need something in a different language? Oui bien. Blink can speak your lingo. So whether you need some ideas for those rainy days, allowing you to ditch the muddy walk, or taking the guesswork out of a training plan for any problem, Blink has you covered. Just send her a message at any time in the learning community. With Blink and the power of Games Club, you'll be a superhero in no time. Start your 7-day trial for just £1 at absolutedogs.me/7-day trial, or by scanning the QR code, and join us inside Games Club today.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I own one of the largest training facilities in the whole of the UK. I'm an agility champion, and I've trained dogs and their owners for over 20 years now with incredible success and results. I know all too well how overwhelming sharing your life with a dog can sometimes be. You bring a new puppy or a new dog into your household, and the stark reality of where you are and your dog owning dream, well, it's not quite how you envisioned it. It isn't what you signed up for. It isn't what you thought it was going to be. Come on, let's go. You know, I've been there and I've held owners in tears as they've really struggled through this. They've dealt with every pet professional, every trainer. They've been on YouTube, they've been on Google, they've been in every single pet forum, but with little to no results. See, I've worked with and consulted on hundreds of cases, if not thousands. You know what? Biting, barking, lunging, reactivity to people, reactivity to dogs, and huge separation struggles. The thing is that so many of these struggles look like actually normal life is seriously beyond their grasp. As much as I've seen that relationships can be damaged almost irreparably, I've also been able to guide, facilitate and support and help the transformation behaviourally of thousands and thousands of dogs worldwide through the power of games and games-based training using concepts at the very core of our training plans. You're here because you're facing a challenge with your dog and you need a solution. I'm here to tell you that hope is not lost, that your dog's behaviour today is not forever, it's just right now, and that we, myself and my team at Absolute Dogs, we're here to help. Inspired to share games and to transform the lives of even more dogs and their owners, I knew we had the opportunity to create something really special. What we wanted was a one-stop destination that was easily affordable and accessible for every dog and their owner. And that's why Games Club, the dog training academy of games and dog behaviour transformation, was born. You'll be empowered to change your dog's behaviour and to get the results that you have struggled to achieve. Games Club is a one-stop hub featuring everything you and your dog could need. And the cool thing is there's exclusive membership content that is literally going to blow your mind. You get comprehensive access to all of our most popular 10 days to stop training courses that focus on separation anxiety, barking, jumping, pulling on lead, dogs that steal, reactivity and so much more. The cool thing is all of these are included in your Games Club membership. What's more, you get immediate access to video resources, and even better, you also get written instructions to your lessons, step-by-step guides that are going to catapult you to dog training success. All you need to do is watch the video, play the game and unleash the real life results with your dog. With all of the content in the Games Club, it's easily valued at well over £3,000. And yet the library is just the very beginning, the tip of the iceberg of all of the things that you're going to get as a Games Club member. a private community, a safe space of brilliant experts and students and trainers where we all come together and we align. You also get, in addition to this, live training weekly. That's with myself, and that is also with my team of experts. It's insane, it's immense. I want you to come and join us. In addition to that, if that wasn't enough, then you also get access to struggle-specific collection. We've got you covered. You get our tracks. They're a series of videos in a linear progression fashion where you're going to be able to see exactly how we do it, where we do it, when we do it, and how it builds. It builds for you and it builds for your dog. And there's so much more. I literally could go on forever. All of the training at your fingertips in an easily accessible place. Here at Absolute Dogs, we love to over-deliver. All of those benefits would be yours, and they'd be easily valued at over another £700. And yet, for a very limited time, you have the opportunity to jump into Games Club. Come and join me for so much less. We recognise that when we developed the Games Club, it really needed to be financially accessible to all. We want to make sure that this is sustainable, and it's sustainable for you. Literally, zero obligations. Cancel at any time. We're offering an immediate, unrestricted access to all of our content. So all you need to do is take action right now. Hit the link below or scan the QR code with your camera, and I want you to come and join me. What on earth are you waiting for? Come and join me in the Games Club right now. Your dog's behaviour transformation starts today.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And I really want to celebrate that we have got some more game changers that have joined our £1 trial. £1, just £1, £1 for the Games Club, for you to try it for 7 days. We've got Sam Carter, Carol Newland, Georgina Davies, Beth Dimry, Mrs. Harris, Carol Pither. There are so many people that have joined right now as you're watching this, and you could too if you just type in absolutedogs.me/7-day trial, or you could just scan that QR code right now and you could get yourself that £1 trial for 7 days in Games Club. You're not locked in or anything like that. You can leave at any point that you would like. I know that you're not going to want to, but you can, you know. So get that going right now, because why not? Why not? You've got absolutely nothing to lose, but you've got an awful lot to gain. So it's a no-brainer, I think, you know. And we've got a few questions coming in about Games Club, and particularly, is Games Club right for me? What you have to think about when we're talking about training our dogs, what the games give you is a form of communication to your dog. All right, and so dogs don't speak our language, right? They're like little aliens with 4 legs. They don't really speak what we're talking, and we don't really understand them, and they don't really understand us a lot of the time. What we need to think about is how can we talk to our dogs and let them know what we want them to do, rather than sometimes what we can do as humans is get a little bit too focused on all the things we don't want them to do. So we're going to flip that and go, okay, well, I don't want them to do this, but what do I want them to do? And how can I get to that point? How can I tell my dog, this is what I would like from you? And that's what the games give you. Because they give you an idea of how you can kind of teach your dogs those skills, and how you can literally show them and say to them, hey, I really didn't want you to do that. What I would like you to do instead is go into middle. I didn't want you to go and greet that dog. Could you come to middle instead? Or I didn't want you to go and jump all over my visitor. Maybe you could get on my boundary instead. So that would be a really cool place for you to be. And your dog's like, oh yeah, we played that game last week. I remember it was a really, really cool game. Let's do that. So you start creating this form of communication with your dog that gets you to the place that you want to be in your training journey. And the really, really cool thing is, what we get a lot of questions about is, my dog is this age, my dog's a senior, or my dog's, you know, a really young 10-week-old puppy. I don't think these games are for them. No, absolutely, they are for every single dog of any age and any breed. Whatever kind of dog you've got, pop it in the comments, and I promise you, our Ask team will come back and tell you, no, that's fine, we've got that. This Games Club is absolutely for you. Any dog, any age, any breed, and these games can be adapted. So if you've got a huge kind of, I like to call them horse dogs, but they're actually not, are they? They're like giant breeds. The kind that look like you could ride them. Please don't ride your dogs, but you could, because they're that big. You know, maybe you're thinking, well, I can't play Thunder, where I throw a piece of food through my legs, because my dog's going to lift me off the ground and flip me over. You're probably right, but we adapt it. All right, and there are lots of people in our community that can help you understand and learn how to adapt that. And there are lots of games within Games Club that will teach you how to do that and to adapt the games to the dog breed that you've got. Well, you might have a tiny, tiny little Chihuahua. you know, which has got the smallest little bucket of food in the whole world. And again, we'll teach you how to get the most out of those games to really help you manage how you're going to manage a small dog with a very small bucket of food, how you can manage that and make sure that they are getting the most success out of that. All right, don't forget that in Games Club, as you saw, you get so much from it. You get so many different badges. You get a success path, which is a great place to start. For those of you that have been asking, where do I start? I've got to Games Club, and there's so much content. I'm not actually sure where to start. The success path is a really great place for you to start. It gives you literally those butter games, bread and butter games that get you to a place where you've got the foundational levels of knowing how to work your dog. And then you can start really powerhousing those games and adding in those layers with the tracks. So you've got lots of kind of starting points there that will definitely get you somewhere to go. Some of you are asking as well whether you've got a dog maybe that's not very food motivated, or maybe they're not very toy motivated. Again, there's some really cool resources in there. There's some amazing games in there, and an entire badge actually that teaches you how to get a dog that's not food motivated to a dog that is running around wanting to grab that food. And if anything, you're actually having to watch their weight, because now they're like, well, I really like playing the games, and you know, I really like enjoying being with you and having fun with you, you know, like let's play some more games, and you end up enjoying it so much with your dog that you started overfeeding your dog and you have to watch their weight. So, you know, this is a really, really cool place to be, where you've got a dog that wants to be around you, you've got a dog that wants to be with you, that wants to play the games with you, that doesn't care about the environment, that doesn't care about the dog down the road, or the dog that's fence running in your garden, or the squirrel that's running up a tree and is shaking his little wiggly tail at you. All of these things disappear when you're around playing the games. It's a really, really cool place. And the amazing thing is that it gives you so many options. So let's think about, when we think about behaviours and games that we're playing, sometimes it's difficult to understand what games to play with any particular dog. Or you might start to play a game and it doesn't work for your dog, and you're like, well, what do I do now? I've only got that one game. You haven't. You've got lots of games that hit lots of different skills. So let's take arousal up, arousal down. We've talked a lot about that today. When we've got arousal up, arousal down, and we know that this particular game for that skill isn't working, what we can do is actually do this game instead. It's the same skill, it's just a different game, and maybe it works better for our dog. And therefore, you know, you can kind of you're still getting the same result, you're still getting the same skill building, you're still changing that behaviour in your dog, but that game didn't work, so you can use this one instead. So there's lots of options, lots of variety, lots of ways to communicate with your dog, any dog, any age. So what are you waiting for? £1 for 7 days, £1. absolutedogs.me/7-day trial. And we're ready to head over to Lauren for some more dog training.
Hello guys, we've had some great questions. We've had loads of great questions, but we've also got loads of you to celebrate. So if we haven't already celebrated, I want to celebrate a bit more, because we have Edith, we have Jude, we have Agneta, we have Julie, we have Joe, we have Susan, Jennifer, John, Carol Peter, Mrs. Harris, Beth and Georgina, Carol, Sam, Jessica and Jane, who've all joined the £1 trial. So amazing stuff, really good stuff. Well done you. Can't wait to see you in there. Hopefully get to dive into lots of the learning. So many different things that you can dive right in on as soon as you join. Now, second question we had is about the Calm supplement. I know that lots of you have dogs who are potentially, tell me in the comments if you've got a reactive dog. So let me know in the comments if you've got a reactive dog. Very, 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 very nice, natural way to help your dog, to support your dogs through their learning. Tell me if you've got maybe a barky dog, because I know that Calm really helps with barking dogs. Tell me maybe if you've got a nervous dog. Again, Calm really helps with nervous dogs. Maybe you've got a dog who doesn't like being separated from you. Number one, the Games Club trial has got an amazing course for stop separation, but also Calm can really support dogs who don't like being separated. Maybe you've got a dog that lunges and barks at other dogs. Calm is a really, really nice natural support for that. Maybe you've got a dog who's worried by people. Again, Calm is really nice as a natural support through dogs who don't like people or who are worried by people, worried by dogs. So if you're not already using Calm, someone's going to have popped a link in the comments. If you subscribe to Calm. The really cool thing with Calm is you get a free tin and a free scoop right now that will go with your supplement, and you get it much cheaper when you subscribe to it. You again can opt in and opt out. It's one of those things that we absolutely advise, we recommend, we love it to support our reactive dogs who are struggling effectively. So that is Calm. So that's Calm for you. Take that one. And loads, like I said, of congratulations. So loads of congratulations to all of the people who've joined the £1 trial so far. We're about to go and trade a puppy actually. She's coming in a couple of minutes. But before we do, I've got one question, and I really like this question. I hope this lady's still here, but she might not because the question was a little bit earlier. Again, you can tap in all day long. We're here all day. It's a long day for the team. Big shout out to the team, amazing people. Woo! Yes. Everyone in here, amazing. Big, long day of dog training. This is Marion, and she said she's on one meal in the evening. She never asks for food. She doesn't ever empty a bowl. The vet said she's in perfect shape. I'm going to try games, but are there alternate rewards? For me, I pick up that bowl and I start using that reward if I can. If I can't do that and I don't want to do that, and ultimately it's all down to what you're comfortable with, what I will do is use some fine dining. So I'll use whatever protein source my dog can handle and tolerate. So for example, if my dog can't have chicken, don't feed chicken. But I will use whatever protein source and I'll find some level of meat of that version. So whatever your dog can have, that's what I would be using. And I'll use meat of the version. Meat for me is always a better dog treat than anything else. The pâtés that we use, high value, high protein pâtés, that is a meat source. That's what I would be using. I'd be using things like that where they're largely pure meat. That's what I would say for dogs like that. And Marion, for my dogs, they earn their food. And we're going to head in a second to lovely Madeline and her little dog earning some food. And she's playing a game called Noise Box. Now, Madeline, she hasn't had a situation like this. This is new for her. Just scatter a big handful of your food. Let her know you've done it. Tell her you've done it. Just tell her that. Good. And just move her back if you need to. Good. And then throw the food in. Throw the food in. Now, she looks like quite a confident puppy, but actually there's a lot going on here because there's cameras here. And lots of people say, what does it look like with a dog that hasn't necessarily done a lot of this before? Now, move her away there for a minute. So move her away. And we're going to keep the camera pretty still. So move away. Go further away. Really take her right away. Right away. Don't worry about us. That's just the camera. Yeah. So she's aware of that camera. Further away, Madeline, further away. You're way too close, much further away. Go to like the middle of the arena and do something she's really comfortable with. We're not going to worry too much about watching her on camera. For her, those people that are asking, what is it like putting a dog into a game that hasn't necessarily played it before? Now, she already has, but the camera is a lot for her. Michelle, I don't know if you want to go and support Madeline for a minute while I'm chatting to everyone at home. What you can see is that dog isn't ready to have a camera placed on her too close. Yeah, so you can take the noise box, Michelle, and she could have it maybe in the middle. So that one could go over there. And what you can really see is that actually she isn't ready to have a camera in an enclosed space like that. Now, we didn't know that was how she'd respond, but I know that's one of the questions that we've had multi times. What about a dog who's never seen a game before? Now, she has seen games, but the pressure of having people and the camera and the arena can be a lot. And while she is a happy puppy, and she's just a puppy, so she's 7 months old, actually for her the scenario is a lot. Yeah, and that is the response a lot of dogs can have to scenarios like this. Now, we might watch her at a distance here, so you might not see her close, but you're going to see her at a distance. She's gone back into that game, but she's doing it without the camera pressuring effectively. And the camera can be a lot, the person can be a lot, the people in the distance can be a lot, the noise can be a lot. And 7 months is a hard age. 7 months is a hard stage. And what you saw there was a moment of, I haven't got the skills to handle this moment. Does that make sense? So I haven't got the skills to handle this scenario right now. So she was a little bit fearful, she was a little bit worried. She didn't do anything bad. I think that's also really important that we acknowledge. She did nothing bad. All she did was gave us information that she doesn't have the skills for that scenario. And that happens so often, that a dog doesn't have the skills for the scenario that we're putting them in. We'll walk this way a little and we'll see whether we can see a little bit more for you guys. Because actually, at this distance, she's probably fairly aware, but okay. And I think that's really important. So aware, but okay. And that's the distance we'd want to be. And we wouldn't want to overface the dog and put them in a situation they're not comfortable with. Often people do put dogs in situations they're not comfortable with, whether that's going to a pub, whether that's meeting another dog, whether that's having a visitor come in your house, whether that is you take them to the vets. And some of those things are necessary, for example, a vet trip. But I think one of the things we do through Games Club is we educate you how to advocate better for your dog and also to understand what scenarios are maybe helpful or not helpful for your dog and for you. And ultimately having a more confident and a nicer time with your dog. So that's also really important. Now, Sam, we're going to head back up to you because I think for her, that's actually enough. And I know for you guys, you might be thinking, well, I've only just seen her. actually what we need to recognise is some dogs aren't skilled enough yet for the situation we might put them in. We can learn all of these things through games, but what we shouldn't do is we shouldn't overface a dog and overpressure them, because actually she's got things to learn. I actually have horses as well, and I'd say exactly the same with my horses. I don't want to put them into a situation they can't handle to maybe get a reaction. Actually, what I want to do is I want to build confidence in every direction I can, build confidence in me, build confidence in them, build confidence in the relationship, and I promise you that ends in a dog who has confidence that you will look after them in a difficult situation, which means you ultimately have a better behaved, happier dog. Sam, what do you think?
I love confidence in dogs, actually, and I think something that we forget that is it's not something necessarily that comes naturally. I think a lot of the time we think that our dogs should just know how to cope with in these situations, and we don't listen. And what it usually means is that actually we need to come away from that situation for a little while, and then we regrow the skills using the games, and then we can start to slowly build back into that. And great way for, if you are having this struggle and this is something that you feel that you need to think of and you're not sure how, something that you can do is think about distance. So if you're in a situation and you don't have the games right now and you're still growing, but something does happen and you do end up in a situation where you're like, I don't know what to do, get distance. Create a visual barrier if you can. That might be going around the corner, behind a car. These guys went behind one of the screens of the agility equipment. You're creating that visual barrier, you're giving a moment for your dog just to lower that down. And then we would look at the skills and the concepts that we call, so like the different skills that your dog needs to cope in that moment, and we can grow them. We can go, what happened? Okay, so there's a lacking of confidence there for sure. The dog really struggled to take their brain away from that situation, so they struggled to disengage, to come away from it. And then the arousal went up, and so they were struggling with a high arousal, not being able to think and listen in that moment. So we can go to Games Club and we can go, okay, these are the 3 things that I need to work on. What games can I use that are going to grow those skills? What games can I use that are going to help reshape the brain there and help grow them in the right direction? And then I can start taking them to like low-level environments where we can really help our dogs thrive and really help them, again, using that form of communication and being able to say to them, okay, now that we've played these games and we've grown a few of these skills, how are you now? Where are you in this information, in this situation? And that's what working the dog in front of you is all about. And I love what Lauren said about advocating for your dogs, because it's definitely something that is missing in a lot of our lifestyles, a lot of dog training, sort of like scenarios in life, really, in terms of how we deal with our dogs. And we forget that our lives now are so busy. They're so busy all the time. We've got loads going on all the time. And it's loud. Everything's really loud. Now, as humans, we struggle with that. As humans, sometimes we're like, I need to have a day. I need a day at home where I can just chill out. And we need that kind of like couch day to like recharge our batteries. Our dogs are the same. Really think about giving them time to sometimes just zone out, to bring those energies level down. Maybe you have a rainy day at home where you play some of the games. Maybe you play the games out in the garden, or you take them to somewhere where there's less going on in the environment. And this is really difficult here right now because there's the cameras, because there's so many people backstage that you don't really see that are moving around, that are getting dogs in and out. There's a lot going on for these dogs to really focus in on this. And if anybody could come out and turn my TV screen on so that I can know when we're going down to Lauren, that would be amazing, because we are live, guys. We are actually live, and so we don't always have everything go smoothly, and I can't see when we're going to Lauren next, so we're just gonna, we've got 1 minute, apparently we've got 1 minute. The other thing I really kind of wanted to think about is you've got Cardboard Chaos. What I want you to do is if you would like a great confidence game and you'd like a new game card, then I want you to type in cardboard. So I want you to type in cardboard, or you can scan the QR code and there will be a link that we will give to you later. But there definitely will be a QR code right now, and you can definitely type cardboard into the Facebook comments and it will prompt you for an email. You send off that and it sends the game card to your email address. That's how you can get that game card. Not to mention some of the other ones that we've had today. We've had catch for catch. We've had arousal for arousal up, arousal down. We've had BG card for boundary games. We've had funder, that's with an F, F-U-N-D-E-R for funder. That's the one where you throw through your legs back and forth. We've had middle, type in middle. That's the one where they come behind, they come in between your legs and you're like feed, 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 and they're kind of hanging out here and they really enjoy it. And then we've got 2 feet on where they came in, they've put their 2 paws onto an object, and we usually use like little objects in the arena, but that could be anything. That could be a log, could be a rock, could be a leg. Actually, you saw Mandy use her leg as a 2 paws up one. It's a really great way to get your dog's attention on you. It's also a really great fitness game, actually, and we use it here in the arena a lot for a lot of the dogs that do agility. It's a really great fitness game, just generally, or dogs that have got struggles with their back ends, like patella issues and things like that. As long as it's kind of, you know, it's okay with your vet and your physio, then those are really great games to build that back end. And for that, you need the number 2 and pause. Number 2 and pause. So loads of game cards, or easy peasy lemon squeezy, you could just join Games Club. It's only £1. £1 for a 7-day trial. You could do that right now. You could scan the QR code and you could join Games Club right now. And I thought we were ready. We were nearly ready. And then she's run off. I know she can hear me as well. And she's back. So we're ready to go to Lauren. We've got another dog for you. And I think Lauren's going to show you some game cards. How exciting.
So guys, if you haven't already, type connect in the comments. So you type connect in the comments. And when you type connect in the comments, we will send you our games cards. However, if I've got a specific games card for you, I'm going to give you a word, so you can do that as well. So there's someone earlier asking, which I found really funny. She said, what are all these words about? Why are people just typing one word in? You guys are weird. Yes, we are possibly weird. Stay weird, best way. But secondly, type in connect. We'll send you a games card. They're completely free. Also, if you want all of our games cards are in the Games Club. For those of you who are joining at £1, you can join at £1. It is literally the best space ever. It's a 7-day trial. So it's a 7-day trial. You join at a 7-day trial. If you don't like it, you don't stay. If you do like it, please stay. We love, love, love it. It's a special community. So that's how you get your games card. Type connect. We'll send you one of the games cards, the current games card. We've got different games cards throughout the day. So the more that you hear, the more that you comment, the more games cards you're going to get. Or pay £1, get in the trial, do the £1 trial and get all of our Games Clubs. They're all Games Club cards. They're all in there. Okay, that's that one. Second one, lots of people asking, what are you using for food? What are you using for treats? How are you making it work? For us, we use the high protein pâtés. That is one of the high protein pâtés. That one's goat. You can use ostrich, you can use turkey, you can use venison. There's so many different flavours, all fantastic flavours. All unique proteins. We don't use chicken, we don't use beef, we use unique sources of protein wherever possible. Oh no, that one. Thank God that didn't go wrong. Third one, someone was asking about tricks. I saw you asking about tricks in the comments. We can't send these abroad. I'm sorry, they only send and they ship to the UK, and that's because the postal world is very hard right now. I'm not going to say any more. I've been told not to get involved in any politics, which I shall not. So the big thing is with the tricks book, number one, it's big. So number one, it's big. Number two, all of the games in the tricks book are insanely brilliant, but you've also got the best part about the tricks book, loads of diagrams, step by step. It's a lovely, 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 lovely way to learn. It's a really nice way to learn. Again, you can get hold of that when you just need to go to the Absolute Dog store. The Absolute Dog Store's got lots of the other products, including the high protein pâtés. So please do go and check it out. A really nice space. Tricks book, loads of other things in the Absolute Dog Store. Go and check it out. Now, I've heard that Ellen's now got a microphone back on because I think she had a moment of mishap, which was quite funny. Now, Ellen, just tell us a little bit about Stanley.
So Stanley's a very anxious dog. He always has been struggled with confidence. He definitely looks at life through a pessimistic lens.
But right now, just have a look at him. He looks like quite a happy, focused dog. Now, we've had lovely Madeline in here a minute ago with her pup, and her pup said, no, I don't like this environment yet. And this is a really important word, yet. Because a lot of what we're doing, a lot of what we're coaching, a lot of what we're teaching, a lot of what we're learning with our dogs, we are a work in progress, as are they. Now, he is an anxious dog. He can be an anxious dog, but he's actually improved a lot. How is his outlook today compared to where it was when you first started? And how are you able to handle him compared to when you first started?
Well, when I first started, I couldn't get him to come out of the house with me, well, the confines of the garden. He was just in too much of a panic to leave. So now, this is the first time he's been in here, so, you know, he looks like he's enjoying it. He's doing well so far. He, yeah, I couldn't get him to come for a walk, leave the house, so we just started playing basic games, orientation game in the garden, and then gradually took it onto the drive, and then...
He's so optimistic, he's going to tell you about it. So what are some of his favourite games? What would he play now? What would be a nice game for him to play now?
So we play some orientation game.
So guys, if you want to play the orientation game, Stanley's playing the orientation game. This is part of his dinner. So some of the food he's having is just part of his dinner. He's a Labrador, so he likes food, or at least he does now. What we're doing with the orientation game is we're getting them moving. So if you want the orientation game, type orient in the comments. So if you want to do that, if you want to pop him back on here for a second, we're just going to check in with your mic a minute. So you keep feeding him and Karen's going to check your mic while I talk to you about the games that we're playing. So if you want the game, the orientation game, type orient into the comments. So orient in the comments. If you want the other game that we're going to play is we're going to play pause up in a minute. You can type 2 pause, 2 number 2. So number 2 pause, P-A-W-S. So number 2 pause, and the second game is orient, O-R-I-E-N-T. I used to be an English teacher. Feels like I'm back in school, and I'm going to do some lessons for you guys. So it's going to be 2 pause, so number 2 pause, or orient. So those are some of the games we played. And what Ellen said was actually he used to be quite an anxious dog. He used to be quite a nervous dog. He still has that predisposition. So he still has that predisposition. However, she knows much better how to manage it these days. So she knows much better how to manage it. And she also really knows what situations to put him in and what not to put him in, and also how to get out of them. So ultimately, she's in a better space for her and she's in a better space for him. And the best part of that is she knows how to advocate for her dog better. Karen, we might need you here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into playing some games with both Stanley and Ellen. What I'm also going to say is Ellen's got 2 dogs, and I think you guys will know this. If you've got 2 dogs, if one's got behaviour you maybe don't like or you're worried about, often it rubs off on the other dog, so you can get that same behaviour in the other dog. So when you've got a nervous dog, that can happen. We're going to pop back and talk to Ellen. Ellen, just recap for people that didn't hear you first time round. His nature as a dog?
Is very pessimistic. And he definitely looks at the world through a pessimistic lens. I was saying that I originally couldn't get him to come out of the house with me, so I've used games to encourage him with his optimism, confidence circuits, basic games like orientation game, paint the town red, in the garden, on the drive, and then further and further away.
How does that feel, owning a dog that won't come out of the house at first?
Well, you feel like you're letting them down. You feel like you've done something wrong. And you just feel for them really, because you think how much they're missing out on.
And does it sometimes then make you feel a little bit maybe anxious or upset or sad as well?
Very.
And I think that's a really big thing to acknowledge, guys, that actually it can impact us. Having a dog who's scared or anxious or doesn't like leaving the house or worried, so actually it can impact us heavily as well. Now, how do you feel today with what you understand and your management techniques that you understand today compared to how you felt back then?
So much more confident. I know we've still got a way to go, but just having tools and knowing you know, what you could do in different situations helps hugely. You know, to be able to come away, stay somewhere, not even in our house, that I wouldn't have thought that would be possible.
And yet you come regularly away, you train here in person, you have lessons here in person. In fact, you even come here now, you're with your friends, and you kind of arrange, you were just talking last night about 2027 coming away on holiday. So again, that's something we can definitely help you with if you want help with going away, travelling with your dog, or maybe a holiday in Devon with your dog. Again, touch base in the comments and we'll make sure you've got links back again. Now, we were playing orientation game. Let's play orientation game again. So you're going to go back into orientation game. You take your time to play it, and you can play orientation and paint the town red. Guys, if you want to play orientation game, like I said, all you need to do in the comments is type orient, O-R-I-E-N-T. When you type in orient, you're going to be able to play games like he is. Now, he's actually playing even though it doesn't look like a training session, this is actually a way of getting him moving. So a way of getting him moving when he gets a bit scared or a bit stuck. So he might get stuck in a situation. That might be he's looking at another dog. That might be he doesn't want to move. That might be that something scared him. That might be that he's fearful of a noise. That might be he's fearful of a person. So all of these things really, really help him as strategies. And yet they're simple, throwing his food. Now, pop him back on his bed. I'm going to give you another technique here, or another tactic here. So when he's moving, so I've got this piece of food here. So I want you to try more like a bowl. So when you're doing it, you're going to be very direct and out there, and you're going to do it with energy. Yeah, so you're going to do it with more intention than you're doing at the moment. So at the moment, it's very light-hearted, easygoing. You're actually going to do it and actually get him pushing into a trot. So he's really like pushing us to go. Don't go yet. So you're going to do that. Now, as you do that one, and he's on this side, you're going to turn and you're going to pop him in this hand, and he's going to be on that side. And you bowl it, and just as he turns, and you're going to add more energy, more passion, like that word. Yeah, so you're going to go into that space. And as he goes round, you're going to bowl it that way. He goes there, you're going to bowl it that way. So you're really, really, really trying to energize him as you move. Does that make sense? Off you go. Good. Have him on that side of you. Good. And then that's it. Send, send, send. Good. As he goes, show it nice. There. Under and go. Go, go. Good boy. And again, straight through. Nice. Good boy. And then bowl. So when you do it, kind of like he's there, and it's really, that's it. Nice. Good like that. But don't throw it under the bed, because that'll just slow you down again. Throw near the fire extinguisher and throw near these yellow lines. Good. Good, good. And the more you bowl it, good boy, the more you bowl it. So as he goes, and sometimes what you can do is you can almost go with him a little bit. So as he turns, as he turns around, and you mark, nice, good. And then you go with him and out there. The other thing I would do, and I know typically, show him where the food is and then go back to the boundary. Stand, it's there, good boy. So back to the boundary. The other thing you can do, and only for these games, you might have two different treat pouches. You might have one with smaller pieces and one with slightly bigger pieces. You have got two treat pouches. You can do one with slightly bigger pieces, and those pieces are going to like bounce and roll and be very, very visible, because sometimes it's not as visible on a floor like this for them, or the grass or anything like that. So you can use slightly bigger food as well. Now, one of the other games that you said that you play sometimes is rewind. So what we'll do with rewind is you'll let him go out, and then you'll rewind him back, and I'll explain to everyone how you do it, and you carry on playing or why you do it. So rewind I really like as a game, and the reason I really like this as a game is sometimes you just need to get them out of a situation. So you need to get them out of a situation. So it's my dog might have lunged at someone, my dog might have barked at someone, my dog might have seen a pheasant. Pheasants are an issue for my dogs right now. So it could be any of those things. But what we want to do with rewind is get them out of dodge, get them out of trouble, get them out of a space. So he's going to turn. As he's there, we're going to rewind. Good. Now play it as if you're on lead with him this time. So Ellen, people could see as it was as a game really, as in you're out with him. So you're going to pick up his lead. So you pick up his lead and you're just going to be walking with him. You can go and take him, show him to get that piece of food so it's down there so he doesn't need to sniff for it. There you go. There it is. Get it, bud. Point it out. Right, so you're walking along and then you just now go into a rewind. Good. So it could be, let's say we're walking to me and he's scared of me. So you're going to walk up to me, take your lead again. So you're going to walk up to me. As you're walking up to me with him, it's going to be effectively turn and leave with a rewind. And the reason you're doing like that is you actually make it a good deal for the dog to turn and leave. And again, up to me. So walking up to me, turn and leave. Good, rewind. Yeah, and that for me is a really good way to teach the dog to actually disengage effectively from a situation that can be way too hard for them. One last one. So you're going to walk up to me. Good, disengage, turn and leave. Really nice. And then pop him back on his boundary. Now, as you can see, Stan's done really, really well. And a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll overface them and they'll keep them in here possibly too long. I'm tempted to say that's more than enough for him. If you want to play some of the games that Stan just played, type connect in the comments. We'll send you our up-to-date games card. So you will get that games card. So type connect in the comments. And if you haven't already, maybe share this with a friend. Tag a friend's name in the comments, or maybe share this live to your own page. You know what? I'm going to give away 3 tricks books. Yes, 3 tricks books. I'm going to give away 3 tricks books in the next hour. So if you've shared it, let us know that you've shared it, and you could be in with a chance to win. Share it to your page, maybe share it to, maybe you've got a breed, like he's a Labrador, share it to a Labrador page that you're part of. It's a really nice place to grow and learn dog training. Sam, what do you think?
I can't believe you're sharing 3. Three tricks books. 3 tricks books, not 1. Not 2, but 3. You know, she just brings out these ad-lib things. We don't know she's doing them. We don't know, guys. She's just like, I'm going to do this today. I'm going to do this because I want to give you guys lots of value, and I know it's a really cool book, and so you're going to get them for free, which is cool, right? So make sure you share it. And more than anything, think about how you feel with a potentially reactive dog or a dog with any behaviour struggles, really, how that makes you feel, and particularly if you've played these games before and you've had any kind of interaction with a games club before and you know how powerful these games can be, make sure you share, because there's somebody out there that is struggling just like you that needs someone to reach out for them and go, hey, do you know there's some solutions? Here's a place where you can go, where they've got these solutions for you. They've got these amazing games. They're going to teach you essentially how to be a dog trainer, because that's exactly what the Games Club does. It helps you understand how to navigate your dog's behaviour. It helps you understand the different things might affect that behaviour, and it helps you with the solutions that are going to help change that behaviour. That is the power of Games Club. For £1, one single pound, you could do a 7-day trial. You could really have a look at everything that we've done today. You could get all of the game cards, you know, not just the few that we're giving you today, but you could get all of them. And then not to mention, actually, you know, a few people have been asking, what can I do to make the most out of my 7-day trial? Now, we've got a few things to kind of get you started. Particularly one is called Getting Started, and it's a great place to kind of explain how Games Club works. It gives you like a bit of a guide on all of the areas that you can go to and how it might help you and which bits might be better for you. We've also got the tracks. You're seeing a little bit of those today, and that's how we kind of we pick a particular game, a particular skill game, and we help you layer it up, and we show you all of the kind of steps that you can take to really powerhouse that game to make it the magical thing that you're seeing with our students today. So you've got all of the tracks, and there are a lot of tracks. So there's lots for you to look at, and you can pick the ones that are relevant to you in your dog training struggle. So if you've got a dog that's not food motivated, maybe it'll be things like thunder, you know, things that get them energized, get them like moving for the food. If you've got a dog that is that fizzy, zoomy mess in your back garden that you can't get in because they're just running around and around and around, then that might be something like boundary games. Or if you've got a dog that's struggling with confidence, that might be something like cardboard chaos, you know, or that noise box that you saw earlier, which helps grow their confidence around novelty. So there's lots there for you. Or, there's more, or you could do the 10 days too. So we've got lots of little mini courses, we call them badges. So lots of little mini courses, badges that are aimed at specific struggles. So for example, 10 days to stop jumping, 10 days to stop stealing, 10 days to stop separation anxiety. There's lots of different ones there. So whatever struggle you've got, you can go, that's the one for me. I'm going to pick that and I'm going to get that out of my 7-day trial. All right. And then if you don't want to be there still, you can leave. But I know that you're going to get loads of value from it and you're going to want to stay because there's going to be so much there that you're like, oh, but I want this, but I want this, but I want to do this, because that's how I started. And now I work here and I love it. You know, so you're going to get addicted just like you've seen some of our students. Now we're ready. We're ready to go over and head to some more dog training. Let's go over to Lauren.
Okay, so again, more congratulations. Loads of you jumping in on the £1 trial. So well done, Wendy. Well done, Joe, Ashley Carter, Marie, Suzanne, Fiona, Ali, Jane, Lauren, Wendy, Sharon, Carla, Julie, Jessica, Mark, Terence, like loads and loads and loads of you jumping in from all over the world. So we've got people from Germany, we've got people from Austria, we've got people from Ireland, we've got people literally all over jumping in. So well done you. It's £1 trial, 7-day trial, jump in. We'd love to have you. Really pleased you're here. Congratulations. Second one, just to introduce you to something you might not have seen. It's the Naughty But Nice book. So Naughty But Nice book, really cool learning, really nice space to be, and really nice intro to Naughty But Nice dogs. If you've got a dog that lunges, that barks, that resource guards, that's unable to listen, counter surfs, reactive, pulling, all of those things, this book covers it. So have a look, see if you can get hold of your copy. It's on the Absolute Dog store. Now, we've got lovely Maisie, and we're going to probably stay at a distance with lovely Maisie. So let's see if we can see her from where you are, Super Kev, because she definitely is a vigilant German Shepherd. So she's a very vigilant dog. Now, Karen, tell us a little bit about, I call her Gracie Maisie. She's just got a nickname from me. To me, she should be Gracie. Her real name is actually Maisie, but for me, she's always been Gracie. Tell us about Gracie Maisie.
Well, we discovered you very happily when she was 9 months old, and she couldn't cope with life at all. I couldn't get her out of the car when we first came here without her screaming and lunging and barking, and very unhappy girl. And yeah, the games have made so much difference.
And look at her. She's in here. We've got camera crew. We've got everything going on all around her. And she's handling it really well. Now, she's playing a game called Noise Box. She likes this game, doesn't she?
She does indeed.
So what does this do for her, Karen, in your opinion? Because, like you said, when you first came here, she couldn't handle life and she was very unhappy.
Very unhappy, yeah. No, I mean now, this is one of her favourite things to do, but it keeps, if she's feeling slightly aware, and I know she is, keeps her head down, her nose engaged. She's making so much noise in there anyway, she can't hear anything else that's going on around her.
She's actually, when she's doing that, very much a happy dog.
Very much so.
Now,
yeah.
you were a little bit aware of bringing her in with us all going on around us, and that's rightly so, because you said, is she going to handle it? When you're out and about now, do you feel more skilled as an owner to be able to handle what she can and can't do?
A lot more, yeah. I mean, I'm still hyper vigilant with her because you just never know what she's going to do. But now I know I can cope with it, and I know I've got the tools.
Now, how heavy is she?
She's about 30 kilos.
So actually, if she really goes, that could have you over.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And actually, are you now handling her pretty well? Have you got a good grasp of holding on to her?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I hold her better than my husband does, so.
There you go. Now, she's got a couple of games out here. Do you want to try any others?
Yeah, I'll see if I've got her head.
And what I love here is Karen can decide where she is and where she's not. So actually, when she's in the middle of snuffling, Karen's not going to try and take her out. She's going to maybe let her do a little bit of that, and then she can decide when she takes her. And you can see that Gracie Maisie's saying, actually, this is my confidence game. I've now got my whole feet in it. I'm getting my body in it. So guys, if you love German Shepherds, if you've got a German Shepherd, if you understand German Shepherds, please tell us in the comments below. Now, this is her Sleepy.
Good girl.
So this is one of her tricks. It's one of the things she likes doing. It's in the tricks book, if you want to have a look at Sleepy in the tricks book. It's one of the tricks, and we love doing games like that. And Karen cued that behaviour, so she asked her to do it. Karen, show us again.
Down. Sleepy.
And she said, just going to look around me. And that's a really vulnerable position to put them in. So you can see that she's a little bit vigilant, so she's looking around, but Karen's asked her to do it. She's managed it really, really nicely. And she's asking her to do things that effectively, she hasn't done loads of that in here. So those of you asking, what about a dog who hasn't done it in here before? God, she's got the real like rescue dog look going on, isn't she? She's got the one...
She's ever been in here.
Yeah, I mean, she's never been in the arena, and she's doing so well. But you see the little rescue dog eyes she does on her Sleepy. She does the real like, I would do well on the Dogs Trust advert. I think is what you can see. Really lovely, really gorgeous. Now I also know she loves boundary games, so that's another game for her that she quite likes. But behind you, you've also got something else. Tell us about that, Karen.
She absolutely loves search work, and it lights her up a lot. And she's got, when she's firing on all cylinders, she's got the most beautiful indication.
So show us a little game that you might play in with the search work. We'll stay at a distance.
Okay. So I know that a couple of them have been preloaded. I've got no idea where they are.
So you've got no idea. These are preloaded, and you're going to show us her having a bit of search work around these and seeing whether she can handle doing this. And it might be that we ask her too much in this environment, and it might be that it's something she can handle. No, she says that's preloaded. I know this is definitely a good game. Good girl. She had that one.
Keep going. Find it.
And again, when we're looking at a dog like her and seeing whether she can think in an environment like this, there you go.
Yeah,
she says it's definitely in here. And what Karen's doing nicely is actually preloading the next one so that she can work that through. This is engaging her brain. This is a dog who can't handle necessarily everyday life as easily as some others. She's like, I'll maybe just try this one actually. Thanks, Karen. The best part about all of this when we're working with a dog like her is you can see her showing us confidence massively in her own way. When we had a dog that, like we said, Karen couldn't even get out of a vehicle, couldn't even get out of the house at times. And she's a dog who's certainly grown in confidence. The fact that she's around people in this environment, the fact that she's around cameras, the fact that she's around all of the stuff that's going on day to day. And let me know if your dog maybe could do with more games like this, because we know that these dogs are all over the world, they're out there, and we know that games can really change their outlook on life. She's actually doing fantastically well in an arena and in a space like this. She says, yeah, I know this is here. And she's also enriched in so many different ways that you can really improve behaviour when you consider what the dog is doing with their energy. While she could be lunging, barking, jumping at your window, barking at visitors, chasing the neighbourhood cat, and doing all of those other things, the best part is you can see she's actually much more operant, much more aware of her environment in the sense that she can handle it. And Karen also knows what she can do with her. Now we're going to head back up to Sam. Gracie Maisie has done amazingly. Give her a heart. In fact, give all of the students that have been in here a heart, because the best part is about every single one of them, the best part is, and it really is the best part, they're up here showcasing for you actually vulnerability. Like their dogs are vulnerable and they are vulnerable out here. So definitely let them know how much we appreciate them coming out live for you all. Sam, green eggs and ham, up to you.
I want to give all the hearts to all the students that have come today, because I know what a really vulnerable place that it can be, knowing that they're in front of a camera with hundreds of people looking at them and kind of looking at how they train their dog and the behaviours that their dog is giving. So huge hearts, please give them some love, because it's actually a really difficult space to be in for the dogs and for the human. So give them lots and lots and lots and lots of love. The thing I really like, that I've really enjoyed seeing, are all the different types of games that each dog is playing. So when we talk about Games Club and the variety it gives you, the biggest reason for that, or one of the biggest reasons for that, is that not every game suits every dog. And not only does not every game suit every dog, it might be a situation that it means that actually it's just really difficult to play with that dog for whatever reason. That could be the size of the breeds, you know, that could be like the big dogs or the really small dogs, or it could just be that that dog doesn't really enjoy it. Now, if we can find the ones that light our dogs up, that make them really happy, and then you can see that they're really enjoying the game, those are the ones where we're going to go out into the environment and they're going to be like, no, I'd prefer to do this, because I really love doing this, and it makes me feel good, it makes me feel happy. And that might be, you know, in human world, that is us going out and doing something that we really enjoy to take the edge off in a situation. You know, for me, like, for example, when I go shopping, I put my headphones in. And it's such a simple thing, but it makes shopping so much nicer. You know, and so for our dogs, this is the same thing. We're saying, well, what about if we do this instead? Especially the dogs that are struggling with confidence. So those dogs that are struggling with confidence, giving them these happy behaviours, these happy places that they can be in, that's how we're getting their brain to change within the environment. That's how we're building that confidence, and how we've got a dog that wants to listen to us rather than kind of go off at the environment. Something to also consider, we had a question earlier about the rewind, and it was a really, really great question. What if you've got multi-dogs? Now, if you've got multi-dogs, what we recommend is that you start playing these games individually with your dogs first, and you play them in an environment that has got very, very little distraction. So you don't want to play straight away into an environment where there's lots going on and they've never played this game before, because I'm going to be honest with you, it's probably not going to work. All right, because we haven't grown the skills first. We have to grow the skills away from the situation, then we start to build it back into their normal lives. All right, it's a bit like taking a test on a subject that you've never learned, you know, so you're putting them into a test environment straight away, and you're setting your dog up for failure, and we don't want to do that. Let's set them up for success. Let's make sure that we grow that individually first with each dog in a low level environment. Then we start taking it out and about. Before we even take it out and about, we might even start playing with both dogs. And it's just about working the mechanics of figuring out ways you can do that. Maybe it's that you put the leads in one hand, both the leads in one hand, and you use the other hand to feed, and you might drop food to them instead. Or can they catch? So as we're going back, can they catch the food instead? So there are ways that we can adapt those games to work for multi-dogs. If not, maybe that game is not for you right now. Maybe we can look at other games that might work in a similar way, but work better with multi-dogs. So it's about using the Games Club, which you can get a £1 trial for 7 days. It's about using those games that can adapt and figuring out which ones work for you and which ones don't. And you get to try them, and you get to play around with them to see, you know, which one is best for you. Now, we've got another track for you. We want to show you one of our tracks. This is something that you can get in Games Club, where it gives you the layers of those games, various games, one specific game, particularly Magic Hands. So we've got a Magic Hand track for you. You're going to see a little bit of it. If you want to see all of it, then you need to join the Games Club, and it's £1 for 7 days. Your link is right there. You can join right this second. Until then, enjoy the track.
Are you struggling with your dog's behaviour? Maybe your dog ownership dream isn't quite matching your current reality. Biting, barking, lunging, pulling, resource guarding, separation anxiety, hyperactivity. or even fearfulness. If any of these sound familiar, you are not alone. I've seen how overwhelming it can feel when nothing seems to work. But here's what I want you to know. Your dog's behaviour is not forever, it's just right now. And with the right approach, real life transformation is possible. And that's where Games Club comes in. It's your one-stop hub for dog training support packed with video lessons and resources. Struggle-specific collections, expert advice, regular live teaching with me and with other experts, and an amazing community to cheer you on. Plus, you're going to get access to all of our popular and highly effective 10 Days to Stop courses, tackling everything from barking, jumping, resource guarding, adolescence, and all with our unique games-based approach. You can try it right now for just £1. Hit the link below and find out how. You don't have to do this alone. Let's make training fun together, effective and life-changing for both you and your dog. Click the link below. Let's start your £1 trial today. We'd absolutely love to welcome you. Well, hello there. Today I'm really excited to share with you another training track. This one is a favourite of mine for so many reasons. It is great for focus, concentration and duration. It will massively help where there are things in the environment that your dog is going to potentially react to, and most of all, it looks really cool. It's called Magic Hand and we're about to show you how to play. Let's go! Okay, so stage one, we really need a dog that can catch. And if a dog can't catch, then we can't really move from stage one. So catching's really interesting. And we're going to take a dog today that hasn't done a lot of catching. And what I'm going to say is, there's lots of different techniques and lots of different tactics that you can use. A few of them I'm going to run through with you now. So if you've ever flown birds, one thing you need to know about flying birds, so say you fly birds of prey, I've got a few friends with birds of prey. If you fly birds of prey, what do they need to be before you let them fly? They must be hungry. They must be hungry. And I would say the same of Magic Hand. If your dog's not hungry, if I'm not hungry, I'm not eating a salad. Like I said the other day, I might eat the fish cake or I might eat the steak, but I'm not eating the salad. Yeah, you need your dog to want the salad and the fish cake. Yeah, not that you're feeding your dog salads or fish cakes. You need a hungry dog. So a couple of tactics for me. One is pick your hungry times. My dogs are typically hungry first thing in the morning. So my dogs want to work first thing in the morning. They're keen to work. Or they're typically hungry if I haven't maybe given them their earned food during the day. So I'll give it like a gap if I need to. So I'll give it a food gap. And I'm not saying they don't get fed. And what I'm saying is you give it a food gap. So you give it a decent time. Like I ate at breakfast and then I went in and I wanted my salad. Yeah, I don't love salad, but I ate it because I'm hungry. And so that's kind of how I would work it. And I think that's quite important. So number one, hungry dog. Number two is think about the type of food that you're going to feed. So actually, one thing I really love doing is using that like wafer thin ham. I don't like eating it. I don't even think it is ham. I don't even think it's actually meat anymore. I think it's lost its meat quality. However, that type of thing is really great to catch. It's light to throw, but it's also really great to catch. So you can get them doing the catch things. I think find something that your dog is actively going to look for. So like big chunks of baby bell, for example. Be careful, they're fatty. So you can't use maybe too much of it. So I think that's also quite important. The other thing I would say to all of you is when you're playing something like this, less is more. So if we catch 5 things, we're done. We don't need to do any more. The other thing I would do, actually, one more thing, I'll count out how many things I've got. So I might have 5 things in my hand or 10 things in my hand, but then I can't go more than 5 or 10. I can only go 5 or 10, and I think that's quite important. So you haven't gone, okay, I'm just going to have a whole pot of food. Because if anyone got hold of my pot, you've seen my pot, it's a big pot of food. But that is going to do literally all of my dogs for however many days I do it across, 3, 4, 5. I kind of make up a batch and then off we go. Because for me, it's food prep. Mine will catch that and it's tiny, so it's small pieces of food. However, start with bigger pieces of food. Start with more obvious piece of food and not food that your dog's got to get a knife and fork for. So if your dog's eating with a knife and fork, hopefully they close their mouth. But you know what? If they're not eating with a knife and fork, that's what I'm looking for. If they're eating with a knife and fork, and what I mean by that is they're taking their time, I would say a couple of things. One is your food good enough? 2 is actually, is your dog hungry enough? Because if your dog's not hungry or if your food's not good enough, I was looking at a student's dog this morning. She said, oh, she's really like this and she's really like that. And she was really down on the dog. And then she sent me a picture of the dog, and the dog's like a barrel. It's like a barrel. It's like looking at a barrel. It's honestly had way too many Christmases all at once. Like I'm like that, and I'm like, no wonder it's sluggish. It's probably about 5 kilos overweight, and it's probably only a 15 kilo dog. Like it's probably a third of its body weight overweight. Like, for me, it's not kind. So I really would much prefer my dogs to be like working fit than, and you've seen how Tokyo looks, and you've seen how like I would want them, and I'll show you Blink at some point, and you'll just see that they're working fit looking. That's how they should look. So do think about that as well. So hungry dog, good treats. Nothing they're gonna need to, and I do use those foods. Like I use them often to throw a reward in here, like something crunchy and biscuit, and I'll ball it all the way over there. That for me is fantastic. That for me is a fantastic thing to do, but not when I'm playing Magic Hand. Does that make sense? Should we get our first dog over? Let's do it. Okay, let's have a baby Ember. So, Ember does or doesn't catch right now?
Mostly doesn't. She
Yep.
tends to let it hit her face and eat it off the floor.
Yep.
But sometimes, occasionally she'll catch, and I'm like, yeah, well done. But mostly it just hits her face.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look what we got. Hello, gorgeous.
Hi. I know.
It's okay, no middle. I know middle. Good girl.
Good girlie. I know. Hi, are you ready? What's this? I know. Oh, freebie.
Freebie. Good.
Ready? Stand up. I know, you're excited.
Oh.
That was my throwing.
What's wrong with Tanya's throwing? Yeah, I see. Good. Nice. Replay. Where's the party? Where's the party? Party. So I'd be like jumping in the air. I get them jumping at me. I tell them how wonderful it is, to the point they're like, what did I actually do? Like, where did the food go? Like, they don't even know what they've done. That was amazing. Really good. Really good. Good girlie.
Heard the snap where she tried.
Good, really good. I think drop your lead, take your lead off. I think she's fine. And this would be a nice situation for a puppy line, to be fair. So I think a puppy line is great if we've got one, but equally I think off lead is also fairly good for her. She doesn't look like she's off anywhere. So really nice. Yeah, and you see she is trying. She's at a really nice stage. You guys have picked a first perfect level 1. This is a great level. I just seem to be attacked by a wasp. So this is a great level. This is exactly where I want her. Ready? Ready. Good. The only thing I might change, is the type of food she's on. I think the type of food she's on is not great. Now, my food's not much better because it's still small, but it's higher value. Do you want to get it, Karen? It's just outside the door. So, yeah, it's slightly higher value. So I might try that, but I don't think it's a better shape. So I actually like the colour of this food, but I don't like the value of this food. So this isn't the right value food for me. She is hungry, though. So she is hungry. I'm just going to try something different. Yeah, tell her how good she is. Really clever girl. Really, really clever girl. So we're going to try that again. We've got... Oh, but Auntie Lauren's got amazing foods. So pick a handful of that out. Go for that corner, it's more meat in it. Oh, wow. Talk to your food before you let it go. So you're going to talk to your food before you let it go. Just puppy line's great. So talk about the food. This is amazing food. Just tell her how lovely and wonderful it is. I'm just going to pop that one on. Not because I think we need it, but I think when we're demonstrating, good girl, I think when you're demonstrating, you probably should demonstrate with your best. And if she I don't think she's going anywhere, but if she did decide to take off, you've got something, and I feel like you're in a bit of a better space when you've got a line. But that's the type of line I would use on her. No heavier than that. I think that's a really nice line for her. Right, when you're ready, talk to her. Talk about the food. Talk about the food. Nice. Ready? Good girl. Good try. Pick a piece of meat. When you're picking the piece out there, there's kibble. Don't pick kibble. Pick meat or cheese or chicken. Good girl. Do you see it's more worth it when they are getting it? So you want it to be more worth it? Got liver. Yeah, good girl. Pick out your good stuff. Ready? Yeah, good girl. Do you hear that? That's perfect stage for this. Perfect stage.
Ready, steady. Oh, that was important.
Just on the throw. Pick your big bits and your bright bits. That's really nice. You're doing great. Ready? Good girl. Really clever. Just again the throwing, right? So that's just again the mechanics. It's okay. Like, that's just mechanics, and it's you two working as a team and learning each other as a team. Good girl, play with her, party with her. Good girl, and then leave her on that. So leave her on that, she's done. You can keep the food, and then you can wander her out. She doesn't need to do loads of it. I think that's important, guys. She also needs to stay hungry. Yeah, so you'll kind of want to play that again, but in half an hour. Yeah, so when you take her out for a toilet break, play it again. Part of the reason that Easy wanted to come home with me earlier is I played catch all the way home with her. So once I got to my, especially when I get to just in front of mine, I call it my lane. It's not a lane really, it's a path. But when I got to the lane to go into mine, that's often where she goes, nah, bad deal, we're going home. And I'm like, no, we're not. We're going into the living room and we're going to have another party. And she's like, no, the party's out there where Catherine was. That was way better. I liked it where Karen was and what we were playing out there, please. And you can see them doing that. So I think, keep this as a party time. She gets out the car, she goes to the toilet, she has 5 catches. Yeah, and if you did that every time they went for a wee in a day, you think you've probably got 350 bits of food. Yeah, by the time you've let them in and let them out and called them in and called them out. And also when people think about what a good deal for a dog is, that's a good deal. Yeah, and you've got a dog who's going to want to pay attention to you because you throw food at them. If someone kept, come out here, Catherine, for me. If you were just walking along the street, you're going a bit ahead of me, and someone just knocks you on the shoulder and kind of throws you £10. Thank you, right? And then she's going to do it again. So she's walking away again, taps on the shoulder.
Oh, thank you.
And then what do you start doing?
I always look over my
She's going to be looking over her shoulder for the £10, and when it's coming, high five, Catherine. Good work. So you're going to be looking over your shoulder for your £5. Yeah. So stage 1 is catch. She was a perfect dog to show you that because she's kind of trying to catch, but she's not really catching regularly. Does that make sense? So she's probably getting, I don't know, 10%. Yeah, and we want to move her up to like 80% before we move on. So she needs to move to 80%. Tactics and tips, we changed the food a little bit, changed the shape, changed the brightness of the food. I liked what she was using colour-wise, I just didn't like it texture-wise, and I thought it was a bit small. So I would actually, my favourite preference for her would be, if I could, so the preference I would use for her if I could, or if I could remember, would be ham, chicken, turkey, wafer thin, awful stuff, £1 a pack. Yeah, I don't really want to feed it to my dog a lot, but I think it's great for this. You can like fling it around. When I was little and we trained dogs, when I was like 11, 10, one thing I used to use was, it was like a Billy Bear ham. It had like a bear in it. It had like a bear around it. And so that was really nice. And I'd cut it into like quarters and I'd throw a quarter of it. So I'd just throw like a quarter of the Billy Bear stuff around. That would be perfect size. Billy the Bear, children's ham, spam, whatever they call it, very odd stuff. Not sure I'd ever feed it to a child or an adult or anything really, but it's quite good for this. Flinging food around. Happy? Plumb line is an obedience term or an obedience word or an obedience thing. I don't do obedience. I would love to in my next life. There's just not enough hours. And effectively, these trousers don't have a seam, but effectively it's your trouser seam. So it's your trouser seam line. And it's how do we get our dogs to our trouser seam line? Like how do we get them seam line? How do we get them to that line? So how do we get them there? Now you've got a couple of options and we're going to do those with lovely ammo. So come on ammo and come on platforms. We're going to go for that one. Yeah, so come on ammo and come on platforms. Let's have you both. And ammo is very keen. Now we've got 2 options here. Number 1 is going to be the platform. And you can do either. So all you're going to do, Jamie, is you're going to walk him in and you're going to try and get him to be happy standing on that one. So reward him. He says, I'm very happy standing. And let's have his face to the camera because it's prettier than his bum. Yep. He's so pretty. And I like the stand if you can get it. So I do like the stand if you can get it. So don't feed up, feed ahead. So feed ahead, that's better, and lower. So you see if you feed his head up, he's actually, Ami's been very good to Jamie here. But what could happen is if you feed up all the time, the dog is going to drop the bum, correct, Sabrina, the dog's going to drop the bum down. Yeah, so you don't want the bum to go down, you want them to go forward. And then release him forward and off. So get it, good boy, good boy. So this time you're going to take him back and back. So he's going to go back on the platform. He's doing it himself. He's just fine, isn't he? But you want him to go a bit further back. So do you see how the sit's kicking in? I think again you can let him off lead, so I'll hold your lead because that's absolutely no problem and he's not going anywhere. So throw his food backwards this time and then he can walk back into the platform. So you can walk back into the platform. Now be ready to reward him in on the platform. Feed, and you've got to feed a bit lower. That's better. You want to feed him so his neck hasn't got to come up. So you want to feed him so his neck's not having to sort of change position too much. And I think that's quite important. Really lovely. And then throw him forwards. So throw his food forwards, get it. And then throw backwards. Because when he goes backwards, he can then set up for coming in again. He's like, you dropped one. You dropped one, Dad. You dropped 2. Okay, bring him back in this way and feed forwards. That's lovely. So you can see how we've got him on side. Yeah, so do you see how the dog is on side now? And we've practiced that both sides. So throw him forwards, Jamie, and then step the other side of him. Get it? And go to the other side. That's nice. And throw him backwards. Really nice. And then bring him into position. Nice, and feed. So I did an emergency skid. And then throw him forwards again because I want a better stand. So you can see how that stand's not quite what we want. Throw him backwards. It's all right. Mechanics. bring him back in, feed in position.
Ammo.
Nice, feed in position, feed in position. And do you see how there, I might stop him a bit further back. So throw him forwards again. Reload, reload, reloading.
Ammo.
Don't call me it. Nice. Throw him back that way, but far back as you can. Now be ready to stop him about here.
Okay.
Yeah, as he comes in. Yeah, and that's nice. And then you can straighten him up a bit now. So now you can straighten him. And then you're going to remove your hand and you're going to put it back in again. And you're going to see if we can keep him there. Nice, put him back in again. So do you see how you need to put it back in sooner? So do you see how that just took him out of place? And you can throw him forward. You can always reset him. So the best thing is that's just a reset and that's another reset. He says, I like the camera. It's another reset. Now feed him here. Stop there. Good. And you see my hand stopped him there? That's where I really want to stop him. And then when you're going to feed forwards, let me release him. Ready? Get it. And then backwards again. Yeah! It's like hamster food. Go, go, and then feed in here, middle. There, nice, that's much better. So do you see how then we're going to get that? Because what we really are looking for, and he's happy with people, what we're really looking for is putting him deliberately against what we would call our plumb line, which is what my obedience friends teach me. And we really want to do it in a way, so drop your head a bit lower. So we want to do it in a way that and throw him forwards. And I'm close proximity to him, but he's a dog that these guys have told me is comfortable with people. So I'm not concerned about that, throw it backwards. And then you're going to stop him at your trouser seam or just before so that you can level him up with your trouser seam. Does that make sense? So that's your plumb line training, or here's where your position is. Now, if your dog's not comfy on something like a platform, your other option, throw him forwards, right at the camera again, off you go, is to take this one out of the way, and that's how you do it. So you take it out of the way while he's moving. If someone can take that one for me, that'd be really helpful, and hold the lead until we need it. Throw it backwards, so you give him a job to do. It's the sort of dog that likes a job. So if he hasn't got one, find this, what's that? Give him something to find to do. So will he work for me for a second, if I borrow him? So, ammo, I've got nice hamster food. Come here, hamster food. So with this one, what I want to see that you do is you bring them right the way back. He says, there's not enough in that hand. I'm going to get some more. Right the way back. That's almost a stage one, that you can bring him right the way back before you try to bring him into position. And a lot of people, they do this, but then they're trying to turn them from here. You've actually got to move them with you. So when he's here, you need to try and take them right the way back so they're happy to come all the way, particularly the bigger dogs. Like he's big for me, so I can bring him forwards and back. And it doesn't matter whether I bring him, I don't bring mine in towards me. I tend to go the other way. I tend to go out and back, but I think that's just agility training. And so do you see my natural, this is my cue for I want more food. Jamie got it. I get your cues as well. I understand them, nibbling, and yes, you're very cute. So when he's here, I want to bring him out, and what a lot of people do is try and do it from there. He actually is doing it quite nicely, but a lot of dogs won't. He's been taught some of this, I can feel it in him. So he already knows some things. You know stuff, don't you? But what I really want to see, and it doesn't matter to me whether you go out that way and back in and you flick your hand. Get it, I dropped one. I'd always tell them to get the food if I've dropped one, because then they don't leave me. So I've told him to leave me. Or you can bring him out. No, he says there's not enough in that hand. Okay, I'll get two more. I will get two more. Put them in. So he's here, and you can bring them. You see how that's much harder, yeah? So I'd need to bring him much further back for that. But what I'm saying is whatever way is most comfy for you, flick them in, and then put them at your side. Yeah, so flick them in. You can do either. Take him from here, but only because I'm going to run out of food, and then he's going to tell me about it. What I'm ultimately, I think the platform's nicer. I think the platform's by far better. And you can see with him, he says, I've done obedience, look at me, I understand this position stuff. But look at where you want him. So you want him at your side. So you don't want him way ahead of your side. I personally would always think about what the owner is happy with, because we're not actually teaching obedience. What we're teaching is go to side. Yeah, and most owners don't want to do obedience. They just want a dog that will go to side and focus and be in position. So they're not looking to teach obedience. However, if you do want to teach obedience, I think a lot of this can be really helpful. So a lot of this has got a dog under your hand effectively. So throw him forwards, bring him back, make sure you step him back. Nice, really nice, really nice. And you don't have to have them directly on your side. So you don't have to have him directly on your side. All I'm saying is in line with your trouser seam. So I just want him in line with the trouser seam. I don't mind if he's out there or if he's in here. He says, yeah, see, look, I know stuff. I've done obedience, look at me. And that stands gorgeous. So do you see that? The only thing I'd say is he pushes Jamie to go forwards. So actually, is that typical for him? To go forwards.
Always.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. I'd say he pushes to go forwards. Now, Jamie, I want to sit on this side. Because is this side very comfy normally for an obedience person? No. Yeah, so we want to see it on both sides. And you see, for Jamie, that's not as comfy, but that's still really, really good. And that's why he wasn't comfy with me on this side. You can see the dog does it more, typically on the left, because that would be obedience world. And again, and I say take him a bit further back. So he goes a bit further back. But I was at fault with that as well. And I think you forget how big he is. He is actually quite a big dog. He's same size as your retriever, really. And again, he looks different because of his merle, but he is quite a big dog. Nice. The other thing is you can slow down. And the other thing I would say, Jamie, is when he's back there, you can sometimes feed him. So you can actually feed him there before you even flick and turn him. So before you flick and turn, you can feed him behind your leg. And again. So I love this demo, Lockie. Look at him, he's like, this is great. I will be a demo dog for the rest of my life. Ready, forwards. So when he comes back, you're gonna step him backwards. Step him back, feed there, hold there, now turn him. And I think that's really nice. So I personally would do more of that. Give him a break, that's fantastic. Really, really good. So we'll take his lead. He is cooked and done. And he's not actually cooked, he will do more, but he might do more later on, so we'll see how he goes. But what I would really say from watching him, and I think this is really important to watch him and see, he was perfect for that stage, wasn't he? So he got that stage very well. You could see that he knew stuff. As soon as you put him back with his owner, he was like, I know stuff. I like that, I really like that. The only thing we need to do is tweak what Jamie was doing with his leg and his hand to make it a little bit lower and slower and further back, and to make him do it on this side because he's comfy on that side. And I would say if I was given the choice, the platform I think was stronger. So I think the platform is actually a nicer way to teach it, as in clearer. I think it's clear, and I also think it's much easier for the handler. So if you're teaching somebody, then that's where it would come in for a pro dog trainer. But equally, if it's you doing it for yourself, I think the platform's easier. So I think the platform's simpler. What to use for a platform? That's a really good question. So I would use anything in your vicinity that can be used like a platform. I don't think you have to have a platform. So I'll use, one of my favourite things to use is insulation. My dad's got loads of insulation stored here. He says it's going to come in handy one day on a rainy day. Not sure, I mean, there's many rainy days, but none of them has come in handy yet. I use it for platforms. So I think insulation's great for platforms. This is like foamy stuff. It's like, and it's got silver sheets either side. We just put something grippy on it. Like we just super glue grippy stuff and then make it a grippy target, and then you're not paying £50 for it. Just free because it's in Dad's workshop. Does that make sense? Happy? So I've got food in both hands, and this is really, really important that we've got food in both hands at this stage, and this is your food mechanics. And loads of people play this game before they are able to play it. And so your dog is often playing before you can, and that's not the right space. So if I played this with some of my dogs and they hadn't, they'd expect you to have good mechanics. They'd expect that of you. So when Liza plays with them, they're like, hang on a second, why's the food out here? So she needs to get her mechanics right for them as well. So I've got food in both hands. One of my tactics is to actually count, and I'm going to tell you all 10. I'd like to count 10 pieces of food. And what we're going to be doing is, it's a level of food fiddle, so you can food fiddle, and when you're food fiddling, you can drop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's very rhythmical and they can just land in the right place. And I always drop them between these two fingers typically. So I always drop them between those two fingers. There's no rules on that. All I'd say is make it even for yourself. So make it easy and something rhythmical. I think dogs like the rhythm of it because I think it's a rhythmical game. And I think rhythm is quite rewarding for a dog. So I think it's quite a rewarding thing to have. Like you'll start to see the dog enjoy the rhythm of the game, and your dogs will be anticipating. And remember, anticipation is as good as a reward in a lot of situations. The anticipation, and sometimes even better. You'll all have experienced that. Is there anything you've really looked forward to for a long, long time, and then you get there and actually the anticipation has been so brilliant, that's helped the lead up. That's for me why I put things in my diary. Like coming here, like you guys being here. You'll have been anticipating it a while. You'll have been excited about it. You'll have been packing, you'll have been thinking. I've planned my packing day as much as I've planned my next break. I've got a packing day because I'm competing with 5 dogs in Spain. I've got a day to pack a vehicle and I'm so excited. I'm packing a vehicle that is like dog vehicle. Liza's like, why are you so excited? You hate holidays, mummy. I'm like, we're doing a dog holiday. I'm so excited. Whereas I don't typically like regular holidays, but I love the idea of a dog holiday like you guys are on. That for me is really exciting. So what I'm saying is anticipation is very good. And that's why Magic Hand really works. It's anticipation. Now, some people will play this way, like what we would call crane hand or crane way, we're not playing crane hand, we're playing magic hand. Magic hand is upturned hand. Why is an upturned hand better than a crane? Well, the crane, the dog knows if there's food in the hand or not. The magic hand, my dog doesn't know. They don't know. So I can often play it when I need to get out of trouble with the dog, like you're about to walk into another dog, and actually it really works because they don't know if I've got food. And by the time I get them out of dodge, I will have found food, or I'll have found a reward, or I'll have found something I can do, or even if I just go sprinting with them. My dogs find that brilliant fun if I just run with them. But I'll have to have got out of dodge first. So sometimes this will get me out of dodge. So I'm like, let's get out of dodge. Does that make sense, guys? So we're all gonna have a very quick go. I'd like to come out here. You can count 10 pieces of food out, or you can catch my 10 on the floor with me. And don't step here for now. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna practice dropping those 10 pieces of food. 3, 2, 1, off you go. Get your food. Don't crush these ones. There's about 10. Don't catch them. Well done. Grab them on the way and I can have mine, Lydia. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go. 10 pieces of food, 5 in each hand, guys. 10 pieces of food, 5 in each hand. I've got 5, you just need 5 more.
Lovely, thank you.
5 more. 5 in each hand. And we're going to do a level of, in fact, you know what? Practice once or twice or 3 times, and then we're going to do a line drop. We're going to do a line drop, and we're going to try and do it all in time. So you can practice a few times now. You might want to stand apart so you can just drop them. Practicing 10, practicing how you're dropping, where you're dropping, through the hands. Is it going where you intended it to go? Drop, 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 drop. So you're magic handing it out of here. You're magic handing it out of here. Normally we're like, don't drop food on the floor, and everywhere now we're like, drop all the food on the floor. Off you go, guys. Keep dropping it. Pick it up, drop it. Pick it up, drop it. So it's your magic hand. It's your mechanics through your hands. Dropping, 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 dropping. Loads of magic hand mechanics. Don't worry, find another. There's more. There's more. Just grab any other one. Grab any other one. It will come back in a minute. It's going to be fine. Keep going, guys. Keep going. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Try and count them. Count the rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or not. Yeah, so it depends on what you can do. Okay, we're going to have one more round. One more round. Some of you look very comfy at this, and others are like seriously stiletto. So some of you look very cozy and others look very stiletto. Nice, nice. And now try and do it without looking down. So now try and do it whilst looking forward. And now try and do it whilst singing Humpty Dumpty. Please. I love that you laugh and you humour me. Okay, so let's have everyone in the line. Keep your food on you. Let's go in a line. We're going to go in a line from Lydia over here. If you want to take the corner this way, as far across as you can. You can go to my dog walk, Lydia, so you can go to my dog walk. Go across as far as you like, guys. All the way in the line, all the way in the line. If you need to grab one more, you can grab one more. There is one more. We're doing a line of magic hand. We're going to do a line of magic hand. In you get, Jamie, in you get, Tanya. So we're going to do a line of magic hand. And I'm going to be saying when we're dropping. Yeah, I'm going to say when we're dropping. So I'm going to do 1, 2, not yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I want you to feel it. Yeah? And if you get it wrong, you're just going to put your hand up. Yeah, and just go, you missed the beat. Yeah, I want you to tell me if you missed the beat. Is that okay? And if you didn't miss the beat, keep going. And if you didn't, you only missed the beat by a tiny, tinsy, little tiny bit, you can keep going. But if you missed the beat, you missed the beat. Does that make sense? So we are going to go like this, I think, yeah, go on, put the music on. We'll do it with music. We'll have music on in the background. So we're going to literally try rhythmical. This will be rhythmical. Yeah, this will be rhythmical. Does that make sense? Okay. We've got music. So we're going to get comfy. Dogs under your hand. Dogs are ready. You're also going to go, oh, Sue's out. So, has everyone got 5 in each hand? Is everyone ready to do both hands? Can you just count and double check for me? Count and double check. Everyone, Shell needs one more. Go get one more, Shell. There's always one, isn't there? There is always one. Come on. Okay, are we ready? Food in both hands, food in both hands. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes! Guys, high five the person next to you. Don't move your feet. Do not move your feet. Now grab your food. Grab your food. So everyone get your 10. Get your 10 quick. Let's see if you can all get 10 back again. There's going to be someone without 10, aren't there? There's going to be someone. There's 2 behind you. There's 1 next to you, Sue. And there's 2 behind you. 2 behind you. There's 1 behind you, Natalie. There's 1 behind you, Ingrid. There's one under your foot. Stop there, Sabrina. There he is. Okay, so now we're going to play that a fraction faster. A fraction faster. Has everyone got 5 in each hand? Have you lost one? Someone has stolen. Catherine was like, no. Has anyone got 11? Can you please count what's in your hands? Come on, guys, these are mechanics. Oh, God, Sabrina's dropping them again. She's doing a Sue. Go and get one more, Catherine. Go get one more. Come on. How did Catherine lose the piece of food? I was just like, where can it have gone? Who's eating it? Okay, are we ready? 10. Ready? 5 in each hand. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good. Okay, grab the food. You should all have 10. You should all have 10. Now this time we're going a bit more variable schedule. So we're going to go variable schedule. So I might go in and out of a rhythm. Oh God, we've got 9. Where does this food? There's one in front of Ingrid. There's one in front of Ingrid. Ingrid's got one extra.
No, I've got 10. One to accelerate, no.
Has everybody got 10?
Yes.
This is good. This is good. Okay, so now we're going to go variable. Are you ready for this? 1, 2. Something went very wrong over here. Start again. Start again, because this team in the corner are being a bit ropey. There's one between you two. I don't know whose that is. A spare. We've got a spare. Sue needs it. Okay. I want you to be honest if you're out. Ready? Tanya's out. Okay, are we ready? 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9. 10. And that's what I will go on, guys. Well done, everybody. Pick your food up, put the food back in the tub. That is what I will play on with the dog. So I will play on that with the dog. And I know we're doing both hands here, and typically you'd be doing one hand unless you're working on 2 dogs. Everyone's catching their 10. Everyone's got their 10. Everyone's doing amazing at 10. Well done, Lydia. She's grabbing the extras. Well done, guys. Round of applause for everybody. You did well. You did very well. Alice got the extra piece of food. So I really think that, we'll turn that one off, Michelle, that is fab. I really think that your mechanics on how you play is really important. Now, obviously, you're not going to have dogs on both sides unless you've got 2 dogs that play Magic Hand, which Tokyo and Katie will play Magic Hand, Classic and Katie will play Magic Hand. That would look like a really cute video, actually, one red, one blue. I must do that video. Easy doesn't play Magic Hand. Easy's never played Magic Hand. What does Easy play? Middle on the move. I've always played middle on the move. Why have I not put her on my side so much? I've always put her in the boundary. I've always put her in the middle boundary. Why did I not teach Magic Hand? I just felt like middle on the move was such a good demo, and I really perfected that. I think that's something to get across in all of Games Club and all of the Absolute Dogs and all of what we do. My dogs don't have all the games. My dogs have the games I think are most appropriate to them. So yeah, do the games that you really love, but if you don't want to do it, Easy, when I did this, would always curl at me, and I was like, if I ever did obedience, I wouldn't want that, so I just left it alone. Whereas in the middle, she doesn't curl at me, because she can't curl, and I'm a real perfectionist, so I hate it when the bum's over bending, and so I was like, I'm not going to teach that, just in case I do obedience one day, in case, I don't know, she doesn't do agility or something like that, so I didn't want to ruin what I want later. Whereas Katie's always done middle on the move, and she's always done Magic Hand, and she's always done it both sides. Classic the same, she'll do both. So up to you what you do. What I would say to you most importantly is your mechanics count. So can you put the food through your hands? Can you do it with both hands? Can you get that rhythmical feeding? And then can you move it to a variable schedule? Does that make sense? And all of this you do with or without the dog? Without. All of this you do? Without. Your dog. Yeah, so all of this you do without your dog. Everyone happy? Done. Our next level game, guys, is the side drop. So we've got a dog that can catch. We've got a dog who understands plumb line, or at least is starting to understand plumb line. And we've got a handler that's got mechanics. Our next stage is getting them on either the platform or at your side and catching and putting those 3 things together. So putting those 3 things together. Remember, this is a linear process, so we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. How nice is that? How much are you loving the idea of being able to go 1, 2, 3, 4? Do you guys really like that? I'm such an out there person. I'm such an artist that it's different for me. So I'm glad that you guys, this is good. So for me, when I'm doing this stage of this game, I need those first 3 stages as prerequisites and in. Does that make sense? They have to be in first, have to get those in first. So dropping down here. Now what you'll see a lot, and we'll say it while he's out, because that's really not fair, but we'll do that. You'll see people push it forwards. So everyone pushes it forwards. But what we really need is to keep it here. But what happens is people stop rewarding here because the dog goes here, so they go here. And then suddenly you're out here. Yeah, but what you need to do is bring it back here. Now what most people don't do is carry on dropping it here. What they do is drop it here because the dog's getting it wrong. If you carried on dropping here, what's your dog going to do? Now I'm not saying you have to be here because we're not asking for heel work. However, we are saying that position is important and we want a dog who's able to be in position. So the closer you can be to, I'd say that's my proximity zone. I actually don't want my dog here all the time. I'm just saying that's a good line for a guide. I actually don't mind that zone. What I really don't want them is out there. So I really don't want the hand going that far out. But you can watch, you can see what happens. Right, when you're ready, Ammo. So when he comes over, what we are hopefully going to see is he's either going to do it on the board, and we'll give him the option. He can either do it on the board or he can just do it on his leg, and he's going to let him just catch from hand. So that's what we're going to see. So do you want to do it on the board or do you want to do it on the ground?
On the ground.
Yeah, so you're going to go this side of me. So you go that side of me. And then we've got the board as an option, but we don't necessarily need the board. So throw a piece of food out for him. And when you're ready, you're going to bring him in at your side. So throw the food, good boy, and then have him at your side. And then when he's at your side, I want you to either throw him forwards or backwards. He's like, actually, I just want to do agility, thanks. Good boy, so nice. And then throw him forwards, good boy. Throw him backwards. And then I want you to just do a couple of catches with him. Don't bring him at your side, go in front of him. He says, what about the platform, Dad? So a couple of catches, good, good. Really nice boy. So do you see, he's kind of playing in all 3 levels. So we've jumped in at all 3 levels. We've done a bit of catching, we've done a bit of just positioning, and we've also done nice. So let's have him on your side. So pull him right to your side. And that's a nice bridge. You can see him in the between stage. So you can take him back again. Good boy. And then let's have him there. Nice. Really nice. And I love that Jamie's got a fantastic stand with him. So do you see how much the dog wants to hold a stand? Like, that is just gorgeous. Lovely. Really lovely. Do you see how Jamie wants to put his hand forward though? Yeah, so do you see how the forward? So Jamie, you're going to put your hand back a little. So put your hand back to where your trouser seam is. So I want your hand here. Yeah, nice. And drop. And it doesn't matter that the dog misses now. The dog will miss because he's not used to being fed here. Yeah, he's going forwards. Good. And keep dropping in the same space. And he will come back to that space because he learns that that's where I get fed. But don't you adjust your hand. Yeah, so don't you adjust your hand. You're gonna, and if anything, your hand can come out here a bit. So you can take them off your body a bit. So nice. Really nice. Do you see that? So off the body was a little bit easier. Good boy. And just wait for him again. So wait for him to really be up and under the hands. Nice, now throw him forwards, release. Get it, good boy. He said, I didn't find it, but I'm gonna find it. And then throw him backwards. Good boy, and then bring him back to the side, slightly off your body. Nice, nice, drop it there. Do you see how he adjusted himself? That's really nice. And again, ready? Just lovely, really lovely. Super nice, and again. And don't worry, they don't catch it. Do you see he's attempting catching? So the fact that he's attempting catching, I'm happy. The goal isn't that he has to catch. The goal is that he's trying to catch. Yeah, drop it, nice. Now, if say you want to curl in one way or the other way, depending on what you do, your hand can adjust that and the platform can adjust that. So you can use your hand as your steering wheel, or you can use your platform as your placement of where I want you. So your hand can help steer. So if Jamie moves his hand out this way, the bum's likely to go that way or that way. So you can just use your hand as a bit of a guide on this one. So you can use your hand as a guide. The other thing I would say is, like, do you see the hand can just turn the steering wheel? Whether you like it the way or not, you've got to work out which way you're steering the hand, but the hand will do the steering. Or you use your platform. So you can use a platform to help steer as well. So let's try him on the platform on this one for a minute. Throw him back. Throw him back. And you can also see he's like a pressure cooker. So he gets quite excited, and with excitement comes vocal. And actually with obedience, you don't want vocal. I don't mind vocal in agility, but you don't want it in obedience. It's easily marked. So I would throw him forwards, throw him backwards a couple of times, and then put him in position when you want him. So you can change the picture. So we can actually just change the picture for him, and then back in again, and then feeding there, drop. And you can stand as far away or as close as you like on this one. So throw him away. Make sure he's got all 4 feet on before you do any catching. So you're always going to make sure he's got his 4 feet on before you let him start catching. So he's already in the right position, and then we go from there. And if you want him to turn his head one way, then also throw out that way a little bit more. So again, they lose it if they're not turning the way you want them to. Good boy, get it. And woman out again. Ready, get it. Good, and then straight under. Nice, drop, good. Nice, and I think that was good. I think the throw was perfect. And I think the fact that the dog then has to work out where it is, do you see how that's perfect. Throw him away, and he's done. So you can see, and so back on lead and finished, and I wouldn't keep pushing that. I think that's really important that you don't keep pushing that. It's hard, he's looking up, and you also got a dog that'll frustrate quick. So actually by throwing him out, that's way better than pressure cooking him. And you can see what I mean by pressure cooker. He comes up and up. He's very typically Australian Shepherd type. Like the little minis are just the same. They're like, these guys are just normally a bit more robust in temperament. The little minis are like some sort of level up on them. And they get that vocalization the more they, so don't do that to them. But you could see there, on the ground, he's learned some skills already. On the board, he hasn't got the same skills, but he also hasn't got some of the same faults. So some of the faults aren't on the board because the board is a different thing for him. So I actually would use a combination of them both. What we've got there is a dog now who's effectively doing a side drop. Yeah, so you're at the side and they can drop. So you've combined 1, 2, and 3 to move to the side drop stage. So we're now at 4. Is magic compass. We've got the dog on the side. We can move them sideways, forwards, and backwards. And I can do that all without moving too much. Yeah, so they're at your side. They can go sideways, both sides, forwards and backwards. And don't think that that is the same as that. Yeah, when your dog's on that side, they might be able to do it. And when your dog's on that side, they might not be able to do it because they might be better one lead than the other. So one leg than the other. And also you might be better at one side than the other. So I know if everybody just quickly in the room, just go to which side are you more comfortable on? Yeah, I'm more comfortable on my left side, which is weird because I'm right-handed. But I did start doing obedience before I did agility. So my background to dog training is obedience. So left is always comfier when you've done obedience. Does that make sense? So everyone's got a comfier side. So your comfier side, your mechanics will be better. Interestingly, your dog will also have a comfy side, whether you like it or not. Sometimes it's the same side as you, and sometimes it's just a side to them. So my dogs all herd one direction, other than Easy, who can herd both directions. But most of my dogs herd one direction. Does that make sense? And I think that's important to know as well. Okay, Karen, come over. We're doing Magic Compass. Off she comes. She's really excited about this one. Karen asked to do this one specifically. And what I'm really happy with is how much she wanted to volunteer it. So that was really cool. Okay, Karen, so pop him on the side when you're ready. And whichever side you want, I don't mind which. He says, I'll just smell some of this over here, please. Nice. This is real nice. And then let's just have a little quick warm up with catch. It smells very nice. This smells more like beef than what you have, Karen. I like the smell of this. This smells real nice. May I get in this tub? Rippy. Ready. Good boy. Nice. I like catching. So has he got a good catch? Yeah, so he's got a good catch straight off. So we've seen the catch. I don't mind not putting him into plumb line. I think we don't have to put him into plumb line. I'm going to get you to pick up his lead for a minute, just so you don't have to hassle him in. So I don't want you to hassle him in. I want you to be able to just literally go straight into game. Good. So bring him into you, and you're going to keep him away from that food pot, but only because I think that food pot has got loads of nice value in it. You're going to put him in between us here. I know you've got nice value, but he knows that food pot has a nice value too. So you're going to put him in there. Nice. And we're just going to go straight into that one. Okay, we're going to move him back a little bit. And you can see that little movement of that. Good boy. Okay, one little warm up, a little cheat that I quite like to use is I'll sometimes put a piece of food in front of them and then I'll move my hand back as soon as they come up. Does that make sense? They move back with it. So I'll do that just on the side. Same as you might have seen me do this in middle sometimes. Exactly the same thing. He said, it smells amazing here. There's definitely been great food around. He's like, this is an amazing space where all you guys did this and I would like to be scent dog Rupert. I would like to be Rupert, the scent bear. Okay, straight under his nose when you're ready. Show him what you got. Good boy. Food. Good. Now food forwards. And then when he comes backwards, so good boy, I want you to put food on the floor. So you're just on the floor. You're going to put it directly on the floor. And the second you lift your hand up, he's going to come back under it. Nice. Do you see that? So you can see the natural pickup there. And again, just back, nice, good boy. And often go forward again. It's just because they're on that weight shift allows it almost. So when he lifts his head up, they'll do that. So that's one of my tricks for backwards. Okay, forwards tends to be quite easy. So just moving forwards and drop. So moving forwards and drop, good. And again, moving forwards and drop. And don't drop backwards, you're going to drop forwards. If you want him to go forwards, you're going to drop forwards. Remember placement of reward. Do you see how he wants to go backwards before he's gone forwards? Forwards, drop. So do you see how? No, forwards, drop. You're doing exactly what Michelle said. You're trying to feed him in the right place. No, you're going to feed him where you want to feed him. Yeah, so I'm going to say forwards, drop, drop. And you're not trying to drop it in his mouth. He's got to come to you. Yes, it's really important. Nice timing on your lead. He's got to come to you. And I think that's really, really key. Good lad, straight back. Bring him back that way. Good boy. And then forwards. Have him forwards. Forwards, forwards, drop, drop. Yeah, and do you see how he's got to come forwards here? So I'd actually get him to go, because he's ready for Karen to drop, drop. He's ready to drop back, right? Because Karen's about to drop back, but Karen shouldn't be. Karen's just trying a little bit of, she can cover it more because she's got more skills. So she can cover this bit. Go forwards, drop. Good. And I want him to come forwards, drop. So I want him to almost come forwards for it when he's dropping. Yeah, so I want him to get to that next level. Really nice. Good, and that is fine, so stop there. We know he can catch, we know he can catch at all the spaces. What he doesn't do now is he's ready for it to come back and adjust himself. I would actually get Karen to drop it forwards a bit more, so I always want him to get a little bit like naughty Rupert and be here and go, and go forward for it. That's what I'm kind of looking for there. So we've seen forwards and backwards. So forwards would be come forwards and drop it anyway, whether he's under it or not. Yeah, and backwards would be the little trick of put the food underneath him, and let him walk back into backwards. Does that make sense? So food underneath him, let him walk back into backwards. Okay, now let's see side to side, because Karen said this is a problem side to side. So you're going to take a step out. He's going to take a step out. Nice. Feed. Good. And now you're going to bring a step in. And you can see he says, I don't know how to do side stepping in. So put him into middle, because I know he does do it in middle. Take his lead off. I'm fine with his lead off now.
He did clock food over there.
Okay, we're going to keep an eye on food over there. Move away from your lead. Good boy. Now just move sideways to me. Sideways to me. Sideways to me. Good boy. So I'd play with it in this position for him because I think he has got an understanding of it, but I don't think it's still as strong as it could be. The other thing I would do, Karen, is I'd have food. Let's have a couple of pieces of food. I'd have food here and I'd have him in front, and I would do some of these in front where he's understanding how to move legs sideways. So I'd play around with him, understanding how to move himself sideways because he doesn't quite completely work. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, so you can see, I'm not going to feed you the kibble, I'm going to let your mum get the rest of the food. There's more food. And so do a couple of those where he's in front of you. So he's just doing in front of you, just luring. So just food luring them one way and food luring them the other way. And then you can see with him, that's something I would play around with. So I think that's quite a nice thing to play with, shuffling forward, shuffling backwards, shuffling sideways, and then shuffling middle sideways and middle sideways before we put it on here. And the other thing is most dogs will either come towards you or go away from you easier. They'll do one or the other. So then you can switch that to do the other side, because often then the other side will play around in the same fashion. So this stage, he's great for this stage, and he's better to show you at this stage than he is with a finished dog. Because if you show you a finished dog, you're just going to see it finished and you're not going to see this work through. So I think Karen needs to work this, and this you are purely food luring. So you're not doing a lot with this. This is a food lure. And if they start really curling, create yourself a little channel. So make yourself a little channel. So for me, all you need to make yourself a channel is like a table on its side or something like that. Just redecorate the house to do it. But those sorts of things are really nice to play on because you can see how he doesn't want to swing his bum around and do it in the right way here. The other thing you can do with something like this is go platform to platform. So let me just grab you. Can someone grab me that other platform here? So I would go platform to platform, and obviously these things are other stages in training and other things, but I also want to give you a level of problem solving to make it fair for you. Thank you. So I would go, can he do like that platform to that platform and that platform to that platform? Because if he can do those, and I know he can pivot, so you can try those, Karen. I know he can pivot. If you can do those, then you can often take it to the next stage and then just try and get him to sort of pivot onto the next one. And we might need to make them closer, so that's fine if we do. And then just put him on the other platform. So just break him off and put him on the other platform. So throw him away, all that like that. Yeah, I don't really want him sidestepping that way, if that makes sense. I do want it to go the way I want it to go, nice.
Are we going this way?
I want you to throw him off that one a minute. I want him to get used to being on, I want him to get lots of reward for being on one, and then lots of reward for being a good boy. But I don't want him to try and go the wrong way around it. Let me steal your dog. Gonna steal the doggy. Yes, I am. I'm gonna steal the doggo. Are we ready? Are we steady? So I want to do this platform. Get it? Good boy. Good lad. Oh no, not that one. We're not hopping. We're not doing hopping. Good boy. Super boy. Get it? Good boy. Really nice. There's one there. Ready? Get it? Rupert. Good boy. That's mechanics. So do you see how I'm directing where I want him and not just leaving it to chance? Get it? Good boy. Yeah, good boy. Ready? Super. Get it? So he knows both platforms. And then what I'll do is I'll bring him to this platform and I'll try and pivot him to that platform. And if I can pivot, then that's great. And if I can't pivot, what I might do, get that one, is put those back together again. So I can do that. That's not bad. And then I'll have him here. I know, you think that's a great way. I've got one piece of food, Rupert. This is not good. Good. So then I'm going to try to move like that. Yeah? So you can see how we'll bridge that and then get him either feed him or on a lead. Yes, good. Good boy. That was super nice. One more, two more, three more, four more. I'm generous. Ready? We're going to go that way. And then I'm going to go that way. And I want him back in here before he goes over to here. Does that make sense? So you can see how we'd play around with that and how we'd bridge that, break, and then back on lead there. Karen is good. Good boy. You did good. I don't want you to eat that because I think it looks like a stone. Or maybe it's not a stone. You ate it anyway. Okay.
That's not surprising.
He was quite happy about eating it. So as a trainer, do you see how versatile we are in how we're going to get there? So what we're teaching him is this is how you move your body sideways. And I'd say that's a hard stage to learn. He can be done there, Karen. He's fine. You're playing around with it. So we saw forwards. Karen wants to not drop forwards. Karen wants to feed in his mouth. So she's actually rewarding back a lot. Yeah. We saw backwards and you saw the drop the food on the floor and then move the hand back. And so you've got that natural rock back. That looked easier, to be honest, than anything else that we did. And then we saw side to side and he's stuck on side to side. So middle's good because he can move like that and Karen's going to help that. So he understands how to move in middle. Then he understands how to move like this because we've got the platforms. And then we've got a level of him doing this with us as well. So between those three things, we're going to have a way there. Now, the example I'm going to give you is Eliza 2 years ago, I would take her out for dinner. We like eating out, largely because neither of us like cooking that much. Well, Matt quite likes cooking. We just don't have enough time. We forget to shop as well, so we don't always have food in the fridge. And so we're often like, what are we going to do? Do we go shopping and make something or just go out and grab some dinner? So we go out and grab some dinner. And we'd put Liza into the position a lot of having to order. And I'd be like, Liza, you order. Liza, you order. Liza, you order. And she got more and more silent and she would not order. To the point that it was almost quite like, absolutely not talking to these people. I'm not ordering a drink. I'm not ordering food. And I went into the space of going, well, I'm not going to give you any food then. And that's ridiculous, right? Like I wasn't going to say I'm not going to give you any food, but I'm like, I'm not ordering for you. You can order. You're 8. Like you can order. 9. You can order. She got more and more adamant that she wasn't going to order. Yeah, and she wouldn't order anything, like nothing. She wouldn't say a thing to the waitress. She wouldn't speak to them. Anyway, she's obviously had Pony. She's been doing lots of work with instructors. Often I haven't got time to go up and watch every instructor with her. She goes and tacks up, she goes and gets herself ready, she does all the horse stuff. She's not got a phone, she's got an iPad, so she can get in touch with us if she needs to up there. It's got internet, but she hasn't really got a phone to communicate in any other way. She'll just tell us if she needs something, and we've got cameras so we can see everything that's going on up there anyway. Anyway, I watch her interact with people, I watch her speak to people, I watch her talk to everyone in it. I haven't taught her how to speak to people. What concept is she working on the whole time she's working with horses? Confidence all the time. And in the horses, does she have to interact with people? And is she interacting with them in a way that she understands? And is she interacting with them in a way that she can have fun? And is she interacting with them in a way that is, for her, accessible? Yeah, and for me, that's the thing that's wrong with all of the education system, is that so many people are in a space that isn't accessible to them. This is how you make that accessible to him. Do you see, we tried 3 different ways to get him to walk sideways, but not one of them did we grab him and force him to walk sideways. And I think a lot of the time, when I was in the restaurant trying to explain to Liza, you need to order to these people because if not, you can't have food. And it was annoying me that she wouldn't speak to them. I was like, why aren't you speaking to them? This is nuts. That's like me trying to grab Rupert and move him sideways. And I can see it with dogs, and I've got loads of patience. But with Liza, sometimes I don't have that same level of like, why am I not thinking this all through? Like, why would I not concept train this? But it's concept training. And that's why concept training works. So I hope that's a good example and an analogy for you as to why we would do it as we do it. And that for me makes absolute sense when I think about it from a dog training and human training perspective. Does that make sense, guys?
Have you met Blink? She's your pocket-sized dog trainer with a big personality. Blink is on pool 24/7, 365 days a year, and she's exclusively available to our Games Club members. Say you want some tips on building your dog's confidence. She's going to give you some suggestions and link you to the amazing learning available inside Games Club. Need something in a different language? Oui bien. Blink can speak your lingo. So whether you need some ideas for those rainy days, allowing you to ditch the muddy walk, or taking the guesswork out of a training plan for any problem, Blink has you covered. Just send her a message at any time in the learning community. With Blink and the power of Games Club, you'll be a superhero in no time. Start your 7-day trial for just £1 at absolutedogs.me/7-day trial, or by scanning the QR code, and join us inside Games Club today.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I've got some more celebrations of people that have joined the £1 7-day trial. We've got Linda Holmes, Don Hudswell, Paula Hopkins, Jane Simpson, Tanya Levers, Joseph Mitch, Tina Smith. Loads of you have jumped in, and I think that is absolutely incredible, because really you are truly investing in yourself and your dog training journey. And I know that you're going to get so much value. I'm so excited. And actually, one of the questions that we keep getting is what is included. So when I get into Games Club, what is included within that? And I'm going to tell you. So you get a library of games where you can learn about your dog, and some of those games we're playing now. There are hundreds of games, so there are lots of choice, lots of variety for you and your dog. If one game doesn't suit you or doesn't suit your dog, then there's another one that will still build the same skill. So I guarantee there'll be something in there that will work for you and your dog. We have pre-made collections, tracks and challenges for you to work for. So that's where our trainers behind the scenes have gathered games that work for specific skills or specific behaviour traits, and they've collected them for you to go, hey, look, here you go. Have these games, they're going to sort you out. Happy days. We have training webinars, so similar to this, but at maybe a higher level, where we're kind of really honing in on that sort of like dog behaviour and how you can progress on. Lots of training webinars where we've talked to real students and we've tackled specific subjects. Sometimes we're able to like teach them within the Zoom. There's lots of different styles of types of webinars that we've got. You've got access to them all, so you can have a look at those straight away. Training resources, including our games cards. There's been lots of, if you've only just joined us, we've got these. So we've got games cards. Within that, some of the games that we've been playing, this card teaches you how to play it. And you can get these for yourself. So I'm going to give you an example of one of the ones that we've used today would be arousal up, arousal down. All right, and arousal up, arousal down, the ability for your dog to go up into high fizzy energy and come back down for it, rather than kind of staying up there and doing zoomies and not listening to you. If you type arousal into the Facebook comments, then you will get this card sent to you via email once you put your email in, once you get that prompt. If you're on YouTube, I don't know why I keep saying that, you're inside YouTube, then you can scan the QR code, or you can type in a browser, absolutedogs.me/arousal card. Arousal card. So you'll get a card like this through an email, which you can print off and laminate, which I recommend, so you can keep it forever. And then it'll tell you how to play the games. And it's really great actually for family as well. So if you've got like a family member that you want to join in with this, but maybe they're a little bit hesitant, then you just casually leave these lying around, and that really helps. So if you've got one of those that are unsure, for sure, these are really great. And you'll have all of them. So not just the ones that we're giving you today, but a lot more with all the games that we've got. And then you've also got, a dedicated and safe community space. Now for me, the community is huge. It's such a massive part of what we do, because with a reactive dog, it can be really, really lonely, and it can be really isolating. And you can feel very much like you're failing your dog, and you're failing, yourself and your family. And you can feel very judged. We're here to create a safe space for you, to understand that there are so many more people out there like you that have been through that struggle, and a lot of them that have come out the other side and are still a part of Games Club and will help you, support you through that journey. Sometimes that's you just being able to type in there and say, I'm having a really hard day, I'm really struggling with my dog today, and then being able to jump in and go, hey, we've all been there. All right, there's absolutely a solution. Tomorrow's a new day, let's start fresh. So, that's such a huge, huge thing. And for me, the community was really what kept me here. And now I'm dedicated to helping that community, because I've got such a passion for this style of dog training. So the community for me is huge, and I love you guys that are already in. And if you're not already in, it's £1 for 7 days, £1 trial. You cannot lose. There's nothing to lose, because you're not locked in. You could join now, and then you could leave 2 minutes later if you wanted, if it's that quick. So you've got lots of choices, and make sure that you get in there. £1, scan the QR code, or type in the browser, absolutedogs.me/7-day trial. Now, enough from me. We've got a dog for you. We're going to head over to Lauren. Let's have some more fun training.
So we've got a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant question, and the question relates to the game Middle. Now remember, if you type Middle in the comments, we send you a games card involving Middle. And this question is, this was the question, my dog's basically scared of Middle. So my dog's scared of Middle, however much I practice. So however much I practice, my dog's scared of Middle. So I've got a student for you who I'm going to show you that within a minute. So that's going to park. I'm going to show you with the student in a minute what I would do with a dog that's scared of Middle. Second, it wasn't a question, it was a comment. It's gorgeous, Wendy, and she says, you're giving me hope seeing how far some of you and your fur babies have come. So if that's you in the comments, love you, Wendy. And if that's anyone else in the room, absolutely, hope is the way. So we do not give up on dogs. We absolutely want to give them whatever is the best thing for them. So some dogs will have some games, other dogs will have other games. We want the right scenario for the right dog. That for me is absolutely crucial. Now, we've also got another question on tips, how you hold treats for snatchy dogs. So how are you going to hold a treat for a snatchy dog? One of the things I do with a snatchy dog is I'll actually lift my hand up. So my hand will come up. So if you've got a snatchy dog, hand up. And don't let them bop it out your hand. So don't let them bop it. So if you've got a snatchy dog, don't let them bop it. That's really, really key. So snatchy dogs, no bopping. So for me, snatchy dogs, I lift my hand up. The other game I play is the mouse game. I don't know that we've got a mouse games card. We have. No, we haven't. But it is in the £1 trial. So if you get in the £1 trial, it's just £1. It's a 7-day trial. You can go over and have a look at it. It's in there. And so is the whole mousetrap game. And so that game absolutely stops snatchy dogs. So it's a game that's supposed to help. Well, it doesn't supposed to. It does help. It helps with snatchy dogs all round. It helps with dogs that mug. It helps with dogs that action prompt. It helps with dogs who have no impulse control, with chase people or joggers or cyclists or other dogs. It's a brilliant, brilliant game. And it's a game you start in your house. So the best part is you start in your house. Okay, the other thing I had to tell you guys, if you haven't seen it already, there's up to 72% off in the sale over on our Absolute Dogs page. So again, those of you who are here thinking, I love this, I want to do more of this, I didn't realise half of this was there. There's a sale on the Absolute Dogs page up to 72, in fact 73% off. There's a course over there that is £6-7, and that is really cool because my daughter thinks that this is some sort of cool thing that I shouldn't be knowing about, but I do. So there you go. So anyway, 100% guys, go over there, check out the Absolute Dog store. So I think we should go to my dog is scared of middle, however much I practice, what do I do? Emma, you're going to come over here. So I've got our student here with us already. You're going to come over this way and I'm going to show you what to do. So have him with you, have him engaged with you. And your first game is actually just going to be funder. So he's going to be off lead and you're going to be playing funder with him. You can throw your lead any way you like, gently. And you go straight into funder with him. So straight into funder. So Emma's going to be playing fun and under. This is Jarvis Cocker. So Jarvis Cocker is playing fun and under. This is what I do with a dog. Hang on to let him find it. He's just going to find that one. Good. Straight in. This is what I do with a dog who's scared of middle. So a dog who's scared of middle, I'd play funder. And if you want to play funder, type funder in the comments. We'll send you a free games card. So we'll send you a free games card. Our free games card is funder. If you haven't already, share this, 100% share this with a friend, a family member. When you share, I've said I've got 3 prizes for you. There are going to be 3 prizes. By the time I come back, I'm going to have my 3 names, 3 prizes for you. I'd love you, love you to share and share a bit more. So again, funder, straight away again, turn around, funder, good. Straight away, turn around. Ready, funder. That is what I would do. He said, I'm finding the other bit that we dropped, Mum. Good. And then turn around and then back into middle when he comes back. So back into middle. He said, I'm going to find that piece first and then into middle. So middle and funder, both games are possible. So middle and funder, both games are possible. You can keep rewarding your middle for a minute and keep him in toes is really, really lovely. So that's what I do with the question. My dog is scared of middle, however much I try. I build that. And then gradually, every now and again, I stop him. So stay facing forwards. You're going to throw him forwards, throw him backwards, but you can stay facing forwards. You don't have to turn around. You can throw him forwards, throw him backwards. And then when he's here, on maybe the 3rd or 4th time as he comes, before he gets here, just feed him and then throw. Does that make sense? Yeah. So you're going to go forwards, go backwards. He says, I didn't find it, don't worry. Forwards, and then little one backwards, not so far. There you go. Now straight into middle, feed him there. Oops. And you can see how that's just mechanics. You've just got to spot him coming back in again. So straight around, feed him there, and now throw forwards. Go. And that's what I would do with a dog who's scared of middle. So a dog who doesn't like middle yet, feed him. Feed him,
got you, good
and then
boy.
throw. So they don't actually end up staying so long. And because your hand's ready in position, so ready in position with your hand, feed, feed, feed,
boy.
throw. Go. So you don't hold them there as long.
Yeah.
So you don't keep them there as long. And that's what I do with a dog that is worried about middle. Now, he's good at right and left spins. So show us what his right and left spins look like. And the reason I love right and left spins is they are what I would call for a dog happy behaviour. You carry on rewarding, you carry on telling him how brilliant it is. They're a happy behaviour. And what I love with a happy behaviour, if you've got a pessimist, tell me in the comments if your dog is pessimistic or worried or anxious or doesn't like dogs or doesn't like people or maybe they're chasing things. This is an engagement game. It helps you to get your dog engaged with you when the going gets tough. And it also can make a dog a little bit happier when they're feeling a little bit down. For me, it's like whacking some music on. Or for me, maybe it's also like having a bit of a dance, even if you don't feel like it. Although I have to say, I'm not the best dancer. So for me, it's a really good thing to do. Rights and lefts, happy behaviour, good job for him.
Boy.
Okay, now you're going to show us some Magic Hand. So Magic Hand's another really nice game for a dog like Jarvis. And when I say a dog like Jarvis, Jarvis is a dog who can he can lose his attention. He's also not the most confident dog, but playing these games, he becomes way more confident. His tail goes up, he starts to wag, he really starts to feel his best self. And this is him playing a game called Magic Hand. Let him find his bits and then we get moving again. I love it. Kev's desperately trying to catch you and you've gone in the other direction. He doesn't mind you at all, Kev. So you can go as close as you like. He doesn't mind people at all. He's good as gold now. So with him, the best part is you can see his attention, you can see how much he engages, you can see where his focus is. And this is a dog who might be out there hunting, he might be out there chasing squirrels, he might be out there looking for rabbits. At the moment, he'd be doing what my spaniels might want to do, which is find the pleasant pheasant. But this is Emma's way of engaging him when the world can be tough. He also does flyball. So when he does flyball, we want to know that he can actually handle the other dogs barking or the people in the distance or all of the difficult things that are around flyball. So all of the difficult things that are around flyball. And so these are all really, really good for him. You can walk right towards Kev. So go right towards Kev and then go backwards. Really, really nice. All the way in. That's fine. Let him find it first. Don't carry on walking. Let him find it, then come in. There you go. Now from there.
Well
good.
done.
And then backwards. Slow it up. So slow it up as you go into it. Really nice. Really nice. Very good.
Good boy. And again, come on. Good
Backwards
boy.
again. Super nice. And then throw forwards and release him. So let him go forwards and then over to your boundary. Now, one thing Emma said to me, said, I want to find that. One thing Emma said to me is when I said to her, right, you go over to boundaries. And she said, oh God, my favourite. Now, Emma, just explain why he's difficult for you on a boundary.
Because if I stand close to it, he'll jump.
Yep.
If I lose his attention very quickly.
Yep.
Let's see. Over time, I've overfed the boundary.
So we've got a few bits with boundaries that have kind of gone wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know if we could steal 2 people, Karen, to help you lift in one of the tables. You'll need to lift it in underneath. So grab a couple of spare able bodies. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to put him on something higher. So Emma's like rectified and sort of like talked through already what's gone wrong. I'm going to do 2 things with his boundaries. If you want more boundary games, join the £1 trial. It's in the comments. There's loads, in fact, loads of you. You carry on feeding for a minute, Emma, or doing your games for a minute. There's loads of you that I need to celebrate. Amanda Wilson, Trish Britty, Lisa Hooper, Di Penton, Bernadette, Michelle Smith. Congratulations to so many of you for jumping in. Joseph Thompson, Sally Shanley, Michelle Smith, Wendy, Joe, Ashley Carter, Marie Tracy, Suzanne Dixon, Fiona May, Ali Elizabeth, Sharon, Carla, Julia, Jessica, Mark from Germany. We've got Linda Holmes, we've got Don, we've got Paula Hopkins. There are so many of you joining the trial. But the best part is you've got the whole course on boundary games. What we're going to do very quickly with Karen is we're actually going to show you, you need to grab it from underneath. What we're going to do is we're actually going to show you one of the games that we do with a bigger boundary. So we effectively use a bigger boundary. So that actually when he does come off, we're going to pop it over here, guys, would be amazing. When he does come off, there's a bit more of a consequence, like he notices more. And the other thing I find with boundaries is you're much better further away. So you're much better further away. So when you're ready, you're going to hop him onto this one. Let me test it first. When these guys go, you just need to, well done, wiggle it. It's always the answer. And so when we're ready, we're going to hop him on this one and we're going to see how he handles a slightly bigger boundary. Happy? And when you're ready. So bring him over here and ask him to hop up. Good. And now you're going to just take a bit of a wander around. So feed, when you do feed, let's have a couple of bits. You can keep half of that and I've got half of it. By the way, Emma's feeding the pate. I'll grab a pate in a minute and show you. But she's feeding like one of the pates. I would mouse that, so I would mouse that and feed that, so he can be fed there. Yeah, so if he goes to take it, I'll cover it. And that's the mouse game. If you want to get hold of the mouse game, again, we've got a whole track on this. There's a whole track on this. So I'm going to feed him there. Now you walk away and around, Emma, and we're going to feed him for holding his boundary. Because for me, holding the boundary is a big part of this game. And you don't have to go too hard because that's right the way behind him. So remember, you've just gone from like primary school to like degree level and a master's.
Sorry.
Yeah, so you've got to think about incremental. You had a dog that was jumping on and off everywhere. And you can see that those for him are the first stages. Yeah, so that's the first stage. The other thing I would personally do is always mouse it, whereas you're often doing it from, so you see how he's only just worked out you've gone? And now he's like, where did she go again? You see, this is him looking for you. So he is looking for you and he's like, oh yeah, there she is. This is Jarvis Cocker, by the way, Jarvis Cocker. He needs a black heart in the comments or some level of fun emoji because he's Jarvis Cocker, which I have to say was ingenious, Emma. Ingenious. So I'd play it with the mouse game. You would be moving around, you might turn around, but at no point do you get anywhere that you couldn't get back to get the food. Now, if you're playing this on your own, that's not a long way. Yeah, but if you're playing it with someone backing you up, it makes it a little bit easier. I think he needs to play games like this. Now just ask him to lie down.
Down.
And so then that would be rewarded as well. So sometimes I will cue a little bit of what I want. I don't want to do loads of that, but a little bit of that. Let's have a little bit more of your pate. And the pate, I'm going to show you in a minute, that's the pate from the AO Canine store or the Absolute Dog store. So if you want to go over there and have a look at that, it's a really nice treat to use. You can see a dog like him, it's actually high value, but it's also really clean in your hands. It's very clean. It's good quality, it's high value, and it's clean. So for me, it's a win. And that's part of Jarvis's food. So it's part of his food. Now, I know, Emma, that you have to make him work for his food in the sense that he also quite easily can go way over the weight that you want him, right?
Yeah, he does. He's very, he's very prone to getting overweight. So you need to make sure we move him a fair amount, but also that we keep a tight eye on what he eats.
So you're quite, he earns his food and he doesn't get extras for free because he quite easily like goes up simply, doesn't he? He goes up fast. Go on.
Well, also as well, just the fact that he earns everything, that does kind of help with the engagement as well.
Massively. So, and what would he do if he was disengaged? What sort of behaviours would you get from him?
So he does have a little, because he's a bit sensitive, he can shut down, and he does this sort of thing.
What's this sort of thing? This sort of thing's fine. He's fine. This sort of thing's no problem. That's the thing. You don't see that as bad. All he's saying there is the rate of reinforcement isn't high enough for him. Yeah. So you've just got to up the rate of reinforcement. So don't ever. I know one of the things that often happens with you is you back down before you've mastered it. That's where we want to master it. So we've got space here to master that, but you've just got to read. He just said the reinforcement rate isn't high enough, so you just up the reinforcement rate. But that's no different to like life. There's lots of times the reinforcement rate isn't high enough for me. Last night when I was offered vegetables, I wanted cheese. It's okay. You saw. So it happens. It's the same as if someone said to me, do you want licorice or chocolate? It's just you've got to maybe change the rate or the type of reinforcement sometimes with him. Just very quickly, you can see how this boundary game would get a lot better, can't you?
Yeah.
With more of this
already.
But also a higher boundary and more mouse work. So I think for me, the two things already that I'm going to say, higher boundary, more mouse work. And that doesn't always have to be that rate of reinforcement. This is in learning.
Yeah.
So this is in learning phase. Get it. Good boy, you can get it. Tell him he can get it.
Get it. Good
He's
boy.
like, I need that voice. And so for me, it's a really nice way to do it. And this is advanced, guys. So again, if you want to see any of this, go over to the £1 trial. I'm not sure if we've got any Games Club cards here that are relevant. I will know in a second because they'll be written up on the board. But if you want to, you know what, type connect in the comments and you'll see whatever games card is there right now. And if not, I will see whether there is a games card to suit boundaries or mouse or anything that we're playing with impulse control. You also could do arousal up, arousal down, guys, on the games cards. If you want the arousal up, arousal down games card, you can type arousal. And you can also do, BG card. It's catchy. That's boundary games. That's BG card. That's boundary games. So if you want the boundary games card, that's what we're playing. Now, where do boundary games come in, Emma? Where would they be helpful for you? What would help? Or how would it help?
It'd be really helpful because I've actually got a multi-dog household and I find it really difficult to train the both of them because I find it hard to park them. And so if I try and put them on a boundary, when I'm training one, they come off all the time. And it just helps to ground him, particularly with a sensitive dog like Jarvis. Putting him on the boundary can just really help to ground him and give him a safe space to be when we're in different situations.
No, completely relevant. Like, really makes it easier when you can train multi-dogs in that way. So absolutely possible. Tell him to get it.
Get it.
Lovely. And now ask him to release and go into middle when he's finished. So let him finish. Release. Good. And then into middle. He said, I found one on the floor, thanks. And you see how he almost is at the point where he quite happily would go back into it and do it again. That's where you want him. So Emma, that was an excellent session, a really good session. Feed that and tell him how great that is. And let's hear what Sam thinks.
Thank you.
Definitely ready. Definitely didn't just jump into screen. It was amazing. Boundaries are such a... I've said it so much today, but I'm going to say it again because boundaries really are one of those top level games that we start very, very early on with any of our students, or if we've got young dogs or anything like that. Any student at all that brings a dog to us, they start with boundary games because it gives you so much in so many different situations in so many different ways, and particularly it's very, very helpful for dogs with behaviour struggles because you can use it in any situation. You really can. You can use it out and about. You can use it with guests. You can use it with kids, multi-dog, to help stop counter surfing, just for training, to give a break. I've seen people use it for agility. So they've come out here and they use it as a rest space in between agility sessions to really help their dogs just calm down a bit. And that's really necessary sometimes actually because you need to get their brain with you. You need them to be in a state where they're not high as a kite and not able to listen to you. So it is a really cool game. I've got a few more people to celebrate actually. They've joined very, very recently. Sharon Thompson, Kate Wilson, Joseph Green, I think it says Green or Greer, I'm not sure, I can't read the writing, and Marianne Taylor. It's actually neater than my writing though, I must say. All of you, amazing, absolutely amazing. You have jumped in, you have taken control of your destiny. And you've taken the lead, the dog by the lead, the thing by the reins, something like that. It's one of those sayings. Anyway, you're amazing for jumping in. Anybody that hasn't yet, why not? It's £1. You've got nothing to lose and so much to gain. Like so much to gain. And actually, I didn't even finish all of the things that I said that you get when you get in Games Club. So I'm going to say a few more. You get a calm badge. So if you've got a dog that's really struggling with calm, because some dogs actually, they don't know how to be calm. They just, it's not something they have in their brain. They're like, no, I just run, or I'm just high energy all the time. They don't really know. We actually had a student came here once that had a spaniel and she'd never seen them sleep. And I mean that. I'm sure Lauren had that with her Blink as well. She's never seen her sleep. I've never seen this dog sleep, ever. All right, so it must be only when, you know, you're out of the way. They do sleep, obviously. But really, actually, they need a lot more than we do. So a calm badge is going to really help you that. And the games like Mouse that you've just seen are in there. Games like boundary games absolutely are in there. You also get a boundary games badge, like a whole badge dedicated. When I say badge, I mean course. So it's like a load of games that we've put together specifically for that struggle or specifically for that game. And boundary games, all about boundary games, which sounds obvious, because it is. Lots and lots of boundary games, levels, ways to start to grow it from the very, very start. And you'll see some new dogs in there as well, learning it for the very first time. Real life boundaries, so that's where we take it up to that next level where we start using it in real life situations and show you how you can utilize this boundary to its absolute max capacity. And then you've also got things like exclusive nifty badges. So that is a young collie from a very, very young age being brought up and trained here by Lauren, and she takes you through that journey of all the things that you might go through with a new dog, a new puppy. Don't forget that you've got all of the 10 days too. So 10 days to stop jumping, 10 days to separation anxiety, 10 days to stop stealing. And you've got the Blink bot. You know, so you've got the Blink bot that will retrieve that knowledge. If you don't know what you need right now, you can type in there, this is what my dog is doing. And Blink bot will help you find the right games, help you find the right training that you need in that. So it's £1, one single pound, and you could start right now. Now we're ready to go to more dog training. Let's go.
So some of you asking what pate, where they're using ostrich, AO Canine, you can get it on the Absolute Dog store, you can get it on the AO Canine store. Someone will pop a link for you. So I was going to make sure I didn't hit Kev with that one. Okay, a couple of other things. Those of you asking about games cards, all of them are in the Games Club. All of them are in the £1 trial, and all of them you can get. Type in Connect and you'll get the current games card. Or we're about to do a game in a minute that we may have a new games card for you. We're just finding out. So we're just finding out about that one. We've done some middle, so you can type middle in the comments. We've done some Orient. You can type Orient into the comments. There's lots of different things that we will be doing that you can access, and they're going to be until we finish, which will probably be around 6, 7 o'clock. Did you get me? Okay, I thought it was funny. So we've got lovely Alison and lovely Luna. Now, Alison, I think it's worth just saying a little bit about Luna's story, really, because Luna and you, just over a year ago probably, had a pretty hard time.
Yeah, back in April.
Not over a year ago, no, under a year.
Yeah,
she's made such amazing progress.
Yeah, definitely. She literally, we thought she'd hurt her back. We took her to the vets because she's quite got anxiety with vets. They said the best thing to do was take her for an MRI scan because she wasn't moving, basically. Went for an MRI scan, they found absolutely nothing wrong with her.
So let's just recap. Went to the vets. Vets didn't really know what to do. They said MRI her because she's too anxious for us to really handle and poke and prod about, which is likely the right thing to do. Let's MRI her. She can't move. She's seriously unhappy.
Seriously unhappy, wouldn't get out of her bed.
So wouldn't get out of her bed, effectively like a very depressed and sad dog.
Very depressed, yeah. Basically, sort of almost to the point where it was to put her down because she just wasn't happy. She had no quality of life whatsoever.
And I think it's worth just recapping that because when obviously we spoke back in April, it was a very tearful conversation. It was like this dog isn't happy existing. So she's not a happy dog existing. No. So this is a dog who's very unhappy.
Very.
MRI scanned her. MRI scan found nothing. Nada.
Nothing. No, and they did bloods on her and nothing.
So full clean bloods panel. MRI completely clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
They literally turned around to me and said,
don't overfeed this, by the way.
Okay. They literally said she needs to go on antidepressants and take her away and see a behaviourist, basically, and just left her standing in the car park with a dog that we really didn't know what to do with.
Yeah, so can't move, uncomfortable, very sad. They sort of recommended like a fluoxetine type product and said go home and see what you can do. Okay, what did you do?
I phoned you. Well, I came to see you actually. I dropped something off for you. And
Alison, by the way, she said something. She's being very delicate. She's a pet artist. She draws amazing, beautiful pictures and drawings of your dog. So if you want to get in touch, someone will put a comment in the comments for us. And she's amazing. So she was underdoing herself there. Carry on. So you were dropping off a beautiful picture.
Yep. And
you happened to mention it, didn't you? You happened to mention it.
Yes.
I said, how is she doing and how are you getting on?
Yeah.
And you just said, something's happened, she's really depressed.
Yeah.
She's not okay.
I don't know what
the hell to do.
Yeah. And I literally left here, and then the next day you phoned me and you said, can you get to us on Friday? That was on the Wednesday. Can you get to us on Friday? And I said, oh yeah, I can come and then go home. You said, no, can you stay? So we booked in, and literally I turned up Friday night, saw Leslie, and then the work started from then. We had to, she was obviously overweight, very badly overweight. So we started her on a diet, we put her on supplements, I booked in one-to-ones, and basically this is where we are now.
And how do you feel today compared to how you felt in April?
Oh, 100 times better. I've got my dog back. I thought I'd lost her completely, but we've actually got the sassy dog back.
So she's
now.
Sassy,
yes.
She's happy, she didn't have any fluoxetine style drugs, she didn't have any sort of harsh treatment or bad treatment. You've got the dog you had back.
Yeah.
And you're training together, you're working together, she's moving,
Yes.
she's comfortable, she's lost a lot of weight, and she's now a sassy dog again.
Yes, very sassy.
Now she wants to do a game. Now before you do it, you're going to do some back foot targeting, but just so the camera gets to see the right part of her, you're going to do it here so the camera gets to see her going backwards and hopefully like on the side. So that will probably work quite nicely, sort of around there. So if you do that way going forwards, go forwards that way and then hopefully back from there. That's lovely. So just a little bit of back foot targeting. So this is one of Luna's games. She likes this game and she likes to back foot target nice and then forwards a little and then backwards a little. And all that happened there with your transition is when you went to get more food out, she went, I'll take the floor. Yeah, you just got to watch those transitions, and that's what we would call a transition in dog training. So it's just that Alison in that moment lost her for a split second, and that's when she went, I will try this instead. So bring her back again. So bring her back again when you're ready. So reset yourself, bring her back again. Ready? Straight in, straight round, good. Straight in and forwards, bring her forwards there and then straight back to that part. Good.
Nice, back.
She said it was that, yes,
Yes,
good girl.
good
And then
girl.
forwards and then backwards,
Back.
good. And then back to the
Nice.
boundary. Back to the boundary, nice and fast. So you can see with her, she doesn't take any prisoners in terms of distractions and boundaries. You get one moment.
Yeah.
This is an important conversation. So with transitions, you've got to be really sharp on them, really sharp on them. And for me, because she's a dog you're still working with, she's still, you're still working to try and get her a peak fitness and a peak space. I would be quite specific about what I feed her for, because I'd say I wouldn't feed if I don't like it. So do only feed what you do want. But you know earlier when I said to you on the boundary, don't overfeed her.
Yeah.
You don't want to feed for what you don't want to feed for stuff she already knows. A bit like when I was first learning to tie my shoelaces up, I went to school 3 weeks later and got a second badge for pretending I didn't know how to do it, and then I did. She's that type of dog, she'll take it anyway, and then she quite quickly goes self-employed, and she's the type to go self-employed. So your homework's going to be, Alison, transitions on things like this. Your homework is also going to be to stop feeding the boundary. You're actually going to try really hard to stop feeding the boundary. And you're also going to come into the arena and you're going to have a lesson with Leslie or with Michelle on the arena, where she's working on the arena, because the arena is so distracting for her that actually, whilst you can nag and prompt and do all the things you're trying to do, ultimately we want better attention when you're in this space with you for all the things. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does.
We're going to head back up to Sam. Sam at Green Eggs and Ham, she's going to be ready for us. Luna, you're amazing. Alison, you've done a great job. You've got a sassy dog back. Now we're going to start working on the sass.
I'm more ready than I was last time. I'm definitely ready. It's such a lovely story to hear, and actually it's the first time that I've heard that story, so it was really lovely to see what a change, or to hear what a change that was and what that has given. And although I've not dealt with such an extreme case like that, I definitely have had students that have really, they are at such a loss of what to do with their dogs. And whether that's because it's an extreme behaviour, or whether it's because it's a behaviour that is just causing lots of anxiety in the house, out and about, it's just making their life very small, which I'm sure some of you can relate to. This is the place for you. And I can't say that with more emphasis. Like, this is the place for you. And if you're on the fence now, it's £1. It's just £1, and you can try it for 7 days. And I am 100% sure that you will want to stay there and that you will find something in there that works for you. And if you can't find anything in there that works for you, then talk to the community, because there will be people just like you that are dealing with the same struggle that will give you that kernel of hope to know that you can definitely get through this. And we know it because we've seen it on multiple occasions with hundreds of thousands of people, and we're incredibly passionate about what we do. Now, thinking about how do we play these games from the very start, some of you have asked, we're seeing dogs that have clearly been trained before, have done these games before. You are, absolutely. We're picking dogs that we know can handle this environment, particularly with sort of like camera, the background noise, the people, the other dogs going around. So it's a very difficult kind of environment for them to be in. And you've seen some of the dogs even have struggled a little bit, right? Because they've never ever been in front of a camera and a man staring at them with a weird contraption attached to him. So it's all a little bit much sometimes. So yes, absolutely, some of these dogs, they already know the games, and the owners, they already know the games. But going into Games Club, we do have games from the very, very start. So if you're unsure of how to play them, then absolutely get yourself in there, because that's where you're going to find those games that you're seeing today from the very start, and how you can start them with your dog. And you will see students there that have never played them before. Also, you can get the games cards, which if you go in Games Club, you'll get all of them anyway. But if you are looking for the games cards today, I'm going to throw a few out to you now. So we've done arousal up, arousal down, which is if you type in arousal into the comments, then you'll be able to get the email link. You'll send off your email, then they'll send it to your email. You can also, if you're on YouTube, you can scan the QR code, or you can put absolutedogs.me/arousal card. We have had boundary games, which is BG card. So if you type in BG card, then the boundary games will get sent to you, or you can scan the QR code, or you can type into a browser absolutedogs.me/boundaries card. That's because I was trying to talk too fast. We have played Funder, which is with an F, F-U-N-D-E-R. Do make sure that you are spelling them correctly, because otherwise it will not work. So F-U-N-D-E-R, Funder, that's the one where you throw through the legs. So that's a really cool, fun one for those dogs that need more food motivation. That is one of the games that you should play. And if they're a bit ploddy, that's okay. The motivation will come as long as they're playing with you, then we are all good. You will end up with a food motivated dog. So type in Funder, scan the QR code, or type in to a browser, absolutedogs.me/Funder card. That sounds like a rock band or something. Funder card. And we're going to go over to Lauren. She's ready, I can see. Let's go.
This is lovely River, and River is working with Madeline. Now, River's actually a naughty but nice dog. So she's a naughty but nice dog in the sense that, and you can carry on doing beds and boundaries and all the other things that you want to do. She's very operant, she's very ready to work. Now, she's a naughty but nice dog. What does naughty but nice mean? Well, in Games Club, in all of the training that we do, naughty but nice means a dog that maybe barks, a dog that maybe lunges, a dog that maybe doesn't like other dogs in their space, maybe a dog just being a dog that resource guards, a dog that maybe pulls on lead, a dog that maybe is unable to listen, a dog that's possibly reactive, a dog that's maybe a counter surfer. Let me know if your dog does any or all of those things. A dog that maybe steals, a dog that maybe jumps up, a dog that maybe dislikes visitors, a dog that maybe dislikes squirrels or wants to run off and chase the pleasant pheasant, and who's not actually very pleasant, I've decided. So that is what River is. She's a little bit naughty and a lot nice, and that makes it difficult. Anyway, if you want to get hold of that book is on the website, and we'd love to see you learning more about naughty but nice dogs. Now, River, we're going to work on something that is action prompting. So Madeline, action prompting. When a dog like River action prompts, or your dog's action prompt, what might that look like to you?
So I tend to see a lot of offered behaviour, but in an inappropriate way. So you've not asked for it, but they're trying to get a reaction out of me.
Yes.
So they'll get any behaviour they know.
Give me an example.
A lot of shifting weight, going up, going down, going up, going down. Or if they don't get the response they want in a boundary game, she might leave the bed.
Leave the
and
bed.
Then come back thinking that might end up in a reward.
Yeah, exactly that. Another one that I might see is barking. So barking is a good action prompt for a lot of dogs, and pawing you. So pawing you can also be seriously, I want this, and sometimes it's okay, and her action prompt right now is often like doing this chin at you.
Yeah.
So she does this chin at
Doing
you.
a sleepy.
So what you're going to do is you're just going to go into a mouse game right at the edge of the bed. So you're going to, on the edge of the bed, so on the edge of the bed, on the bed, and take it almost into her, and mouse game. No, don't take it away from her, take it into her, but you're not giving her any of it, she's just got off her more manners. Really nice. And then take that food to her mouth, slowly, it's aeroplane feeding. So slowly, and into her mouth. And do you see how she comes to take it? When she comes to take it, I'd cover my hand again, or I'd close my hand, or I might even start it back on the ground. She's quite an experienced dog when we play games, guys, so she's a really experienced dog. So because she's so experienced, we actually can really push her, so she's the more advanced dog. Let me know on a scale of 1 to 10 where your dogs are, guys, in the comments. You can carry on playing, Madeline, exactly the same for a minute. Let me know in the comments, on a scale of 1 to 10, where your dog is. 1 being barely started, and 10 being advanced pro. And I would say River's probably at about an 8 for me. Now, when you go in to take that food, that last sort of centimetre or two, she mugs you. Yeah, slow it down. Take it right in, slow it down there, don't give it to her. And at that point, I cover it. So I'm covering it, and now maybe I'll put it back to where it came from. It's not hers. So do you see how she's taking it from you before you've decided to give it to her? Now, I wouldn't push this on a very, very sensitive dog, or a dog who's struggling in the environment, or a dog who's soft, or a dog who's really, really worried. This is a dog who's pushy, confident. Do you see how she takes it? That's not yours. Yeah. So in that moment, I might put it back to the ground. Yeah, and be quicker with it, because then you're giving information, you're giving black and white information rather than grey. If you keep it there and you fiddle, she's like, is it right, is it wrong, does he like me, does he not like me? It's that sort of scenario, where someone's sort of playing that game. You don't want to play that game, so you want to be like very clear. And when you take it away, reset it. Reset it. So she's got all the attention, she's got exactly where your pup is, this is where we want to grow. Yeah, so she's got all of those skills, and she drives, like she's really hard driving. Now, I wouldn't do this with a flat dog. This is a game to do with a pushy dog. Straight back to the mat. Yeah, so you want to put it doesn't even need to go out and in, it can go straight back. So if she gets it wrong, if she holds her position, take it to her fast. If she doesn't hold her position, then, and this is aeroplane feeding. Yeah? So that bit you decide to take fast, which is good. Yeah, you can see that's good. Now, you carry on playing that for a minute. You can see how, and I don't know if those of you who've been here, let us know in the comments if you've been here a minute, an hour, half an hour, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, 40 minutes, 6 hours. Tell us how long you've been here. If you've been here for a little while, Madeline's dog was on earlier, and she did a bit of noise box, and she was a little bit more sensitive at this. Would we, when playing with a dog like this, do you think this dog in front of us, who's really cocky and pushy and strong and like forward, does she need to play noise box? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no in the comments. Madeline, you're playing with her. You've not really worked with her before. She's one of the dogs here at the training centre. You've not done a lot with her. How cocky and pushy and strong is she?
She's very pushy.
She's very pushy. So she does or doesn't need the noise box, in your opinion?
I would say she probably does need it.
See, I think she doesn't, and the reason she doesn't is I think she's kamikaze. Yeah, and she's pushy and she's forward and she's so in it, if that makes sense. If she was lacking confidence in any way, or if she was worried in any way, I might play it. But in this scenario, the reason I wouldn't is that actually I think she's got a lot of confidence. The fact that she can leave her owner, she can come out here, she can train in front of everyone, she's got no issue with the cameras, go straight back into resetting there. For me, you can play it, but it wouldn't be my go-to, if that makes sense. If I've got like sort of 6-7 hours, then yeah, it might get on the list. If I've got sort of 6-7 minutes, it's probably not getting anywhere near the list. Yeah, if that makes sense. There are games that are more important for her. So what I want you to do in the comments, everybody at home, you carry on playing. Everybody at home in the comments, tell me so far which game your dog needs the most. So which game does your dog need the most? And for me, this dog needs impulse control style games. Okay, the second game that we're going to play, and I really, really like this game for a dog like her, is 2 paws. So we're going to do the 2 paws up, and we can also do the 2 paws on. So Karen, if you could take a 2 paws on object over, that'd be amazing. So we can do 2 paws up and 2 paws on, but don't let her leave the boundary, Madeline, until you let her leave the boundary, because you can see how already, and I would go into the mouse still, so I would go straight into the mouse, because the mouse, and I would do it the direction that you want to go, because it will be a transition for you. So that will help you transition to where you want to go to. And at no point should she go to steal that food, even if you stand up. That doesn't mean she won't try. Yeah, so be ready, because she might be like, I don't know if she's got this. And so you might need to just reset as needed on those. When you're ready, you can do 2 paws on, and then we can also do 2 paws up, so we'll play a little bit of both of those. Good. So go back and reset that better. So you want to transition this better with a dog like her. The way I would do that is I'd place a piece of food in the middle and then a piece of food, and still going to mouse with her, so you can mouse her on the bed, so she needs to push back a little. So the way I'd do that is I'd go right under her nose and then mouse there. So put your mouse food on the bed. Don't let her take it.
Nice.
One piece back to her. Now leave that piece where it is, or those pieces. When you're ready, point the pieces out, then point the piece on the floor, but then be ready to stop for the 2 on 2 off. So you're really, you've caught her before she's carried on into it, if that makes sense.
Get it.
And then moving to your next one, be ready to catch your next one. Good. And then feeding there. Because she's fast at everything, you need to be quite quick at your transitions, because if not, she'll almost take advantage of that you're not. And put her back on the bed. I was working with a horse the other day, so those bits I don't like. So those for me are like action prompting that I don't want. And when you go to feed her, always mouse it first. So like that for me is a bit fast food. I want to be more fine dining with her. Yeah, do you see how she stole it? Yeah. You've got to be quick to like stop it happening, because she's just working quicker than you are effectively. And they're quick. They're very, very quick at this stage. So go into the same setup. So do the same setup. So a bit on the bed, bit on the floor and a bit in the thingy, but on the target. But when you're on the target, have 2 or 3 pieces of food, and then you reset to the bed so she doesn't disengage and go sniffing or do other things, if that makes sense.
Yep. Get it. Get it. Nice. Good girl.
And then back to the bed. And try to build in with the food, so it's not like and don't allow it, so step further back. And when she is a lot to train, she's a lot to train. So put your food back on the boundary again, mouse it, make sure she goes back.
Nice.
You stand where you want to. She doesn't have to get food for that. Remember, looking at the food, still reinforcing for her. Food down on the floor again, and another piece of food on the floor. If she goes to steal any, you just mouse it. Yeah? No, she's like, that was my release word, I think. She's like, I was quick there, and again, reset.
She was far too quick for me.
And this is a stage we're going to build you up to like build that level of like focus on it. Now when you're ready, you've got 2 or 3 pieces ready for this. And then when you go back to the boundary, you're going to mouse it and step away. So she doesn't get to do that same hop up on you. It's just a little bit rude. So for me, I'm like, I don't want them to jump on me. With some dogs, I would almost let them jump on me or teach them to jump on me. With her, I don't know that she needs that. She's already that dog, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't teach Eliza, I don't know, something that's already a habit that she's doing that I don't like, if that makes sense. Whereas if it's in a different scenario, I'm trying to think of a scenario, I wouldn't teach Eliza to go in the fridge and grab a can of Pepsi. She already knows how to do that, and it's not something I want to enhance or keep doing. It's not it's not something I want to strengthen. Whereas if it's, I don't know, you see how she just takes advantage. You've just got to watch them. At all points, put your hand in again, and those, nice. She says there. Where'd it go? Nice. So it's not allowing her to do the things, or putting it on cue at least, the things that she does that you don't necessarily want out there. Okay, when you're ready, you're going to send to the one, send to the other, but have a few pieces ready to do that. Then back on the bed, into the mouse, and then you step away from the boundary.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
Get it. Get it. Feed. Now duration there, feed once, now stop your hand, now feed again now. So do you see how before you lose her, and again now, good.
Sorry.
Mouse, you're fine. Step away. Nice, and replace the next one. Don't allow her to take that one. Be ready with like 3 or 4, and when she's on this platform, it's going to be a food, a gap. Food, a gap.
Okay.
Food, a gap, back to the bed. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely.
When you're ready.
Get it.
A gap. A gap.
Nice. Food's all sticky.
And then straight back to the bed. And mouse. Do you see how much cleaner that is? Like that for me looks like a completely different session. And Kev, who's behind the camera, he's going to be nodding like that's what Post needs. Like you can see it's that clean. So it looks very, very clean. That was like 100% better, like so much better. Any questions while you're there?
So for my purpose, because she doesn't have the same length of duration, would you move away, as in feed, move away, or try and keep her there?
I would feed, but I would still have a clean go away from it. So at the moment what you're doing is just feeding. So it ends up being a little bit blurry. For me, I would do feed, gap. And my guys are like 7 months and that's the same. They're like, there's not a long attention sort of space there.
She's got
but
like
you still
no
need that space. You still need that little space. It's punchy. It's very punchy. And like now, do you see how much better she's on the boundary with that piece of food there? Whereas if not, you're getting the hop up, the action prompting, all the other things. Here she's like moving away from it. that's really, really nice. Like that's what I'd be looking for. But yeah, from the pup, I would definitely be doing feed, move away, feed, move away, feed, move away. But you've got to catch it. And if it needs to sometimes be feed, feed, move away, feed, feed, move away, feed, feed. It's a bit like giving a bonus. Like you've just given a little bit extra in that moment. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Really good job, really good job. I'm going to see what Sam thinks of that. Sam, green eggs and ham, what do you think?
I think what you're showing us there, again, is that choice is powerful. So if we can create these moments of choice, having our dogs make those choices themselves, then we can start to really powerhouse some of those decisions that they're making, and we can start to see how they will start making the decisions that we want them to make, rather than making all of the decisions that we don't want them to make. So choice is a really, really powerful thing. Yes, sometimes we need to take control of situations and take those choices away and sort of get our dogs out of dodge in situations that they can't handle. Right, but where we've got a chance that we can grow this in a safe space, this is where the training can really start getting pretty amazing. And these are the sorts of things that we'll be teaching you in Games Club. So these are the sorts of things for that £1 trial that you can learn and really learn to kind of hone in on to help your dog through these struggles. Now, something that I think was really important to kind of note on that we talked about there was trying to pick the right game for your dog. And I remember actually really early on with my dog that wasn't really very food motivated and she was very ploddy. She was a bit like, okay, I'll go and get the food. She really wasn't interested in playing games with me, I'm not going to lie. She really wasn't interested in me, particularly. What she did light up to, what she did kind of go crazy for was the environment. And she loves like she loved chasing squirrels and that kind of thing. And very early on, what we did, and we made a huge mistake, was we started playing lots of impulse control games with her. So we played lots of like airplane game and mouse game and things that meant stillness. And even to an extent early on, boundary games with her. And for a while, we weren't getting where we wanted to get. And what we realized was that actually what she needs is movement-based games, because I want her to be more movement-based. I want her to be excited about the games. I want her to be excited about the food. So playing boring games where, I say boring, playing low energy games where the food is coming to them slowly and they've got to like take a moment and take control. Well, she already had that because she really wasn't that bothered about the food. We needed movement games for her. And that might be the reverse for a dog that is very energetic, that is zooming around your living room. They probably don't need a huge amount of movement games. You know, maybe to begin with what they need is boundary games, an airplane and mouse. Now, airplane, that game that you just seen, airplane game, we have got a card for you. And if you type in aeroplane into the comments, then you'll get that card. And if you scan the QR code, or if you type into a browser, absolutedogs.me/aeroplane card, then you will get that card. So that's another new card for you. And then the other one we used is 2 paws. So if you type in the number 2, pause, number 2, pause, that's P-A-W-S, not pause like on a TV. 2 paws, if you type that in, then that's another way that you can get that card. So these cards, to show you, in case you haven't seen them already, these are the cards, the kind of cards that you'll get. You'll be able to print them off and you can laminate them. I've laminated all mine because that's how I roll. You can laminate them. This will teach you how to play the games. It's really great for family as well. So if you've got, if you've got kids, if you've got a husband or wife or whatever, then you can always leave these out and see if they fancy playing it, but without you having to be like, play games with the dog. So it's a great way to train. Short games throughout the day, really, really, really good fun. We're ready to dog train. I'm being given the all go. We're ready to dog train. We've got more dogs for you.
So if you haven't already connected, connect with us. Pop connect in the comments and you will get our most up-to-date games card. Equally, those of you asking, how about transformations, dog training, being a dog trainer, how it all works, you know what, we have you covered. If you haven't already checked out our store, we've got up to 73% off on the store. So go and have a look at the store. And also the best part about the store is you really can explore dog training, whether it's tricks, whether it's being a dog trainer, whether it is a naughty but nice book, or whether it's maybe you need a long line for your dog. Go and check out the Absolute Dogs store. Connect with us, check out the Absolute Dogs store. And if you haven't already shared, please share this all over. Tell us you've shared over the next track that we show you. And I should say the tracks that you've seen, so when we've been playing a games track, those are all in Games Club, as are stop barking, stop reactivity, stop jumping, stop stealing, stop pulling. They're all in the Games Club for £1, it's worth a shot. Okay, here is the lovely Storm and Sally. Tell us a little bit about Storm and tell us a little bit about your training so far, Sally.
Well, I've been coming for a while, a few months now. I've come from an obedience training background, and I got Storm and I wanted to do agility. And my obedience trainer, excuse me,
he says, I would like to do agility right now. I would like to do climbing.
My obedience trainer suggested that I come to you.
I love that. Now, in terms of Storm as a dog, how is he as a dog?
He's a very good boy.
He's a really good boy. Look at him. You can tell he's a good boy. What are you struggling with right now, or what games might you say what's hard in Storm's world right now?
Running off.
Okay.
As soon as that lead's unclipped, we're out on a walk and he'll bolt.
Okay, so
he'll come back.
Lead off being a game. So let's play that as our first game. So can you have him in the middle or on your side?
Storm.
And I think that's a really important acknowledgement or comment, guys. So what Sally said, have you got a toy?
I've got one in my bag.
Where's your bag? Not here, don't worry.
No.
We'll get it in a minute. Someone will throw it at us. Someone, we'd love a toy from Sally's bag. Does he play? Is he keen to play?
He's a big player.
Okay, so number one, Sally's come out here. He's a big player. She's struggling with him wanting to run off. I'm like, where's his toy? She should have good value on her. Don't you worry, they'll work it out. They'll work it out, leave them do it. And they will work it out. I want you to be very engaging with him. So I want you to be very engaging. Will he only play with his toy or will he play with everything?
He'll play with anything.
Yeah, so will he play with leads?
Yes.
So I would play with your fabric lead, just don't let him get hold of any of the clips, yeah, because that wouldn't be fun for him. So if he wants to play, and the way I would do it is I'd play with the middle of the lead. Those of you watching at home who think your dog shouldn't play with the lead, for me the lead's one of the best things to play with because you've always got it with you, or you should have one with you. When you're ready, see if you can get him running around and play with the lead. You've got to move around with it though, you have to move. Keep moving, keep moving. Move. Get it. He says, where is it? Get it, yes, good boy. Tell him how good that is. He says, I don't know it's a lead. Good, encourage it, good, build it. This is really good. So this is really good. For those of you thinking your dog shouldn't play with lead, keep playing, Sally. I love a dog playing with lead, and the reason I love a dog playing with lead on cue is that when you teach your dog to play on lead on cue, what you actually end up with, and I really love this, what you actually end up with is a dog who can engage with you anywhere with pretty much anything. Good. Lovely. So what you're going to do is you're going to make the clip of the lead noise, put your food away, so you're going to make the clip of the lead noise, and then you're going to play with the lead. Yeah, so clip the lead, now play with the lead. Play with the lead. Good, get it. So what this does is it helps us to condition that the lead clipping means that it's a good deal for him. So the lead clipping is a great deal for Storm. And if the lead clipping means good things, it means when Sally lets him off, it's not a bad deal. Now, this time you're going to undo his real lead and you're going to be carrying on playing. So hold still. So stop the game for a minute. Turn to the camera because they want to see him as well. There you go. So they've got that in there. Now, stop playing for a minute. Clip, run away and play. So clip, run away and play. Good. Really good. Keep playing. Now, hold still. Take your hand on the harness, pop your hand on the harness, nice, clip your lead back on. Really nice, keep your hand next to him, there you go. And although Sally doesn't need to do that with him, some dogs you really would have to have your hand on them. Move away and play again. Yeah, good boy, really good boy. Play. Good, lead off. So play there, lead off, and then continue really good play game. Careful, because obviously he's got clips on it, so I try and keep hold of the clip where I can. Good. Not that I think he minds too much, I just don't want to hurt. Good, play, and move. Good job. So this is a really good game. You keep playing, Sally, for a minute. This is a really good game for a dog like Storm because it means that the lead off isn't a bad deal. The lead off is a good deal. Sally can do the food work, Sally can do lots of other games, but the lead off ultimately means good things. Okay, bring him back to his bed.
Ready, on.
So I don't want to go on, I'm having a great time. Hold the harness. So hold your harness just so you can stop your tug for a minute. Good. Settle your tug, put his lead back on, and then feed just for arousal down. So for those of you wanting arousal up, arousal down, this is now arousal down. So we've taken him into an arousal down space, and that games card is arousal. Go and type in arousal, AROUSAL. Type in the comments arousal, we will send you a games card, and it's all safe here. You're absolute dog to no other crazy place. So type in the words arousal. So Sally, how did that feel?
Yeah, good.
And that's what we should be doing more of. So really it should be lead off, game.
Yep.
No, not game yet.
Game. Sorry.
Lead Lead off,
Yep.
game
Off.
on, yes. So it's going to be lead off,
Game on.
Good, you're never going to forget that.
No,
so
I'm
it's going
not.
to be lead off, game
on.
Yeah. So the second you take his lead off, the problem is you're letting the lead off and then you're going into La La Land. We
Yeah.
actually need to let the lead off and go into game on. Yeah, and actually you're expecting him to, you're kind of letting the toddler off the leash and expecting them to hang out with you when there's a play park there. They're not hanging out with you unless you've got something really cool on you. Yeah, you need the cool stuff on you. So that's the way to play a game like that with him. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Does that help with that struggle?
It does.
And you can see how that would really transform a walk or a training session. Same agility. So really you should never come out here without your... I've got a brilliant trainer friend and she always says armed and dangerous. You need to be armed and dangerous. She's called Linda. We'll give Linda a shout out. If you love Linda, type in the comments or give us a heart. Or she says armed and dangerous. Or I think you shouldn't be out here naked because that's just odd. But if you're out here and you've not got it on you, then you've got nothing to really reinforce him with. So actually it's a bad deal for him. So the lead off means game on. That might be a toy. He was amazing because he played on his lead. Like that's amazing. Like some dogs won't play on a lead. It shows you his value on his lead. I just adore him. I think he's the nicest boy. Spotty nose, blue eyes, just gorgeous. Okay, any other struggles? That's it. Solved. Like actually solved. Okay, he's got a couple of games that I know he's good at. I can't see them right there. They are. So we've got 2 paws up, we've got middle, and we've got boundaries. He showed us some lovely boundaries. Just because he's here and you're out, and we've solved the struggle that we wanted to solve, which is great. But you're going to do a little bit of 2 paws up. But what you're going to do is you're going to have him off lead for this in a minute. You're going to do 2 paws up. You're going to do play. You're going to do 2 paws up, and then you're going to play again. So there's no moment for him to go off sniffing or mooching or being Mr. like Sniffy Head. I don't like that type of dog for here. He's not that. He can do so much better. And it's not that, reset him up there. It's not that if he was a worried sniffy dog, I'll accept that as information, but he's not. He's actually just been allowed to almost disengage, and I almost don't want that for him. The other thing is, don't worry for now, but in future we can use a bigger boundary, so something like that, when then he can't do the come off. And in a minute he'll hit adolescent boy, where he'll start doing more sniffing, more weeing, more looking for hitting there. Yeah, it's his age. And so I think we need to be aware of that coming, so know what we're going to do, so that you still keep the same driven dog that you've got. Okay, so talk me through what you're going to do.
I'm going to do 2 paws up.
I didn't say the word.
So he's going to do 2 paws up.
And then we're going to play.
So he's going to do play first, feed, 2 paws up, play, back to the boundary.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
What's he going to do?
He's going to
back to his boundary.
Back to his boundary.
He's going to go back to his boundary.
Cheeky. Jill, settle. Thank you.
We're going to get off there. We're going to play.
Yes.
We're going to feed.
Yes.
We're going to do 2 that one.
Yes.
If I say it, you'll do it.
Yes.
We're going to play, and then we're going back on there.
Genius. Right, let's go. We're on it. Sally's got too many instructions, bless her. Thank God she's got a good boy. So ready? When you're ready, you're going to get your lead ready to play with him. Ready? Steady. 3. Ready. Break. Get it. Move. Play. Good. Make sure that doesn't swing on in that clip. Good boy. Play. Good boy. Now when you're ready, feed and near the platform. So be ready to get because you want to keep the engagement. Good boy. Good. Straight into the feed platform. Nice.
2 paws.
Nice. Feed. And feed again. So I see, Kev. Feed again. Feed once more. Feed once more. Feed once more. Feed once more, and then go and play. Get it. Keep playing. Pick your clip up. Good. Play again. So he's just aware of cameraman there, which is fine. Keep him playing. Make it a really good deal. Don't worry about the food. If he gets it, it's fine. Don't go into panic stations. We're just dog training. Good. Good. Play. Keep holding your clip. That's the only risk. I like playing with leads, but you've got to be aware if they've got lots of clips on.
I'm going to get you.
Because where a lead with no clips is handy, or a toy. So a toy is ideal. We just didn't have one at the time. Good. Run away and play again. Run backwards. Go backwards. So this is a pressure space. We're not going to pressure him. He's not even going to come back to the boundary, Sally. So stay out there. The cameraman can follow you without coming next to you. So you stay out there. We won't pressure him because you can see for whatever reason he noticed it. That's okay. What we've got to do is keep him in a happy space. Yeah, so him in a good space. I love his play. I love what he's doing. I really like the transition. It was much better that way. Really nice job. I want to see what Sam thinks of this. Sally, I'm impressed. Good work.
The thing I love about the fact that we're actually showing you real life people with real life dogs is that you're seeing all of the moments that could potentially go wrong, but actually we're managing it. And we're managing it with the games, and we're managing it with things like distance. And these are all the things that we're learning about within Games Club, where you can learn how to manage that situation, because they're dogs, they're animals. It's not always going to go right. Even when you've got the best trained dog in the whole entire world, it's not always going to go absolutely perfect. And these are the things that we need to learn to spot in our dogs, and these are the things then, as a result, that we learn moving forward on how we can react in a different way so that we get a better outcome next time. All right, and what we're talking about particularly in this session that we've just done is transitions. And you've heard Lauren say it a lot of times in the last sort of like however many hours that we've been here. Okay, so transitions are huge, and it's probably one of the little areas that we see most of our students miss, and sometimes even as trainers we miss them. I know that I've had to work on my lead play today, because I've noticed from watching before lunch, I was like, oh, actually I could probably work on that with my dog a little bit more, because when I take the lead off, she's like, are you taking the lead off, are we going? It's definitely something that a lot of people need to work on. And when we think of transitions, it's what they're practicing all the time, is what they're going to keep doing. So if we want our dogs to stay here, to stay close to us, want to engage with us, but then we take the lead off and they're going out there and that's what they practice all the time, then that's what they're going to do more of. So those transitions are really important. They seem really small, but they are an important part of your training. It's really cool to see real life people working that. And then play with my toy is a bit of a toy game that you can have a card of. So I'm giving you another card. If you type in the word toy, you can get the game Play With My Toy. It looks a bit different to that, but it's a really cool game, and I know you're going to like playing that game. You can get the card for it. Type in toy into the comments. Type in toy into the comments. And on the back of all of the play that we've had a bit of fun with, we've got a really cool track to show you. So this is part of our Games Club. The tracks are something that you can get just being in our Games Club, where they take you from one of the games all the way through the different variations of that game, how to grow it from the beginning all the way up with the different layers. And this is called the whip game. All right, it's not as scary as it sounds, okay? It's not as scary as it sounds, or as sexy as it sounds. All it is about getting our dogs to engage with us and be able to disengage from the toy. And really you're creating a squirrel. You're creating the rabbit that your dog wants to chase. It's a really, really cool track. I love it. I can't wait for you guys to see it.
Imagine being able to fully understand your dog's behaviour and knowing exactly how to change it for good. That's what Games Club is all about. It's the home of games-based training, packed with the essentials to make training simple, effective and fun. And the best bit? You can try it for just £1. What? Are we crazy? No, we're passionate about helping dogs and owners all over the world, and we want to make games-based learning accessible to everyone. Do you want to find out more? Are you ready to give it a try? All you need to do is head to the link below and discover the difference that games and Games Club can really make for you and your dog. Hey and welcome to the Squirrel's Tail track. I'm going to bring you some epic games that are going to help you with real life self-control. That means the squirrel in the park can go about his day in a happy manner without any involvement from your dog. This is a really fun and foundational track that can help you to leverage on your training in a fun way for the future. This track is really great learning, and at the same time it's important to note this track is not for every dog. There's certainly going to be a few examples of dogs that do not need to play this game. Potentially young puppies, potentially dogs that maybe have potential joint issues or problems, and also very, very large dogs, dogs post-surgery, or even let's consider dogs like Blink, who might not find tugging something that they really want to do. So we will put some considerations in here for those dogs. And remember, you've still got other tracks to visit. Okay, step one is going to be super, super, super important. Loads of people get this step wrong. They do not get desire. So before we start with any of this, we must have desire. And how desire looks in each and every dog is going to be different. Now, some dogs, I'm going to give you Blink as an example here. Blink doesn't actually like this game. And I think that's really important to note. It's not a blink game. She likes to hold, she likes to carry, but she does not like to tug. So she's not a tugger. And yet if you've got any dog with potential chase problems, maybe you've got a herding breed, maybe you've got a dog who wants to run after bicycles or motorcycles or cars, or any of those dogs who want to maybe chase the skateboarder or the local jogger, those are the dogs we're talking about tackling this with. I was walking on the beach only the other day and a lady that was with me said, oh, that dog's just so well behaved around the horses, look at them. And I said, I get it, but it is a spaniel. So for me, I'd be more impressed if that was a border collie, because those are the dogs that are trouble. Yesterday, I don't know if you noticed when we were out in the woods, there was this man that went charging. He was so fast. And I couldn't decide whether he was on a run, like whether he was on a run or whether he was going somewhere or what he was doing. And he was sprinting and he was sprinting and he was sprinting. And then I saw him just grab this poor border collie by its tail and get hold of it, because I think what he thought was the dog was coming after the horse. And I think probably he did do the right thing, because he got hold of the dog before there was a bigger issue. And I don't think grabbing the dog by the tail is ideal, but neither do I think a dog being kicked by a horse is ideal. So I think you've sometimes got to go for what is the easiest, quickest result to get that dog back before they're going to get hurt. Ultimately, what we're talking is desire, and we're talking stage one, get a dog who really can be pulsy and desire this toy. Does that make sense? Yeah? All good. So we're going to be doing whip mechanics with Loki. I don't mind. Yeah, grab the black one. It's fine. And so when we're playing something like this, number one, we really want to get him just massively playing with it. It's Catherine's going to play with it. You can give it to her and everything. She gets to play it. And we really want to make sure he's interested. So let's make it quite lively, quite lively, quite lively. Keep the interest. Make sure he knows it's going to be really fun. Yeah, super good. Okay, and then straight off lead and off we go. Okay, try and get him interested in you. You're going to make sure he's interested in you. And move it. Good. Keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. And again, bit further, bit further. Yeah, faster, faster. So you've got to be a little bit quicker with trying to get him to want to play that and really keep him on it when he's interested, because he is interested for a bit. So he is interested. Good, move, move, move. Good, yes, yes, run with it. Catching, you need to do more. So you need to do more. You need to put more of you in. And you're not going to take him up that side. You're probably going to use this space a bit better. So when he's in on it, I want you moving too. Right, pick it up in your hands for a minute. So straight up into your hands and bring him back this way. Back this way. Okay, hold him there for a minute and don't let him have the whip, and almost put it out your sight a little. Let him sniff, that's okay. So I'm not too worried about him sniffing. He's not sniffing to wee, I think he's sniffing to just check out the environment. So a couple of things. The lead is not great in a whip game. So if you can help it, try and have them off lead. If you can get them off lead, I think off lead's better. But if you can't have them off lead, you can't have them off lead. Michelle, have we got a line anywhere? Or someone who's not recording? So anyone who can grab a line back there? Thank you, Alice. Or Kev. So we're going to put the line on him. So we're going to use a line as well. And that way you've got something you can drop, because ideally you want to be able to drop it. And I'm not too worried about over here catching. I can handle over here. I'll put that one over there for you. The only reason I tried not to make friends with dogs, and I know that sounds odd, but I don't need them to be my friend. I want to be their working companion. And if I'm really gushy over them all the time, I want them to be a bit like how I want my dogs to be with other dogs. I want them to be aware but aloof. Yeah, I want them to keep safe, healthy distances. I love that my dogs just walk past things like they didn't see them. Like for me, that's gold. And it's gold in having dogs. So let's clip the line on him. Clip your lead off, yeah. So your lead comes off, hold your line still, and then you start to reel that out when you want to. So get rid of your lead so you've got less in your hands, because you don't want so much in your hands, because you can really see the more Catherine has in her hands, the more she can't do. And then before you let him go, I want you to unravel your line a bit more. So you've got, because again, this is all mechanics. If your line's too tied up, you're not going to be able to do it. So we're going to have him off that one. You're fine. You're fine. You don't even need to call on that. You can let him make a choice there to come back in again and again. And as a trainer, that would be all I'm neutral, not that interested in you. So, I think that's the important way to be with them. So as we're moving straight through, are you ready? Desire, 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 desire. Untangle your whip, got to be quick on it, as fast as you can. I know it's pain, get it moving, run with it yourself, run with it. Good, get moving, and the other way, get you running, more interested, more interested, more interested. He's like, I do middle, I do food. What about food, lady? Good. Right, so pick the toy up. The other thing I might have done is I might not have had the food pouch on me. So if I'm playing an early desire session, don't worry about taking it off now, because he's already paired it with being there. I wouldn't try and throw it away, because then he's just going to go looking for that. So have the toy in your hand, basic behaviour from him, and then throw the toy out as a reward. Basic behaviour, middle, anything you like. Okay, middle. Good, throw the toy out. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Good, move it, move it, move it, move it, move it, move it, move it. And you see how you've got to get it alive, so it's got to get it alive in that moment. Yeah, and I do think, I'm not sure he's sure that this is his, but we can definitely try, and he was interested in it for a little bit at first.
That's what he does.
throw it out and then run. Run with it, run with it, run with it, run with it. Pick a line up, pick a line up, pick a line up, and run with the line too. So pick the line up, and run. Now put the toy down, and run the other way. Run, 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 keep running, and the other way, and the other way. Raise those. I like middle and I like food more. Pick the toy up now. Are there any toys he likes better than this type of toy? So I would say then that would, for a desire stage, let's try something different with it. Not necessarily today, but something different for it. I think a couple of things there don't make desire easy in stage one. Stage one, the food bag's there. He's not so sure about that, and he's not so sure about this yet. So I think we'll give him a breather, but those would be all things. We won't get Bonzo ready yet. We might get your little one that would, or in fact, Kev, can we have Coast? Can we have Coast? She can do first on desire. So so before he goes though, I would say rabbit would be something we try. So we try different, effectively, I'm not interested in wine, but I like gin and tonic. Yeah. I'm not interested in like really strong black chocolate, but I love white chocolate. Yeah, and I love chocolate orange, Karen. Like those are the chocolates. I'm not that interested in Alice's absolutely wonderful millionaire shortbread. Just doesn't do it for me. But oh my God, the almond thing. God Lord, or those horrid frangipani things that Helen makes, like dear Lord, like get them away from me. They are like, I cannot say no, I cannot say no. So what I'm saying, I don't think it's not there, I think that's not his thing. Yeah, so we've got to play around till we get his thing. Yeah, give him a breather. He did very well to handle all of this, but that's not his thing. And I don't think running around with it anymore is going to help him, so give him a breather there. Good lad. Jamie, when you're ready. Space is yours, time is yours. I'm not going to go in too close to her because I know she's a little bit people, well, from what I've heard, she's a little bit people aware in new spaces. So I'm going to probably hang out around here, but you're going to go straight in and straight into work as fast as you can. Make it really exciting, pick up the whip and off the lead. Ideally, this is an off-lead game. We said that, guys. It's not an on-lead game, really, but they've got to really want what we're playing with. Ready? Don't get too anxious about it. Just get moving. Throw it out. Throw it out. You're going to see if she wants it or not. Good. Get it moving. Get it moving. That's it. Nice. Nice and relaxed, Jamie. Keep moving. Keep moving. Good. Run with it. Yeah, run with it. Run with it. She's a little bit scared of that. You see the little like back off the line? Good. Keep it moving. Movement's really important for her. Go all the way to the end. So go a bit further, Jamie. So go. That's nice. Good. Go away with it. Go away with it. So you can see she's a bit aware of the environment, but I do think she likes to chase. So I do think she wants to chase. She's at a nice stage for desire. Good. Keep it moving, Jamie, all the time. And tell her how good she is. Tell her how good she is. Tell her how brilliant she is. Big her up. Really big her up. Tell her how amazing she is. She's doing such a good job because it's no good me telling her. It's no good me telling her because she doesn't know my voice. Yeah, so she's like, who the hell are you talking to me now? Yeah, good. Keep moving. That's nice. Really nice. Run away. That was lovely. Do you see how she's now holding it? She's a good building it stage. So she's a great stage to build it. Run with it lots, Jamie, and out of her feet. That's lovely. And I think her bark isn't upset about us. I actually think she's excited. So I think she's a bit loud, barky. This is fun. Yeah, I don't know what to do with myself. This is like my moment to be here. So I think she's a very good stage one dog. Nicely done. And I actually think I'd pick her up, Jamie, and take her out. And the reason I would do that is because I think he's got a hold anyway. He's untangling her legs, so there's a transition break. And I actually think, and you're going to go that door, Jamie, just because you're going to get in good habits. So come out behind people. Oh, you're getting a lead. You go that way. Oh, all right. So what I'd have said is grab the lead and put the lead over there. But what you do then is you get in good habits for next time in. Now, she came in, and what did she learn? And go wide on the people. So go wide on the people. She came in, and she got to play. Yeah? Was a little bit intimidating at first. Played a very short session, got up there, got her out. Now, of course, Jamie could have stayed in for another 10 minutes, but I bet if we did too long, she would probably have disengaged. So that was great and not too much. I think, like I said, I think the bark was quite an excited. Is she? I'm very talkative. It didn't sound like an angry bark, but also you can never tell. Sometimes you're like, that's a really friendly bark. Oh my God, he just bit me. So you just kind of always err with the side of caution. So stage one, a bit of dancing, and I think actually with the right toy catching, you'd have got that. So I think with the right toy or with the right object, I think you'd have got that. And definitely Bonzo did get that. So you got that stage one. So I think what we've got to look at is stage one is often, that's enough. But those three dogs, Bonzo, Katrin's dog, Loki, and her, all need stage one. Should they go on from stage one right now? All of them can look away from that toy. So if they can look away from that toy, I'd say stage one is perfect stage for them. Does that make sense? Dance with it, flirt with it, play with it, enjoy it, make some noise. Also, the other thing is I would say most owners don't big their own dogs up enough. big them up. You're doing so good. Look at you, you're so clever. Go into you and your dog. It's about you and your dog. It's not about any of the people in it. It's not about anyone at home. It's about you and your dog having a good time. Stage 1, desire. Does everyone want a bit more of it in their dog? It's a definite want a bit more of it. So definitely get more of it. I think it's a really good thing for dogs to have more of. Is that okay, guys? Hey, so ignore everything for a minute. And what you can see with her is she's going to be interested in everyone potentially because she's a little beast. And she's very intrigued by everything that's going on in here. Kev, just very quickly, is she toy motivated? Yes. Is she tuggy motivated? So we're already working with a dog who we think is tuggy motivated and toy motivated. Is she interested in people motivated? Is she easily distracted? So this might be a hard environment for her because we've got lots of other people, but we are doing stage 1 of the track, which is, well, that sounded a bit boring. We're doing stage 1 of the track, which is? Desire! So she's going to have desire, that's the goal. Normally you can test desire a little bit, and if they've got it, great, and if they haven't got it, if we can see if we can build it, but you can't grow it if it's really not there. Like from this stage, you kind of need to like maybe play, like I said, with Katrin. I love that she said rabbit, or other things, or tennis balls, or squeaky things. It's like playing with Blink then with Loki. It's just not his thing. You can see it's not the thing that's going to, not in this environment at least, it's not going to make him wind up. There we go. Yeah, good girl. And we let her catch it quick. Good girl. Yeah, good girl. Very clever. Yes, good girl. Look at you. You're such a good girl. You're running to your dad. Yes, you are. Yeah, good girl. Super dog. Super dog. Very clever. And if she wants to bring it to Kev, I'd actually let her. If she gets close enough, you can hold a harness, Kev. Good girl. Really nice. Really nice. And then if she really wants to chase it in this round, you're going to let her go and get it again. So ready? Yes, good girl. Yes, good girl. So desire is letting them have it. Good girl. Letting them shake it. Now, typically she would be playing with Kev and not me, but Kev said, I'm a coward. So he backed out of it, but he didn't need to. She's actually moved on quite quickly on stages. Do you see how she's on the nose? So she's actually already doing that stage. But do you see the desire stage? So we're sort of building a bit of she wants it, and then she's adding in things like this. Is the head shake good or bad, guys? Very good, very, very good. And good girl, and you can see a little waggly body. I'm so happy I saw my audience. And what I'll try to do every now and again is that, so that she's good girl, really clever. So I'll try and have it in her mouth, and I'll just let her sit with it or chew on it or stop with it for a split second, and then I'll just do that. So I'll just have a good girl. But notice I'm not staying still. And I think a lot of you, like Jamie, I was like, Jamie, you need to move. And Jamie was like just standing. And I was like, no, Jamie, circles, big, wide, go back. So you should be moving. So you should do it moving. When you're building desire, good girl, that's so super. You're going to big them up. You're going to talk them up. You're going to make sure they know they're doing a good job. Yes, they are. Yes, they're doing great. Good girl, really good girl. And if she's really pulling me backwards, you could even go with her, but I think she's not pulling back, she's pulling me to Kev at the moment, which is lovely, because Kev needs to know he's got a dog that definitely sees value in him, which is a big win, really big win. Nice, and you can hold a harness. And at that point, we're going to let her lose it in a minute, and then she can race after it again. 3, 2, yeah, good girl. So I'm not going to run it away from her at this stage, and I'm not flying it over her head. So I'm not, good girl. That's so good. You're such a good dog. You're such a good dog. Dog like this, which should be very easy for me to pick up and train agility tomorrow. Yes, the reinforcement's already there. Yeah, so the reinforcement's already there. So we're building desire, but she's actually got quite a lot of it through tug games and other games that Kev's already played with her. So whilst Kev says she hasn't played a lot of this, you can see she's played a lot with a person because she's already very interested, which is amazing. So she's already stronger than a lot of, good girl, hold the harness. Good job, you are. Yeah, good girl. And split that over her head. You'll see her relax her jaw a bit. When you see, do you see that's not relaxed? So there's no point in me trying to pull it. You can let her go the second that it flips away if you think she's going to chase it. Yeah, good girl. And I run her in straight. So I run her in straight and she gets, yes, good girl. See that? That's like you're really running them in on it and they're getting it fast. Good girl, harness. Whenever she's there, you can have a harness. So we're going to watch again, for this is all desire building. So this is all desire building. And most people, they think that they've got enough desire. I'd still be building desire. Building desire. The cameraman is in, Kev. It's like the collie and the stork. You can't take it out of him. Do you see? I'm still going to video every bit. He's on it, which is great. Yeah, good girl. Super. And I'm not trying to make her lose it. I don't want her to lose it. I want her to win. I want her to win. So we're looking for her to win. Yes, we're looking for the crazy spaniel to shake her head. Yes, we are. So we love all that shaking head. And that's the sort of thing I'd also click. If I had a clicker, I'd click that. Just a really quick tip. That's actually how I power up my clicker early on in a dog. So I'll sit here. Have you got a clicker there, Lydia, still? Who's got the clicker? I'll run and get it as well. Get in the clicker. So I'll be doing, yes, good girl, because a lot of dogs associate the clicker with only food. Yes, good girl. And I use it for agility so I want them to do yes, it's the best time ever. So I'm clicking the head shake, but I'm also reinforcing at the same time. So it just always ends up being a really good deal. My dogs go mad when they hear a clicker like that. They're like, yeah, it's great stuff. So I use it probably different to some people. I like using it like that. I'm not purist in the way I use it. But for me, I use it as my jackpot in my agility reinforcing. So you can do it like that. But you can equally do click reward. Yeah, because you are marking the head shake. And then she's continuing to reward herself with a head shake. Right, last one, hold your harness. Wait for the loosening of the grip. I should be able to feel that. Gosh, she makes my hand hurt. She tugs really hard for a little dog. My wrist is like, so that's really lovely where she is right now. And there's no point you trying to pull it at this moment. Do you see how there's no point me trying to pull it now? Because I'm not gonna have it. She's one of those happy dogs. You can see her face. Now is a better time to pull it. So if I was going to pull it, yes, good girl. Now you can keep her on it a bit. Good girl. And I marked the get it, and then I gave her the shake it as well. Just because you're doing this doesn't mean that you can't then use your click for your paws. Absolutely, you're just using it for a different thing. Yeah, so you're playing around with this. That's so good. And I've got no problem doing this game for her because she's not necessarily a circler like some of the others we played with. And then hold your harness and then bedtime for Coast. Yeah, and then this is the moment that when I pull it this time, Kev is not going to let her go again. So I'm gonna whip it away, but it's gonna be a whip away and it's gonna come to bed. And that's done like that. And that is how the session ends. She gets picked up, goodbye Coast, good night, Mr. Whippet.
Have you met Blink? She's your pocket-sized dog trainer with a big personality. Blink is on pool 24/7, 365 days a year, and she's exclusively available to our Games Club members. Say you want some tips on building your dog's confidence. She's going to give you some suggestions and link you to the amazing learning available inside Games Club. Need something in a different language? Oui bien. Blink can speak your lingo. So whether you need some ideas for those rainy days, allowing you to ditch the muddy walk, or taking the guesswork out of a training plan for any problem, Blink has you covered. Just send her a message at any time in the learning community. With Blink and the power of Games Club, you'll be a superhero in no time. Start your 7-day trial for just £1 at absolutedogs.me/7-day trial or by scanning the QR code and join us inside Games Club today.
How much fun does that look? How much fun would that be for your dog? Now, again, we were talking earlier, we were saying, you know, not every game is for every dog, and that's absolutely true. But this game might be for your dog if your dog was, say, one of those dogs that likes chasing squirrels, chasing rabbits. That would be a really great one. Or a dog that runs after cars. These are the sorts of things where you've got dogs that love chase, and you're really using their chase drive to tap into them working with you, and then building those skills of disengaging from things. That's where you get real life results. Really, really, really cool game. And that's one of our tracks in Games Club. So that is, we've shown you a small portion of that. There's so much more of that. And all of our tracks that we've shown you a small segment of it. If you want to see it all, if you want more of that and you enjoyed what you were watching, then make sure you get yourself into Games Club, because it's only £1, £1 single pound for 7-day trial. What have you got to lose? You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Everything to gain. More than everything to gain, I promise you. Now, we've got some shout outs because we've actually got some people that have jumped in, which is really cool. And welcome. And the community, please welcome them, because it's an exciting place to join Games Club for the very first time. But you're just starting this amazing journey. So we've got Marianne Bosco, Gillian Harrison, Leslie Rawson, Kathleen Hill, and Sasha. I'm sorry, but I couldn't say your last name. So Sasha, I almost couldn't say your first name, actually. And we had to, I got told how to say it. So Sasha, welcome, all of you. Welcome to Games Club, because it is an amazing space. Make sure you get involved with the community, because the community is very much a huge part of what we do at Games Club. It's the place that can really support you. There are lots of trainers in there. There are lots of what we have as pro dog trainers. So people that have gone through our pro dog course are all in there, and they all help support the community. They've been through a lot of these struggles with their own dogs or with their students' dogs, and they're there to help answer questions as well and just give you hope on your dog training journey. So welcome. I know you're going to love it there. Now, we've got some questions coming through. We've had a few questions about Games Club and how it works and who it's for. It's for everyone. And I can't stress that enough. So often I get people saying to me, but my dog, it's not going to be for them, because I promise you, it is for all dogs of any age and any breed. We try and work and adapt all of the games for whatever size dog your dog is. So it might be one of those giant horse breed type dogs. It might be a Chihuahua. Whatever size they are, doesn't matter. It might be dogs with medical conditions. It might be dogs that are blind. It might be dogs that, and I have actually taught a blind deaf dog some of these games. We adapt and we overcome, and we will find a way for you. And you can always ask the Ask team if you're ever at a point where you're like, I'm really struggling with my dog, I don't know what to do with them. You know, you can ask the Blink bot. But if you're at a point where you've tried everything within there, ask the Ask team, and they will find a way to take you to the next step of how you can move forward. And that might be a one-to-one training session with one of our team. You might come to Absolute Dogs HQ. That might be one of the games in Games Club that maybe you haven't thought of in a certain way. Maybe we can help you adapt. Maybe we can find a different way to play that game for you, because maybe you don't quite have the skill to do that yet. And that's what we're going to teach you. Really, really cool. Any age, any breed. We get lots of senior dogs come through, and we get a lot of young dogs come through, as well as kind of everything in the middle. But we get a lot of people that say, it's too much for my puppy. No, the earlier the better. Let's get started. You could play confidence games with them. And actually a really, really great confidence game that we showed you earlier was Noisebox, which is fantastic for sort of like noise sensitivity, or putting your head in things and novelty and strange things that happen in our environment all the time. Let's teach our dogs that that's a cool space to be in. It's nothing scary. That bin bag flapping in the wind when we went on our walk. No problem, no bother. The wind chimes that you went past, the big loud truck, the motorbike, the jingly jangly keys that somebody got out, none of that stuff is a big deal because we've got Noisebox. All right, and one of the confidence games that we really love in Games Club is called Cardboard Chaos. And you can actually get that card. We haven't played it here today, but it is an amazing confidence game and we want to give it to you. So Cardboard Chaos, if you type in cardboard into the comments, then Cardboard Chaos is the card that you will get. So you'll get one of these, which is one of the game cards which shows you how to play the card, shows you how to play the game. It gives you step-by-step instruction. Or you could go into Games Club for a £1 trial and you could actually watch how to play the game. How cool would that be? We're giving you that card, type in cardboard into the Facebook comments, or you can scan the QR code, or you can type in absolutedogs.me/cardboard card. Cardboard card. I don't know why that's tickled me. Cardboard card. We've had a few people ask questions about the accessibility that they have to play. So they don't have a garden, for example, which means that they always have to go out and take their dog outside of the house to go to the toilet. You can still play these games. All right? What I would be saying to think of is, let's start in the house first, you know, and then if we can try and manage where we take them on walks and try and pick low level distraction areas or enclosed fields or something like that, an empty car park. These are the sorts of places, as long as it's safe to do so, that we would think about taking you for playing these games for the first time out and about. In the meantime, we just manage the situation as best we can whilst we grow those skills, whilst we grow those games. But you definitely can play these games, 100%. We just start in the house, because all of these games, every single one of them, bar maybe the whip game, although, you know, there's lower level versions of that, like chasing toys, that you can play in the house. Every single game is doable in the house, and we would encourage you, in fact, to start there, because that is the place where your dog is most comfortable, where they're most likely to be able to play that game. Now, we've got some dog training coming your way. Really, really exciting. Let's show you some more of those games.
Good to see you guys. Okay, so in a second you're in for a treat. He's so cute and he's so naughty. So he's naughty and he's cute. He's what we would call naughty but nice. Again, if you haven't seen the Naughty but Nice book, head over to the website. Someone's going to pop a link in the comments where you can get hold of this and so many other things from the Absolute Dog store. Also had a question. The question was playing with whip. Basically, once my dog's caught it, they won't let it go. Before I go anywhere near the whip games, I might play a game that's in Games Club. It's called Toy Switch. So I'd play a lot of Toy Switch. So effectively, I'm getting them to disengage. Or I'd play Leave It, Get It, Leave It, Get It. Again, all games and all strategies that we can play through Games Club. Effectively, what your dog doesn't know how to do is disengage and re-engage appropriately, and that's what we need to teach. So for me, one of my favourite ways to do that is Toy Switch. Again, like I said, all of that video is in there, so go and head into Games Club. It's just £1. Try it for £1. Someone's going to pop a link in the comments. You can get hold of it. Second one is, where can I buy the exact whippet that you have? It's actually a lunge sort of whip from Mole Farm Shop, so it's a local farm shop, so you'll pay about £12 maybe-ish for that one. And then I've tied on some sheepskin to it, so it's just an offcut of sheepskin, so you can do exactly the same. You might put an offcut of anything else, or you might do socks or other things like that. So that's what that one is. Last one, a couple of questions about calm and how you grow calm and how to get a dog to be calmer, whether you've got a reactive dog, a barking dog, a lunging dog, a dog who bites, a dog who doesn't like people, a dog who's anxious, a dog who's worried, a dog who's all of the other things. Calm, really nice. It's our sister company, AOK9. Head over there and take a look. It's a really nice option for those of you that want more calm. That enhanced with training is part of how we would grow calm in a dog like Monty here. Now we're going to head over to Monty. Kirsty, what is Monty? Because when you see him, most people won't believe what he actually is.
He is actually a Scottie.
Now, Scotties, are they not normally black?
They are normally black. They come in 3 colours. Monty here is a Wheaton. This is a recessive gene, so there are not very many of them around. And then you also get a brindle, which is blacks and browns and blondes all mixed in.
Beautiful. Now, when you get a dog like this and when you do what you do and don't overfeed, because we're going to do some work in a minute and I know there's only so much food in you once, when you get a dog like this, you look at him and you think, wow, he's pretty special, isn't he? Like he's nicely built, he's gorgeous. However, you had the goal to show him.
Yes.
What's happened?
I got him as an adult. He'd not been particularly well handled or socialised. And he had a tendency to bite people. Now, one of the things you need to do in a dog show ring is the judge needs to look at their teeth, and he wouldn't let anyone near his head. He would try and bite them, and he wouldn't let us groom him. So we've had to do a lot of work on getting him to a point. Monty,
Good lad.
We're
actually handling
he would
something.
actually could handle him, and where we could groom him.
And we've been making progress, haven't we?
Yes,
so we've been
we
making really good progress. So Kirsty's been really dedicated, and Monty's been making good progress. Now, let's pop him over here and let's work on one of his favourite exercises, or one of the exercises that I know you've been working on with him, which is effectively to get him into a stand. So we're going to have a look at him coming into a stand. So he's into a stand. I have to say, he's the cutest little, like, look at him. He's like a carpet cleaner, aren't you? You are. You've got like a rug. You've got a rug going on. So let's have him in that stand position, nice, and hold him there, reward him there. Let's see if we can mouse game when he's there a little, a mouse game or a level of just focus. And you can see when that transition goes to your pocket, so in that moment you go to the pocket or your treat pouch, that's when you lose him. So you've got to be super ready with Mons, because if not, Mons will take advantage and go somewhere else. Really nice, really nice. And I know he's not standing, but the duration and the focus is lovely, really nice. So I took that one. Nice, really nice. So when he's looking forward there, don't worry about the stand for a minute, lose the stand. I want you to kneel on your lead so you've got less in your hands. So do that, nice. Reset him back a little, but don't throw it so we don't lose him on his lead. Good. Over there, and then back to you again here, nice. Now hold him there. Now mouse game there, and while he's in mouse game, good, feed him there. So you can feed him almost before he sits. So feed him just a second before he sits. We'll either work on the stand or we'll work on the handover. So there you go, feed that. Good. Now just hand over the back of him without actually touching him. So you can just do your hand over the back of him, reset a piece of food. So each time you reset a piece of food before you put the hand out. Yeah, hand goes over the back of him. Nice. And reset and feed. Good boy. Good lad. So that sits not quite as easy or comfortable. You're going to have the boards fraction further apart. So release them, back out there. Move your boards out a little. Good. And then straight out. Nice. Feed there. Feed there. Nice. Good. Good. And then hand across, feed. And you've got to catch the feed just before he sits. There you go, feed. Good. Feed forwards again. He says, I'm off. I'm already gone, Mum. Another thing you can do, Kirsty, and I quite like this, is actually release him forwards. So if he's not standing, release him forwards rather than backwards. So now flick it forwards. So you'd flick it forwards and so it comes off almost. So hand across him. Now flick it forwards and off. There you go. Nice. Because that way he's always leaving it rather than going back into it. So the reason he sits is because he's been fed back. What we're going to do is we're going to feed him forwards. So the reason he sits is because of the feeding and the reinforcement going backwards towards him. Nice. Background. This is my little rug. Look at me. Get it. Good. That's lovely. Like really good mechanics. Good. He looks so much more responsive than last time. Right, pop him back on his boundary. That's looking really nice. Release. Good. Break. Very nice. Okay, so I'm really happy with that. Now, I also know you've been working on a chin target. Let's have a look and see how his chin target looks. Look at his beard. Guys, if you love his beard, tell us in the comments, because he has got one mega beard. I think Matt would be jealous of this one. So look at that. I mean, God, he's divine. Now, chin target can be really nice because it can help with things like looking into teeth. It can help with things like grooming. It can help with things like just general cooperative care and handling. Let us know in the comments if your dog struggles with being handled, or maybe struggles with the vets, or maybe struggles with grooming, or maybe struggles generally with proximity to you or closeness to you. So let me know in the comments if that's you, because again, our team are here, they want to help. So they are trying really hard to make sure we comment on everything we can and help you as much as we can in any capacity. Feeding with you again, nice. And again, chin target. Nice, really clever, really clever. Yes. Really nice. Keep feeding. Especially when something does go behind you, like if Kev or I are behind you, so if our team are behind you, actually you feeding forwards is a really nice move. And when you transition off, sometimes good. Now releasing forwards when you go and grab some more food out. Good. Be ready with more, and then straight back in. Nice. And when you're training, what I want you to start doing, Kirsty, is pop them on a training line just so we can let it go more. Because I think then you will let it go because it's not so bulky and so many clips. Really nice. Make sure he is putting his chin into your hands. So don't, like, I think part of the problem with him is he's really smart. And again, in the naughty but nice sort of world, if your dog is naughty but nice, typically, my experience is these are smart dogs. These are not stupid dogs, these are smart dogs. So typically a naughty dog is actually a little bit like it's like a naughty child at school. They're often under sort of stretched. And so when you're under stretching them, they find their own stretch. That's really nice. So that's looking very, very good. Now what I want you to do is take that back to the platforms and add that into the platform. Okay. And then now and again, releasing forwards off the platform, doing the chin target. Ready?
Monty.
We're going to come back this way, round to the platforms.
Monty, come on.
Really nice. So So cool.
Yes.
Really nice. And again for me.
Monty. Yes.
Good. And then release forwards sometimes. So don't always release back into him. Sometimes he pushes forwards and then you can release him forwards. Looks super good, Monty. You are doing super well.
Yes.
Release forwards.
Good boy.
That's when you've got to release out that way. So you're going to release it out this way, almost sort of straight ahead. So pop him back in his platform, 2 on 2 off. Good. Good. Nice. And with these, if you need to, Kirsty,
Yes.
I'm not going to come in and get too close for a second, but you're going to cup your hand, I'll show you here. So you're going to cup your hand, feed him here, and then almost funnel him through. So you're going to cup that hand, feed him, take it back a stage, because you can see he's the type that sort of always tests it, that's nice, and then feed it through. So you cup the hand, feed him, throw it through. Because that mechanics, or those mechanics, and that sort of setup works much better. Nice, feed it through. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Good boy, really good boy. And again.
Monty.
He's the found one under here, Mum. Look, I got it. Good boy.
Right.
Good. Reset on the stand. Good. Move him around. If you need to, throw back out that way, because you can throw straight and then he'll come back in straight. Nice, and then throw forwards. Good. And the more square you can come onto him, the better. So you're going to almost be, yes, more around this way. Nice. Everyone gets to see your red socks.
Yes.
And then release
Stole that.
forwards. And again. Throw back the other way. So throw back to let him reset. And then straight back into us.
Monty.
Good. Chin target. Nice. Throw out. Good. That was lovely. Back to the bed. Back to the bed. So really good, Kirsty, in terms of where he is, and absolutely massive. Now he's playing boundary games. Boundary games again are really important. I'm going to be walking around your boundary, and you're going to just be rewarding him for being around a person hanging out differently to what he's used to. We don't ever want to put the dog under pressure, but for him and for Kirsty, and if you've ever trained a terrier, you know they're a whole new species. They're a whole new species. So Kirsty's brave because how many terriers do you have?
We have 5.
5 terriers. They have 5 terriers. So she is a brave lady. Love for Kirsty. But no, on a serious level, like, he's a great dog. He's a smart dog, but he's also a very, very, very vigilant dog. So they all kind of go hand in hand. So if Kirsty's not quick enough, he will take advantage of that situation or use it to his own sort of end, really. So anytime I move, you're going to feed him. So every time I move, you're going to feed him. If you want the Boundary Games card, guys, BG card, catchy. Sam will tell you about it as well. But BG card, you can get a Boundary Games card. You can get it for you, you can get it for a friend. You can pop it in the comments. But the Boundary Games can be used for so many different things. For example, we know with him that this is a pressure space, so we don't want to overdo it. But also this is something that potentially, in terms of things like handling, we're kind of testing the situation. Feed again, feed again, feed again, just because he can notice a person in the environment. So feed him, feed him, feed him. Nice. I think he's done fantastically. Kirsty, how is he compared to when we started and when you started with games?
You wouldn't believe the difference. As you'll notice, he is not...
He's groomed.
Fully groomed.
I mean,
he is mostly groomed.
He's groomed.
He used to look a lot like a Skye.
He did look like a Skye because his coat had to kind of completely change, didn't it?
Yes.
Because you have to do what you can do.
Yeah. He let me, admittedly I had help with the face, but he let me groom his tail without help. And he actually let me hold his head, which you need to do the clipping.
Amazing,
which I
amazing.
couldn't have done before.
And this is a dog who potentially bites, a dog who potentially is going to not just show his teeth, but use his teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so massive progress, and all through games. You haven't had to be unkind to him, you haven't had to do anything that's aversive, all through games.
All through games.
Amazing stuff. What do you think, Sam? Green eggs and ham, what do you reckon?
Very good. I think that he looks like a floating cloud, and I love him. And I think that you started playing chin target actually so that you could touch the beard, not for any other reason than that, because that's why I would play it, would be so that I could touch his beard. Absolutely, for sure. No, really, genuinely, cooperative care is huge. And again, it's one of those little things that we don't think about that can cause our dogs so much stress and then cause us so much stress. Because then, you know, they end up with like long nails or long hair, especially a dog like that that really needs to be groomed, you know, and it can become very, very difficult. They can become matted, and you really kind of, that's absolutely, yeah. They can become matted. There's lots of reasons that we really want to work on cooperative care. And I've actually used it with my own dog a lot. And for her, a platform works. particularly like you've seen down there, where she's got something that kind of anchors her on spot and she knows where she needs to stand. And we've played a lot of impulse games where she kind of stares at the food. And then we release her to it. So there are different variations and different ways that you can do this, more than just what you've just seen. A chin target's great. Sometimes people can use like a nose target. So there's lots of different ways to get cooperative care. And we talk a lot about the whole dog approach. We talk about how we can help vet visits, how we can help teach our dogs that the vet isn't a bad place, you know, and that's so that their health is taken care of, because actually the whole dog is going to affect their behaviour. So everything within them is going to affect their behaviour. Everything that happens in their life, things like vet visits, are really scary. You've got somebody that's handling and touching them. Well, then you take them home and you're handling and touching them, and your friends are handling and touching them. Potentially that's going to be paired together, and then you've got a dog that doesn't like people. Right, so all of these things they're connected, and we sometimes just look at the one behaviour that's happening. We don't think about all these other things that are similar and kind of lead into this behaviour. So things like cooperative care is something that we're very, very passionate about at Absolute Dogs, and something that we cover a lot, because a lot of us have had that struggle. And so as the solution seekers that we are, the game changers that we are, we decided to come up with games that were going to help us. So cooperative care, really, really cool, especially if you have a floating cloud where you want to touch his beard. Absolutely. Now, the cards that we gave away in that one was boundary games. It's been in today a lot because it's such a bread and butter game. BG card. So if you type in BG card into Facebook, into the DMs, you will get prompted to enter your email address, and once you've entered your email address, the card will get sent to your email. Sent to you via email. It will get sent to you via email. So type in BG card, or you can scan a QR code, or you can type into a browser absolutedogs.me/boundaries card. That's boundaries card. So lots of ways that you can get that card. Very, very cool. Now, one of the questions that we keep getting in terms of how to play games, the food that you use, something we keep getting asked about is raw food. So a lot of you feed raw, some of you don't. The key thing is here that the games do work for dogs that are fed raw as well. And actually some of the dogs here are fed raw. And we've got a lot of game changer community that feed their dogs raw and have found amazing solutions to this. So there is actually a resource in Games Club that will help you with that, and it gives you loads of ways that you can use raw food in different, like freeze-dried or air-dried, or there are treats that you can make that use it in different ways. You make up little balls, ways squeezy tubes as well, which you can get on AOK9. Different ways that you can use raw food within your game playing, which means you can play the games, you just adapt them a little bit. All right, and solution seeking, we have got those solutions already there for you, and a game changer community that have already kind of figured it out for you that can help. So for £1, one singular pound, for 7 days, you get a free trial. You get a trial for £1. £1. You get 7 days to try all of this out. And I guarantee you will not be able to cover all of the content that we've got in 7 days, because there is a lot of content. Not only have you got all the tracks that we've kind of already shown you a little bit of today, and all of the game cards, you can get all of them in there, more than just what we've shown you today. You've also got things like stop stealing, 10 days to stop stealing, 10 days to stop pulling. You've got boundary games in there. There's so much content in there. I know that you're going to stay there for longer than 7 days. So we're ready to go to another dog. Let's go.
Now, our next victim, I say in good spirit, our next victim, she's a different breed. What is she, Melanie?
The Basset Griffon Von Deen.
Say that again.
Basset Griffon Von Deen.
Once more.
Basset Griffon Von Deen.
I just like hearing it. Like
One of the French Bassets.
What are they for?
Hunting.
And what do they hunt?
Don't know, to be honest with you. Anything, to be honest with you. She had anything.
She's got a real strong hunt drive, isn't she?
She has a strong hunt drive, yeah.
And she would scent anything.
Yes, I mean, and she will chase the magpie across the garden, and squirrels, rabbits, pheasants when we're out at the moment at this time of year.
So, oh God, the pheasants, the pleasant pheasant, I call him and her gently, but seriously, they are a pain when you've got hunting breeds, and they can really, really make a walk much more difficult when you've got dogs that are like looking to put them up. I often put my collies up ahead, because then they'll put them up, and then the spaniels don't have to worry about them. So yeah, it's definitely a thing. So how does that cause you any trouble? So what does that maybe cause you?
Keeping her engaged with me is a big thing. Sort of keeping her attention on me can be a struggle in those sorts of things.
And can she ever be reactive?
She can be reactive. I rehomed her at 11 months. She is still nervous. Was a very nervous dog. She's still a nervous dog. Another dog's interested in her or is walking straight towards her, then she wants to run away. And if I won't let her run away, she will react.
Because again, fight or flight and
Fight
fiddle
or
about,
flight.
and what can she do? And actually, she's got no option to run away when she's on a lead. And it's the right thing to do to have her on a lead because you don't want to lose her.
No.
So you play games.
Yes.
Have games helped?
Games have helped a huge amount with her. And some of the time, I can get her head back, but getting her engaged in starting the game can be a challenge.
So one of our favourite ways to get her to start engaging and challenging her, what would those be? What would be your quick go-tos?
Well, spin and twirls, as I call them, what we do, and we do them on walks as well.
Good.
So if I see a pheasant in the distance or a squirrel in the distance, I will start her on, and actually I equally do it now and again, regardless of whether there's anything there, just so she doesn't get starting to look for things.
Yeah.
And generally, I can, if I start her with a spin, because she naturally, part of her nervous thing is she does spin.
Yeah.
Not very tightly, but she walks in circles.
Yeah.
So the spins and twirls was trying to get some control over that.
Yeah. So you've put a little bit of control into it, and you also know how to effectively disengage her from what she's doing to re-engage her in what you need her engaged in.
To try and have her here with me and aware.
So I think we should have a look at those spins and twirls over here. So take a little bit of room, and you have a go at those. We won't get the camera too close because you know she is a sensitive dog, but she hasn't been noticing them in the past. So let's have a go. See what we've got. Ready?
Break.
So whilst I let Melanie Myrtle, lovely Myrtle, who also finds the environment is exciting, you carry on, you get her attention, you get her spinning and twisting. So our goal is as quick as we can into a spin or a twist. Good. Nice.
Come on,
and you can call these what you like. The biggest thing that Melanie's doing and wanting from her is that actually she stays engaged with Melanie. So the goal is engagement. So this is an engagement game. It is, I've seen the pleasant pheasant, how do I get my attention back to me? I've seen the dog in the distance, how do I get the attention back to me? Good, really nice. And more, 3, 2, 1.
Spin.
Really, really nice. And then I've heard she's also pretty good at middle. So you keep with her, don't let her disengage. Stay with it. So straight from the spin and twist and twirl, and into the spin and twist and twirl, and then into middle. Nice, into middle.
Okay,
good, ready.
Middle.
She said, and those moments are just transitions. So all of these, good. Reward?
Well done.
Again. Nice.
Oh, yeah, not good enough.
She says, that was not high enough. I need something better than that, lady. Good.
I know you've got cheese today.
Good, really nice. And then throw a piece of food out.
Break.
Good. And then straight back into middle again.
Middle.
Reward. And then straight out again. 3, 2, 1. Giddy. Good. And then rewind.
Okay.
Rewind. Move backwards.
Oh, sorry.
Move backwards. You're fine.
Rewind.
Good. That's better.
Good girl.
Really nice. And then spin and twist again for me. Spin and twist again.
Okay.
Good.
12.
And then twist again. Or 12, good, nice, and then back into middle on the next twist. So you can do a twist or a twirl and then back to middle. These moments when you get the food are when you lose her. And again, good, and then back to middle.
Middle.
Good, really nice. Now remember, keep just talking here for a minute whilst you feed her. Remember, when she's doing any of these, how you transition matters.
Yes.
So if you go to get the food, I would do it on spinning her. I'd spin her, grab the food and get it before she's finished her spin.
Spin, yeah.
Being a long bulldog, you've got a second.
Yes.
So that's how you transition her. I think those transitions are really important. Now I've also heard she's good at back feet.
Yes.
So you're going to show me what she's done back. Keep her where she is, move her in the middle.
Yeah.
Move her in the middle because that leaves you not doing another transition. Which
Yeah.
you might find some food on the ground.
Yeah.
Other dogs have been in it today.
Yeah.
So you're going to go into these back feet when you're ready. Find yourself in whatever's the best position.
Okay.
Move her forward.
Well.
That's losing her.
Yeah. Here we go.
She says that's not good enough.
Myrtle, pause on. Pause on. Good girl.
Now you go in front of her.
Yeah.
Good girl.
I'm going to step over.
Good girl. Over's fine. Over, under, round,
she's going to try and come with
might
me.
move around the other side. That's fine.
Yeah.
He'll go wherever the best space for him to be able to see it.
Right.
Really nice. So she's going to go from there, and then she's going to go into backwards walking.
Come on, then.
So she's going to go into backwards walking on this. When you're ready, nice.
Good
So
girl.
that's a nice back target. Now we know she's nervous. We know she's rehome. Please let us know in the comments if you've got a rescue dog, or please let us know in the comments if you've got a nervous dog, because we want to help. We want to help. So let us know if you've got a nervous dog. Let me know if you've got a rescue dog.
Yeah, I know.
And remember, you don't want to feed too much too soon.
Yes.
She's still got to do the food at the work for the food. Nice. Wait for it to go back.
Oh, and that's what happened.
That's all right.
Come on then, let's reset.
Good girl. And
Come on,
reset's
then.
good. And in your
Round you
reset,
go.
don't lose her.
Come round.
So in your reset, don't lose
And then
her.
pause on.
Nice.
Forward,
Good,
feet on.
feet there. Now just
Feet
one
on.
little step, not a long way. One little step.
Come on, forward.
Good.
That's it, and back.
Nice, really nice. Once more, forwards, and then once more back. Now we're going to add this games card. You carry on, Melanie. We're going to add this games card to Games Club. So this games card is going to be in Games Club. We've just played some middle. We've just played some spin and some twist. And the best part about all of this, guys, is this is a rescue rehome dog who actually is very, very sensitive. Back to the boundary when you're ready, Melanie. So back to the boundary when you're ready. And I can't wait to hear what Sam thinks of this. The biggest thing for me is this works for all ages, all stages, all breeds, rescues, dogs who struggled. Melanie, how different is she today to when you started in terms of her confidence? Because she is a nervous dog.
She is, night and day. Really night and day. So she copes with so much more. Going out for walks, which when I first had her was not really possible. Noise, reflection. Had to cover up mirrors and glass doors when I first had her. The other day, I'm thinking, what's happening there? And she's actually playing with a reflection in the mirror. So,
Is she a happier dog now she has played loads of games from Games Club? Is she a happier dog?
Yeah, much happier, yeah.
And do you understand her more?
Yes. I spot things. I also am an advocate for her in a way, in that I can see things coming in the environment and I can hopefully help her by using the tools to do what we need to do.
And how does all of that make you feel?
More confident in myself, to be honest with you, because when you're stressed when you're out with them, that does communicate itself down the lead. So if I feel more confident that I can cope with whatever we're going to find, then we both enjoy being out together a lot more.
Just amazing, absolutely lovely, like really love it. Well done, amazing, amazing progress. Sam, what do you think?
Yeah, good girl, well done.
I think a really nice thing was touched on there actually. It gives you confidence. So not only does it give your dog confidence to be in an environment, but it gives us confidence to be in that environment with our dogs and know that we've got the tools and the skills to deal with whatever life throws at us or whatever the environment throws at us. Because sometimes when we go out there and we don't know, we know that our dogs have these behaviours. We know that our dogs are probably going to react in this particular way to this particular thing. We've tried loads of different things and they're just not working. And we don't know what to do anymore, but we still need to do things with our dogs, right? We still need to take them to the vets. And there are things, we still need to sometimes take them on walks and exercise. So there's things in place in life that we still need them to eat. Some dogs just don't want to eat because they're in such a bad place, you know? Being able to give you the confidence to handle any situation. That is what Games Club is all about. So we're really about educating you about basically you become a trainer within your own house and you've got all of the support behind you and all of the games at your fingertips at all times because you've got Games Club. That is where all of the strategies come from. We are essentially giving you a Batman tool belt or a Batman utility belt so that you can go out there with the knowledge and the skills to handle those situations. And it really makes you kind of stand up tall and go, do you know, even if it goes wrong, I know what to do. Because I've got a backup for a backup for a backup. I got a game for a game for a game. You'll know in that situation exactly what you need to do, whether that's create distance, whether that's to take them around sort of like some sort of visual barrier. Maybe it's actually you just need to take them home. All right, and you'll know in that situation whether you can kind of push on a little bit with your dog, whether they're at a place where actually, no, it's okay, we can do this, or whether you need to take it back a step and rethink about how you approach it. So confidence for you as well as your dog, and that is a really special place to be, because I know as an owner that has owned a reactive dog, a dog with behaviour struggles myself, before I kind of found Absolute Dogs, it's stressful. Like, you know that you need to do these things and yet you're thinking in your head like, I really don't want to, and this is horrible, and the anticipation of having to do those things, it just fills you with anxiety. It's not a nice place for you to be in your headspace, let alone your dog. To see them have to go through that, knowing that you have to do it, you don't know what to do, you don't know how to help them, that's a horrible place to be. All right, and that's what we're here for. We're here to give you hope and make sure that you know that there is a solution, there is a way forward, and all you have to do right now for £1 is join Games Club. Join Games Club for £1 single. You can scan the QR code or you can type in absolutedogs.me/7-day trial and you can start right now. type it in and you will get immediate access to everything we have offered. And there's so much content there, and the community will help you if you're unsure. Blinkbot will help you if you're unsure. So really, what have you got to lose? If you've got a dog with behaviour struggles, or actually you just want to have a bit more fun with your dog, really, then get yourself in there. I guarantee you will not be sorry. All right, and another thing that I think was amazing that came out of that training session there again was we were talking about transitions. All right, and you've heard that a lot today. For those of you that have been with us for most of the day, we've talked a lot about transitions. We talked about transitions where we take the lead on and off, and this time we talked about the transitions of, have we got food on us? So if we're in the middle of a game and we're about to run out of food in our hand, what is our dog going to do in that moment? Are they going to leave us because we've no longer got the value? Well, whilst we're training the games, whilst we're trying to build those skills and our dogs aren't at the level yet where they can make the right choices, we need to be conscious about how we transition them through those processes. So if we're going to run out of food, we're going to either take them to a boundary or take them to a space where they can just kind of chill out for a moment, or whilst we reload, or we're going to make sure that as we're playing, we've got another hand in the pouch ready to go and we switch. Right, so those transitions are really important, because in that moment where they practice the wrong choice, all right, that's the choice that they're going to keep making if we allow it. So we're trying to rehearse and bring down the amount of bad choices that they're making, the choices we don't want them to make, by helping them literally carry out the right choice. We're going, this is what I want you to do. This is how to do it. But to do that, we need to be conscious of how we transition them in and out of those situations, so that we're not giving them any chances to do the wrong things, because they've already practiced that enough. They don't need to get better at that. They need to get better at the right stuff. So there's lots there to think about. What I also want you to have a bit of a think about is what the games look like for your dog. So we've had a lot of people sort of say, oh, my dog hasn't got the same energy level as we're seeing on screen. They're kind of ploddy, like they're taking the food and they're playing the games, but they don't look really enthusiastic or really energetic about it. The two things I'd say to you is, one, are you playing the right games for your dog? That's what Blinkbot is going to help you with. And two, the games don't look the same for every dog. All right, and maybe it's a senior dog, maybe it's a dog that just doesn't move very fast or has mobility issues. Your dog might look different playing it, but as long as they're enjoying it, you will see that change. All right, so moving forward, you've got lots of different, you're going to see lots of different behaviours from your dog. You're going to see them change as they grow, but it might not happen straight away. You know, so you might have to kind of, you can look at the dog in front of you right now. You can play the games, think, I need movement for this dog because that dog needs movement to be less ploddy. And you will see a transformation. And there are lots of games, lots of resources like 10 Days to a Food Obsessed Dog that you would get in Games Club that will help you develop the kind of dogs that you're seeing where they've got ridiculous amounts of energy. Now, bear in mind that those dogs might have ridiculous amounts of energy, but they're also able to manage calm. So they've got both skills, and that's the thing that we want to grow. So don't think that we're creating this food-obsessed, crazy little monster that, you know, you're never going to be able to get to calm down. Actually, they've got both skills, and that's a really cool place to be. You've got a dog that can be high energy, high drive, really loving to play with you, is bags of fun, bags of energy that you have a really, really good time with. And then you've got a dog at home that can just chill out, or is quite happy to just walk gently on lead. And you're having a really nice walk. There's lots of different situations where you can get both of those playing the games that we're playing. Now we're ready to hand over. We've got another dog ready for you. Let's go and have a look.
Okay, so we've got Rain. Now Rain can be in here quite distracted, quite sniffy, and sometimes a little bit interested in doing everything but paying attention to you. So we're going to actually do a little bit of play. Have you got your toy on you? Are you ready?
Yes.
Toy's coming. Toy's coming. We were ready, and then we lost the toy. Grab it, throw it, done. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Let's see her play. Now coming over this way, just so you use the space over here for me, Mandy. So with the play, you're going to ask her to do a behaviour, and then you're going to get your play in there. So ask for the behaviour, then you play. Ask for the behaviour, then you play. So your behaviour can be anything at all that you know she knows well. So anything at all that she knows well. Oh, she says, no, I don't know that well yet.
Don't know that one.
So bringing it back in.
That is good.
Good girl. Bring your line back in. So just bring your line, reel your line all the way back in. So straight away, I would say, Mandy, you need to be more confident with just even how you're handling this.
Yes.
So let's have the line. So pick up the line. Don't pick up the harness. Pick up the line. So don't. So pick up when you pick up the line. Go down here because you will get yourself bitten handling like that. Yeah. So be a little bit aware of how you're handling. When I want to take the toy back, I might stand on the toy. So now you stand on your toy. Just stand on the toy, and now just keep your line there for a minute. Now, has she got to leave it or not?
Not
Have
really.
you got a second
No.
toy?
No.
So
She
ideally
wants
with a
switch for
leave it
food.
toy, you would do a second toy. So you would do a second toy. Is she interested in 2 toys?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
throw
so-
that toy, Karen, for us. So throw that toy. Now switch to that toy. Good. So switch to that toy. So pick up your second toy and play. And on your line, so go to your line. Hold up. There you go. Right, now switch to the other toy. When you switch, you don't need to let go of the other toy. So you don't have to let go of that toy. So play on that toy, keep hold of that toy, and ask her to switch onto the other toy.
Switch.
You don't need to let go of the toy.
Oh, sorry.
So
Yeah.
you don't need to let go of the toy. So playing and then switch to the other toy.
Switch.
Don't need to let go of the
Don't
toy.
need to let go of
Yeah,
it.
so don't let go of the toy. Switch again.
Switch.
Good. And then switch again.
Switch.
Good.
Yeah,
And keep
good
a really
girl.
good play there, really good play. And then switch. So this is your leave it. So those people who are wondering about how you teach leave it, come over this way a little bit more. Those people who are wondering how you teach leave it, this is how you teach leave it. So keep playing, really good toy work. So and don't rush it. You're making it a little bit messy, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Back to the boundary. And when I say that, what I mean is you're kind of, I'll wait till she's back on the boundary. So take your line. And I'm being quite strict with Mandy because she's done enough training to understand this. For you guys at home, you might not yet. But what I'm going to say to Mandy is, and if you put her on the boundary, give her the food because you said she'll, and try not to push the toy away from her like that because you're making the toy more exciting. So leave the toys completely. Just have your food on the boundary. Have your food on the boundary, and you don't need to do anything with the toys at all. Just put your food under her nose and tell her how great your food is. Pay no attention to the toys. Drop food on the floor. There you go. And keep feeding there. So feed there a couple of times. Feed there a couple of times. I'm going to take those two for a second. You keep feeding. Feeding and watching me, just so you know what we've got. So she's playing with this toy, but you're dangling this toy, but you haven't said switch. You're asking to be bitten. Yeah, and I mean that seriously because you have been, yeah, in the past by and they do. If you're not clean, you have to be clean with your mechanics when you're switching toys. So if I'm playing with this toy's away. If I think this toy isn't ready, then I can move it, but I don't say switch. Because if I do say switch, it should be leave from this toy to go to this toy. But if I keep this here, dangle this here, she leaves this one and goes to that one, that's where she's disengaging inappropriately or she's re-engaging in this, but you haven't asked her to. Yeah, so this only comes down as a proof level. So when you're ready to proof it, it can come down. But if you're not ready to proof it, that stays behind your back. When you're playing with this one's really engaged. When you put this one down, it's nice and calm. When you want to switch it, this goes still and that gets really exciting. But that goes still. Ideally, you've got 2 toys of equal value. Ideally, you've got both longer toys. Yeah, so both slightly longer toys, bit more bite area. So is what we're looking for. So 2 slightly longer toys. From this one to this one. From this one back to this one. But you tell her when. You can let them go, but I would say with her, I probably wouldn't because she's a bit kind of, to be honest, lacking, at the level she's at, she's lacking impulse. And you do need to build that impulse because if not, again, that's how you get in trouble with it because she's got a lot of toy drive, Mandy. So she's playing on this one. You then bring this one out, but you don't say anything. Or you bring it out and you say switch. But what you don't do is bring it out, let her switch, but you didn't tell her to. Does that make sense? Yeah? So what I would say, it's almost worth, we will do a session with her, but it's really worth you training this week, because I know you're staying here for the week. It's really worth you training this without her. So come in your group and get the group, almost play it with a person. And if you play it with a person, you'll at least see where your mechanics are, because it is your dog training mechanics. You want to be sharper at when you switch and how you switch. And you've got to think about it, because if not, as much as dog training is fun and there is a place for it to be like happy, but there also is a place that you get hurt. And I think you've got to be really clean with your toy work. The other thing is, I think you've got to be really sort of mindful of what is the real struggle. So the real struggle for me is appropriate engagement, appropriate disengagement, and also a level of manners and boundaries. That my hand is not yours to bite. Yeah, that toy isn't yours until I ask you to take it, because you've got a dog at that level of drive. Happy? Yeah. So you're going to try it again. Explain to me, if this toy is out,
then that one's behind my back.
Or
it's dead.
and it's not asking to be taken. If she leaves that one to take this one, that one's gone. But no, she may try and sort of redirect effectively that, but she's going to try and nip something. Yeah, so be aware of that. So I might need to shield myself a little, or move myself a little, or just give myself a barrier. But you've got to be quick at that. Yeah, because she's going to leave that one to think about it. And then if she does leave it inappropriately, for me, the toys are gone. Oh, you made a mistake. Yeah, but I don't really want to be dangling it out. And I always say to my customers in a funny way, no dangly bits. Yeah, no dangly bits. I don't want to be dangling it inappropriately, because that's when they will go to grab it. Yeah, not good, could be painful. Okay, so we're going to have another go at that, but you need to clean up mechanics. Ready? That one, that one. Drop your line. When you're ready, you tell her when to play, and then you tell her when to release. Or switch. Good, play. Play, 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 play. Switch, or what's the cue? Switch. So you need to be saying that cue cleanly. The other thing is, what do you need to do with that toy? Do you have to let it go? No. Okay, now, with your next cue. What was the cue?
It wasn't there, but it should be
switch. Yeah, and so you need to say it when you want it. Again?
Switch.
Good, much better. Really play, really play, really play. No, so that's not, so that's gone. And that's her just taking advantage of that moment, and you go, no, 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 you're not. Okay, and then you can give her a play. Like a play might be get it or take it or something like that. So let her play, keep her playing. Play stronger, more play, more play. Get the arousal up. For me, it's the opposite. I want the arousal up when I want it. So for me, the disengagement comes when the arousal isn't correct. So you really want the arousal to be kept. Keep playing, keep her moving, keep her moving. Now when you're ready, so that was her taking a switch. If we were to slow-mo video that, she let go before you said the word. And that's because you had it out and you didn't give a cue. You can build that, but only when this is stronger. So for me, the problem isn't arousal. The problem is probably engagement, appropriate engagement, and I would say mechanics on your part to get stronger when you're doing it. Come back over towards me, so a bit closer to me. Keep her playing. Really, she needs to be stronger playing, because the minute you move that other toy, she's going to leave it. So bring the other toy a little.
Switch.
Good, that was cleaner, good. You can, and when you say switch, she didn't actually leave it enough. That one needed to activate. So when you do switch, this one activates and this one deactivates. So that one activates, that one deactivates. When you're ready.
Switch.
Good, really, really cute, really go, really crazy. No, go crazy with the other one, go crazy with that one, keep going crazy. That's just her saying this one isn't good enough. Keep her moving, and you also keep dangling it in her face. So you need to just keep that one away for a minute, really play with that one, really play. You've got to do the work here. You need to move a bit more, and you need to engage a bit more, because you've got a dog who will engage. Keep her moving. You can still see at any moment she would leave that. So keep her engaging, keep her engaging, keep her engaging. Now ask her to switch. Good. I would say the word before I dangled it, because it should be on the verbal, not on the visual. Move it around. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. More moving, more moving. And now when you're ready, a switch cue.
Switch.
Move it. Keep it really moving. Dangle the other one away. Yeah, away, away, away. Keep moving. Really energy, really big energy, big energy, big energy. Switch, last one, and run away with this one. So that's it. When you're doing it, run away with it a little. So switch, last one. So last toy, good. Run away with it a bit. Run away. Keep it fun. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Good dog. Sam, what in a second do you think? She's coming. She's coming.
How cool is that? That was really, I'm going to say there that actually that was really kind of high level training that we were seeing there. We were seeing a dog that's actually, and an owner that's quite experienced at this in terms of like playing these games. Mandy's been with us for a while. She's trained with us for a while. I've taught her myself. Lauren's taught her. She's been here for stays. So she's at a really, really amazing place where she just loves coming here and loves training her dogs. And there's always something new to learn. And she has a lot of fun coming here. So being trained by Lauren, that was next level, you know, so really kind of honed in on Mandy's mechanics there. And I know that Mandy will take away so much learning from that. I'm sure she's taking notes as we speak. And I'm quite looking forward to talking to her about it later, actually. These are the sorts of things where, you know, you start playing these games because you need them for the behaviours that your dog's giving you. But actually then they just become like this really fun space to be in that you love being with your dog. And so they take on this new role where this is no longer just training because you've got a dog with behavioural issues. You're just doing it because you enjoy playing with your dogs and you enjoy training your dogs. For me, that was scent work. You know, so you saw scent work earlier with one of our dogs, Maisie. Maisie and Karen, and that was scent work for them. It has been like an eye-opening, enjoyment experience, right? So you start to do this because you love doing it, and as a nice little side bonus, you know, you get loads of really cool brain-shaping behaviours that you do want rather than you don't want. So you can't lose. You can't lose £1. 1 single pound. Get yourself in Games Club. If you want to know how to play that game, if you've got a dog that resource guards, if you've got a dog that likes to grab things and won't let go, likes to steal things, if you've got a dog that wants to chase things, then toy play is a great place. It's a great place to be. Now, the switch game that you saw, where ideally you would have 2 identical toys, with the dog that I spoke about earlier, my own dog Luna that started stealing and resource guarding, that is what we started with. So playing that enabled her to start letting go of things without it becoming this big, dramatic, scary, horrible thing that she really wanted to be angry at me about. So it was a really, really nice place to kind of actually see the joy in her letting go, and to the point now where we can just simply say, leave it. And when we say leave it, she's able to just come away from that. It's no longer a resource issue. So they are really powerhouse games. It looks like we're just having loads of fun, and we are. We're having so much fun with our dogs, but at the same time, we're having this amazing journey where we're brain shaping our dogs to make better decisions in the future. Now, another little tip that I would give you on that one would be practice without the dog first. So you could see how difficult that was in an environment like this, where you're maybe getting told how to change your mechanics and how to tweak them just to get the best out of that game, how it can become overwhelming for the owner to try and do lots of things at the same time. All right, so maybe actually what you could do if you're struggling with that is take a step back and practice without the dog. All right, and have a bit of a play with, okay, so if I've got this toy out, I've got this toy behind my back, okay, and if I do this, okay, if I get this one out and I wiggle, I've got to say the cue. There's a lot to think about. There is a lot to think about, especially when you're with a trainer and they're telling you lots. So really, really cool to watch, and something I would say to anybody else would be practice without the dog first, especially if you've got a dog that is quick. A dog that is quick on the toy, because as Lauren said, you could get bit. You know, so it's really, really important that we think about how our mechanics are and what they look like, and how we can make sure that we're playing safely with our dogs, not only for our dog, but also for ourselves. So we need to make sure that that's something that we think about. Really, really cool. Something that a card that I'm going to give you is called Play With My Toy. So it's very similar to Switch, and it's called Play With My Toy. Play with my toy, and if you put toy into the comments, then that will get you that game card. So that's another game card for you today. We're ready to learn some more toy play.
Toy. I don't know if you saw that or not, but we've got more toys. So the cool thing with toys, and for me, you came in and the issue was arousal, and I was like, I'm sorry, I can't do arousal, Mandy, because we've got none. Like, she's sniffing the floor, and there's no point me talking about arousal when you've got a dog sniffing the floor, other than they're under aroused, not over, for sure. Now, you actually said something really important to me just then.
Yeah, so sometimes I'm a little bit scared to play with Rain with toys because she's so full on, and she's really intense, and Sky's the other way, so I do find Rain hard to play with, and a bit scared if I'm going to get nervous.
I think that's really important to acknowledge. Yeah. I feel a bit scared. Yeah, I'm a bit scared of that level of intensity.
I like my fingers.
And then you get me, I'm quite intense, so I probably go, yeah, play. Now, for me, when I do watch a dog like that, that is really good play, but we've got to be clean with it. So actually, even more important we play. And the fact that you come in and you see her sniff at times, I'm like, no, this isn't the dog we should have in here. We should have the play version. So a couple of toys that I might use and why, and also how your mechanics need to improve. And it is, what I love with Mandy is she's really keen. And let me know in the comments if you're keen to improve for your dog. If you want to improve for your dog, let me know, or let us know in the comments. All of our team are here. Our team are reading the comments. Sam, Green Eggs and Ham is reading the comments. All of the team upstairs are reading the comments. The team in the room are reading the comments. Everyone's looking at the comments. They want to help you. They are not asking you for anything other than tell us what your struggles are. We want to help. Now, one of the things I would say is toy play should be more involved in your training, and we probably need to add a bit more of it. Now, a lot of reasons we don't use toy play in a group of dogs, it might excite the other dogs, it might excite the room, well then sometimes it might be play in the car park, or it might be play on the field, or take bigger spaces. You get here in the summer, you can play in the fields here. Couple of toys that I might like and I might use. I love these holy balls. I think the holy balls are really useful. The reason I like them is they can breathe through them, but also something big like that you can play with and it's fairly safe and big, but you can also let go quite easily. You're not at that stage yet, but that will be a stage we move to, or those with handles on them. So you've built longer handles on things like that. So they're very big, grabbable. They're very obvious where the dog should bite. Yeah, this is where you should bite. So those I quite like. I do enjoy one of those. I think they are good. So those are cool. Sorry, that was bad. Did kind of get you then. So those are really, really nice. I like those. I think they're very, very useful. I think they are good for engagement. I like doing things like this where you do have them on a handle. So I do like things like this. So something like that can be, again, really nice. Also got a bit of bungee in it, so you can play with that one. Again, a really nice little toy for that. And I do think that's, again, the holy balls, like I said, those for breathing space, cool. The other thing I would say, something like that is a bit mop-head, again gives a very clear bite area, but also nice and light to play with. So if you feel it, it's a very light toy, it's very light, and they're not as likely to want to sort of shred them because they do want to grab them, but not as much as like the sheepskin and stuff like that. And she doesn't need you to use sheepskin. She actually almost, you could go down in toy, and then something like that, again, a really nice style. And again, something with the ball on it. So I do think things like this can be quite good. Couple of things I really want you to take away from today. You're going to have the toys, I'm going to be the dog. Someone did ask for this, Kerry. So you've got the toys, I'm not going to, you don't need to be scared of me, she's already walking backwards. She's going backwards, you don't need to be scared. I'm playing on this toy, so I'm playing on this toy. Where's that toy? Okay, now you bring that toy out, so you bring that toy out, but then this should activate more. So this should activate, yeah. And if I go to sort of start loosening up, you go really still on that, and if I go to leave, that goes up or behind. But it does not, she does not get to hold of it. And at that moment, you also take this one away. Yeah, but what you could also possibly do, leave that one back out again, you could also reactivate this one. So I go to leave, and you really activate this one. So this one becomes really active, yeah? And she's really playing on this. You bring this down a little, but then you really play on this. And then only when you're ready, this goes dead, slack, and then you say, switch. As that goes really slack, she should move to this one. If she doesn't, the other thing you can do with this one is put it under your foot. So you put it under your foot, and you actually just start stepping in on it. So that leg also will step in on it, yeah? And then that leg will step in on it again. So you actually give her less and less. She kind of goes, well, that's so fun, I'll have that one. And then this really activates. Now in this moment, when they grab this toy, what people normally go to do now is do what with this one?
Grab it again.
When they go to grab it again, what's going to happen?
She's
going to go flying back to that again. So you've got to be better mechanically. Would you like another go at that at some point today?
Yes.
Would everyone at home like another go at that? If we get at least a few comments, the team will tell me, then I'll give Mandy another go at that game. So I'll give Mandy another go at that game. Because I do think that game can be done better. I think it will help you have more engagement appropriately from her. She'll get a big part of her needs met. And that's part of this, is meeting your dog's needs. Who wants to be a better owner for their dog? Like for me, I always want to do my best as an owner, whatever that might be. Yeah, if they are appropriate to walk, I want to walk them. If they're not appropriate to walk, I want to enrich them. If they're not like having a happy life, what can I do to help? Like that's what we want to be working towards. I think she's a happier dog if she is playing. You've got to give her appropriate play. In my opinion, which means we need to skill you up before we skill her up. Because if you're not skilled to play it, you can't educate her, and you're the best person to educate her. So we might need to play more with you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So another toy switch round. If you put in the comments you want to see it, guys, but you need to tell us you want to see that. How do you feel about that?
Good, yeah, that's good, because I've put off playing with her. Because it is a bit scary.
Yeah, so you put off playing because she does scare you, but actually I think that would really help. Yeah?
Cool.
Sam, Green Eggs and Ham, what do you think?
I think she's going to be amazing if she does it again. Of course. So guys, comment. Do you want to see Mandy again? Because I know I do, I just can't comment because I'm here talking to you. So if someone could comment for me, that would be great. If you could comment for me so that I could see Mandy play again, because actually we saw like a really like top level amount of training there, a lot of top level amount of coaching, you know, where you really saw that Mandy was taking her training to like that next level. It's really, really cool to see. Even if you're at the beginning level, this is what you can aspire to. Because once upon a time, Mandy didn't have a clue what Absolute Dogs was, you know, so she started, just like you, not having a clue what it is, and she's come in and she's at this now, you know, where she's still got lots of learning to do, haven't we all? I know I have, even as a trainer. I know even Lauren still does coaching and still does training, you know, separately to here in her agility and such. So we're always still learning. There's always things that we can look at. Someone looking at our mechanics can help us improve and inspire us to kind of go that next level. What can we do better? This is really, really cool. So comment, because I want to see it, please. Now, another thing that's in Games Club, which would be really cool for what we've been talking about, there is actually a target game in there, which is particularly for dogs that actually almost aim for the hands. Dogs that don't want to bite the toy, they get excited and they might go for the top bit of the toy, and then sometimes they grab hands. So sometimes we actually need to teach our dogs where to target on the toy before we even start playing that game. So that you can get in Games Club if you join for £1 right now, and we're ready to go to games. Let's do it. More games.
Okay, we're joined by lovely Lily. Tell us a little bit about Lily, Kirsty, because again, she's pretty unusual, isn't she?
She's another Scottie, but this time it's a brindle, and her mother is black. So you can get brindles coming out of black dogs, and she is one of my show dogs.
So she's a show dog, and she's a particularly beautiful show dog, and you don't see her type very often.
No.
Tell me a little bit about her personality. Don't overfeed her, because we're going to do some work in it.
She at home is bolshy. She is full of it. She is boss dog, and you take her outside and she goes, oh my word, I don't know what I'm doing.
Life. What might scare her outside?
Take her to the beach, she's fine, but noisy show environment, she's going, and you know, cars, that sort of thing. She gets very worried. Noises, a lot of noise
So
issues.
she's sensitive.
Yeah.
She's aware. She's vigilant.
Yeah.
And does that then affect what you want to do with her?
Yes. She can, in the show ring, then walk with her tail down.
Yeah.
Because she's obviously not confident. So you can just see by the way she's walking that she's not happy in the environment.
And the best bit about showing is actually you can do other things in the ring, right? You can have a little toy, you can have a special game, you can do something as long as you really don't disturb someone else too much. You can do things. Now, what would be a happy behaviour for Lily?
Lily?
I think the noise box would be. What would be a happy behaviour, a good behaviour, or something that Lily likes? She's so cute.
She really likes games that involve climbing all over the other dogs is her favourite game.
Yeah, so other dogs, but she can't have those in the ring.
She can't have those
what
in the
can
ring.
You do in the ring?
She likes toys.
Good.
She likes squeaky toys in particular.
Yep. Have you got a squeaky toy on you?
I don't.
Oh my.
I don't.
Okay, so we haven't got a squeaky toy on us, so we can't do that. However, and what else does she like?
She will do eye focus games with me.
So let's see an eye focus game.
Yeah.
So she's currently doing boundaries. I've got no problem with her either on the boundary or off the boundary, but the eye focus game she likes. So let's see what the eye focus game looks like for her.
Lily. Lily.
So here's where I would use some of her squeaky toy before she even started. Nice. You can reward her before, catch her before Kev moves, the cameraman moves. So try and catch her before the cameraman moves. So quicker, and you've said Lily like 9 times, Kirsty. I don't want you to have to keep saying the name, but if anything, I would have her more aroused with her squeaky toy before she even starts. So I actually think that you wanted to come back in better prepared. So if you're prepared, you're going to be starting to be able to win before you even start. You're coming in the ring ready. So I would have that with me at any point. Nice. Reward, nice. Good. And straight into it again. Now, did you see how that piece of food offended her? So did you see how the way it was delivered? So pop it back on her bed. Pop it back on her bed. So the way that we delivered that last piece of food, I think was offensive because she took it and she walked off. But it was put in her face and then she went, I am leaving and disengaging right now. I think we've got to think about that as to how you feed. Will she catch?
She does sometimes.
So I'm going to say, so don't worry about it so much now. These are just questions for you. What I'm going to say is homework so far. Always really prepared, want you with your squeaky, so you should have brought your squeaky toy in with you. Second one, catch needs to be a real requirement for her, so I really would work on the catch, because that way you can catch and then catch again. Third one is I want you to work really hard on not overusing her name. So at the moment we use her name a lot, but it's a lot in vain. So a lot of the time when you're using it, it's not necessarily, she's not necessarily doing what you want her to do. So you're using it to stop her doing something rather than to use it in a good way.
Yeah.
So I try not to use that with mine unless I need to. I often want to use it, feed it, but I want them to pay attention immediately on it. And I want them to love their name, but I don't want to use it overly where I don't need to. Feed that, good. Feed that, very nice. Okay, now I've heard you've got some middle. What does her middle look like?
Middle, if she's not confident, she can be a bit...
Let's have a look at it now. So I would, again, in between all of this, Kirsty, with her, I would try not to let her do other things so much. So I'd try, good girl, straight back forward. Now here, I would feed her forwards, so throw forwards, so throw it forwards. Get it? So I don't think she needs middle, I think she needs funder. So I think funder. So go over here, so you've got a bit more space, pick her lead up, take it out of her legs and just jog her over to the gap. So jog her straight over to that little gap over there. And so take it in a run, and the reason I try and take it in a run is it just ups the arousal because you haven't got the toy. I'm not going to say that again, but there is no toy and she likes the toy. So I would have the toy. Right, move her back this way and then try and go into a funder. So try and go into a funder. So throw the piece of food out, good. Then let the lead go and then straight into a funder. Call her there, and you can call her with an attention noise. Good, that's good, good, let's enter it, show her where it is. She says there's a piece of tape here actually. Good, get it, get it, get it, get it. Good, right under her nose, now straight into funder, so through your middle. So through your middle of your legs, through there and go. Get it, not so far. So don't throw so far for me. Is that the highest value you've got food-wise?
That is, yeah.
So pick the piece of food up again. Pick the piece of food up. Don't give us so much of the lead. Pick the other piece of food up here, just so it's clean. So when you're starting, it's clean. And pick the other piece of food up over there as well, because you can see in the environment there's food around. Doesn't matter if it's yours or not. I just start it clean. Now have her still for a minute. So reel your lead in as much as you can. Good. So when you do it, funder, you're going to do fun and under. You're going to do one piece of food under, but it's only going to go about that far.
Okay.
As she gets it, don't go yet. As she gets it, she's going to turn around and go that way. The reason I would use a squeaky toy with her before I start is I'd get the arousal up. So it's a bit like me. I play a song in the morning. Sometimes it will just make me wake up. Yeah, or I'll have something that is, I don't know, some people would have coffee in the morning. Yeah, it gets the arousal up before you start. What was that food for?
Because I was being naughty.
So you've got to think about these. Like, you're just fed up sniffing around and doing nothing. You've got to be a little bit cautious of what am I feeding for? Is this piece of food purposeful? You've got a really cool dog. She's really nicely put together. Dog, but she's not giving you half of her attention, and whether it's confidence or anything else, you've got to feed for what you want.
Yeah.
I would feed for attitude, or I would feed for confidence, or I'd feed for distraction, or I'd feed for something else, but know why you're fed.
Yeah.
Whereas sometimes you're just feeding to get it out your hands or to give her something to do. Don't do that. The other thing, reel her back in a little, so just reel her back in there. So, and it doesn't have to be sharp, it's just bringing her back to where you are. Just because if you give her less lead, she'll take less lead.
Yeah.
So I would give her less lead, and then she can't take it. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah.
So make sure she's engaged before you start. Show her what you've got as she stops scratching. Wait for her to stop scratching. As she stops scratching, show what you've got, and then straight under. So you can go straight under. That's nice. Straight under there. So under there, straight through, under your legs. So just as we said, just as we showed you, just straight through there. Good. Let her follow it. Get it. Get it.
Get it, get it.
Get it. As she turns, straight through the other way. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. And we'll move with her if she needs to. Move with her. Move with her. Get it.
There we go.
That's your game one. That's your first homework to take. Don't do it again. Reel the lead back in again. So that's today's first homework. Two things. One is higher value food where you want it. She is high value, but she's in a hard place.
Yeah.
Pick food up just so she can ignore it. And so it is high value, but it's a hard place for her. Second thing that I would say is that you, I think we need to change batteries in a second. So we need to do it in a minute. We're going to go to Sam. Go to Sam. Go to Sam.
We are live. We are live, and real things happen, and batteries run out on mics. Actually, what I like there is that Kirsty has all of the weather type dogs, because that one was a rain cloud. She's got a normal white cloud and she's got a rain cloud. How cool is that? And I bet the beard is lovely on that. I hope she's got a chin target with that one as well. Really cool place to be in terms of thinking about how we set up for success in our training sessions there. Actually, there's quite a lot to think about really. When we think about setting up for success in our training sessions, we're thinking about what value of food have I got? Where is my dog's headspace? Do we need to use high value or low value? Do we need to use a toy versus food, or can we use both? Can our dog function with both? Which one is going to be the most high value? What am I trying to achieve out of that training session? Thinking about your lead setup. Have you got a heavy big lead, or have you got a nice light line that you can use, or do they need a lead at all? Where are you at with your dog training? An action plan of thinking about what games we play, and then the environment choice. Where are we playing? Are our dogs ready for that environment? Are they ready to go in there at the level that we're playing at with the choices we've made in terms of food and toy, etc.? Are they able to function in that environment? Can they listen to us in that environment? To absolutely make sure that we set not only our dogs up, but actually us up for success. Because it can be frustrating when we've got an idea in our heads of what a training session is going to be like, where we are maybe putting a bit more effort than just kind of little 2 to 3 minute games here and there. We want to like take them out in the environment and have a play with some of these games out on a walk, for example. We really need to think about, okay, well, what does that look like? What am I trying to achieve out of that? Because sometimes having no plan at all is going to set you up for failure. All right, particularly if you haven't got an idea of what to do if it goes wrong. And have you got all of the things on you? How frustrating would it be to go out on a walk and you realise you needed high value food? Or, you know, in this case, we maybe could have done with a toy. Those are the sorts of things where we have a look at that and go, okay, next time we can do it differently. Now we're ready to head back over. We've changed the batteries. Let's do this.
Okay, the batteries ran out before I did. I'm just saying the batteries ran out, not me. So we've got Lily back on her bed. And what I'm just going to give a little pep talk really to you, Kirsty. So a few things we're going to think about. So one is every piece of food matters at this stage. She's a really cool dog. She's a brilliant young dog. Conformation's great. Temperament's actually pretty cool. Like, she's a nice dog. But I still want more pizzazz. At the end of the day, in a show ring, dogs need to have sparkle, because conformation alone doesn't do it these days. The dog needs to kind of love it or look like it's having a good time. I think the judge is always attracted to something like that. It's natural, it's presence. People are attracted to presence too. So number one, I want you to think every piece of food matters. Number two, I want you to think about your reward strategy. Don't come out here without being armed. Remember what our good friend Linda says, armed and dangerous. You need to be armed and dangerous when you train. And so I really need you to make sure you're bringing your toys. If you know you've got a squeaky and she likes it and she doesn't like new environments, why on earth is it not packed in every pocket? I'd have a squeaky in every pocket and probably even down my bra. I would put it anywhere and everywhere. If you're in America, they'd put it in their pants. They would have it on them. So what I would say to you is think about having that with you, armed and dangerous, as Linda would say. Third one, I think I would also build with her, and I think this is, you can see it in the confidence absolutely with the middle. She doesn't want to run forwards. So you're going to be playing under the legs. So I'm going to stand up here. You're going to be playing under the legs that way, and you're going to be playing that way. She doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Make that fun. Make it part of her dinner. Make it part of her workout. Make it part of her daily, like what she does. And I think that's really, really important for just how you live with her. It's confidence. Middle on the move, leg weaves, go commando. So if you haven't seen our game, go commando, it's in our games club. A really good game for a dog like her. Brilliant for a show dog. Cardboard chaos. Fantastic game. Noise box, fantastic games. All of those would be my go-tos. So she's not getting a dinner bowl, she's doing ditch the bowl. If you're into games club, you've got your whole food motivation badge. So you've got a whole badge on how we get food motivation. I'd love you to recap some of that. Cardboard chaos, noise box, knock 'em over, and all of those huge repertoire of things she can do, which are going to build her confidence. And in turn, honestly, you could supercharge her so easily. Like, she's close, and yet so far, if you don't take up those opportunities, there's loads there for you. Any questions?
No.
You know what you've got to do?
I know what I've got
She
to do.
knows. She knows. And I think most of all, watching for me, she's great. You're lovely. You're super. You've done so much with him. I'm really pleased we got to see her today. You know what your homework is.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah? I do. She said I do. Sam, she said I do.
Is she marrying you? I do. That's what you used. No, okay. I misunderstood. What I really liked about that was feed with purpose. Really, I've definitely done that myself. So again, even as a trainer, you know, we make these mistakes. We get into bad habits. Even I have fed just for the sake of feeding, or fed in those moments when actually I'm rewarding something that I don't really want to reward. Those are the sorts of things we need to think about moving forward with our training. Are you just feeding for the sake of feeding? Because even then, your dog's doing something, so you're rewarding something in that moment. You are rewarding something in that moment. Cardboard Chaos, you can get that as a card. So really, really cool. You can get that as a card. All right, and all you have to do is type in cardboard, sorry. We're live. Cardboard Chaos, type in cardboard. So if you type in cardboard into the comments, you can get that game card for today. What we are going to move on to now, which is really exciting, is we're going to have another look at one of our tracks. Now, this is a really, really cool track. You've seen some of it today, actually, or you've seen people playing this game. This track is called Middle on the Move. So it's taking that middle game to an enhanced level where we actually start moving it around and we can use it in real life situations. So a really, really cool track that you can find in Games Club. Let's have a look at it.
Have you ever wondered what kind of training your dog would choose? They choose games. They choose training that really truly sees them and understands them, that celebrates their strengths, supports their struggles and helps them shine. They choose training that doesn't overwhelm them or push them into situations that they're simply not ready for, but instead builds their confidence and skills in a way that feels safe, comfortable and most importantly fun. The kind where they're too busy training, having a blast to even realise they're learning. Games Club is exactly that, training that your dog would choose. Packed with expert video lessons, fun games and resources, live expert coaching and an incredibly supportive community too. Let's face it, Games Club isn't just the training your dog would choose, you're going to love it too. And right now you can try it for just £1. Come and join us in Games Club today and discover the training that your dog really would pick. Okay, it's the Middle on the Move track. It's one of my favourite tracks, and the reason I love Middle on the Move is it saved me, and it saved me hundreds of times, over and over and over, with my brilliant dog Easy, who often didn't want to come back. And she didn't want to come back, but she also didn't always want to hold in middle, and holding in middle for her became quite a pressured space. She actually wants to run and move and do all the things because she's a very energetic dog. So Middle on the Move, brilliant, brilliant track, loads of fun, loads of levels. Really important as a prerequisite, you must have already done the middle track. And the reason it's important to have done the middle track, so you must have visited that track. If you haven't, you need to do that track to then build on this track. Does that make sense? So I think it's an exciting track. I see the real life purpose massively. Let's go. Okay, come on over, Jamie. Have you got food? Yes, sir. He's got food. Have you got enough food? Have you got gerbil food?
No, I haven't.
You've got new food.
No,
Let's have a handful. Let's have a handful. So I'm going to show you. Well done. Look at you. He's on it.
Treats.
You're on it. You're on it. You're on it. Right. So we're here. We've got our dog here, and your dog's in middle. So your dog is in middle. So you've got. Did you make these, or did Michelle make them?
We did.
Well done. What is in them? I love you say we. Do you mean Tanya?
Me and Tanya.
Do you mean Tanya made them, or you did?
We did both.
Look at that. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So when we're playing Middle on the Move, number one, like we said, we've already established level 1. It's really important. You've got to have already done middle. So middle needs to be really at the top end. And then I'm going to ask you to anchor your hands. And when I say anchor your hands, you're actually going to try and touch your body with them. Yeah, so you're anchoring your hands. And this is a stage that loads of people don't get right. And I think it's really important we acknowledge this, that you've got to get that. Yeah, all in favour of anchoring hands, say aye. Aye. Good, we're in favour of that. So you're going to have your hands here. Now you're going to have food in both hands. Right. So you have food in both hands, and you're going to be able to move side to side, forwards and backwards, just on weight shift, and you're going to be able to feed from both hands whilst anchoring them on your belly. It's a bit like patting your head and rubbing your belly. How does that feel? Weird?
Yeah.
Good. It should feel weird and awkward. Yeah. That is how it will feel. So we're just going to do it. So we're just going to go forwards, backwards, side to side, and you're going to drop one at any point. And you're going to try and make sure it lands pretty much centre. So it's going to pretty much land central. Yeah, so when you're doing it, you want to be able to do that. And you want to be able to do from both hands. Now notice both of us immediately go into doing this. So you look down. Ultimately, in the long run, where are you going to look? Down or up? Up. Okay, we'll pick up our treats. And then we'll go again. So when you're doing it, I want you to be able to look up, and I want you to be able to look forwards, because the other thing, and this is how it saves you in the long run, I'm resource guardy, watch me. So the other thing you want to be able to do in the long run is you want to get your dog at a dodge. So this is a game to get your dog out of dodge. So when you're playing it, this very much is like, walking into trouble will walk away from trouble. Whereas if you're doing this, you're going to just bang yourself into trouble and you're not going to notice that you just walked into trouble. So I want you to get, if you take this all the way through the track, you're going to take this to a point where you can really strut. Yeah, we're going to see Lara Croft strut. Not sure who she is yet in the group, but we are going to see her. And so what I'd like you to do is be able to strut. So you're looking around and you can see everything around you. And I think that's really, really important, that you can watch what's going on around you and you can move around you. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah? So one more round of that. So we're going to try and look up this time. We're going to move forwards, we're going to move backwards, we're going to move side to side, and we're going to look up and we're going to stick our chests out. In agreement?
Yes.
Isn't he good? He's good sport, right? Okay, so Leslie's giggling. Okay, so we're going to go forwards and backwards, and we're going to try and make sure that as we do it, that we only let one through. I let two through there, so only one through, and you're going to try and do those. You do those. I've run out of food in one hand, and I've gone food in the other. So you're doing those whilst being aware of looking up. Easier or harder to look up? Much harder. So you want to look. Yeah, do you hear the bark on the doorway? That sometimes happens, but also could be the bark on excitement. Again, as dog trainers, you're listening for those. Yeah, excitement, doorways, could be both. Okay, picking your food up. So do you feel fairly confident, forwards, backwards, hands anchored, and being able to look up at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah, happy?
Yep. Happy.
Okay, so what I want you to do is show me how that looks and talk me through what you're doing.
Okay. Look up.
Yep.
Anchor my hands.
Yeah, what does anchor your hands mean?
So keep them against my body so they're not going to move.
Good.
And then as I'm moving, drop food.
And this, for me, is the best type of dog training because you don't look like you're dog training. Does that make sense? Whereas most people get really intense like this. Drop in, trying to... And it should look way more like you don't even look like you're dog training. So when I'm working with one of my dogs, I want it to look quite... Someone said yesterday, and I was in one of the community spaces, which you should all be in, and they said, how do you look so chilled when you're working like multiple dogs? And Katie's quite resource guardy, so she doesn't like another dog near her food. For me, the biggest thing you want to do is relax and be vigilant at the same time. Easy or hard? Dog training is simple, but not easy, my friend Dave said. So go with that. Okay, pick up the foods, pick up the foods. Don't stand on the foods, got the foods. Got all the food, grabbing the food. Okay, so last time, recap for me, where are your hands?
Okay, my hands are going to be glued to the front of my body.
Anchored.
Anchored.
They're anchored.
Yep.
Yeah, and where are your eyes?
Up.
Where's your chest?
Out.
Good, look at that. Round of applause, guys, he did well. Okay, so we're going to do it with a dog, and this is stage 2. You can have him off lead because I know he's not going anywhere, and you're going to feed him as soon as he comes into middle for me. You're not going to be moving forwards, backwards, or anything else, Jamie. All you're going to be doing, pop him straight into middle for me. All you're going to be doing, says, no, I like heel work. I love this special food, and then just drop from your hand. Drop from your hand. Oh, there's one. Back into middle. Now, if you want to reduce some of the frustration barking, you're just going to show him quicker where he needs to go in between gaps, and that's separate things to this. That's lovely. That's lovely. But that is what I do, and I'm going to show you how in between. So hands anchored and keep them against your coat. So always hands against the coat as you're here. Drop him back and just reward him. Show him that food there. There you go. Now as he lifts his head up, nice drop. And that was just the hand up that made him sit. Point this one out to him, and then he'll reset.
What's this?
And then round to your leg again.
Middle.
Show him. If he doesn't take it the first, that's drop, 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 drop. And you see he's got to drop because if not, his bum's going to go down. Nice drop, good. Hand stays anchored. He wants to go forward because your hand's not normally anchored. Yeah, and I can see that. So he's played it before, but his hand's not been anchored. So your hand really anchors back. And don't worry that he has to step back a bit. Drop another. And you see how the dog has to change his position a bit? That's because the hand's not normal. And then do you see the head up gets the dog to sit down. Go sideways on for these guys. Throw a piece of food out for me so we can reset him. Under his nose, get it, good. Sideways on, and let him come back in now. Show him where he's going, and then throw in now. So when you're nice, lovely, really good boy. And then show him when he comes back around. Nice. Nice, hands anchored. So anchor those hands and don't move them out. He's tempted to move them out and up. Yeah, and again, anchor. Do you see them want to go out? Do you see the little... And that's what we're trying to look for. Even the fingers are going extra bits. He's like, what about this? Does this count? My hand's here, but my finger is wandering. Literally, you want to try and keep those anchored, drop back. And it doesn't matter if he misses it, that's just going to pull him backwards. So he's going to go backwards because it's going to end up being more, do you see how he moves backwards? Because he understands backwards is the space. So I'll have a freebie. Good boy. And again, anchor the hand. Nice. Drop. Nice. Really nice. Nice. Is his middle ready for this? Yeah, his middle's definitely ready for this. So really nice piece. Anchor that hand, you see it wanting to creep out? Yeah, don't let it creep out. So anchoring the hand, making sure it's there with him. Nice. Drop. Nice. And anchor, push it right against your coat. There you go. Nice. And do you see that he's got to drop himself back a little? He's got to bring himself back to do it. Nice. Good boy. Get it. So with that one that's out there, I just tell him, get it, and I'd reset him. Ready, get it. Good boy, and then reset. Nice. That's lovely. Nice, good boy. So he's adjusting himself back now, if you look. So he's trying to adjust himself back. Nice. He said I got 2 that time. It's very nice. And again, straight back round. And you can see that's the moment when you get frustrated because he's coming backwards. So he's coming, nice, good boy. Now getting back into a sit though. So, sorry, back into a stand, move him around.
Middle.
And if you go into a sit, guys, try and catch, nice, good boy. You put a hand, watch where your hand is. Good boy. Nice. And I like the fact he's changing sides because you can see the dog gets fixed one side or the other. The change of sides will stop that. Nice drop there, lovely. Really good. Release him forwards. Good boy, and done. Take him out. So really nice, Jamie. So what I really liked there is that Jamie had to work on his hands. You can see that he's drifted. So you can see he's drifted and he's got to come back in here because the whole point of this game is the boundary is here. So this is the boundary. If the dog's up here, the game is, for me, the future use of the game, because it's important you actually know why you're playing a game, I think. And that's something I don't think we've always done well with you. I don't think I've always told you exactly why you should play a game. For me, the purpose and the future purpose of this game, for me at least, is to have a dog that can engage with me and be around me when it gets tough. So, I don't know, they see a squirrel or they see a rabbit, or for Easy it was that she just didn't want to come back and I couldn't get her back, and if I brought her into middle she'd see that as a punishment space because you were going to grab her. So for me it allowed me to play some games and give some value while I was moving around. And so actually if she's out here she can still go out there, and so even if you're like landing, I can see like one of those moments, bang, and you're trying to catch her and she's already gone because she's quick and she's slippery. And so this stops them being slippery because they're there. Then you're going to get the other thing where they go that way. Yeah, so this is something to play on later. And it's something you can add in where you actually are able to touch them and hold them and grab them and on all of those skills. But for me, middle on the moves, the main purpose for me to teach it was to see loads of proximity here and not have to keep them still. Yeah, so I think it's really important that you've got them there and you've still got that proximity space, because once you start going out there, the whole point of getting them here is kind of going. And from here, if you get, the other thing I see a lot with dogs and their owners is people get nervous about what the dog's going to do, but you'll find yourself getting more nervous the further away the dog is if you've got any problems with the dog. Yeah, whereas typically, as in if they're going to run off or chase another dog or not recall, or when you can get them in here at any point. But what I really like is when you can get them in and you can get them out. So you can get them in and you can get them to go. Get them in, get them to go. So I kind of want both. They both go hand in hand well for me. Does that make sense? So that was doing it with the dog. He didn't need to move, he didn't need to shuffle, he didn't need to do anything, but he had to anchor his hands. Anchoring his hands, easy or hard? Harder than you think. Yeah, that's stage 2.
We're back, and I've brought someone up to meet me. Well, to meet me, I've met you before. And I'm saying like I've never met her before. I've taught her before. I was one of your first lessons.
Yeah, you were my first trainer here.
I was your very first trainer here. And you've gotten to where you are. How many years? We figured it out.
We think it's just coming up to about 3.5, 4.
Something like that, isn't it? And I'd already been here for a while myself. And I was just on the cusp of kind of going elsewhere anyway. Yeah. But yeah, my very, very first lesson with which dog?
We had Sky with me.
Did have Sky. Now, what I'm really proud of today is watching you bring both dogs on, but particularly Sky. Because tell me what it was like when you first had her.
It was horrible. She couldn't go outside, she couldn't live inside, she didn't sleep, she barked at everything. I said to Lauren earlier, I couldn't just put film on my windows. Yeah. I had wrapping paper around every window of my house, because if somebody even walked past the house, she would bark and lunge at the window. She reacted to everything. My family called her the devil dog.
Really?
The devil dog, that's what she was
dear.
known as. And I disliked her. She was horrible to live with. It was awful.
And how hard is it when you get to this point with your dog where you're like, I got a dog because I wanted to love a dog, and there's parts of you, isn't there, that you do love them. You're like, I love this dog so much, but at the same time, actually, I hate you.
Yeah.
And you get those feelings, and you hate yourself for it as well.
And it
right?
felt so guilty because I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And I did all the things other people told me, and she got worse and worse, and I felt guiltier and guiltier. And I put off coming here for quite a long time because I thought they'll have never seen such a naughty dog.
Oh, bless you.
And when I got here, I was like, oh, I should have done this earlier.
Yeah.
Because it all started to come together. But yeah, I loved her, felt guilty, hated her all at the same time.
Yeah.
And everybody judged her. People would avoid us. Friends thought I was an idiot for keeping her.
Yep.
It was not a happy place to be at all.
And I can imagine that so many people watching this today are in that place and are thinking, actually that's sometimes me. And we feel so bad. We feel like, I love this dog, but I'm genuinely having feelings of like getting rid of the dog because I don't know how to cope anymore. It's become so stressful. And you're kind of really in conflict with yourself. You feel horrible about yourself, and I've been there as well. So I absolutely get where you are. You're like, what do I do here, right? But you came to a new place, so tell me how you found Games Club.
So I just found it through a Facebook advert.
Yes.
And joined really as soon as I'd started training here.
Mm-hmm.
And it just gave me so much because I didn't have to leave the house. I had everything at my fingertips that I needed. And at first I wasn't quite convinced games would work because you looked at Sky and what she was. Yeah. And it was like, how can these games help? And just very slowly started to see it. And it was like, wow, there's a really beautiful dog in here. But I loved having the biggest pressure release was you don't have to walk her. And seeing how much she enjoyed games, and it was like she's not missing out because everybody tells you your dog's going to miss out if you don't walk them, and that makes you feel even guiltier. But games suddenly replaced it, and I started to see a little light in Sky. It was like, oh my gosh, there's a really beautiful little dog in there, gorgeous dog.
And what sort of walks are you doing with her now, though?
Yeah, we pretty much go wherever we want.
Yeah, you can literally go anywhere you like.
Climbed Big Hill yesterday with her, and I sat at the top of the hill, and we watched the world go by. She didn't react to sheep. She didn't react to cyclists.
And there's a lot here. We're close to Dartmoor here, and there really is. There's sheep. Sometimes there's Dartmoor ponies. There's cows. There's cyclists. Sometimes there's paragliders. I mean, there's literally like you can see the traffic from like I think it's the A30 maybe. You see there's a lot here, and for a dog that you're kind of dealing with here, or any of you out there that are thinking like, oh my God, what would I get? I think even she would have reacted to the traffic. We took her on one of our first lessons. We went to the mall. I remember that.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
She reacted to traffic. It's 2 miles away on the motorway,
it's 2 miles
we
away.
Couldn't walk high enough up the moors
that's right.
to get her away from
we'll
reacting.
Just get more distance. We'll just get more distance.
And we walked and walked, and she was still eye-stalking the road.
I think we had to go into like a bush and take the visual completely away, didn't we?
And
that was the only way we could do it.
I park in the same car park. I get her out of the car, regardless of what's going around. And we walk up the hill together and there's no reaction. And it's moments like that where I go, I don't recognise this dog anymore.
That is mad. That is mad. Now, one of the things that we just talked about there, I'm just going to let the people know here because they're so new, a lot of them. When Mandy talked about, she talked about not walking. We call that ditch the walks. Now, what we do is we kind of give permission to say, you're in a place where your dog's not ready for that skill, and so we need to think about, can we scale it back for a moment whilst we grow the skills before we grow back into it? So it doesn't mean that you're getting rid of them forever, but it does mean that you have to look at changing something to be able to change behaviour, because what you're doing right now is not working. So we need to change something to get the results we want. So Mandy, thank you so much for chatting to us, and it's so lovely to see you again, because actually, you and Sky both really hold a place in my heart every time I see you, and how much you've improved is amazing. But we're ready to go to more dog training, so I'm going to hand over to Lauren. To you, Lauren.
We've got the lovely, lovely Arlo. So Arlo with his super mum Ellen, and Arlo's struggles are random barking, can be at dogs. So might be shouty at dogs, so might be a little bit worried by dogs, a little bit anxious around dogs, and actually can just be generally struggling around dogs. And the second one is he chases birds, so he's a bird chaser. Let me know in the comments if your dog barks at dogs, lunges at dogs, reacts at dogs, maybe they have meltdowns when they see dogs, or maybe let me know if you've got any bird problems. I can tell you now, one of my dogs is very much after the pleasant pheasant, and that pleasant pheasant is not that pleasant. And so for me, the pheasants around here are nuts right now, so they are certainly a problem. Now, you're going to play a game called Go Commando. No, she's not going to start getting naked in here. That is not appropriate. It's a bit cold, to be honest. So show us what Go Commando looks like, Helen. And this is a really good confidence game. So it's a great confidence game. Now, if you've got a dog who's got loads of confidence or it's not appropriate for, the cool thing about Games Club is what we don't do is we don't do the wrong game for the wrong dog. So it's really about the right game for the wrong dog. So, the right game for the right dog. And so we have been here a while now. So when you're playing the games, you pick the right game for the right dog. So if this is a dog who jumps all over people or who's really obnoxious in lots of ways or trying to got no manners, got no boundaries, has all the confidence in the world, then this isn't the right game for them. You've got to play the game appropriate to the dog. And the cool thing is with Games Club, with BlinkBot, that you've had an opportunity to meet and see, thank you, that was amazing, the BlinkBot video. What I would say is you kind of get to pick the games to suit the dog. Now, why is this a good game for him, Ellen?
Because we're working on anything proximity.
So anything around Ellen is good. And why do you work on that, Ellen, for him?
Because he wants to run off and chase things that he thinks are more exciting.
So you play this in the house. You don't go out in the woods and play this unless it's really, really dry, maybe. But it's also a game. He's not a dog that really has loads of confidence, is he? And how does this game help with building his confidence?
Because he's going underneath my legs, and a lot of dogs don't like things touching them. So he's got to crawl underneath, and so you need confidence to do that.
Absolutely appropriate. Now, we were just playing with a little dog called Lily. This would be a really good game for a dog like Lily, yeah? But we actually couldn't play this game yet with Lily because Lily's not ready for this level. But that is a game that I'd like Lily to play. Now, did he just come playing games? Did he start like this? Is this how you started when you first started these games?
No, not at all. It's been a process, obviously, since we joined Games Club, of building it up, but it all works towards his confidence.
And does it make sense to you? Does it make sense what you're doing?
Absolutely, because although, like you say, it's a game, but it relates to reality because it's promoting our relationship and proximity to me.
And it feels like you really are getting someone when I look at that. Like, he's really doing well. So that's Go Commando, really cool game. Now, you played an eye focus game. Show us the eye focus game because then we might combine it with another game. So I want to see your eye focus game. Now, eye contact for me is really important in a dog. So I want to see eye contact. And you can see Arlo here really focusing on Ellen's eyes. Even though she's making it hard for him, he focuses on the eyes. So she makes it hard. He focuses on the eyes. Yeah, and that's a really lovely game. Again, one of our games, again, a process to build eye contact because a lot of dogs lack focus. Tell me in the comments if your dog lacks focus on you. So does your dog lack focus on you? And for me, it's really important we do get this level of focus in all places because I can get in here, but sometimes when I take them out on the bridle path near where the pleasant pheasant lives, I get less of it. So I might need to practice in different environments as well. And that's also really important. You can see he's liking his games. He's enjoying what he's doing. He's looking more and more comfortable all the time in front of cameras as well, which is again another process for a dog to learn. We're going to go over to pivoting and you're going to add in, so we've already done 2 paws on. If you want the 2 paws card, there is a games card for this. Someone in the comments will tell you the word. I think it is number 2 and paws, but I never get these cards right. So number 2 and paws. You're going to play the 2 paws game. Then you're going to add in some pivoting from Games Club. And then you're going to add in 2 paws and eye focus, not pivoting and eye focus yet, because then it's asking for like rubbing hands and bellies and patting heads and things. Off you go, let's have a go. So it's the 2 paws, nice, really nice, really super, really super. So he's gone right into pivoting, which is absolutely gorgeous. Just do 2 feet on for me for a minute. So just 2 feet on. So just reward for 2 feet on and keep him static there for a second. Really nice. Now do 2 feet on an eye focus game. So 2 feet on, eye focus game. This is different for him. He hasn't done that level. Good. Really nice. Really nice. And that wiggle was great. Now, keep playing this game, Ellen. I'm going to talk you through something, but I need you to keep him where he is so that you can see he saw the box and he was like, actually, I really like this noise box. Go into him, just take the lead a little bit closer to his harness. That's it. And then bring him back this way. He just thought that was a great option. He was like, there's a pheasant. Okay, so with this game, listen to what I'm saying, but carry on working him because I think you'll lose him if not. Nice. Now, when I go to feed my dogs, if it's Skittle, I don't want her to jump. And the reason I don't want her to jump is she's already high energy. And so actually I practice her being sort of calmer. If I've got a dog who's low energy, I quite like the jump. So if I want the jump, I encourage the jump in the way they feed. If I don't want the jump, I will encourage them to stay grounded when I feed. And I build that up. So do you see how Ellen's now got him grounded on that and he's not jumping? Now this time feed him to jump. So feed him for the jump. So that's feed with energy. And then the next one is feed with less energy. Get quicker with it. So transition it down. So if you need to, nice feed there. So you might just need to break it down there, feed there, only because he's noticed that noise box is in the corner. And for him, the noise box is like a baby pheasant. So there's something there that he quite likes. Nice. Now feed with energy into the feeding. So if energy bounce, good. So I would pick my times as to when I'd use that bounce. If I'm at a competition, I'll use the bounce. If I'm at home training, I won't have the bounce. It's all about deciding what I need where and how I need it. So I think that's a really, really, really good option for a dog like him. Now going to pivoting, Ellen, with him. So now take him into some pivoting. So we're going to see him go round and spinning around. So this is a really nice exercise for heel work. It's a really good exercise to get the dog to mirror and match you. It's a really brilliant exercise when it comes to proprioception and body awareness. For some dogs, when you're trying to build up some strengths, I think it's a great exercise for that. I love it in some rehab tasks and then take him the other way, Ellen. I think it can be a really, really positive game to play and don't rush it. Take your time. Let him use his body carefully. It's a really good exercise. And I think the more still I can keep the front feet, the better. And when I say still, I mean like not spinning too fast. Like I don't want them moving too fast. I want him with thoughtful movement. And the other thing is I want him moving correctly. So work it through correctly. He's doing a great job. Now, because he's been super there, feed him there for energy. So bounce up to you. And then when you're ready, you're going to whiz over to the noise box, but you're going to decide when and how you go. So you get to decide when and how you go. So you're going to feed for that one. You can see him looking, can't you? Feed up. Feed him up. And when you feed, just mark it with a nice, because he's in a sit, that's harder to get it. So get him back in a stand. So get him back in a stand by pivoting. So pivot round to a stand, nice, feed eyes to there. Now race him to his noise box. Race, let's get it. Good boy. And then feed him in there so you can have a good amount of food in there so you can give him a good few bits. He thinks it's a great place. Absolutely lovely. Now, I know Sam's going to have lots to think about this, and at the same time, this is just one of our confidence games. We play it with puppies, play it with adult dogs, play it with older dogs, definitely play it with our senior dogs who could be senile, but we play it with our senior dogs. We play it with all dogs. It's a really nice game. Throw a few more in there for us, Ellen. And Sam, green eggs and ham, what do you think?
I think you keep saying senile because you're going a little bit senile. That's probably actually what's happening. She's going to kill me for saying that. It's probably true. Let's be fair. Let's talk a little bit. That was really cool to see. Let's talk a little bit about proximity. Proximity, what do we mean by proximity? Proximity is a concept, and it's essentially a skill that we grow in our dogs. When we think about a dog that runs away from you, when we think about a dog that goes to visit the pleasant pheasants that aren't so pleasant, or the squirrels, or the rabbits, or the sheep, or the poo on the ground, or the bush, or the whatever your dog is running after, when they go away from you like that, there are various skills that we're looking at that we need to grow in our dogs. But a particular one that we think about is, do our dogs actually even want to be around us? Do they even want to be close to us? You know, have you got one of those dogs that you go near them and they're like, what? Right? I don't want to, you're not going to catch me. Or have you got a dog that just generally hasn't got very much confidence being around your body? When you move, they kind of flinch away. You've never done anything to them, but they're like, whoa, human, you're moving way too fast. These are the sorts of things that we would relate to proximity. We want a dog that wants to be close to us. They want proximity to us. But to do that, we need to have them practice it. All right, and so lots of games are aimed at and geared at proximity. Things like Thunder, All right, that gets them to go away from you, but it gets them to come back in at, you know, like speed. They love it. Middle, you've learnt that today. That's a really, really great proximity game. But particularly what we've just played is Go Commando. Now, Go Commando, you can have the card. There is a card for Go Commando. If you want to learn how to play that for your dog, it's great for confidence. It's great for that proximity, for that wanting to be around you. It's also fantastic for fitness because they're going over your legs, under your legs, having to crawl a little bit. So if you want the Go Commando card, you need to type in Commando into the comments. Type in Commando into the Facebook comments. And if you're not on Facebook and you're on YouTube, then scan the QR code or go into a browser like Google, for example, and type in absolutedogs.me/Go Commando card. I couldn't read it. There's too much there. I could not read it. I thought it said go around. That's /Go Commando card. So absolutedogs.me/Go Commando card, or type in Commando into the comments or scan the QR code and you can get the Go Commando game card. If you haven't been here all day already, you want to know what a game card is, it's one of these. All right, so this is really cool. It tells you how to play each game from scratch with a dog that's never played it before, and you'll get those to your email. All right, so if you get those to your email, you can print them off, you can laminate them, you can keep them on your phone, whatever works for you. You can leave them around so your whole family can get involved, which is a really, really cool place to be when everybody's having fun with you and your dog. Game cards are the way to go. So Go Commando, type in Commando and you can get that card. We also had a look at, where is it, Funder. If you would like Funder, then you just need to type in Funder. So if you want the Funder card, then you type in Funder into the Facebook DM. So if you want Funder, you type in Funder. And if you're on YouTube, you can scan the QR code or you can type into a browser absolutedogs.me/Funder card. And that's Funder with an F, not with a TH. Funder, Funder. And I said earlier, Thundercats. No, I didn't say Thundercats, but that's what I wanted to say. Thundercats are go. Anyway, we're becoming delirious here, I think, but we're ready. Lauren's ready with another dog. Let's go to her.
Hello, how are you? It's good to see you. It's only been 1 minute and we've got our next victim. I said to Karen, welcome to my classroom. And she was like, oh, because actually it's quite nerve-wracking putting yourself out here like this. So give these guys some love because they've been amazing, literally coming up here, being very, very vulnerable, showing you what their weaknesses are. And all of us know that we all share similar weaknesses. So I've got a dog right now that I'm struggling to let off leash. Her name is Wild. What you name them does matter. And the reason I'm struggling with her right now, so the reason that she's struggling is that she's found the pheasant. So she understands what the pheasant is, and the pheasant has become a little problem. Now, Karen, what struggle have you had with her?
She's not 100% reliable if she's off lead. I don't let her off lead if we're in a public space because I can't guarantee that she'll come back. So
Look at her face.
Sure, I know. I'm not sure that I'm sexier than that squirrel.
Stream's gone. Keep feeding, you're fine. Stream's gone. So strange. Oh, how interesting. We are going to go back in, so just pause and be ready. These things we didn't know. The stream's gone. Well, that's a shame, because that's... This is good to know. Interesting. So what shall we do? And it would for me too.
I just don't know if I let her off the lead that she would come back, because
sometimes the environment
is
more
enticing than me.
Yeah, so in some sort of spaces, she could be more excited by the environment than she is by you, and she could potentially leave. Yeah. Now, what are your worries if she does leave?
That she would get hurt or cause a commotion somewhere.
Yeah, so she could get hurt, she could cause a commotion, she could worry herself, she could worry someone else, or she could get herself in a situation she's just not got the skills for. Yeah, potentially a road or something like that. What is she interested in when she's out and about? What is the thing that takes her? Is it pheasants? Is it birds? Is it sort of smells? Okay, scent. So scent driven with it. So scent and then off cue and goes from there. Okay, good to know. So what we're going to do, we're going to play a little game. We're going to play it between a couple of platforms and a bed here. So we've got a bed and a couple of platforms. So we're starting it with on lead and drop lead, but if we're really happy, we'll unclip the lead. We'll see how far we go with it, depending on what she's doing. So you're going to throw a piece of food away, and then you're going to orient yourself to a platform. You're going to throw the piece of food away again, you're going to orient yourself to a bed or a boundary or a platform. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, you can still use a purple, and you can kind of go in this vicinity. So you've got a few beds to go to. Second you throw the food, already know which bed you're going to head to. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Off you go.
Okay, break.
Good. Nice, off to that one. Good, really nice. And each time you're not going to call her, bring her all the way onto it, so you can come all the way onto it. You make your plan as to where you're going to go next. You're going to throw her away, and then you're going to go to your next one.
So don't cue her
break. You cue her break, but don't sort of recall her. Let her come and find you. Okay. So she comes to find you. Good. Run away. Say nothing. Nice. As soon as she turns, you can mark that. So as soon as she turns, you can mark that. And you can just see, so you can mark that and you can tell her she's great. As soon as she looks up for you. And it's interesting, isn't it? She's got loads of value for you. But you can see, don't feed for a minute, leave that. She's on the bed, she's fine for a second. She just says there's other dogs that have been here and I'm not sure of the smell of them. You can see that when she leaves, she gets the food, but then she will go into a space. So she will go into a space. So let's take a slightly smaller circle. Karen, could you just move a bed in here for me? So we'll just take this little area here. So what we'll do when we've got something like that happening is we'll actually take a smaller space. I'm going to take another platform as well. So we're just going to put this sort of space here really, and we're not going to go further than this space. So we'll actually play it on 4 or 5 boundaries. Because you can see her, she disengages and then she's like, oh, I'll just go over here and I'll be back in a minute. See you later. Yeah, Eliza's a bit like that, my daughter, when she goes away for the weekend, she's gone show jumping and that's it, we don't hear from her. So she's just disengaged, off she goes. And when she's back, she's great, but she has gone and there's no trace of her. Yeah, so it's that sort of scenario. And it's good because she's pretty confident, but it's not good because you actually don't know you've really got her. No. Yeah, let's go over here. So let's just, this time you're going to go in, you're only going to stay in these, you're not going to come to this one, you're going to go to the big blue one or any of these, and you decide, and it's going to be straight out and straight back. The second she turns her head, you can mark it and tell her, like, nice, good girl, super dog, whatever you want to say, which effectively does bring her all the way back in, but she still needs to pick her head up. Yeah. What I want her doing, and this is, so I had a friend a long time ago, and she would always, when we're out on walks, call the dogs back every time that she changed direction. I don't. I want them to hunt me. I want them to turn themselves around. I do not want to have to nag them or call them. They should be paying attention to me. I shouldn't have to pay attention to them. Yeah, I mean, I do. But what I'm saying is I shouldn't have to diligently, vigilantly be like calling them. They should be trying to hunt me down. And that's good for them. They enjoy that. It's part of the hunt. Yeah, and that's what dogs like to do. So you're going to throw probably in sort of, trying to think, we'll probably go over in that direction. So you can either throw here or there, but here gives them more options. So I think we'll go over there. And as soon as you've done that, put yourself where I am, throw over there and go straight to either the pink, the green, probably the best two, these two here. Yeah, so over there, but put yourself where I am first. Okay. So the reason you put yourself, because it gives you a head start basically. So over in that direction. Good. Now go and put yourself on one of these two. Good. Call her in there. Nice. Good. So you can see that at that moment, the second she picks her head up, call her in. So the second, and the call her in is the mark. Yes, the mark is nice. It's basically saying you're going to get something great now. Yeah, you've done something brilliant. Over here, so you're going to throw out in that direction. 3, 2, 1. Good. Over to your next one. Super dog! That was so much quicker. That was so much faster. Nice. Karen, can I have a clicker? There's probably one on the side, or one of the team will have one. So that was really nice. Now, the other thing I would do when you're with a trainer, whether that's me, whether that's one of the team here, or anybody else, The minute she lifts her head, I'd mark with a clicker, or I'd get the trainer to mark. Yeah, exactly. There's too much to think about. There's a lot to think about. In dog training, sometimes I'm like, how many hands or legs or rewards, and then I've got Skittles, who makes me work 20 times faster than any dog I've ever owned. And so for me, the clicker can mark that look up or that moment. So for me, I use it slightly differently to some. Maybe I do like a multi-click. But what I want you to think about is when you're doing this, the minute you hear that click, it's like kind of energy on from you. She's done a great thing. And she almost has that moment of when she gets the food, she disengages. I want her to think, get the food and then hunt my mum back. Yeah, I'm going to hunt her back. So you're going to throw maybe in this direction, and then you're going to whiz back to your green one. Yeah, put yourself in a good position. So you kind of want to be, yeah, around there. So you're going to throw towards me. When she gets this, is she happy with the clicker and she's okay with the noise of it?
Yes, she's used to clicker.
Perfect. Yeah. Send to me. So I didn't know what was clicking. I was clicking everything. Yeah, nice, good girl, you can have that. I don't know that I'd go, like literally the lift of the head, let her orient to you. So let her pick up you first. So let her sort of like, now she lifts, now let her orient there. When she orients to you, that moment of that, yeah, that's what I want. So lift of the head, but then the look to you. The moment that you get the look to you, really mark that.
Okay.
Yeah? Does that make sense?
Yep.
So as she's out, and I'm going to try and catch that too.
So
You pick which one you go to. You can go to any of these. Which one are you going to?
I'm going to that one.
So where do you want to stand?
That side.
There you go. Just because she's quick and you want to be there.
Yeah. Okay. Break.
Nice. Let her get it.
Yes, good
girl. So for me, when I'm doing agility and I'm marking an end contact or anything like that, like I'll really mark that moment. So I'll do that, and I kind of do a multi-click, slightly different use of it. Up to you how you use it.
Yeah,
you
no,
use it for you.
I think
You've caught it. You've caught it. I picked it up in Germany. So I use it for different things. But for me, in that moment of grabbing, she's grabbed, she's lifted, that's what I'm looking for. It's that real like head turn. Just get her attention back where you want it. Okay. Really nice. Really nice. And then throw out again, and then you decide where you're going first. So always know where you're going first. Put her back on a boundary. This is exciting.
Good girl.
Nice.
I'm going to go to the
You're going to do the pink. Where's she going? Over there?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Ready?
Okay. Break.
Good. Let her run. Good. You straight out. Nice, good girl, really good girl. In that moment, that's it. And you're seeing it's happening quicker. Yeah, already. Now this time, we've only been going into the circle. This time we're going to go out of the circle, and that's where she went to leave you last time.
Yeah.
So you're going to go out to where she went to leave you last time, which is the purple bag. But you're going to go back to this green one. Yeah, and you're going to be ready for it, and you're going to try and get behind that green one. Do not fall over. Over to that purple, you to the green. Second she's back, you can also multi-feed. Bang, 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 multi-feeder. Straight out.
All right. Break.
Good. Straight back.
Yes.
Good girl. Really nice. Really nice. Super dog. Back on that one.
Girl.
So all the way on there, so she can stand all the way on that, so she can put all 4 feet on. Turn around this way. So this time you are going to throw again at the orange, and you're going to go back to the pink. Yeah. So bring her back to you.
Nice. Good girl. All on.
Good girl. And you make sure you break her off when you're ready.
Break.
Good, let her find, and again, she didn't find that one, so go again. You can just track it under her now, so ready? 3, 2, 1. Good, let her get it. Let her find that other one, because she's going to find that now.
Yes,
good girl. Nice. Really clever. Do you see how she's coming back faster? Cameraman's nodding, he can see it, Karen can see it, Sam can see it. She's coming back faster, and potentially even faster than she's going out. That is my goal. They come back faster. Now, we tried 2 hard ones, because we've got an X sort of turn, we've gone out. We're going to go internal again, so we're going to go in and then back to the platform, and that will be it. Yeah, so that will be our last round. When she gets back, feed, 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 feed. Tell her how brilliant she is for that. So you're going to go out, and actually, I don't think, you know what, I think we'll just move to this one. So we will do a move, because I think it keeps her on her toes, but we won't move far. Yeah, so into the middle, and then straight back to that one. Ready?
Okay.
Good.
Yes,
good girl, really clever. Feed, 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 and feed. Now the temptation, I was about to do it even myself, because I know better, but I still want to do it. Should we do a few more? Should we do a few more? Why? Because she's going so nicely, Karen. But at the same time, Sam knows, I know, we should not do a few more. Feed another one of those when she puts her head back up again. So let her bring her head back up again. When she does, mark it. And you can see, and you can stand where she is standing potentially. So sometimes you can take their space. Nice feed. Good girl. Really clever. Sam, green eggs and ham, what do you think?
Isn't she lovely? Isn't she lovely, lovely? She's like wiggly tail. She's just like so happy to be there and having so much fun. I think that the important thing though is to know that that dog can and will go away. You know, she is the sort of dog that'll be like, okay, goodbye. I'm done, thank you. So keeping her engaged in that way and learning how to do that is a really, really, really cool thing to watch. And I do really I loved how just in that training session you were seeing that increase and increase and increase. You know, you were really seeing the changes there in real time, all right? And you've seen the training work in real time because these are real people with real dogs and real life in the moment coaching. Which is quite rare to see, actually, I think. So thank you for being here because I think it's a lovely thing to share with you all. The thing I liked most about that session, and guys, tell me, we talk about light bulb moments in Games Club. We talk about moments where we go, aha, that's what I'm not doing. That's something I need to do more of, or that's what I'm missing. And you have these light bulb moments where in your training where you go, I can do that. That's gonna help me transform and take it to the next level. For me, it's really important to think about what are we marking? So what are we saying yes to or clicking? Or at what point are we feeding? You know, when are we feeding for no reason? Are we feeding something we do want or don't want? Are we marking something we do want or don't want? So in that game, Lauren was really specific about it's that moment the head comes up, not the moment when the head is down. We're not calling our dogs, we're rewarding the choice for coming to us. And that moment where she looks up, to come back to us, that's the moment we want to mark. Real life training, you can hear the dogs. That's the moment that you want to mark. That's the moment that you want to reward for doing something that you do want rather than you don't want. That's what we want to look at. So what do you want? Can we find a way to set it up so that they carry that out so that we can reward it, so that we can mark it? And something that I like to do when I was very early on in my training, and I still do it a little bit now, and I really encourage my students to do it a lot, is actually where you can film your sessions. All right, and that doesn't have to be anything fancy. That can just be your phone, your camera phone, propped up against a wall. Like, it doesn't have to look pretty. It's so that you can look back and you can see your progress. Because sometimes, and actually we were talking to Mandy about this, sometimes you don't realize how far you've progressed. You know, you know it to an extent, but then you actually properly talk about it and think about it, and you're like, oh wow, I've really come so far in this journey. From where we started to where we are now, completely different dog. And that's something to note, but sometimes we don't see it. So sometimes filming your sessions can help you with that, but it can also help with your mechanics. So particularly, you can start seeing, because you can't see it when you're in the moment sometimes, you've got so many things going on with the dog, with the treats, if you've got a clicker, with the lead, with the environment, looking out for everything that's going on. There's too much going on. And so you don't always see what you might be doing right or wrong. That's why it's really helpful when you come for in-person training, yes, but when you can't do that, you can film your sessions. You can film your sessions and you can watch over them and you will notice things, right? Even if you're at the very, very basic, I've never even done any dog training before, this is brand new to me, you will notice things, I absolutely guarantee it. And the more that you learn, the better you get at that. So by joining Games Club, and remember it's £1, it's £1 for a 7-day trial. You can hear that our next dog is getting ready, and I've got a feeling I might know what we might work on. You can hear them getting ready. They're getting ready in the background. This is live. So £1 to get into Games Club right now. You can have access today, and you could be looking at some of the games that we've played today and teaching your dog. Let's go to that dog that is ready to go with Lauren.
Here in the background, we have a barking monkey. Tell me in the comments if you either have or have had or have ever had a barking dog. And if you haven't already, type connect in the comments. I'm so sad about the comments. We had almost 3,000 comments and then no comments because we've had to change. Now, like I said, we've got a barking dog in the room. He is going to be working barking. We're going to show you some of the strategies. But if you haven't already, type connect because you can get all of our various games. When you type connect, we'll send you the current game. Second one, a couple of you asking, what food are we using? What type of treats do we use? How do we feed? There's a really cool food ebook. Someone is going to pop a link in the comments to the food ebook. Secondly, we use the pâtés. Pâtés really, really nice. If we can't home bake, we use something like the pâté. It's high protein, it's meat, it's amazing. So that one's gone. Last one, I think he's shouting, I think he's ready. Tricks book, lots of you asking again how you can get some of the tricks that the dogs are doing. Obviously Games Club, it's just £1. If you like a physical book as well, it only serves to enhance the games that you get. So hopefully you get access to that one as well. Up to 73% off in the Absolute Dog store today. Okay, we've got the barking monkey. Get him over here, Emma. We're going to start with the barking monkey. Now the barking monkey Don't stop him barking for a minute. I think we'll just see him as he is. So show it as it is. You don't have to stop it. You don't have to manage it or anything. Just show us what you've got. So this is what you've got.
Yeah.
When does he typically bark?
Anything exciting, anything that brings him arousal up. This is demand barking because he wants, when you don't reward him often enough, you get this.
This is what we get.
Yeah, and this is kind of born of, again, a little bit of over-treatment.
And how does it make you feel?
Oh, terrible.
She feels terrible. She's a terrible person. She's a terrible person. Tell us in the comments if you struggle with barking. Do you have a barking dog? Do you have a dog like this little dog here who, look, Emma's like, shush, I'm on camera, it's so embarrassing. So Emma, we're going to play a mouse game. Guys, if you haven't already, do we have a mouse game card? I can never remember what we've got now. Mouse game track is all in the Games Club. So the mouse game track, that's what we're going to start by playing. Now, if you can place your food that way, it just means Kev gets to look at his face and so does everyone else and not his bottom. So you're going to face him that way and you're going to pop his food here. Nice. Now, he already knows the mouse game. What I want you to do is be able to stand up. So I don't want you to have to keep bending down, but you've also got to be really quick to stop him if he goes to take that. Yeah? So I want you, don't take it too frequently either. Emma's scared because she doesn't want it to go wrong. Guys, anyone who's here live needs to have some love because all of the people in it, very well done. Everybody in the room, woo, 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 woo. Everybody, amazing just for being in the environment because it's hard in the environment. Now, don't push him, don't prod him, don't look him up him. So when you go to take a piece of food, you go to take a piece of food and now I want you to place it behind him. So he can have it, but he can have it behind him. Yeah, and then he's got to make that next decision as to how he plays that. You can take it and then you can have it over here this time. So you can take it and take it somewhere further. Now you can see, and you see those moments? You can see, and when you do that, this time he isn't funny with me, he's going to be fun with me caging it, correct? Yeah. Because we need to check that. I know he's fine, but I want you to know he's fine. So you're going to put the food here, so it's between the two of us. If it's your side, you're going to get there quickest. If it's my side, I'm going to get there quickest, but one of us is going to get there. Take the food, take a piece of food and go back behind him. Feed him there. He says, I did get one, you monkey. And again, take a piece of food and take it over this side for me. Feed there. And when you feed him, you can still mouse him again. So you can still mouse him again when you feed him. A piece again and down that way. Put it down in the corner and mouse it. Now, when you're teaching mouse, what are we actually teaching as a concept, Emma?
Self-control.
I don't have a lot of this. It's patience. Oh, yeah. So we're actually working on patience and self-control. If I have chocolate in front of me, I eat all of the chocolate instead of just eating a small piece of the chocolate. That's what we are teaching here. Now, obviously, this isn't chocolate. This is pate. Dogs don't eat chocolate. However, what you can see is that same level of impulse control is needed for him with barking because this does quieten him when he is focused in that game. And what we need to do is build duration, build focus and build tolerance of frustration. Does that make sense? Yeah. So this, for him, because he only does it, and don't feed from there, you go and get this piece and take it over there, monkey. And that's you, not him. So you take it there. Now you cage it. Don't even, if he goes to mug you like you did, you pick it up and you start again. So you can be like, no, I start again. You did that. And then pick a piece up. Don't take two, just one at a time. Back in the corner, mouse again. Now really mouse that. Now he's going to try and take that. You can see all of his intention. He's not really connected to you here. He is ready to push for that food. So in that moment, I would put the food into his chest. So right in under his chest, right in under his chest. Nice. He can have that. Good. So I actually would get him to move there. Now release him back to this pile. Get it. Good. Really nice. That was really good. So I like that a lot. Okay, let's try it again. Let's spin him. So spin him. So you can do a spin, full spin. Right. Good. And then place food down here. And the reason I sometimes spin them a bit more, don't be stingy. So this is just his dinner. So this is his dinner. Be ready because he's going to be trying at times. You can see he's ready to be quick here. Now taking that back corner again and mouse it. Now, at this point, this is where really we should be able to get a behaviour from him. So for me, one thing to work on, you are a monkey. One thing to work on in this moment would be things like his sit down and stand. Yeah. So he's going to, don't take it from that hand, you take it from this pile, back to that corner, put it down, and then you'd ask him, can he sit? Now, I'm pretty sure he can't when he's like this. He might be able to, but I'm pretty sure he won't. Be ready to... Good boy, that's 3 sits though and a hand signal. Yeah, it's not bad. Now take the food into his mouth. So, and then don't feed for a second. So what I want you to think about is that's 4 cues. he had there, whereas actually, you managed to squish that one in. You squished it, Zinni. You squished it. We've tried that hard to avoid it and to still get it. And he's still going to try me. So you can see he's still going to try. Take a piece of food from here and put it back in that back corner. It's like, but there's a squished bit. No, it's like a squished chip. No one eats a squished chip. Okay. Ask for your sit, but either with your hand signal or your verbal. Don't then put in 4 others. Be quicker. And again.
I'll need to use a hand signal.
That's fine. You can, but what I don't want you to do is use all of it in a smashed up way. Yeah, it's kind of like, it messes it up, what your cue is. That's nice. Now release him forwards.
Get it.
Good boy. And then release him forwards.
Get it.
Now you can lick the carpet. Okay, so we can play that once more. So you can play that once more. Decent sort of handful of food down here. Good. Take a piece of food back over to the other corner. And this is a thinking in arousal. So this is if your dog struggles to think in arousal, if your dog struggles with tolerance of frustration, if your dog struggles with focus, if your dog struggles with... So now, good.
Down.
So you've asked 3 times now, remember. You've gone down, down, hand signal. You've got to be a bit thoughtful about that because he's a brainy dog, and so what he ends up doing is using you to just show him because he doesn't want to think about it. He's just too busy in his food language. So when he's got it wrong, what I would do with mine is I would reset them. And the way I reset is a quick spin, but I often leave that piece and these pieces down whilst resetting. I've got these, you've got that one. Let's try and spin him. But you can spin him with a piece of food in your hand, or you have to do it on a verbal. Good boy, get it. Let him have that. You don't have to do it on a verbal. You could just spin him on your hand signal. But that was amazing on a verbal. Guys, that deserves a round of applause. Bring him back up here. That deserves a round of applause because that was an amazing right in arousal. If I'd known he did that, I would have used that as my distraction because that's actually an easier one because he moves. So movement is good. So that's actually very good. Let's have your handful of food. Also notice that until that moment, that's the first time we've had any vocalisation from him. Is he particularly confident around people? He's not, and I'm here. That's good. Yeah, and also, is he confident around like lots of moving things and noises?
No, and new stuff.
And does he like dogs particularly?
No.
So actually, he's dealing with a hell of a lot. So I think Emma should be really, really proud with him. Okay, let's ask for that right once more.
Right.
Get it, good boy. Now that is amazing. It could be right sit, it could be right down, it could be right all the other things. What I'm going to say to you, and this is his last round now, what I'm going to say to you is when he's doing, so ask him for a DOWN.
Down.
Do you want to try that again? Ask now.
Down.
Don't say it again, that's fine. So I'm going to give him a sit for effort, sorry, a piece for effort, because there was an effort there, it was just the wrong effort. So sometimes we've got a reward for effort, because a reward for effort is still a good thing. Now just do your hand signal, but no verbal. Don't. Get it? Good boy. Through my clicker, I was so excited.
It does have it on a verbal, but obviously
not strong enough in arousal. So that's all we're saying. Last handful. I keep saying last handful, but he's doing so well. So a couple of things. One is, so now you can use your sit hand signal. You can have that one. Now you can use your DOWN hand signal. Get it? Good boy. So for me, have we had any barking during the session?
No.
It's about correct transitions. It's about correct, as I say no more. It's about making sure all of these things are in place for when you need them. He's really, as we finish this, Sam, be ready because we're going to leave and you're going to come to you. You're going to ask him to do a right turn. So you're going to ask, that's really hard because all of his weight is on his left turn. So that's really hard. If he manages it, it's a party and we go straight to Sam. Ready?
Right.
Did you see the brain working? Can you see every part of him working? So he didn't get it right. That you need to try harder, buddy. I know it's real hard. Now?
Right.
Get it. We're over to Sam. I really, really enjoyed watching that. It's actually, I love it when you can see their brains ticking and they're really trying to figure it out. And the dogs find that really rewarding. You see that they just light up, especially when they get it right and they get this huge reward for it, you know, because he had to try so hard. He had to like really, really, really try so hard. And it's okay if they beat you in that game, all right? It's actually a little bit funny, especially when you've got a pushy dog like that that's like faster than you, and you have to really think on your feet, so you're getting challenged as a trainer as well. So it's such a cool game, like mouse game. It seems like it's quite a slow game, but with certain dogs that need this game, really, let's be fair, pushy dogs like that, they're really going to challenge you. They're really, really going to challenge you, and they're going to push you, and they're going to try and get the food in different ways. And they're the little sly looks to the side, like,
I can see that food. I'm thinking about getting it. And they're kind of sussing out, like, can I get there in time before you can get there? And should I do it or shouldn't I do it? So we're really setting up these choices, these moments where our dogs get to make a choice. We're not asking him to leave it. We're not saying, like, don't get that or anything like that. We're setting him up to make a choice. And that choice could be the wrong choice, absolutely. But then we come up with solutions for that as well. So it's really cool. It's really cool to watch. And I do love a pushy dog. The main thing for me in that game, right, is if you've got a dog, we talked about thinking in arousal. So a dog that has got the ability when there's something that is distracting them, there's something that they're excited about, the ability to still listen to you, all right, is difficult. All right, it can be really, really difficult for a lot of dogs. And those are the dogs that are running off and do not recall. You think you've got a rock solid recall until that moment happens. And you're like, oh, now I've lost my dog. Like, those are the dogs that cannot think in arousal. So that game is really great for that. I want you to think about something. If your dog can't listen to you when you've got some food in your hand and it's not moving and it's not very exciting, it's not particularly that interesting, it might even be low value, but they can't listen to you in that moment, do you think that they can listen to you out in the environment if they saw a squirrel and they saw that sexy squirrel running off into the distance, running up the tree, wiggling its tail? Compared to the food, the squirrel is much, much, much higher value. We need to think about those things. Are our dogs ready for those environments? Are they ready for those moments? Do we need to train it a little bit differently to get there first? And we're ready for our next dog. Let's go.
So I know that our next dog finds the environment tough. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually ask you if you want to come over here on this boundary, Neat. So this is Neat and this is Bright. And she finds being in here a lot. She also finds the people a lot. Now, boundary games is just a fantastic space to be. And what I'm going to say is we want stillness, we want calmness, and we actually want her to slow everything down. Now, boundaries, Neat said, is a strong point for her, or one of the games that really helps to ground her. What I'm going to do, Neat, is I'm going to get you to really test your boundaries at a next level. So leave multi-pieces of food. So I want you to leave 5 or 6 pieces of food, because you can see how she disengages when Neat goes to get the food. No, you're not going to give her them. You're going to leave 5 or 6, just like you saw with Emma playing her game, the mouse game. So you've got the mouse game going, and at least 5 or 6 pieces of there if you can. Add another piece to it if you like. So you add another piece to it, add another piece to it. And be ready to cage it if she steals. So you're ready to cage it if she steals. If she goes in to take it, you're going to cage it. Keep adding. Now take one to her. Well done. Take one to her and then pick one from your pouch. So every time she gets one, you take one from the pouch. One to her, one from the pouch. One to her, one from the pouch. And when you feed her, try really hard to keep her in a down. So don't tell her to lie down, but you're going to feed her low so that she doesn't. Do you see how she changes every time because she's ready to leave? And that's the problem Neat's having out and about and in other places. At any moment, she's ready to dart off, like she has sort of low tolerance to frustration and low threshold to leave. So this game for me really helps with duration, and it really helps to keep her grounded, and Neat working really hard on the way she feeds keeps the DOWN. Now also, we don't want her noticing the people in the room or the cameraman, so try to feed in a way that you keep your frequency at a point where she doesn't need to look at anybody else. So you take down and then you take in. So down and then in, down and then in, and also still trying to maintain that DOWN without telling her to. It's just in the way that you feed her. So guys, whilst Neat is playing this for a minute, and don't lose her, Neat, there's an instant down track. That is one thing I would definitely teach this dog, but I don't think we can teach her an instant down track until she's actually got some boundary games. Again, all in Games Club. Instant down in Games Club. Boundaries in Games Club. Stop separation, stop barking, stop reactivity, stop stealing, the perfect puppy, conquering adolescence, food motivation, calm a dog. There are all set courses that you can run through that will teach you all of this, and you can do a 7-day trial for just £1. So it's a really cool space to be. Now, you notice as she disengages and notices me, that's what Neat needs to work against. This game really helps to work against that. What you're going to do, Neat, you're not going to place any more down. You're going to place these individually all to her. So all of these individually go into her. And then you're going to transition her into middle. Now, guys, if you want to play boundary games, you do BG games in the comments. So BG games in the comments, and we'll send you this card. If you want to do middle, you type middle in the comments, and we'll send you the middle card. If you want all of these games, you carry on Neat into middle. If you want all of these games, then you absolutely can get them. They're all in Games Club. So they're all in Games Club. So this is middle. Keep playing your middle. Now, do you see how she darts in and darts out? That, for me, is going a little wrong in transitions. Neat needs to keep feeding her there. So feed her there, feed her there. And when it goes to get the other food, she's got to be quick to get it back down again. So the transition is to continue to reward her in middle. The other thing we notice is dogs often do an SIT, a sit. We don't want the sit in middle because it stops us being able to move. So you want to be able to have the sit and then the duration. And you can see it's hard for her to have that duration. Here's where we really want duration. So it's about keeping that duration in middle and the stand. The other thing I would say to you is probably the lead's not helping because you haven't got quite long enough. So yeah, unclip one of them. And you can also say she's got a little bit of keep away on the lead. So that's again another game to play, but we don't want to pick everything at once. Let's pick one game at a time. So feed there. And again, and sort the lead out. So you want the lead on the other side, that's better. So you want the lead on one side of you. You don't want it really going across you. So if you can, put your lead in your right hand and put your food in your left hand or otherwise. That's fine in that hand, that's nicer. And you can see the dart in, dart out, that's a proximity struggle. So actually with a dog like this, you'd lose them quickly if you don't sort this bit out. This is what I had with my late dog Easy. So she wanted to, at that point, that's much better. And then sometimes I'd throw forwards and then back to the boundary. But show her that you did throw forwards, nice. And then back to the boundary, good. Good girl, really clever. The other thing I'd always want you to have with her is a puppy line so that you can be letting it off. So it should be on her, ready to train, because then you are ready to go into that moment neat with her. So when you clip that lead on, so clip that lead on her and don't let her think that she needs to leave anywhere else, and then clip the other lead off. And I would feed for those transitions. So now I'd be feeding. And the reason I would feed her is then she doesn't think to leave in those moments. So back into middle. So she's going to go back into middle. So take her off, back into middle. Feed her there, and again, throw it forwards, let the lead go, and then straight back into middle again. Let the lead go, straight back into middle again. Nice. Take your foot off that area, so take your foot to make the transition better. Throw it forwards, and then let her turn around and go straight back around your other leg. Straight back around your other leg. Really, really, really nice. So the other game I know you've been working on with her knee, and I know you've been working on Magic Hand. So you can see she's also got one side stronger than the other. So go the other side again. So go the other side. You're standing on the lead, standing on the lead. You don't want to be standing on the lead. That's better, well, better. So that side needs more work. So throw forwards and then back around that way. That's it, into there, nice. And then take your leg over the lead. Nice. Back onto the boundary. So back onto the boundary, and then we're going to go into another game. So one of her struggles, and then go into mouse straight away. As soon as she's on the boundary, I would go into mouse. So mouse works really nicely from the boundary. And again, if you haven't already played mouse game, it's one of the tracks in Games Club. Someone's going to be popping a link. You can get hold of it in Games Club. Okay, so she plays mouse, and she can see she's got a bit of a nervous energy going on. For her, anything that moves is game on. We don't want her to think that. We want her to think that we are game on. So we're going to go to a Magic Hand game when you're ready, Neat. So only when you're ready, you're going to release her, take one in, take two in, take three in, and go right into Magic Hand. Be ready for when you release her to go straight into it. Good, straight in. Now you're feeding her back, you want to be feeding her forwards. So put her right against your leg, so that where you feed, so you're trying to move it in. I would just drop from where I want her. So drop where I want her, so drop where I want her, better. Drop where you want her, better. Whereas what you're doing is you'll move, so don't just drop where you want her. Drop where you want her. So just drop a couple of times where you want her. So when she's there, drop now. Where you want her. So you drop where they want to be, and then what you'll find is they actually will start to come to that place. If you pop her back on the boundary, I'm also going to get you something. Can I have a target? That little square would be great. The other thing you can do, if you want them on Magic Hand in better position, you can put a 2 on and feed her on the 2 on. So Karen's going to put the 2 on object here. You're going to feed her because someone's come close. You feed her so that she doesn't notice a person. They made another cameo, those shoes. Okay, so you're going to go to this one. She's in Magic Hand. Do you see how we're layering games as well? So she's doing the 2 paws, P-A-W-S, and you can get the games card. Straight onto here, 2 paws, and then into Magic Hand. Off you go. I'm moving away as a trainer. If you're a dog trainer, maybe you're one of our pro dog trainers, tell us in the comments if you're a pro dog trainer. That's PDT. So if you're a pro dog trainer or you're one of our pro dog trainers, so neat, what you're going to do is feed, and you're feeding to the platform, not to her mouth. You're feeding to the platform. She will learn to come forwards, because if not, it takes her too long to get it. So your feed placement is good. Stop moving your hands. So put it where you want it and move quicker. There you go. And if anything, when you feed now, so you can see how that is already better. Yes, she's not in position at heel yet, but she is underneath, sort of on target in a place where we want her. That's better feed drop. You just got to drop before she sits, ideally. So bring her round, drops. And you can see in how you bring her round, neat, feed her, sometimes just feed her standing. So just feed her for standing, even mouth, feed to mouth there. So you can see how there you want to feed the stand, and sometimes just throw her forwards off the platform. So just throw her forwards this way. Because throw now, before she sits. So you almost need to have 3 or 4 pieces of food in your hands rather than one. So if she's sitting, I would throw her forwards before she's even in it. And so she gets onto that target, throw. And when you throw forwards. So throw is throw forwards, place is place on the platform or drop on the platform. But if you're throwing forwards. Throw. Because you can see how she wants to squat. So some of what she's been taught has been squatting as well. Throw. So you've got to be quicker with the throw. As soon as she gets into position, you throw forwards, and that will get rid of that sit throw. Good. And then back to the platform, back to your boundary. Good girl. Right, that's enough for her. She will not do any more than that. That is more than enough. Go into your mouse game, Neat. So Neat's gone into immediately trying to put the lead on the dog. That's not the right response. For the dog's actually being very kind and generous. If that was some of the dogs I've met, they would leg it at the point you go to grab their other lead or your other lead. I've been taught by naughty dogs. You know, I've seen enough naughty dogs to know your transitions matter. So get on the platform or the boundary, work on the mouse game. Put the lead on, bit more mouse game. Put the other lead on, bit more mouse game. Take your time, transition them out. How you come in, how you go out of a game really matters. We're going to teach you more in Games Club. What on earth are you waiting for? Sam, what do you think?
I think transitions has actually been the theme of the day. Transitions have been just, they keep coming up. They keep coming up over and over again. They keep showing up in different ways as well. In that case, the lead transition. At one point, it was the food transition. You can think of transitions between food and toy. You can even think of transitions between environment. And we see that a lot here at the centre, where people and their dogs, will come from outside into our arena, into our centre, and that completely changes their energy. Their energy state, it either like drops or it might just go through the roof, and you've got a dog that's completely different to what you had outside. So even going through a doorway or going through a gate or going from a car park to the grass or getting from your car to the woods, like those are all transitions that you need to think about with your dogs when you think about training. Because when you sort of go, this usually works really well when I go to the car park, but for some reason when I get out of the car and go in the woods, that's not working. It's a different transition. It's a different environment. These are the sorts of things that we think about. And the lead is one we see a lot. We see an awful lot with our students. The dogs, they're very, very smart. They're really quick. They're really quick at going, when you try to grab my lead, the fun ends. Or when you put the lead on, it means that we're going back to the car or going home, and I want to stay with the squirrels because the squirrels are my friends. So we need to think a little bit about how we can kind of help our dogs understand that that's not always the case. Sometimes the lead goes on and it's a fun time. And when the lead comes off, it's a fun time. You know, we want to make sure that they know to stay with us when we take it off, and that when we put it on, it doesn't mean that the fun has ended. Right? You're just changing the predictors. You're stopping your dog from training you, really, because they're so smart. They're way smarter than us. I always said that if they've got opposable thumbs, I think they would rule the world, because they are incredibly, incredibly smart animals. What I really like as well, and we're seeing it from so many dogs today, even some of the more nervous ones, is waggy tails. All right, tell me if you've seen waggy tails today. And when you train your dog, are you getting a waggy tail? Because Games Club is going to give your dog a happy waggy tail. No matter what you're doing, they're having a good time with you. They're having fun with you. They love training with you. Waggy tails mean fun and learning is happening. Good learning. Things that they're going to really enjoy doing. It means they're going to want to do it more. That's what we want. A dog that wants to do more. And we are ready to go back to dog training. Let's head over to Lauren.
So we've got lovely Neve with us and Super River. You might have noticed actually, River was recently killed on Traitors. Like she's literally just lost her life, but she's back here because she couldn't resist doing a little bit more dog training with you. Now, Neve, you're going to do some middle toes. You just wander around, you play some middle toes and you keep telling your wonderful little dog she's such a great dog. Now, what she likes to do is she likes to sniff in this environment. So this environment can be quite a sniffy space for her. So actually for her, middle toes is a brilliant exercise and it's a brilliant game, part of our games club, part of our tricks book, in loads of our different spaces. It's in one of the 72% off badge sales, in the tricks sort of sale. And the best part of that is that when you're playing this, she cannot be sniffing. So when she's doing this, she cannot be sniffing. And I know what I love, and guys, give Neve a bit of a cheer because I know it's a big thing to come up and be on a camera. So give her a bit of a cheer because it's definitely brave and she's only little. And the bigger thing is that actually whether you're 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, these games work. We've got 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds playing these games. So a lovely thing for children to do with their dogs as well. Now, Neve, you're going to throw a piece of food out, not too far, and you're going to sit down and be ready to do go commando. Off you go. There you go. Straight in. Good. And as she comes in, nice, straight into it. Gorgeous. And then the other way around. Really nice. And then straight through. Lovely. Super nice, super good for confidence. This time you can take her all the way around your body if you like, so she can go all the way around the back of your body. That's it. See if she'll go around. There you go. See if you bring her around and then all the way around and under. Look at you. She's a superstar. One more of those. One more of those. Well done. Straight in, straight out. Brilliant game for confidence. Brilliant game for relationship. Brilliant game for a dog who doesn't want to come close to you. Fantastic game for children to play with puppies. Lovely, lovely game for a dog who doesn't like things touching them. She was a dog who had quite a bad grooming experience with a groomer. Again, it can be something that can help build confidence again after a bad experience. Something I'd literally love to do with all dogs, all shapes, all sizes. Now, Neve, in a second, you're going to throw a piece of food out, not too far, as she goes through. And then you're going to go into some twists and some spins. Are you ready? She says, yeah, I'm ready. So throw a piece of food out. Let us see it again. There you go. That's fine. And stand up and then straight into twists and spins. Ready? Good. Good girl, really nice. Now twist and spin can be super nice for, and you just carry on doing your both circles both ways. Can be a really nice exercise for dogs to get them in a happy place, because you can see how River here looks so game on for it. She looks so up for it. She looks so happy with being out here, even though I know her and Neve are a little bit nervous, especially after she's just been killed on Traitors. I mean, come on. She feels a little bit vulnerable in this space because she doesn't really know who it was that decided to do that. She's thinking it's Classic or maybe Katie. But anyway, twist and spin, twist and spin. And the best thing is that you can see a little dog here who's happy, who's engaged, who's ready to learn, who's loving life. Back into middle toes, Neve. So back into middle toes, reward her for being there. I know that Sam's going to think a lot of this because I know she knows that River can be a really sniffy dog. And these guys have worked so hard through all the games that they play. And I also know that being out here is a big deal for Neve. So give her a shout out. She's done amazingly. Sam, green eggs and ham. What do you think?
I think we all need to give lots and lots and lots of love to Neve and River. Please put in the comments, give it that support, because it is a really scary place to be out there, to know that you're on camera with lots of people. You're really vulnerable, you know, you're really like scared of making mistakes and stuff. And she did absolutely fabulously. Both of them did amazingly. And what we really wanted to show you there is that this can be fun for the whole family. You know, you can really get them involved, and actually a great way to get them involved is to think of those game cards, because sometimes our families can be a little bit resistant to new ways of training and different ways that you're maybe asking them to interact with your dog. But when they start to see the fun and the cool stuff, like the twists and the going in middle and the magic hand, you know, those all look really, really cool. So when we can get our family involved and everybody's on the same page in the household, it can be really, really helpful. It's not absolutely essential. You definitely can still train your dog, even if you haven't got your family on board, but it's a lot easier if you have. So let's make sure that we get those games cards printed off and leave them strategically around the house, maybe in the toilet, Maybe you could leave them on the dining table, maybe casually next to the kettle. There's lots of places that you can put the games card. And if you want all of the game cards that we've done today, make sure that you join Games Club. It's £1, £1 for a 7-day trial. And all you have to do is either scan that QR code or go to absolutedogs.me/7-day trial, 7-day trial, and you can for £1 have all of the game cards, have all of the games that you've learnt today, and join our amazing community. Now we've got a very, very special guest who holds a place in my heart. Let's go to Lauren now with Mandy.
Last but not least, in terms of, I promised you a bit more Mandy. Why? Because I gave her a bit of a ribbing. I did tell you off. I told you off because I said we've got to clean up this act. We've got to clean up our transitions. Rain is asking you to be a better dog trainer. Now, are you armed and dangerous?
I am armed and
now, you see how
dangerous.
she's scratching and just aware of sort of just being quite in the environment. You're going to pull out one of those toys. Do you see how the dog changes? You need to be using toys in her training. Like, she loves toys. And yet, Mandy was great. She took the fact that I was like, no, Mandy, we've got to do better at this. Like, we do need to do better. At the same time, she was like, yes, I do. I am willing. I'm ready. So you're playing. Whip out the other toy and switch.
Switch.
Good. Really nice. Good. Really, really, really good. Really good. Now, calm the play down. Ready to switch.
Switch.
You lovely. Well, you careful how you play. Nice. Now, when you're playing, think about long and low where you can. Good for your back, better for hers. At the same time, long and low. So long and low. When you switch and when you go to the other toy, as you go to play, you say the word and then you show the toy. So it's word, toy. Ready?
Switch.
Good, that was really nice. And remember, you don't need it. She's like, I know I did it wrong. And what I want to see is that you are acknowledging, which you are. So you're getting it. When you're ready? With the word first.
Switch.
Good. And you see how now she's leaving that first toy to come to the second. Really play with that toy. And you know she rides up the toy at times. You've just got to keep hold of your piece. That is your piece. Don't move out of her way on that piece, I mean, I get there's some dogs that I would be a bit more cautious with. For her, she'll just take what space she can, so don't give her more space. Be ready with the word and then the toy.
Switch.
Move the other toy. Good. Keep it moving. And when she goes to re-grip, pull the toy. Because then she ends up lower down the toy, not higher up the toy. Take them both away. Right, ask her for behaviour, down or a sit or a stand before you reward the toy again. She likes that one.
Pretty.
Good. Release play, get it. Now to the other toy, switch and really go crazy with it. Be ready for it.
Switch.
Move it, keep it moving. Loads of energy in it. Really, really nice. Last one, you're going to say the words and then the toy is going to present. Ready?
Switch.
Good, that was really lovely, really lovely. You keep playing. That was a much better session. Absolutely amazing. Superstar Mandy. Sam, green eggs and ham. What do you think?
I'm so happy to watch that. It's really cool, isn't it? And it's really nice that actually sometimes you just need to go away and reflect on what's going on, and then we can come back and we're thinking a little bit differently about it, and we know how to attack it next time. And that might be, that you go away and you come back the next day with your dog in a training session. That might have been that you took them to an environment and you were like, oh, okay, that's not what I thought was going to happen. And these are the sorts of things where we can think about moving forward with our dogs. How can we change it up? What went wrong? And you start to reframe how you see your training sessions. You start to think of your training sessions in a different, you're not seeing them as failure, as a dog that's behaving badly anymore. You go, okay, that's information. They've given me some information and they're letting me know how I can do it differently next time. And that's the key thing, really, isn't it? Because we can keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. And it's just insanity. It's insanity because we're not going to get a different result if we're doing the exact same thing that's getting that result in the first place. It doesn't make sense. So we have to change something. So when we see things going wrong like that, or they're not going the way that we thought they would, then that's where we need to have a little bit of a think of moving forward in a different way, maybe changing our setup, maybe changing the food that we have, maybe thinking about different toys that we can use, thinking about the environment. These are all the sorts of things that we want to have a think about when we're thinking about setting up a training session and how we move forward. Make sure that you have a look. You've got £1 to get into Games Club. £1, one single pound, and you could join Games Club today for a 7-day trial, and you are not locked into that. So you can try it for 7 days, and if it doesn't work for you, if it doesn't work out for you, if you don't like it for whatever reason, then you can absolutely come out. I'm really sure that you're going to love it, and I'm really sure that you're going to get loads of value from it. Now we've got a video for you, got a really special video for you. I'm going to head to that now.
Are you struggling with your dog's behaviour? Maybe your dog ownership dream isn't quite matching your current reality. Biting, barking, lunging, pulling, resource guarding, separation anxiety, hyperactivity, or even fearfulness. If any of these sound familiar, you are not alone. I've seen how overwhelming it can feel when nothing seems to work. But here's what I want you to know. Your dog's behaviour is not forever, it's just right now. And with the right approach, real life transformation is possible. And that's where Games Club comes in. It's your one-stop hub for dog training support packed with video lessons and resources. Struggle-specific collections, expert advice, regular live teaching with me and with other experts, and an amazing community to cheer you on. Plus, you're going to get access to all of our popular and highly effective 10 Days to Stop courses, tackling everything from barking, jumping, resource guarding, adolescence, and all with our unique games-based approach. You can try it right now for just £1. Hit the link below and find out how. You don't have to do this alone. Let's make training fun together, effective and life-changing for both you and your dog. Click the link below. Let's start your £1 trial today. We'd absolutely love to welcome you. We had some prizes that we have not yet given. So you're going to be tagged in the comments, we hope. And if you're abroad, it'll be contact the Ask team and they'll give you an equivalent of something that we possibly can't ship. So at the moment we are struggling to ship to US. However, if you're abroad, we absolutely have a prize for you. And if you're UK, we also have a prize for you. So our 3 winners are Nikki Stubbs. So Nikki Stubbs, you win. Jodie Ferguson, you also win. And Amy Rosen-Feldman, you also win. So amazing stuff,
Congratulations.
You guys. Massive congratulations.
Really cool.
Also, Pamela Russell, Dorothy Hill, Janet Fox, Donna Bold,
Elaine Butterworth, Nicola Ithel, Angela Lodge, Julie Ross, Annette Milroy, Jodie Ferguson.
Super, like Jodie Ferguson's joined and won. So she's
Really?
winning something and she's joining. Like, this is
So
amazing.
she's won and she's won.
Double winner.
Double
winner. Like massive. And I know there's loads of you that have joined today. We're really excited for you. We have to say a massive, massive thank you to all of our students, all of the team. What an amazing team. I know a lot of us have kind of like started to get cold now in the background. So, but amazing people for being in here. They're not going to give you a huge whoop, but there is going to be a little whoop.
A little whoop.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Woo-hoo! It wasn't a bad whoop. So amazing team for being here. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for sharing. Thanks Sam, Green Eggs and Ham. Thanks all of the team for making sure there are dogs and people and everyone ready. It's been amazing. If you are struggling, if you feel all hope is lost, if you feel your dog is the worst dog on this planet, is there a space for you?
We all feel that way, but we've got an absolute amazing place for you. We've been saying it all day. It's only £1. Get yourself in Games Club.
And most of all, whether your dog is younger, older, maybe your dog really is quite difficult. Maybe your dog is worried, anxious, stressed, lunging, barking, reacting, ultimately struggling with life. They are telling you, they are begging you to take up the Games Club, to join what is really revolutionary in the dog training world. Games really do work.
They're amazing. Games really, really do work. And we've shown you so many people that they have already worked for today. And there are so many more in our community when you join. So really get yourself in Games Club, give it a try. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Most of all, thank you for being here in whatever capacity, whether you've connected with us in the comments, whether you've typed in Funder, or maybe you've typed in Connect, or maybe you've typed in BG Games. You know what? The best part is you've connected, and the world is all about connection, and the world needs more connection. Now, I want to thank you all, like I said, for being here. And most of all, I know that there's a future doing this. I'd love you to hear from one of our students. She's going to send you out of here. She's going to send you off. And we're really, really grateful that you've got to spend, whether it's a minute, half an hour, 35 minutes, 40 minutes, a day. Some of you have been here all day. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate each and every one of you. Well done, guys. We'll see you all real soon. One of the most amazing parts of being in the Absolute Dogs family is supporting each other through all of the challenges and joys of forming a better relationship with your dog. I'd like to introduce you to some of the amazing students that we've been working with so you can hear their stories. Firstly, here's Mandy.
Hi, I'm Mandy and I'm from Scotland and I have 2 beautiful border collies, Sky and Rain.
So Mandy, you've been here a number of times and both of your gorgeous girls have had a real journey. What led you to come here to Absolute Dogs, home of Absolute Dogs in the first place?
So I adopted a beautiful border collie called Sky. She was a rescue, 11 months old, and at first I thought she was really calm.
And she really is a beautiful rescue,
she's
isn't she?
Absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful.
She's the most beautiful girl. But very quickly she developed really extreme reactivity. Couldn't get out of the house with her. Opening the back door would result in barking and lunging. Sometimes I couldn't even work out what it was she was barking and lunging at. So it could be a car passing in the distance that I could barely hear, a bird in the garden, and I was trying to walk her, and a dog in the distance, like, tiny sound in the distance would be mad barking and lunging, pulling me over. It was just miserable.
And how did that make you feel?
I really disliked her at times. I thought she was the worst thing I'd done, and then I would feel really guilty because I knew she was a lovely dog. But she limited my life. I couldn't go anywhere. My dream when I got her was to climb hills. I live in Scotland. I like climbing hills, and I couldn't because I can remember being at the top of a Munro. I was 3,000 feet up a mountain, and a dog barked in the distance, and she barked and lunged, and I sat at the top of that mountain and I cried because everything I wanted to do with her, I just couldn't see how it could happen. And it felt, if I'm at the top of a mountain and she behaves like this, I can't be anywhere with her. And it was like every dream I had for us together sort of disappeared in that moment. And I felt hopeless and sad and then guilty for not liking her.
And on some of the tough days when you felt that way, what went through your head? Like, what sort of things would you think to yourself?
I would feel stupid that I got something wrong with her. What had I done wrong? Why hadn't the training I had tried worked? I felt guilty. I felt I'd let her down. And then I felt really angry at her at times because I felt like I couldn't do anything.
And could you see a way forward at that time with Sky?
No, I really couldn't. I had tried everything. At one point, I was walking her 20 miles a day because that's the advice I've been given. She's a border collie, wear her out. So for 6 months, I walked her 20 miles a day, which was horrid for both of us. She got worse and worse. I was more and more exhausted and more emotional. And I just felt I'm doing what I've been told to do.
And so what is it about games-based training that has changed that for you? What's different?
The first thing was it gave me permission to stay at home and play with her at home. And that meant I didn't even need to go from room to room. We could just play in the kitchen or the hall, and it was quick and easy. And we started with really easy games. You know, a little bit of orientation. But what I suddenly started to see was she was enjoying it as well. So it took all the pressure off me. And I'd get up in the morning and be like, okay, what game are we going to play, Sky? And for the first time, I could see she was engaging with me. And I started to like her a little bit. And it was like, oh, this little goofball started to come out. So she went from looking really closed down and scared and always worried. She'd get this little glint in her eye and be like, oh, are we going to play games, Mum? And it was just lovely. And we started really easy. And then we started playing more and more games. And then I had that moment of, oh, we might play a game in the garden. And she played with me rather than looking for trouble. She didn't notice that there was a car driving past the house. what she did was engage with me, and it was just it was the best feeling in the world. It was like, me and this dog, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay together. It was lovely.
So you went from thinking, really, what I can't do, to actually, what can I do?
Yeah.
So it turned into a slightly different headspace for you.
Absolutely. And what I started to do was plan, how are we going to play these games and how are we going to use them so that we can get out and about eventually. But it was lovely having the safety net of always knowing that I could go back into the garden or go back into the house if we needed to. And for a long time, we always, if we played a new game, we always played it in the house first, and then we would slowly move it out. But I can remember the day I was like, we're going to go out onto the drive of the house. We're going to open the back gate. We're going to do this, Sky. And I think that first, what I call walk, that was, got your harness on, okay, 2 paws on me, we've got this, Sky. Opened the back door, and she was cool. Opened the back gate, and we walked up the drive, across the tiny bit of road onto the grass, and we walked back. And it was like, that was amazing, Sky. And we finished with her on 2 paws on me. And I can remember actually looking at her and thinking, you are beautiful. Out the way you look, but the way you are. And it was like, I had the dog I'd always wanted. It was just beautiful.
And so from the lowest moment where you're at the top of a mountain and looking all around thinking, how on earth am I going to do this, to those tiny moments of actually, those glimpses, what was one of your real moments of, I can do this, or this is going to work? What was one of your moments of this can happen for us?
I think when I suddenly realised that we could go out and we could cope with the world a lot better, and I knew what game to play where if things got a little bit tough for Sky. And then I would suddenly compare and go, yeah, a year ago, I never thought you'd get out the back door. And then it'd be like, well, wow, I'm here. And we're walking across a field with other dogs and Sky's looking at me. So I don't know if there was just one moment, because it was gradual, and then it would suddenly be like, wow, look at what we can do now. And look how much fun it is.
And how do you feel now versus how you felt back then? So what do you feel, or how do you feel in terms of your confidence?
I feel really empowered. I know when I go out with either of my girls that we've got it.
Now, you say either of my girls. Yeah. This could lead to something else. Tell me a little bit more.
I fell so in love with Sky. So I adopted another rescue border collie.
So hold on, you got so comfortable and so happy with your girl Sky, who actually initially you didn't like. Yeah. And then that turned into, you know what, I love you so much, I want another one.
Yeah.
Real?
Absolutely.
For real?
Absolutely for real. It was like, bring it on. I want to do this again. I want to play games with a different dog and see what it's like. So
it started slightly differently. Tell me a little bit about your next adventure.
So Rain is a rescue, and I adopted her at 15 weeks old. And we played games from the moment, not even I got her home, from the moment I put her in the car from the rescue centre. And I sort of joke with friends that she was brought up in a cardboard box. And she's brilliant. She's so different from Sky. You know, they're the same breed, but they're very, very different. And Rain loves playing very speedy games, orientation game. I love playing with her because she's so fun and fast, and she loves tricks.
And do you think it's made a difference being able to start games earlier and your mindset in just taking her on and knowing what you were doing?
Absolutely. I was really confident, even to bring her home and introduce her to Sky. And I had played games with Sky beforehand to prepare Sky for a new puppy coming in. And I played games with Rain from day one. And I look at her and think, what a way to grow up. She's a brilliant dog. They both are, but for really different reasons. It's like Sky started my journey and went from the worst mistake to the best thing I ever did, because I found this whole community, I found this beautiful way to train, and then I got Rain.
And I love that, like, what a beautiful way to grow up. Like, that for me is like, there is no better way. And I love, she was raised in a cardboard box.
She was.
Like, I love both of those little sayings. They would definitely stick with me. Now, what's your favourite game? And what's your favourite game for both dogs?
So with Sky, it's absolutely two paws. And that started very gradually on a little box. And actually now two paws means on me. And it's really practical as well, because if we are out and about and if she's a little bit worried about something, we've got a little spin where I just turn and she turns with me. But I actually love it when she doesn't just do two paws on my thigh, she comes right up. She's like, I'm with you, Mum.
So it's a power pose.
Absolutely, for both of us. And then Rain, I actually love Magic Hand with Rain, because she came to me at 15 weeks and she could catch straight away, which I know not all dogs can, and Sky struggled. And I had this little land shark that did the proper snap. So yeah, Magic Hand with Rain.
I love that. Absolutely love that. And in terms of life with your dogs today, compared to what you had at the start when you first found Absolute Dogs and started this journey?
It's unrecognisable. It's easy living with both of them. And it's easier living with both of them than it was living with Sky before games. They're a joy, and they are just easy. And I can't imagine in the past having said that about Sky, let alone just go, yeah, get another Border Collie pup and it'll all be easy.
Give me some of the things that you enjoy most about having your girls.
Oh, I walk with Sky. She is now my walking buddy. All the things I thought I couldn't do with her. My favourite thing to do with Sky actually is we go for a walk and we both just like to sit and watch. So we'll get to the top of a hill, then we sit together and Sky just chills, and I love that. Favourite thing to do with Rain is tricks. So yeah, and learning new tricks and making tricks up, and yeah.
And what a journey, if you think about that, from the moment sat at the top of a hill, sat there really wishing you probably never got this dog in the first place, and actually you've made a massive mistake and you've now got kind of a life sentence with this dog, to, you know what, I now sit at the top of the hill and that's probably one of my favourite parts of my day. Like, what a transformation. How are you feeling about this, Mandy?
It just makes me so happy. And I think the journey was as important, that, you know, sometimes when you are at rock bottom and then you're able to look back and go, wow, that's amazing what we've done. And all through games. And it was kind and fun and empowering. Yeah.
Now, just before we wrap up here, how many times, just recap, where do you live?
Scotland.
And where are you now?
I'm in Devon.
And how long does it take you to get here?
On a good run, about 12 hours. On a bad one, a lot longer.
High five, and then a high five again. It's mega, it's amazing. Now, I know you've been down a couple of times, but tell me what your plan is for next year.
Got at least 3 trips planned in for next year. And the lovely thing is as well, I coordinate it with people that I know. So I come on holiday with my girls, meet up with brilliant friends, get great training and play loads of games. It just works all round.
Add the eat great food and drink a bit of wine.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Turn it into a social. Now, one of your highlights from this trip, there is a really cool highlight from this trip, because I know that you've got a naughty but nice sort of group. Your dogs have got lots of different Border Collie normal behaviours, but they do make them Border Collies and sometimes challenging. I know, I own Border Collies. You've also been with some of our good students and friends, and one of your highlights from this trip, I know, is you went out together.
Yes.
Just tell us a little bit about that trip and what the success story was really there.
Yeah. So between us, we have 4 dogs, but we walked our 2 naughty but nice dogs together, and that was amazing.
How does that make you feel?
Absolutely brilliant. And we were both like, we've got this covered, we can do this. So to walk those 2 girls together was wow. Wouldn't have believed even a year ago that was possible.
And for me, probably the biggest transformation of all of this, on top of watching the dogs, on top of watching the learning, is just how you are, your confidence, your sort of, I've got this attitude, you being able to own it. Me also knowing that if I saw you out on a walk, I would feel very comfortable that you could handle your dogs and I could handle mine. Like, that is empowering. What a beautiful journey. High five. And I think
Thank you.
amazing. Amazing, 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 amazing. Hi, I'm Lauren. I own one of the largest training facilities in the whole of the UK. I'm an agility champion and I've trained dogs and their owners for over 20 years now with incredible success and results. I know all too well how overwhelming sharing your life with a dog can sometimes be. You bring a new puppy or a new dog into your household and the stark reality of where you are and your dog owning dream, well, it's not quite how you envisioned it. It isn't what you signed up for. It isn't what you thought it was going to be. Come on, let's go. You know, I've been there and I've held owners in tears as they've really struggled through this. They've dealt with every pet professional, every trainer. They've been on YouTube, they've been on Google, they've been in every single pet forum, but with little to no results. See, I've worked with and consulted on hundreds of cases, if not thousands. You know what? Biting, barking, lunging, reactivity to people, reactivity to dogs, and huge separation struggles. The thing is that so many of these struggles look like actually normal life is seriously beyond their grasp. As much as I've seen that relationships can be damaged almost irreparably, I've also been able to guide, facilitate and support and help the transformation behaviourally of thousands and thousands of dogs worldwide through the power of games and games-based training using concepts at the very core of our training plans. You're here because you're facing a challenge with your dog and you need a solution. I'm here to tell you that hope is not lost, that your dog's behaviour today is not forever, it's just right now, and that we, myself and my team at Absolute Dogs, we're here to help. Inspired to share games and to transform the lives of even more dogs and their owners, I knew we had the opportunity to create something really special. What we wanted was a one-stop destination that was easily affordable and accessible for every dog and their owner. And that's why Games Club, the dog training academy of games and dog behaviour transformation, was born. You'll be empowered to change your dog's behaviour and to get the results that you have struggled to achieve. Games Club is a one-stop hub featuring everything you and your dog could need. And the cool thing is there's exclusive membership content that is literally going to blow your mind. You get comprehensive access to all of our most popular 10 days to stop training courses that focus on separation anxiety, barking, jumping, pulling on lead, dogs that steal, reactivity and so much more. The cool thing is all of these are included in your Games Club membership. What's more, you get immediate access to video resources and even better, you also get written instructions to your lessons, step-by-step guides that are going to catapult you to dog training success. All you need to do is watch the video, play the game and unleash the real life results with your dog. With all of the content in the Games Club, it's easily valued at well over £3,000. And yet the library is just the very beginning, the tip of the iceberg of all of the things that you're going to get as a Games Club member. A private community, a safe space of brilliant experts and students and trainers where we all come together and we align. You also get, in addition to this, live training weekly. That's with myself and that is also with my team of experts. It's insane, it's immense. I want you to come and join us. In addition to that, if that wasn't enough, then you also get access to struggle-specific collection. We've got you covered. You get our tracks. They're a series of videos in a linear progression fashion where you're going to be able to see exactly how we do it, where we do it, when we do it, and how it builds. It builds for you and it builds for your dog. And there's so much more. I literally could go on forever. All of the training at your fingertips in an easily accessible place. Here at Absolute Dogs, we love to over-deliver. All of those benefits would be yours and they'd be easily valued at over another £700. And yet for a very limited time, you have the opportunity to jump into Games Club. Come and join me for so much less. We recognise that when we developed the Games Club, it really needed to be financially accessible to all. We want to make sure that this is sustainable and it's sustainable for you. Literally zero obligations. Cancel at any time. We're offering an immediate, unrestricted access to all of our content. So all you need to do is take action right now. Hit the link below or scan the QR code with your camera and I want you to come and join me. What on earth are you waiting for? Come and join me in the Games Club right now. Your dog's behaviour transformation starts today.